In H City, Yang Yu was walking through a narrow alley with a swaggering gait. This was an old street half demolished, surrounded by scattered bricks covered in moss. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from somewhere, and he slowly stopped. "Stop hiding. Come out," Yang Yu shouted. Instantly, 6 people emerged from all directions, encircling him tightly. As someone who could normally take on 5, he now faced exactly 6 masked assassins. Yang Yu was amused and annoyed. How unprofessional. Who hires assassins with wooden sticks? And one of them came empty-handed. It was full of flaws. Seeing Yang Yu's angry glare at his empty hands, that assassin trembled and picked up a brick from the ground. "A brick? What era is this, buddy? Want me to lend you my fruit knife?" "Forget it, can't find pros in such short notice," Yang Yu muttered. "Let's do this," he shouted. As if receiving a command, the 6 men swung their sticks and charged at him. Yang Yu swiftly took down 3 men in a flurry of moves. Just as he was about to strike a pose, a brick hit the back of his head. His vision went black and he lost consciousness. As Lu Sun said, sleeping pills can't make you fall asleep instantly, but a brick can. Who was Yang Yu? A powerful figure in H City, his reputation ruined by the very brick he despised. The man who threw the brick was stunned, then burst into tears. "Boss, I didn't mean to. I thought you'd dodge it." Yes, Yang Yu had hired these 6 men himself to stage a fake attack. As the owner of H City's largest listed company, he was a bully who had everyone under his thumb. No one dared to provoke him. Forget about having someone attack Yang Yu. They were lucky if he didn't attack them. Now they could only meekly ask for peaceful development. But pretending to be good while secretly trying to grow. Not so easy. When Yang Yu was a rising newcomer, they had ganged up on him. And he, always gentle, cunning, and kind, treacherous, courteous, shameless, and polite, despicable, didn't want them to rise again. So he had to stir up trouble, because fishing in troubled waters was his hobby. Besides, he didn't want to be the villain himself. So he casually found a few subordinates to act out a scene, then blamed the boss's hiding at home, giving him a legitimate reason to strike back. Flawed. Who cares? I say you did it, so you did it. But perhaps heaven grew tired of Yang Yu's shamelessness and exacted retribution. A brick sent him to the afterlife. However, this afterlife was too crowded and too dark, making it hard to breathe. Wait, it seems he didn't go to the afterlife. "It's a girl," a nurse in white shouted. Yang Yu felt his limbs stiff and uncontrollable, but at least he could breathe freely again. With his sharp mind, he realized his situation. He had been reincarnated with memories. And the feeling between his legs made him despair. "Please, someone hit me with another brick and let me be reborn again." Yang Yu couldn't help but cry loudly. What a disaster. "Mister Yang, this is your daughter." Yang Yu was wrapped tightly and handed to a young man. The young man was very handsome with fair skin and sharp features, though still a bit less than his former self. If Yang Yu guessed correctly, this should be his new father. If his father's looks were this good, then his own appearance in this life wouldn't be bad. And judging by his outfit, he was clearly rich. Yang Yu never expected to become a rich second-generation heir. Thinking this way, Yang Yu mused that being a rich and powerful beauty who could mess with others seemed like a good idea. "Good idea, my foot. Turn me back. Who wants to be a girl?" "Sir, he likes you. He stopped crying when he saw you," the nurse said happily, seeing such a clever child for the first time. Yang Yu turned his gaze to the nurse. "Not bad looking. Would she be scared if I asked for her WeChat now?" "He might not be my child." "The handsome Mr. Yang said just that." The room fell silent. "Oh, seems like a playboy." Yang Yu rolled his eyes. "Yang Han, what do you mean by that? My granddaughter gave up her career and future to have your child, and you say that?" An old man nearby pounded his cane on the floor in anger. Yang Yu was ready to enjoy the drama, but then realized it was his own house on fire. Losing a father at the start, a handsome rich dad. How could he play now? His dream of being a rich second generation was shattered in an instant. In the entertainment industry, who can guarantee anything? She has so many CPs who can guarantee she hasn't been with someone else, the handsome father said coldly. In truth, he didn't doubt the child was his. He had checked and knew the mother had only dated him in the past 2 years. But as the owner of a top domestic company, having an affair with a celebrity while married would get him skewered by netizens forever. Capitalists were already disliked. If this got out, keyboard warriors would drown him. A bad reputation was one thing, but if stock prices fell because of this mess, the board wouldn't miss the chance to exploit the situation. This beast. "Don't stop me, you'll kill him." The old man raised his cane, but never brought it down. Yang Han didn't flinch, as if he would leave and never be responsible for the child if the old man touched him. "If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test," the nurse quickly said, inwardly disgusted. "Rich men are all scumbags, good looks are useless. It's a pity the mother is a celebrity. How seems like you're in cahoots with the hospital to scam me." Yang Han continued coldly. You? If you keep slandering, we'll sue you." The nurse was so angry she couldn't speak clearly. "Then what do you want? How can you admit this is your child?" The old man seemed to concede. Yang Han glanced at Yang Yu, who was silently watching the drama, and said quietly, "Unless she can call me dad right now." "Oh, so there's a part for me after all," Yang Yu thought. "Since you gave me this chance, I can't miss it." "Dad." Yang Yu's voice came out babyish, which felt strange. "Beast. You simply don't want to recognize this child. The old man was about to continue cursing when he suddenly stopped. Silence fell as everyone stared at Yang Yu in the nurse's arms. Clearly they hadn't misheard. A newborn baby had just said Dad. Monster. The nurse threw Yang Yu into the air. Yang Yu mentally cursed, thinking he was about to be reincarnated again in a short time. But he was caught midair. The person who caught him was his cheap father Yang Han, who looked at him with a mix of disgust and surprise. Yang Yu didn't want to be treated as a monster, so he pretended to babble. The nurse quickly apologized. Sorry, I thought she could speak at birth. It was a misunderstanding. Yang Han held Yang Yu helplessly, thought for a moment, and said, I can accept her as my daughter, but I hope the whole world never knows who her mother is. Anyone who leaks this secret, I will hold accountable. The old man frowned but nodded. This was the best solution. His granddaughter, a second-tier celebrity, would lose her career if she had a child out of wedlock. Yang Yu, now safely clutching her rich father's leg, was delighted. She also knew a secret about her scumbag father. This secret could feed her for a lifetime. Ding. The Dominate Entertainment System has been activated. Newbie mission: enter the entertainment industry by age 15. Mission failure punishment: every fart will be heard by others. Just as Yang Yu was thinking how to use this secret, a voice sounded in his mind. Homing Middle and Primary School was the worst private school in B City, a chaotic mix of good and bad, where only parents who truly didn't care about their children would send them. Yet another group fight broke out on campus, and someone had reported it to the education authorities, forcing the officials to visit the school again. The principal followed behind the official, bowing and scraping. Rumors, absolutely rumors. Since your last visit, I've made great efforts to reform the school. There's no way such a violent incident could happen again, the principal said with conviction. I certainly hope so, said the official. Look, there are no idle students on campus anymore, the principal pointed around. The official took a look and surveyed the relatively clean environment. Quite an improvement. The principal quickly smiled and said, I have followed your teachings diligently, so the improvement is certainly substantial. But the director behind the principal wore a helpless expression. How could it not be improved? To deal with the inspection, they had given the unruly middle school students a day off, leaving only the elementary students. How much trouble could they cause? The official clearly preferred to avoid trouble, turning a blind eye and letting it slide. Just then a group of elementary school students walked by, hand in hand, singing a children's song. See, our students are so positive and optimistic. They sing children's songs every day on their way to and from school, said the principal, smiling and glancing at the director approvingly, assuming he had arranged it. The director quickly waved his hand, secretly indicating it wasn't his doing. Come here, kids, the official beckoned. The children bounded over and stood still, looking at the official and the principal with slanted eyes. Hey, old man, what do you want? A child pointed at the official and the principal and shouted, as if they were two monsters blocking the way. The faces of the official and the principal instantly darkened. Damn it, the principal decided to ban all things related to Calabash Brothers from now on. You see, they've been watching too much Calabash Brothers lately and are imitating the characters, the principal quickly covered up. Oh, I see. They're quite good at imitating. Kids, I'd like to ask, what were you singing just now? Can you sing it for me? The official said, trying to save face as if not offended. The children looked at each other and then nodded. We were singing Calabash Brothers, they said in unison. Yes, our music teacher is teaching us this song, the principal quickly chimed in. Come on, sing it for this uncle. Old man, you really want to hear it? Asked an older child. The official forced a smile and nodded. This shabby school seemed to have aged him by another 10 years, upgrading him from middle-aged to old man. 1, 2, 3, sing, the principal conducted. Behind him, the director had a bad feeling, wanting to stop it, but not sure if he should. Maybe he was overthinking. Calabash Brothers, the children's young voices began. Well, at least it was normal. The director's instincts, which had been screaming in alarm, finally calmed down. Calabash Brothers. No father, no mother. Wind and rain, wearing only shorts. Ding ding dang, dang dong dong dang dang, big bird, big bird. Big bird. Big. The director's mouth fell open as if his jaw had dropped. The principal scratched his head frantically, wanting to crawl into a hole. The official's face turned red and he sneered. Your teacher is quite open-minded. It seems we need to investigate this more thoroughly. The official turned and left in anger, leaving the principal and director staring at each other along with the children. Why did that old man leave? One child asked. I don't know, another scratched his head. Didn't Sister Yang Yu say that if we sing this song, people will give us candy? Maybe that old man didn't have any candy. Sister Yang Yu is so beautiful, she would never lie to us. Yang Yu, the principal frowned at the name. I've heard that name so often lately. No matter what the principal had to expel her, no one had ever dared to ruin his plans. The director, afraid of the principal's anger, quickly flattered. Of course it sounds familiar. She's the campus bully. Every bad thing involves her. Last time that group fight, she was the one who fought 8 people alone. Why hasn't that student been expelled yet? Keeping her for the new year. The principal roared, not even questioning the absurdity of one person beating 8. And the director hadn't even mentioned that the child was a stunningly beautiful girl who had beaten 8 young men to a pulp. Her father is Young Han, the director quickly added. No one knew why the daughter of the nation's richest man was studying at the city's worst school. Upon hearing that, the principal gritted his teeth in hatred and said with difficulty, "Our school must learn to be tolerant. We should correct their bad habits, not simply expel them." "Yes, principal," the director replied, also gritting his teeth. At this moment, 14-year-old Yang Yu was lying in her half-brother's gaming chair playing computer games. It was hard to imagine that a pure and beautiful girl was cursing out everyone's ancestors in the chat. She typed so fast that she single-handedly defended her family tree in the verbal war. Her brother, 2 years older, sat beside her angrily handing her fruit, but not daring to speak. Ding. Someone gritted their teeth at you. Hatred value 100. Ding. Someone gritted their teeth at you. Hatred value 100. Ding. You made a genius esports player unawakened version hand you fruit. Hatred value 10000. Slander, pure slander. Yang Yu admitted the last one, but the first two. She was just playing games. How could anyone be gritting their teeth at her? The system was becoming more and more unjust. Yes, Yang Yu had been reincarnated, transmigrated, and transformed into this parallel world for over 10 years. Her cheap, deadbeat father named her Yang Yu, which happened to be homophonic with her original name. On top of that, turning into a girl was bad enough, but she was also stuck with a troll system. This crappy system couldn't make her invincible, and it needed her to absorb emotional energy generated by others from her actions to buy items from the system shop and enhance attributes. It was a disgrace among systems. Of course, both positive and negative emotions worked, but Yang Yu was naturally not good at making others happy, so she had to rely on farming hatred values. Well, it's definitely not that she enjoyed making others suffer. Also, the emotional energy given by the system was especially high from people with special talents. For example, her half-brother Yang Buwei was a genius with esports talent. Poor brother used as a tool for farming hatred, bullied by his violent sister since childhood. He had lived in her shadow all his life, and now he seemed to have developed Stockholm Syndrome, feeling uneasy if he wasn't bullied by his sister for a day. Yang Buwei handed another piece of fruit to his sister, feeding it into her cherry-like mouth. He also wanted to play games, but his sister had been hogging the computer all morning. He couldn't beat her anyway. She had learned martial arts somewhere. Last time he fought back, he was beaten so badly he rolled on the ground in pain, yet there were no bruises, so he couldn't even tell their parents. For now, he had to endure the humiliation. He had heard that boys grow stronger than girls as they get older. When that day comes, no matter how good her martial arts are, he would spank his beautiful sister's bottom. The thought alone excited him, and he couldn't help but smile. Ding. Caused a genius esports player unawakened version to become excited. Excitement value 10000. Yang Yes body trembled. She turned around and saw her brother Yang Buwei wearing an ambiguous smile. Oh no, had she been farming hatred too diligently and turned him into a pervert? How could he get excited from being bullied like this? Knock knock. Hearing the knock, the siblings quickly switched seats and turned off the computer. Brother Yang Buwei pretended to do homework while Yang Yu pretended to feed him fruit. Come in. A graceful woman entered, dressed flamboyantly with large earrings dangling from her ears, clearly a wealthy lady. She nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Yang Buwei doing homework. Seeing Yang Yu feeding Yang Buwei fruit, she was even more pleased. This lady was Yang Buwei's biological mother, Zhang Xiener, and also Yang Ye's stepmother without blood relation. Of course, the latter relationship was a family secret. Everyone thought Yang Yu was a biological child, but she was actually her husband's illegitimate daughter. The thought made her gnash her teeth. Fortunately, this illegitimate daughter wasn't too annoying. She even knew to take care of her brother every day. With her pure and beautiful face, she was quite likable. If not for the blood relation with her scumbag husband, she would have made a perfect child bride for her son, a match made in heaven. But since there was a blood relation, Zhang Xiener could never swallow that humiliation. Over the years, she had schemed to bully Yang Yu in various ways, such as sending her to the city's worst school. Everyone thought she favored sons over daughters, so no one found it strange. However, Yang Yu seemed indifferent, and her father also ignored the illegitimate daughter, so her bullying gave no feedback. Utterly boring. Mom, I'm doing homework. Please don't keep coming in to disturb me, Yang Buwei said. Logically, he should want his mother to discover that his sister had been bullying him, but for some reason, he didn't want her to know. It must be because he was afraid of losing face. Absolutely. Zhang Xiener said, didn't you mention last time you wanted the latest generation graphics card? I bought it for you as a gift. Graphics card. Yang Buwei's eyes widened with joy, and he quickly took the beautifully wrapped gift box. Seeing Yang Buwei so happy, Yang Yu felt delighted as well. After all, making a happy person unhappy is the fastest way to gain hatred points. After over a decade of farming hatred points, he had never failed. Your mom also prepared a gift for you. Look, do you like this doll? Zhang Xiener handed over a doll tied with a simple red knot. The contrast between the two gifts was like night and day. This gift, which only girls would play with, had been given to Yang Yu from age 3 to 14, as if reminding her every year, you are a girl now. Zhang Xian'er looked at Yang Yu expectantly, hoping to see her show a look of grievance, giving her a thrill. But Yang Yu accepted it happily. Ding, the host has made others feel that bullying you is boring. Hatred points 10. Hey, in this world, only others can give me pleasure. I will never let others have that pleasure. Even if I've become a girl, it's still the same. Yang Yu thought contentedly. Yang Buwei looked at the doll in Yang Ye's hand, and then at his own gift, swelling with pride. He winked at Yang Yu, though he knew that once Mom left, the graphics card would surely be seized by his sister. But so what? A moment of victory was still a victory. Mom brother is about to take the college entrance exam. Giving him this now will affect his grades. Yang Yu said with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Zhang Xian'er felt it made perfect sense. She had almost jeopardized her son's major life event, and it was her daughter whom she had always bullied who reminded her. She was instantly overwhelmed with guilt. Ding, the host has made others feel guilty towards you. Guilt points 100. Huh, only 100. Too stingy, Yang Yu thought. Zhang Xian'er said, how about this, where you keep the graphics card for your brother for a year, and give it back after he finishes his high school entrance exam. Okay. Yang Yu unceremoniously took the gift box that her brother was clutching tightly. At this moment, the brother was full of surprise, watching the graphics card that he hadn't even warmed up yet fall into his sister's hands. And the sister had an expression that said, you think you can compete with me? This bully was no longer satisfied with just taking EU. She had started outright robbery. Woo-woo. Such behavior of snatching someone's beloved item. Even an uncle could tolerate it, but an aunt couldn't. He didn't want to endure it anymore. If he kept enduring, he would truly become a masochistic pervert. He would take revenge, absolutely. Ding, the host has taken away the beloved item of a genius esports player, unawakened version. Hatred points, 100,000. 100,000. As expected, Big Brother is generous. Truly worthy of being my favorite. GG, Yang Yu thought happily. Ding, because the host took away the graphics card of the genius esports player unawakened version successfully, delaying his awakening time. A free draw is awarded. Oh, an unexpected bonus. Yang Yu looked at her brother shaking with rage, and decided it was best to retreat. As they say, one shouldn't push too hard, or it will backfire. You can't shear a sheep until it's bald. As long as brother is around, there will always be more to exploit. Yang Yu hugged the graphics card, and ran back to her room, looking like a bandit. After returning to her room, Yang Yu tossed the graphics card aside, and summoned the system. Now her account had 600 emotion points, and looking at it gave her a sense of satisfaction. But then she put all 600 emotion points into strengthening her martial attribute, successfully evolving her martial level to grade. Perfect. Helplessly, there were too many people around who hated her. Only with high martial power did she feel safe. As the saying goes, if you don't want others to attack you, beat them until they can't fight back. That was Yang Yes Dao justice. Host, the system reminds you, although I am a system for dominating the entertainment industry, it doesn't mean you should use martial force to dominate it. Also, I remind you that there is only 1 year left to complete the main quest. Do you want to spend your whole life having everyone hear you fart? Or have you already given up on completing the main quest and returning to your original world? That's right, according to the system, as long as the task of dominating the entertainment industry is completed, she could return to her original world, regain her former glory, and be herself again. Getting rid of her female body was Yang Ye's current goal. But everything can't be rushed. Yang Yu crossed her legs and said leisurely, why rush? When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. If there's a road, it'll take a detour. This impromptu rhyme made the system furious. What was I thinking choosing this bastard as a host? It seems the task of dominating the entertainment industry is probably going to fail again. But though Yang Yu said that she was secretly planning inside, seeing that only 1 year remained and her emotion points had turned to 0 in an instant, while her acting lines, singing, and even charm had not been strengthened by the system, if things continued like this, she would probably have a hard time in the entertainment industry. Although this body had good looks, she couldn't really just be a vase in the entertainment industry. A vase in this big dive vat of the entertainment industry had no way out except for sleeping one's way to the top. She decided to spend the next year cultivating all her attributes, determined to become a hexagonal warrior. Well, I've decided. The system saw Yang Yu perk up and was suddenly filled with hope. First take a shower, then sleep on it to calm down. Damn, the system was completely speechless. If the system could generate emotion points, Yang Yu would already be a billionaire. While taking a shower, Yang Yu suddenly remembered something. It seemed she had accidentally obtained a draw opportunity today, which she had never encountered before. Not knowing what it did, she summoned the system roulette. Start. The roulette spun rapidly and stopped on a page. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Talent Genius Radar. Genius Radar. Effect can sense the presence of extraordinarily talented people in a crowd. Good stuff. This thing seemed to help her find so-called geniuses in the crowd like Yang Buwei, who was an esports genius. And geniuses meant she could farm a lot of emotion points, so she wouldn't have to keep looking for others to farm hatred. Now she was rich. The system was completely speechless. Bro, is this how you use this thing? It's meant for you to build connections. If you use it to farm hatred, you'll offend all the big shots and future big shots. The system felt the probability of completing the task had decreased again. At the junior high school division of Huaming Middle and Primary School, the annual campus beauty pageant officially began. The winner of the previous 2 terms, Zhao Nanxing, was walking on the road chatting and laughing with her girlfriends, causing passers-by to frequently turn their heads. Although Zhao Nanxing looked like a young girl who hadn't fully developed her temperament and appearance showed, she was a beauty in the making. Even compared to the flower-like stars in the entertainment industry, she would absolutely not be inferior. No, she was even more captivating, like a fairy fallen to the mortal world. Hey, do you know the online campus beauty pageant has started again? This time, who do you think will win? One of the girls asked. Does it need to be guessed? Besides our Nanxing, who else? Another girl said with a laugh. Haha, Nanxing, what do you think? Is it a sure win? Needless to say, with Nanxing here, do others stand a chance? The last girl chimed in. Nanxing herself just smiled shyly, and that smile made passers-by even more amazed, like a lily blooming. She thought for a moment and muttered, actually, in terms of looks alone, there is someone more beautiful than me, but if you keep being modest, he'll think you're a white lotus. Who can compare to you? Are you talking about that ugly freak Jiang Ying? Uglier than a pig, but with ambitions higher than Diaochan. Every year she says she's determined to win, but every year, she only gets 1/5 of your votes. That's right, haha. The girls giggled, attracting the attention of a bunch of lecherous old men. However, at that moment some roadblocks appeared before them. A group of delinquent youths with dyed yellow hair, each carrying a baseball bat, stood lazily in front of the girls. Among the youths, a gaudily dressed girl stepped out, her makeup strange like a child pretending to be a sexy adult. Jiangying, what are you doing? Speak of the devil, and he appears. The Jiangying they had just been talking about appeared before them, blocking their way, and she was clearly up to no good, accompanied by a group of thugs from outside school. The girls panicked immediately and tried to run back, only to find there were people behind them as well. The passers-by, seeing the situation was bad, had already run far away. Nanxing, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me, Jiang Ying said coldly. Where? Nanxing asked fearfully. Although Huaming Middle and Primary School was chaotic, because they usually walked together, they had never encountered such a situation. Those who were bullied at school were often the loners or those without friends. Today it had happened to her, and she didn't know what they would do to her. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, her mind going blank. But she forced herself to calm down. She had to stay calm. Her grandmother was waiting for her at home. She absolutely couldn't get into trouble. They came for me. You all go first, Nanxing said to her companions, and signaled with her eyes for them to call the police. Hearing this, the girls calmed down a bit and turned to flee. Stop. The others can go, but the one who called me ugly freak stays. Later I'll show you your goddess disfigurement scene. Nanxing's body trembled involuntarily at these words. Jiang Ying said she would disfigure her, and her dream was to become an actress. If she was disfigured, that dream would never come true. Woo, Jiang Ying, I was just joking. I'm the ugly freak. Please let me go, okay? A girl was scared into crying by Jiang Ying's words. The crying made Nanxing's heart even more chaotic and desperate. She stepped back helplessly. She also wanted to cry, hoping someone would come to save her. She had once fantasized about such a scenario, meeting a villain and someone in a cape riding on clouds coming to rescue her. But it was impossible in reality. If these people really wanted to disfigure her, the only thing she could do was fight desperately. At that moment, a sporadic whistle sounded. The whistle was very unpleasant, strange, and made people want to pee. Everyone looked over and saw a girl with puckered lips carrying a backpack, whistling weirdly, walking with a swagger that acknowledged no one. Everyone made way, and a name rang in their hearts. It was her, the campus bully, Yang Dianfeng. Why was she here? Jiang Ying's mind raced. Was this school bully just passing by or deliberately picking a fight? If it was deliberate, were her people enough to deal with her? She glanced at the 9 around her, all strong boys. Couldn't they handle a mere girl? The advantage was clearly mine, so why should I be afraid? Even if she had a reputation for being tough, could she really take on 9 people barehanded? Regardless of Yang Ye's attitude today, she was determined to deal with Zhao Nanxing, that white lotus. They were about the same in looks, so why was she always voted the school beauty? It must be vote rigging, causing me to be mocked every time. No one in this school had ever dared to provoke her like this. Jiang Ying thought fiercely. She was the one who bullied others. The last person who displeased her was taken to the restroom by her crew, stripped and photographed. After that, they became much more obedient. So what if she was the school bully? If she ruined her plans, she'd still be invited to the restroom to drink urine. Zhao Nanxing watched Yang Yu walking toward her, her mind racing as she wondered what this person was doing. They had almost no interactions. The only time they met was when the results of the last beauty pageant were announced. That girl had come with a group of boys to see what she looked like. At that time, Yang Ye's appearance stunned her. Pure features, yet with a hint of wickedness at the corners of her eyes, when she smiled, inexplicably attracting attention. In her aesthetic judgment, this person's looks were no less than her own, yet she wasn't in the top 10 of the voting list. It was strange at the time until she often heard this person's name. She was the school bully with a personality like a boy's, fond of teasing girls, causing trouble everywhere, acting without reason. From teachers to student thugs, everyone hated her. At first, many in the school wanted to take her as their boss because she was good at fighting and skilled in martial arts, but she ended up teaching them all a lesson, and afterward they all hated her. So no one saw her as a girl, and naturally no one voted for her in the school beauty rankings. Zhao Nanqing was baffled by her behavior. Was she deliberately courting hatred? Only a fool would do that. So she guessed that this girl grew up lacking love like the protagonist in an anime, who had no parental affection, thus attracting attention through troublemaking. Alas, a pitiful child. As Yang Yu drew closer, Jiang Ying instinctively stepped aside. The thugs Jiang Ying had brought had also heard of the school bully's reputation, but they thought she was all talk, skinny arms, and legs though pretty. The leader of the thugs stroked his chin as he looked at Yang Yu. He hadn't expected a junior high school to produce two beauties. One was destined to be disfigured because she took money, and the other could be pursued as a girlfriend. He heard she liked to fight. Haha, he could take her to bed and fight slowly later. What are so many people doing here? They'll join in the fun. Yang Yu squeezed into the crowd, seeing Zhao Nanqing looking at her pitifully. Oh wow, she really was beautiful. No wonder she was the school beauty. Too bad she was an underage kid. Only when she grew up a bit would she pique Yang Yu's interest. They said they're going to disfigure me, the school beauty said pitifully, seemingly treating Yang Yu as a lifeline. Although Yang Yu wasn't a good person either, Nanqing had no choice. Disfigure? Yang Yu's tone grew heavier. Jiang Ying frowned. It seemed Yang Yu was going to be their enemy. Nanqing's eyes lit up. It seemed promising. She quickly stood behind Yang Yu. I've never seen a disfigurement before. Perfect opportunity to learn today, Yang Yu said happily. Hey, why are you standing behind me? You need to stand under the knife. Yang Yu stepped back, shielding the school beauty in front of her. The school bowtie's happy expression had already turned to one on the verge of tears. Sure enough, this person wasn't a good person either. How could she have felt favorably toward her before? Ding host, the genius actor unawakened version, has experienced a roller coaster plot. Hatred value 10000. Ding. Another genius, no wonder his genius radar had been beeping. It was always the geniuses who gave more hatred when bullied. The thugs were already dumbfounded, looking at Yang Yu's eerie smile, wondering if this was the legendary Yandere girl. Should we act? A thug asked Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying nodded. Several thugs directly pulled the school beauty over, and one even pulled out a knife. Wu No will give you money, just let me go, okay? Seeing the blade, the school beauty finally broke down crying. Ding, you have prompted the genius actor unawakened version to be bullied in front of you. Hatred value 10000. Wait, Yang Yu called out. Everyone paused again, looking at Yang Yu, and the school bowtie's eyes reignited with hope. It seemed this person still had a conscience, the school beauty thought. They'll take out my phone to record this so I can study it later. Opportunities like this are rare. Yang Yu pouted and rummaged through her backpack. The hope in the school bowtie's eyes died out again. Ding host, the genius actor unawakened version, has experienced a roller coaster plot. Hatred value 10000. Perfect, another 10,000 earned. Huh, it seems I didn't bring it. Does anyone have a phone I can borrow? Yang Yu said with an innocent smile. Fuck, are you fucking crazy? The thug leader couldn't stand Yang Yu's teasing any longer. He raised his weapon to strike Yang Yu. What school bully? Today had show this girl what a real street bully was. Baji. Yang Yu's right leg kicked toward the thug's crotch. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of eggs cracking and silently covered their own groins. Yang Yu withdrew her long legs. Up. The thug leader screamed and collapsed to his knees. You saw it. He struck first. I was just defending myself. Ding host caused someone to temporarily lose fertility. Hatred value 400. 400. That was decent profit. Yang Yu decided to often make people lose their chicken in the future. Damn, she dared to hit our boss. Everyone attacked together. A thug thought this was the perfect moment to show off in front of the boss. He charged ahead, followed by others who were slower to react, also raising their weapons. Sai, I just came to watch the fun, but you're forcing me to fight, Yang Yu said helplessly. She stood still, waiting for them to charge one by one. Hooks, palm strikes, leg sweeps, sunflower finger pointing. She effortlessly executed various Chinese martial arts moves. These thugs who only knew wild punches were quickly knocked down, all bruised and swollen. Jiang Ying's jaw dropped. Just a moment ago the advantage was hers, now she was left alone. You bunch of useless trash. What use does your boss Long have for you? Wait till I go back and tell her how you were beaten down by a girl. You're always bragging. Jiang Ying yelled hysterically. The thugs, upon hearing the words, Boss Long, suddenly seemed to have taken a tonic. One by one they forced themselves to stand up. Let's attack together, as she can't handle all of us, a Wulong among the thugs shouted. Attacking together was indeed hard to handle. Yang Yu wasn't like the characters in TV dramas who could use clones. With many people she feared that chaos would defeat the master. In her previous life, she had transmigrated precisely because of such a situation, losing her little brother. Heartbreaking. So she decided to let others also experience the pain of losing their little brother. Before the thugs could act, Yang Yu threw off her heavy backpack, turning into a blur. A leg lift, a knee strike, a stomp on the bird. Baji, baji, baji. The sound of eggs cracking echoed one after another. Ding host caused someone to permanently lose fertility. Hatred value 800. Ding host caused someone to permanently lose fertility. Hatred value 800. Ding host caused someone to permanently lose fertility. Hatred value 800. Ding host caused someone to permanently lose fertility. Hatred value 800. Okay, done and dusted. Yang Yu looked at the row of groaning dyed-hair thugs on the ground, satisfied with the doubled hatred value. Zhao Nanxing had just been about to resign herself to her miserable fate when Yang Yu threw down her backpack right in front of her, and with a series of breathtakingly cool moves left the one surrogate gang of yellow-haired punks completely incapacitated. It seemed somewhat similar to the cloaked hero she had fantasized about rescuing her. Yang Yu in her white school uniform, her hair fluttering in the wind, exuded an androgynous charm. So a girl could be this handsome too. It was like a scene from a romantic drama, and Zhao Nanxing was the heroine being saved by the hero. Zhao Nanxing quickly shook her head. Her sexual orientation was perfectly normal, she mustn't be bent. Ding. Host has prevented the fall of a genius actor unawakened version. Reward 10000, emotional value. Ding. Host has caused the genius actor unawakened version to feel a flicker of heartbeat. Reward 1 lottery draw. Already smitten. What kind of cliched idol drama script did some hack writer come up with? Yang Yu silently complained, but this time she had hit the jackpot. She quickly called upon the system to draw the lottery. The big wheel spun noisily and finally came to a stop. Ding. Host has obtained the active skill showing off in public. Showing off in public, ignore partial conditions, show off in a crowd once. Skill cooldown 10 days. Ooh, what a great item. This is the perfect tool for showing off and slapping faces. Mom will never have to worry about my failed attempts to show off again. Turning back to the scene, Jiang Ying beside them stared with utter shock at the yellow-haired punks sprawled in chaos. This time, even if she called out, "Brother Dragon," they probably wouldn't get up again. They'd likely spend the rest of their lives without the company of their little brothers. Hey, I don't hit women, so get lost. Yang Yu picked up her backpack that had been thrown on the ground and dusted it off. Jiang Ying, who had always bullied others without ever failing, was utterly unable to accept this disruption. Upon hearing Yang Yu say she didn't hit women, she pointed at Yang Yu and cursed. Yang Yu, you freak. How relying on your martial arts to ruin my plans. How dare you save this white lotus? Scram. Yang Yu had always hated loudmouthed women, especially those engaged in school bullying. If it weren't for her principle of men don't hit women, she would have fought back. Jiang Ying, believing Yang Yu wouldn't actually strike her, grew more excited as she cursed. Yang Yu, do you even realize that despite your good looks, even resembling the superstar Hisusu, you can't even make the top 10 of the school beauty rankings? Because you're a freak. As a girl you act like a boy and neither nor monster. Slap. A palm landed on Jiang Ying's face, nearly knocking her off balance. The world instantly fell silent. You said you don't hit women. Jiang Ying cried from the pain, trembling in fear. Good thing you reminded me. I'm a girl, so I don't have to abide by that moral restraint. Yang Yu suddenly felt it was great to be a girl, instantly standing on the highest moral ground. From now on she could criticize other men freely. You. Want another slap? Scram before I change my mind. Seeing Yang Yu raise her hand again, Jiang Ying hurriedly ran back. Hey! Yang Yu suddenly called out. Jiang Ying stopped shakily, thinking she was being toyed with, that Yang Yu had changed her mind in less than a second and wouldn't let her go. From now on, stop bullying at school. We're all girls, why make things hard for each other? A slap hurts no matter whose face it lands on. Hearing this, Jiang Ying froze, nodded, and left. Zhao Nanxing, hearing Yang Yu's last words, felt that Yang Yu was glowing all over. Even more handsome than the boys who pursued her. Ding. Host has caused the genius actor unawakened version to feel a flicker of heartbeat. Affection value 10000. Hearing this, Yang Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, a saintly heart was easiest to fool. But she was a bit disappointed that it wasn't another lottery draw. Thank you, Zhao Nanxing said shyly. No need. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Hearing these words, Zhao Nanxing felt an unprecedented clarity. What kind of person must have such a noble sentiment to utter such a line? Watching Yang Yu's retreating figure, doing good deeds without expecting anything in return, Zhao Nanxing felt herself being bent from a steel rod just a little bit. Ding. Host has caused the genius actor unawakened version to feel a flicker of heartbeat. Affection value 10000. Hearing this, Yang Yu shook her head. Too naive, too easily fooled. This line was originally from Spider-Man, but this world was a parallel one with underdeveloped entertainment culture. Yang Yu could casually pull out any classic quote and dazzle a crowd. Although it wasn't right to deceive people's feelings, sooner or later they'd be deceived by some stinky man anyway, so it was better to be deceived by her. At least she only fooled their emotions, not their bodies. Damn, thinking about it made him feel so wronged. He needed to go home and bully his brother to feel better. Meanwhile, Yes brother Yang Buwei was in an aristocratic middle school, poking his lunchbox with a metal spoon, agonizing over one thing, whether he should assert his family status. Ever since his graphics card had been taken by his sister, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But he couldn't beat her in a fight, nor could he outwit her. That graphics card would probably never make it into his hands. They were all rebellious teenagers. Why should he have to tolerate this? Hey, what are you thinking about? Not eating. The classmate sitting with Yang Buwei asked him. Yang Buwei looked up. The person in front of him was also a formidable figure named Gu Xiqing. His father, like Yang Buwei's father Yang Han, was the chairman of one of the top 100 companies in the country. It could be said that in the aristocratic middle school his family background was illustrious and he himself was extremely outstanding, the school heartthrob of the entire high school. Moreover, he excelled in both arts and martial arts. His academic scores were always first in the entire school, nearly 100 points ahead of the second place, and in martial arts, he held multiple youth tournament champion honors. Compared to him, Yang Buwei, aside from competing on his father's merits, seemed like nothing more than a useless glutton. If it were him, he would definitely teach that clueless sister a lesson. But this guy, young as he was, already had many girls liking him. Even during this meal, many people asked for his WeChat. If his sister also threw herself at him, that would be a disaster. Damn, what was he thinking? She was his sister, sure, but he hated her. She could like whoever she wanted. Suddenly, Yang Buwei stood up like a madman, spilling food all over the table. What are you doing? Gu Xiqing, fortunately quick to react, otherwise he would have been splashed with soup again, ruining his handsome image. Sorry. Yang Buwei said, extremely embarrassed when he realized what he had done. It's okay. What's been up with you lately? Distracted? Gu Xiqing asked him. Yang Buwei pursed his lips, too embarrassed to say. No need to tell me. I could tell just by wiggling my toes. You've been bullied again by that sister of yours who's more manly than a man, right? Gu Xiqing said confidently. Seeing Yang Buwei open his mouth but not speak, he crossed his legs and said, It's just that you spoil her. If it were me, I'd have taught her a long time ago, making her call me brother every day and go west when I say west, never east. Call me brother every day. Go west and never east. Yang Buwei especially wished that were true. That was probably a scene only possible in dreams. How should I teach her a lesson then? Will you help me? Yang Buwei asked. First of all, I certainly want to take action myself. I don't hit girls. But I do know some people who are good at scaring kids, Gu Xiqing said in a pretentious manner. Seeing Yang Buwei hesitate, he added, at most a few slaps, nothing serious. It's just to teach her that there's always someone better and to make her less arrogant. She'll surely behave better afterward. Yang Buwei thought for a while, recalling all the times his sister bullied him, and hardened his heart. All right, introduce them to me. I'll take them to scare my sister, but no hitting. Gu Xiqing was speechless. You? Fine. Wait for me after school to make a call. Scene shifts to after school. Gu Xiqing and Yang Buwei stood at the entrance, and the former made a call. In less than 20 minutes, 5 or 6 motorcycles roared over with engine sounds, and the sight truly intimidated Yang Buwei. At the front was a burly man with a muscular back and a coiled azure dragon tattoo on his right arm. He looked like a gangster. Young Master Gu, what's the matter? The man asked, bowing and scraping as he got off his motorcycle. An adult treating a high school student with such deference was particularly absurd. However, neither the burly man nor his subordinates thought anything was wrong. First, young Master Gu was a true rich second generation, and second, he himself was a prodigy. They had become friends through a fight. Could you imagine a nearly 30-year-old burly man being knocked down by a high school student in under 5 rounds? Gu Xiqing had done it. After being thrashed like that, Brother Long had been completely obedient to this guy ever since. Brother Long, do my friend Yang Buwei a favor, Gu Xiqing said, pointing at Yang Buwei. Brother Yang. The man called Brother Long greeted respectfully. A friend of a prodigy must also be a prodigy. Brother Yang, just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best. Yang Buwei scratched his head. Because his family environment was very strict, he wasn't used to dealing with these gangsters, and he was too embarrassed to say that he wanted to bring people to scare his sister. It was too shameful. So he quietly pulled Brother Long aside and told him what he needed help with. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing looked over Brother Long's underlings. These guys with dyed yellow hair used to be as imposing as could be, but now how come they were all bruised and swollen as if they'd been in a fierce fight, and their eyes were shifty, looking effeminate? What all been to Thailand? Gu Xiqing asked curiously. What happened to you? Got beaten up? No one answered. A group of yellow-haired guys lowered their heads in shame. Seeing the awkward situation, one of them quickly explained, No, we had a fight with another group a few days ago. Don't judge us by our appearance. Those guys probably can't stand up for a month, haha. Yeah, haha. The yellow-haired guys behind joined in, forcing smiles with pained expressions. They dared not tell the real reason. Not even Brother Long knew. In fact, they had been beaten up by a middle school girl a few days ago, and even their manhood was almost lost. Their abilities had plummeted, and in the future they'd probably only be able to be besties with girls. Really? Gu Xiqing looked incredulous. You mean we're going to deal with a middle school girl? Brother Long exclaimed in surprise after hearing Yang Bue's words. Hearing the words, middle school girl, those yellow-haired guys instinctively tightened their legs and exchanged glances. It can't be that coincidental, they thought. Brother Long, my sister knows martial arts. I can't handle her, Yang Bue added. Martial arts? The yellow-haired guy's hands started trembling. They vividly remembered that the girl back then had used all kinds of martial arts to beat them down and then made them lose their manhood. Definitely not that coincidental. They encouraged each other with their eyes. Even if they could no longer be good brothers, they were definitely good sisters now. Gu Siqing had long noticed that these yellow-haired guys were hiding something, but he couldn't be bothered to inquire. Alright then, but I'm not going to deal with the girl. In a few days take my men to check it out. Brother Long said with a tone of slight contempt. So even a prodigy's friend could be a loser. Okay, thank you, Brother Long. Yang Bue saw that Brother Long had brought 7 or 8 men, all wounded, looking like seasoned fighters who lived in constant danger. They would definitely intimidate his cluelessly arrogant sister, and she wouldn't dare bully him anymore. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, who was obediently attending class, was very troubled. He had helped the school beauty solve a bullying incident, and somehow news had leaked out. People were calling him Yang the Benevolent, saying he could help others solve bullying for free. As a result, many believers brought a bottle of drink or a bag of snacks, begging Yang Yu for help. This turned Yang Yu from a school bully who farmed hatred points into a godfather who farmed affection points. It seemed that as long as they offered something, he would protect them. So it's all the same in the end. Affection and hatred can both be converted into emotions, Yang Yu thought. He looked at the table full of snacks and drinks. Now he would be busy. But having emotion points to farm and fights to fight was great. Time to work. After eating and drinking his fill, Yang Yu pulled back his chair and walked out. The students and teacher in the classroom were already used to this bully's truancy. They turned a blind eye and pretended not to notice. Ding Ho successfully helped someone escape school bullying. Affection points 1,000. Yang Yu clapped his hands, having beaten a group of bullies so badly they fled in disarray. Yang the Benevolent, thank you. I thought no one would ever save me. Sometimes I felt like I would become depressed, a girl said, crying and hugging Yang Yu. This isn't me taking advantage, she's throwing herself into my arms, Yang Yu thought happily as he patted the girl's back. Meanwhile, not far away, the school beauty, Zhao Nanqing, was approaching with a face full of jealousy. Ding Host caused the prodigy actor unawakened version to feel jealousy. Jealousy points 10000. Oh wow, this kind of good thing. Yang Yu quickly hugged tighter. Ding Host caused the prodigy actor unawakened version to feel jealousy. Hatred points 10000. Hey, so quickly love turned to hate. Girls change their faces so fast. How long are you two going to hug? Zhao Nanqing asked quietly. Hearing the school bowtie's voice, the girl quickly pushed Yang Yu away, looking exactly like a mistress caught in the act by the main wife. Yang the Benevolent, goodbye. They'll thank you properly in the future. The girl ran away shyly. She's already running. I still need to use her to farm hatred. Yang Yu watched her leave reluctantly. So you like this type, eh? Zhao Nanqing asked him. What do you want? Yang Yu asked coldly. A school beauty that can't be used to farm hatred is not a good school beauty. Ding Host caused the prodigy actor unawakened version to feel jealousy. Jealousy points 10000. Perfect, this is my good school beauty. Yang Yu suppressed his smile and continued to pretend to be cold. From Yang the Lunatic to Yang the Benevolent, your reputation changed quickly, huh? Zhao Nanqing ignored his coldness and smiled. Then I still prefer Yang the Lunatic. At least it sounds domineering, Yang Yu muttered. You? Zhao Nanqing was so angry her chest hurt. She had never been so humiliated before in her life. Ding Host made the prodigy actor unawakened version so angry she's speechless. Hatred points 10000. Yang Yu looked at Zhao Nanqing's panting state and felt it was enough. He couldn't really drive the school beauty away. She was a sustainable resource. From now on, for farming emotion points at school, he'd rely on the school beauty at home on his brother. Have you eaten? He'll treat you to the cafeteria using your meal card, Yang Yu said. Okay. Zhao Nanqing smiled upon hearing that. At least Yang Yu only ate with her. That was her privilege. Ding Host made the prodigy actor unawakened version feel happy. Affection points 10000. Sai Yang Yu shook his head. Innocent girls are too easy to fool. The food in the school cafeteria was actually quite unpalatable, but Zhao Nanqing ate with great delight. Across from her, Yang Yu ate in silence, yet the school beauty felt that this was enough. The two of them quiet and peaceful, a moment of serene beauty. After a couple of bites, Yang Yu felt full and slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to head home. Hey Yang Dianfeng, wait a moment. I want to show you something. The school beauty, Zhao Nanqing, suddenly called out. Yang Yu reluctantly waited for her. She pulled out her phone and opened a link in front of Yang Yu. It was a voting page, and Yang Yu's name was now at the top. What's this? The school's beauty contest election. You don't even know about that? Zhao Nanqing asked in surprise. Yang Yu shook his head. He had never actually visited this website, at most he just joined in when others were talking about it. Tisk, what kind of girl likes to stir up trouble everywhere like you? You don't even pay attention to topics like the beauty contest. You should at least have some competitive spirit. Zhao Nanqing pouted. "I'm not some little girl. Nothing much, I'm leaving." Yang Yu said nonchalantly. "Well, what if you become the new beauty queen?" Zhao Nanqing said with a gloating expression. "Off." Yang Yu was astonished. He took her phone and saw that he really was first place. What a disaster. Because you've been helping those bullied classmates lately, everyone is grateful to you, so they all voted for you. Congratulations, the new campus beauty Yang. Zhao Nanqing happily announced this big news. So how about it? Are you happy? Yang Yu looked at her cheering and jumping with joy, puzzled as to why she was so happy when he had clearly stolen her title. "I don't care at all. I'd rather be the campus heartthrob." Yang Yu muttered, then turned and left. "See you tomorrow, campus beauty Yang Yu." Zhao Nanqing called out from behind. The sound drew the attention of a large number of classmates around. Yang Yu was mortified. He pulled his clothes up to cover his face. Gosh darn it, this time, Zhao Nanqing had managed to get one over on him. That girl was definitely doing it on purpose. Yang Yu hurried out of the cafeteria as if the place were filled with poison gas. "Host, actually you were a little happy just now," the system suddenly said. "Bullshit." Yang Yu snapped back. Walking on the way back, Yang Yu clearly heard someone behind him say, "See, that's the new campus beauty. She's pretty good looking, but her walk is a bit strange like a boy's." Normally Yang Yu would have stopped and given him a punch, but this time he chose to walk a bit more femininely. After a few steps, however, he couldn't stand it anymore and started whistling again, hands in pockets, swaggering along with a careless air. "Yeah, much more comfortable like this." At the school gate, a group of punks with dyed blonde hair were waiting impatiently. "Sorry," Yang Buwei said with an apologetic smile. He scratched his head. Logically, Yang Yu should have been out of school by now, unless she was eating dinner at school. But as far as he knew, she didn't like the food at this crappy school, and even though her mother treated her badly, at least the meals at home were ample and good quality. Meanwhile, on the punk side, Xiao Chong, "This is the school that Jiangning brought us to that day, right?" "Yes, seems like it. It can't be that girl again, right? That guy is inhuman, like a ghost. When fighting you can't even see her moves. It shouldn't be that coincidental." The one called Xiao Chong also looked around nervously. His little brother did not want to suffer another severe blow. The doctor said it was a miracle that he survived. Just then a sporadic whistle sounded. "How that sounds familiar," Xiao Chong said. All the blonde punks stood up with a jolt like rabbits hearing the sound of a predator. At the end of the road, a lowly-like, pure and beautiful girl in a white school uniform, whistling, walked step by step against the setting sun. In the eyes of the punks, this beautiful scene was like the arrival of death. She's here, she's here. "Everyone get ready, back me up," Yang Buwei said excitedly. But he didn't notice that the thugs who had been swaggering just moments ago were now pale-faced. "I think I left the gas stove on at home, I need to go back." One blonde punk quickly slipped away. The others, though they looked down on him, were also itching to leave. "Oh, big brother, you came to pick me up from school today," Yang Yu said when he saw his brother. At the same time, he noticed the group of thugs. Their bruised and swollen faces looked very familiar. "Haha." Yang Buwei laughed wildly, feeling more domineering than ever. "Pick you up. I'm here to teach you a lesson." Yang Yu reached out and felt Yang Buwei's forehead. "You're not even running a fever." That white jade-like little hand remained on Yang Buwei's head. The warm touch made the latter's face flush bright red, and he quickly slapped the hand away. You don't think you can sweet-talk me. See, my brother's behind me. If you don't return my graphics card today, you're not going home," Yang Buwei said fiercely. Yang Yu tilted his head and looked at the blonde punks. He didn't know how cute he looked at that moment, but the punks were so scared they stepped back hastily. "A few brothers, you look quite familiar," Yang Yu said with an innocent, harmless smile. "Mommy, this is terrifying." One blonde punk was so scared he immediately started his motorcycle and fled. Even Yang Buwei, as dense as he was, realized something was off. Not only had one run away, but all the thugs had silently retreated to 3 meters away, as if Yang Yu were the one with superior numbers. "Brother, you're going to teach me a lesson with them. How much longer until you reach my mature age?" Yang Yu sighed and shook his head in disappointment. "You? Just return my graphics card, and he'll let bygones be bygones." Yang Buwei stammered nervously, apparently realizing that this sister of his was not so easily intimidated. She's so stubborn and unwilling to see reason. Yang Yu felt heartbroken. "Brother, I've recently learned a new trick. Want to try it?" Yang Yu grinned wickedly as he stepped closer, clearly adopting a Yandere demeanor. You, what are you doing? If you come any closer, I'll scream for help." Yang Yu suddenly lifted his leg and kicked toward the target. "Out!" Yang Buwei collapsed in pain, clutching his groin. Now he could be directly renamed Yang Wei. Ding! The host has struck a vital part of a genius esports unawakened version player. Hatred points increased by 3,000. Damn, that's a lot of points. I wonder if I can keep farming them, Yang Yu thought. Damn, it's that move. The thugs seemed to recall the tragic scene from that afternoon. Now, whenever they saw eggs, they remembered the day of broken eggs and shattered hopes, let alone the fact that Yang Yu had just demonstrated it again for them. The group all twisted their motorcycle handles and fled in panic. Holy shit, this was too terrifying. They would never dare to bully middle school or high school students again. They were all damn freaks. In the hospital. Which beast did this? If I find out, I'll slaughter his entire family. Doctor, my son. He's not going to be crippled, is he? He just suffered a shock. He'll be fine after resting a while. Don't worry. At the door, Yang Yu was eavesdropping while eating an apple. Hearing Zhang Xianer wailing, he couldn't help but smirk. In theory, he had used the lost the rooster kick so many times that he knew its limits. He only meant to give Yang Bui a slight ache, but the boy was too weak. He immediately collapsed on the road, crying for his parents, claiming he was ruined, turning into a girl, no longer a man. Yang Yu had no choice but to send him to the hospital. When Zhang Xianer got the news, she assumed her son was finished, so she notified her husband and rushed over. He had collapsed on the road, wailing that he was ruined, turning into a girl, no longer a man, so Yang Yu had to send him to the hospital. After Zhang Xianer heard the news, she thought her son was finished, called the father, and hurried over. After the doctor finished his explanation, he pushed open the door and saw a girl squatting by the doorway eating an apple. She looked exceptionally cute, so he couldn't resist patting her head. The girl Yang Yu, who had truly turned into a girl, watched speechlessly as the doctor walked away, strongly tempted to stand up and make him try the lost the chance kick as well. Tell mommy who bullied you, and I'll make it right for you, Zhang Xianer asked. Hearing this, Yang Yu figured that if she learned the truth, she wouldn't let him stay. Besides, his father never cared for him, and his home might soon be unbearable. However, he had already prepared a way out. As the wealthy bastard daughter, he had saved up quite a sum over the years. It was time to join the entertainment industry with the system's help. In this world, the entertainment industry was developing at a snail's pace. Bringing the memories from his original world would be a crushing blow. Time to charge into the entertainment world and wreak havoc. Mommy, I accidentally fell off my bike. I'll be more careful next time. Really? Then why did Yang Yu bring you here? She bullied you, didn't she? Zhang Xianer's tone was full of suspicion. She just happened to see it, Yang Bui replied. Yang Yu frowned at the doorway, genuinely puzzled by Yang Bui's logic. Why was he covering for her with Zhang Xianer? Could it be he planned to use this to threaten her later? Little sister, you wouldn't want this to get out, would you? At the thought, Yang Yu shuddered with disgust. Just then a phone rang from inside the room, and Zhang Xianer ran out to answer it. At the door, she shot a glare at Yang Yu. If anyone dares to bully my son, I'll take their life, Zhang Xianer declared. Clearly, it was aimed at Yang Yu. A woman's sixth sense is strong. Even with mere suspicion, she seemed ready to skin him alive. Yang Yu flipped a middle finger at Zhang Xianer as she walked around the corner to take the call. This woman must be up to some shady business behind everyone's back. Then Yang Yu walked into Yang Bui's hospital room. What are you doing in here? Yang Bui asked fearfully as Yang Yu approached step by step. You know too much. I'm here to silence you, Yang Yu said with a wicked grin. Hey you better stop, or I'll call for help. Terrified, Yang Bui sat up and pressed himself against the wall, convinced his sister might actually do something like that. Seeing how spineless Yang Bui was, Yang Yu couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. That laugh stunned Yang Bui. In the past, Yang Yu's laugh had always been masculine, but this time it truly sounded a bit like a girl's. Ding. The host caused the genius esports player unawakened version to feel a hint of heart flutter. Affection value 10000. Yang Yu froze and immediately called to the system in his mind. We're siblings, what the hell are you doing? This damn system was getting more and more inappropriate. Yang Yu announced he wanted a refund. Host, you're overthinking it. This heart flutter also covers deepening sibling and friendly bonds, not just romantic love, you know. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, this kind of plot only happened in the little videos he watched, but he still suspected the system was fooling a kid. Realizing Yang Yu was just joking, Yang Bui angrily sat back in the bed. Why didn't you tell your mom the truth? Yang Yu asked. Yang Bui thought for a moment and said, Mom and Dad don't treat you well anyway. If they found out about this, you'd have an even harder time. Yang Yu was stunned for a moment. When you go back, I'll give you that graphics card, Yang Yu said, scratching his head. Really? Yang Bui jumped up happily. This kick was totally worth it. Yang Yu was speechless. He never liked bullying fools, so he decided to be nicer to his brother from now on. You're just a year away from the college entrance exam. You should play less on your computer, Yang Yu said, pulling a stool over and sitting by the bed. Well, actually I know with my grades I won't make it anyway, Yang Bui said with a bitter smile. Then what are you planning? Go work at Dad's company. That was the perk of being a rich kid. Even if you couldn't get into university, you could still reach the peak of life. Actually, I want to be a pro esports player, Yang Bui said excitedly, then lowered his head. But Mom and Dad would never agree. Was this the genius awakening? Yang Yu wondered. Why care about them? Walk your own path, Yang Yu encouraged. He wanted to see just how extraordinary this genius was. Easy for you to say. Why don't you defy them and walk your own path? See if Dad doesn't break your leg, Yang Bui said with a bitter laugh. Yang Yu laughed. Someone actually walking right into his trap. He said, just wait. The time is coming soon. I'll surprise you then. Yang Bui looked up and saw the confident light sparkling in Yang Yu's eyes. That light gave her a beauty that blended both genders. The youth and maiden perfectly fused. Ding. The host caused the genius esports player unawakened version to feel a hint of heart flutter. Affection value 10000. Damn, Yang Yu froze again. This system notification made him incredibly awkward. It was the first time he earned emotion points with such guilt. Little sister, if mom treats you so badly, could it be that you're not her biological daughter? Yang Buwei suddenly whispered. Holy crap. Yang Yu jumped to his feet in shock. The kid actually guessed it. Yang Yu felt even more guilty. This secret should only be known to 3 people in the family. Unless Zhang Xianer had inadvertently let something slip. No, he had to make use of this secret immediately, or it would become common knowledge and worthless. Yang Yu silently planned. Seeing Yang Yu's reaction, Yang Buwei quickly said, I was just joking. Don't be upset. Yang Yu wanted to roll his eyes. Who jokes like that? Just then Zhang Xianer walked in. She glanced at Yang Yu and said, you go home first. Your father wants to see you. Yang Yu was surprised. His father, who was always too busy to stop, rarely paid attention to him. Why would he want to see him today? Back home, his father Yang Han was waiting in his room. At that moment, Yang Yu's genius radar began beeping. Only a genius could have built the company to such a scale. So Yang Yu resolved today to reap as much emotion value as possible to improve his attributes. Time was running out before he entered the entertainment industry. Yang Han was sitting at Yang Yu's desk flipping through his workbook. There was not a single word on it, only Ultraman drawings. This silent pressure would have made anyone else tremble in fear. But Yang Yu wasn't scared. He sat down casually next to his father Yang Han. After all, the man had dirt on him. I always thought girls liked dolls, but I didn't expect you to be so fond of Ultraman. Yang Han seemed not inclined to scold his daughter for drawing in her homework. His sharply defined face was exceptionally cold, betraying no emotion. Yang Yu shrugged and said, maybe I'm just not normal. Because my soul is male, you'd never guess he. Yang Han was taken aback by this response, pausing for a moment. He then asked, do you know why I'm looking for you? Yang Yu shook her head. Seeing his daughter's bewildered expression, Yang Han felt he had regained control of the conversation. Your brother is injured, as you know, Yang Han said. Yang Yu nodded obediently. His mother said he fell off his bike and you happened to see it and took him to the hospital. Is that true? Yang Han asked. It seemed his father didn't believe the story. Yang Yu chose to remain silent, thinking, he wants to trick me. Huh, not a chance. Your mother might be gullible, but I'm not. Tell me, how did your brother really get hurt? I kicked him, Yang Yu replied directly. Yang Han was momentarily speechless. He had suspected Yang Yu was involved, but logically the guilty Yang Yu should have stammered and lied. Why was it not going as he expected? How strange. Why did you kick him? Yang Han pressed on. I felt like it. Do I need a reason? Yang Yu continued. You? Yang Han was utterly speechless, forgetting what to say. Ding. The host has rendered the genius merchant awakened version speechless with anger. Fury points 100000. Whoa, impressive. So an awakened genius can give this much. Yang Yu thought, suddenly brimming with battle spirit. If I don't milk a few million emotion points today, they'll change my surname. Do you realize that Yang Buwei is my only son? If you had actually crippled him, do you know how serious the consequences would be? Yang Han asked. He wondered if his 15-year-old daughter understood the concept of continuing the family line. You're not that old. You can still have another child, Yang Yu replied earnestly. You? It seemed his daughter not only understood, but had generously offered him a solution. Ding. The host has rendered the genius merchant awakened version speechless with anger. Fury points 100000. Yang Han took a deep breath. If it were Yang Buwei, he would have already raised his hand and taught him why flowers are red. Perhaps Yang Yu was too young to grasp the importance of certain matters, so Yang Han decided to change his approach. In this family, your mother and I, and your brother, none of us really like you. Do you understand? If your mother finds out what you did, do you think you can stay here? She would torment you to death every day, Yang Han said, standing up. Yang Yu smiled and said, she wasn't great to me before, but I'm still alive, aren't I? Yang Han took another deep breath. That's because you never posed a threat to her. Get it? Yang Yu nodded, indicating she understood. Seeing that Yang Yu didn't argue, Yang Han felt he could finally talk to her properly. He looked at her and saw her gazing back with watery eyes. Those eyes were so much like her biological mother, the now sensational A-list star Hisusu. It was those clear, translucent eyes that had captivated him back then. When Hisusu wasn't smiling, her eyes were like glass marbles, round and bright. When she smiled, they became like a serene forest green moon lake, calm and gentle. Ding. The host has made the genius merchant awakened version recall his true love. Guilt points 100000. Damn. I was just trying to play the pitiful card, but I've stumbled upon some huge gossip. Yang Yu thought. So dad's true love was his mother Hisusu. Then why did he abandon his wife and child in the first place? In the end, love couldn't compete with career. Scumbag. Zhang Xianer and Yang Buwei were his wife and son. Oh, that doesn't change anything. No, this counts as marital infidelity. Still a scumbag. Yang Han spoke in a slightly gentler tone. So do you know what you should do next? Yang Yu tilted her head, obediently thought for a moment, and said seriously, how about you get a divorce and marry someone who will treat me well? Yang Han was completely stunned. He realized that this child was deliberately provoking him today. Yang Yu, be serious? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Han slammed his fist on the desk, making the pencil case and books jump. Ding. The host has infuriated the genius merchant awakened version. Fury points 200000. Seeing that Yang Han had seen through him, Yang Yu stopped pretending. She crossed her arms, propped her legs, and said, "What do you want me to do? I've always done things my own way. I don't know how to play the obedient child." Yang Han looked at the defiant Yang Yu and understood that this was her true nature. Strangely enough, the son he doted on had become a coward. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, who had been treated unequally by Zhang Xianer, actually resembled him more in character. This thought made him look at the defiant Yang Yu with less anger. However, he had to make Yang Yu understand that before she left this home and became independent, she must lie low and avoid turning the household upside down by clashing with Zhang Xianer. Zhang Xianer was his lawful wife, and he already owed her a great deal. Although their marriage was an alliance with no emotional foundation, the Zhang family had provided him with immense support in the early days of his career. His extramarital affair had already caused Zhang Xianer's family too much harm. Worse, he had ended up keeping Yang Yu, the illegitimate daughter, out of a soft heart. That incident nearly led Zhang Xianer to divorce him. If not for his father-in-law's mediation, Yang Han would have lost the Zhang family's backing and consequently everything. In the end, he had promised his father-in-law that Zhang Xianer and Yang Buwei would never suffer any more grievances. So even when he learned that Zhang Xianer had sent his son to an elite school, while sending Yang Yu to the worst private school, he didn't intervene. Over the years, he had never inquired about Yang Yu leaving everything to Zhang Xianer for fear of creating any rift. But he never expected Yang Yu to be so rebellious, openly retaliating against her brother. "If you want to stay in this family, listen to me. If something like this happens again, you can leave this home," Yang Han said in a pretended stern voice. Where could a young girl go if she left home? She would have no choice but to compromise. But Yang Yu couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. "Just what I was hoping for. I was planning to walk out anyway." She had been worried that her father wouldn't let her go, but instead he was driving her away. "To tell you the truth, I'm planning to leave this family," Yang Yu said. "What a..." Yang Han thought he had misheard. How could a young girl dare to utter such bold words? "I said I'm about to finish middle school, so I can leave this home now," Yang Yu repeated. "How, where will you go?" Yang Han laughed bitterly. "I'm serious. I want to join the entertainment industry. I want to sing and act," Yang Yu declared. The entertainment industry. Yang Han's mind went blank. This daughter was eventually going to follow the same path as her mother. That chaotic world. He would never allow anyone from the Yang family to enter it. "You wish," Yang Han said, but looking at Yang Ye's earnest expression, it reminded him of his Susu after giving birth. Resolute and earnest, saying, "Han, from now on we are done." Ding. The host has made the genius merchant awakened version recall his true love. Guilt points 1000000. Damn. If I'd known Dad was so generous, why would I bother bullying my brother? I could just come bully Dad every day, Yang Yu thought. But wait. Dad was the one driving me away, and now he's stopping me. What's his game? Looks like I need to resort to my trump card. Seeing his daughter's earnest expression, Yang Han was once again reminded of the girl in his heart. Back then they were young, impulsive, and prone to mistakes. Now that he had matured, he absolutely could not allow his daughter to step into the chaotic entertainment industry. The daughter of Chairman Yang, the great Tycoon, prancing and preening in the entertainment world. He would be the laughingstock of his peers. Where would he hide his face? "No matter what, I forbid you from entering the entertainment industry." Yang Han fumed. "I've allowed you some leeway in this household, but not to the point of excess." He believed he had already made concessions. Negotiations and deals rarely saw him yield. But this daughter had given him quite the surprise today. Yang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Once I've made a decision, I seldom change it." At this, Yang Han's anger flared completely, his eyes practically shooting sparks, while Yang Yu met his gaze without flinching. They stared at each other for nearly a minute, and that minute slowly calmed Yang Han down. His daughter's unyielding, resolute eyes instead gave him a feeling of like father, like daughter. At least in his company, no one could withstand his stare for more than 10 seconds. If only she were his son, Yang Han thought, then he would have an heir. Though his anger had dissipated, and he even felt some pride, Yang Han still put up an angry front. He simply could not accept his daughter entering the entertainment industry. Ding. Host has made the genius businessman awakened version feel gratified. Affection value increased by 1000. This time Yang Yu was stunned. So Dad had a masochistic side. The harder she pushed, the more he seemed to like her. "Do you know how furious I am right now?" Yang Han pretended to rage. "Dad, the system has already exposed you." With the system to see through others' minds, Yang Yu became even more emboldened. Seeing that intimidation no longer worked on Yang Yu, Yang Han deliberated and decided to use another tactic. Like a monarch who had everything under control, he said, "You should understand that you are still a minor. Any activity in the entertainment industry requires a guardian's signature. Without my consent, you cannot join the industry, nor can you sign with any company." That did seem like a vulnerable point. Yang Yu pondered. Because she was underage, all signatures would be invalid, so she must have a guardian. And Dad disagreed. Mom would be even less likely to listen to her. When Yang Han saw Yang Yu fall silent like a damp squib deep in thought, he finally broke into a smile. The little girl still couldn't escape his 5 fingers. He was triumphant, happier than when he closed a billion-dollar deal. Yang Yu had given him this sense of victory. He never expected to encounter such an opponent at home, having rarely met his match in business. This feeling of triumph made him feel decades younger, reminding him of his own fiery youth. Ding. Host has made the genius businessman awakened version feel immensely accomplished. Affection value increased by 1000. Feeling certain of victory, Yang Han stood up. That's enough for today. At least until you come of age, don't even think about joining the entertainment industry. Stay home and behave, little one. Yang Yu frowned. Before coming of age. The system had given her a deadline of before 15 years old, and the penalty for failure was that every time she passed gas, others would hear it. Damn, if that penalty actually came true, how could she still live on Earth? She might as well be reincarnated. So today she had to defeat Yang Han in a way he couldn't refuse. She watched her father about to leave put down her crossed legs, straightened up, and exuded a fighting spirit. Sir, you wouldn't want others to know about your illegitimate daughter, would you? Yang Yu said in a low voice. Yang Han, who had reached the door, stopped in his tracks, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He turned back and saw the girl's delicate face under the light. And the girl smiled provocatively, tipping the scales of victory decisively in her favor. She had cheated, but there was no referee here. Ding. Host has exposed the genius businessman awakened version's secret, causing him fear. Terror value increased by 1000. How could you know this? Who told you? Yang Han demanded. I not only know this, I also know that my mother is Isusu. Yang Yu continued, preparing to deliver the final blow to the man who had been so domineering moments ago. Ding. Host has made the genius businessman awakened version feel terrified. Terror value increased by 1000. Yang Han was completely stunned. The secret he had hidden for over a decade he thought would never be mentioned again. It was Zhang Xianer who told you, wasn't it? Yang Yu chose silence. She couldn't very well say she was a time traveler who had known this secret since birth. Yang Han grew somewhat frantic, slamming the table. I knew she never forgave me. Ding. Host has provoked the genius businessman awakened version's family relationships. Hatred value increased by 1000. I didn't do it, I swear. System, you bastard, you're framing me again. Yang Yu felt another black pot strapped to her back. Ding. Host has defeated the genius businessman awakened version. Reward 1 lottery draw. Yang Yu was ecstatic. The lottery she had been dreaming of day and night had finally arrived. She quickly chose to use it. The system will spun with a whir. Ding. Host has obtained the active skill immersion. Immersion allows oneself to perfectly embody a scene, enabling better reactions and emotions. Maximum duration 1 day. Cooldown 10 days. Well, isn't this just a simulation? Yang Yu grumbled. But as an actor it might be somewhat useful, though the cooldown was a bit long. Still, how effective was it? Yang Yu was curious. So what do you want? Yang Han asked weakly, like a defeated general. Setting the skill aside for now, Yang Yu returned to the scene of her confrontation with her father. Pride goes before a fall. She couldn't let her guard down until the very end. She replied, I just want to join the entertainment industry. This secret will never be known to anyone else. Yang Han gave a helpless laugh. You're threatening me. Threatening me with your own background. He thought for a moment, then continued wearily. Do you know that when you were born I actually didn't want you? You were a burden to me, a ticking bomb. The best course for me was to kick you far away. Yang Yu listened silently without response. But then you called me dad, and I know it might have been a mishearing, but I was stunned. My heart was overjoyed. I thought if I couldn't keep your mother, maybe I could keep you. You who look so much like her, the child of her and me. Yang Yu seemed to see a lion bow its head. This man was playing the emotional card, and she, who was usually emotionally sparse, didn't know how to respond. She could only say guiltily, I'm sorry. I just want to enter the entertainment industry. I didn't. Yang Han waved his hand. In truth, I have no regrets. Even when you threatened me just now, I still didn't regret it. I just feel sad that we've come to this. There's not even a trace of father-daughter affection between us. From the moment I came in until now, you haven't once called me dad. Yang Yu was stunned. Indeed, she hadn't called him dad even once. To her, Yang Han was just an opponent. Partly because she was reborn and transmigrated, but the other part. Yang Yu felt herself losing ground under Yang Han's emotional assault. If this continued, she would be consumed by guilt and defeat. She had barely secured victory with her trump card, only to be burdened with guilt for life. What kind of game was this? You hate me, don't you, Yuer? Yang Han looked up at the girl before him. This was his final card. No one could beat him at emotional manipulation. He had used this trick to win over his father-in-law, to make Isusu fall in love with him, to make Zhang Xianer forgive him. Today he would use it to win Yang Ye's father-daughter affection and make her give up on joining the entertainment industry. Facing Yang Han's relentless emotional appeal, Yang Yu decided to cheat after a moment of thought. He had just obtained a cheat and hadn't tested its effects yet, so why not use it on this scoundrel Yang Han? He summoned the system and chose to activate the immersive mode. Ding. Host immersive mode has been activated. You may deactivate it at will. She felt her emotions gradually taking over, envisioning a father-daughter confrontation. Memories of her experiences with Yang Han flooded back, and a surge of hatred and grievance dominated her thoughts. Yes, it was hatred. Yang Yu felt a torrent of hatred surging from within, previously suppressed, now unleashed like a spring by Yang Han, flowing endlessly. With hatred and grievance, Yang Yu began to speak one word at a time. From birth till now, I've exchanged no more than 3 words with you. When others had their parents' company, I could only pretend I didn't need it. When my brother constantly received gifts, I could only fiddle with my tattered doll and tell Zhang Xianer that I liked it. Because if I said I didn't like it, Zhang Xianer would be happy. She took pleasure in bullying me. I didn't want to make her happy, so I accepted everything she gave me that I disliked. That way Zhang Xianer couldn't bully me. Though these emotions were simulated, Yang Yu felt as if her true feelings were being drawn out. Years of grievance and hatred made her weep uncontrollably. Sobbing, the innocent and beautiful young girl cried like pear blossoms in the rain. She said, "You don't know this, but I've always been bullying my brother. All his toys were ones I had played with before. When he played games, I'd snatch them away. Because he could earn mom and dad's love, while I could only pretend to be happy with everything. Every time you came back, Dad, you'd play with my brother, and I could only pretend not to care from the sidelines. But I needed it. I longed for that one time, when after playing with my brother you'd pat my head. But you always walked straight past me as if I didn't exist. At home I pretended to be a good girl. At school everyone called me a bully because all I knew was fighting. But what could I do? In that chaotic school, if I didn't act tough, I'd be harassed by a crowd. Because no one was willing to protect me." Yang Han was utterly stunned, staring at the weeping Yang Yu, his heart overflowing with guilt. Over the years, to avoid creating a rift with Zhang Xianer, he had chosen to ignore his daughter. Even after playing with his brother Yang Buwei, he never cast a glance at the waiting Yang Yu. In truth, he had noticed her a few times and longed to pat her head. But he never did because Zhang Xianer was always nearby. He wanted to slap himself and curse, "You truly deserve to die. She is your daughter, a daughter who has always yearned for a father's love. But what have I done? I sent her to the worst school, a place filled with nothing but thugs and delinquents. It was a miracle she had survived there and grown up safely." Ding host. The genius businessman awakened, feels immense guilt. Guilt value increased by 3,000. Hearing this, Yang Yu wept, even more fiercely determined to squeeze every last drop of benefit from the scoundrel Yang Han. "Daughter, I'm sorry." Yang Han, who held a fortune in his hands, had never felt so defeated. He could only embrace his sobbing daughter with all his might. To his surprise, the body in his arms was so frail and thin. She was just a 15-year-old girl. What was I doing? Going all out against my own daughter. I truly deserve to die, Yang Han thought. Ding host. The genius businessman awakened, feels so guilty he wants to die. Guilt value increased by 1,000. By then Yang Yu had already deactivated immersive mode. Looking at herself in the mirror on the table, she saw her face covered in tears and snot, utterly hideous. She vowed never to use that wretched ability again. In this confrontation, Yang Yu could finally declare a complete victory. Even in playing the emotional card, Yang Han had utterly failed. After all, though Yang Han had played the emotional card, his feelings were genuine, while Yang Yes were feigned. Who won and who lost was clear at a glance. Yang Yu wanted to joyfully pat her father's dog-like head as he wallowed in emo. "Host, do you really think Yang Yes' emotions were fake?" The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Shut up," Yang Yu replied. "Dad, can I join the entertainment industry? This is my only dream now. Can you fulfill it?" Yang Yu seized the opportunity to ask softly. "Let me think it over for a few days, okay?" Yang Han was still holding his daughter, silently weeping. Though he was reluctant, this was the only dream of the daughter he had neglected for over a decade. Yang Yu rolled her eyes, but she was willing to wait. After all, a few days didn't matter. Besides, she needed time to find a way into the entertainment industry. That place wasn't like the red light district. You couldn't just waltz in. After Yang Han had calmed down, Yang Yu prepared to leave, letting him think things through alone. "Daughter, there's a banquet in the city in a few days. Come with me," Yang Han suddenly said before she could leave. Yang Yu was stunned. She knew about these banquets, gatherings of successful business owners from major companies nationwide, where they introduced their families and built connections. For a family, connections were everything. Previously, Yang Yu had never been taken along. Only her brother had. Yang Han was finally ready to accept her, wanting to pave the way for her. This act of playing the victim had paid off handsomely. "Okay," Yang Yu replied happily. "But you need to dress up nicely. They'll take you to buy some clothes later. You always dress like a boy. Where's the budding young lady?" Yang Han said. "Budding young lady." Yang Yu, whose mind was always wandering, immediately thought of something improper. What's wrong with dressing like a boy? Yang Yu stomped off in anger. 10 days later. Yang Yu lay in the bathtub, rose petals floating on the water, the fragrance filling the air. The warm water caressed her skin, and she almost moaned in pleasure. On the bed in her room lay a simple, elegant white dress embroidered with lilies. Yang Yu wished she could soak in the tub forever, so she wouldn't have to get up. Then she wouldn't have to wear that damn dress. But time could not be stopped. "Yang Yu, hurry up. We're leaving." "How much longer do we have to wait?" Zhang Xianer shouted. She had no idea what had gotten into Yang Han. Why bring that illegitimate daughter Yang Yu to the gathering of major business tycoons? She had tried to stop him, but Yang Han was as stubborn as a mule. But even if that illegitimate daughter came, the spotlight would still be on her own dashingly dressed precious son. Wait, coming. Yang Yu called out. Reluctantly, she climbed out of the tub. She looked at her body in the mirror. This was the first time she had truly faced it. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet the reflection looked even more adorable. Her skin was fair and translucent, her limbs slender, her figure quite flat. There was no help for it thanks to her mother, Susu's genes. She could never be voluptuous. She could use the system to enhance her figure, but before she had been repulsed by her own body and couldn't bear to look at it closely. So using the system to enhance her figure was out of the question. It felt too indecent. But since she was going to join the entertainment industry and would have to wear a dress, she decided to stop resisting. With over 1 million emotion points, she resolved to use the system to perfect herself. Today she would dazzle the crowd and become the unforgettable moonlight of countless hearts. Yang Yu opened the system and checked the attributes that could be enhanced. His natural appearance was already grade A, but he still found it insufficient. With grade S existing, wasn't grade A equivalent to trash. So Yang Yu invested all 200,000 emotion points and chose to max out his appearance. Ding host's appearance enhancement begins. Yang Yu looked into the mirror. First, his face began to undergo subtle adjustments. The imperfections that ordinary people couldn't notice gradually disappeared. A teardrop mole slowly appeared at the corner of his right eye, making his originally pure and elegant face take on a hint of allure. When she smiled, the subtle curves under her eyes became more harmonious and her pupils turned more sparkling, like a clear-bottomed lake with no impurities. These were the most beautiful eyes Yang Yu had ever seen, like crystal-like gems. In the mirror, her hair volume began to increase, thick and jet black, piled luxuriantly on her head. If any bald person saw this, they would be utterly envious. Yang Yu quietly brushed a few strands of hair to cover that teardrop mole. It was too seductive. He felt he could barely hold himself together, his phantom limb even aching. The transformation continued. Her face became fair, smooth, and full of collagen. Her nose grew more defined, making her profile like a maiden in a painting with no flaws. Meanwhile, the skin all over her body gradually became tender, like white lotus root or green jade. Her fingers also became more slender and rosy. If Yang Yu wished, he could even become a hand model for a living. If her face were covered just by looking at her hands, others would exclaim that she was a beauty. Even her collarbones became prominent to the extent that one could raise small fish in the hollow. If she wore a pendant, it would surely attract a crowd of collarbone fetishists. Her feet also began to adjust, becoming small and well-proportioned, of moderate plumpness, naturally exquisite. Under the light, a pair of delicate jade feet gleamed pure white. If the old perverts of Bilibili saw this, they would certainly exclaim, "Please don't put food on the ground, could you put it in my mouth instead?" It seemed these feet could not be shown lightly in the future for fear that foot fetishists would directly latch on. Ding host's appearance enhancement complete. Grade S. It was already extremely alluring. Yang Yu looked at the figure option and became conflicted. To be honest, he was still not accustomed to this body. After beautification, it felt even more unreal. If he enhanced the figure as well, he might truly feel that his soul and this body were two separate entities, and he was merely a puppeteer. But the self-proclaimed gentleman, who was actually a lecher, also wanted to know just how beautiful this body could become. In the end, the gentleman in him overcame his rationality. With a hardened heart, he invested 400,000 emotion points into the system and chose to enhance his figure. As the saying goes, if a woman isn't ruthless, her position won't be stable. Ding host's figure enhancement begins. He first covered his eyes, then peeked through a gap between his fingers. He saw his chest starting to round visibly. Stop, stop. Stop, stop. Enough, enough. No, no. Yang Yu had blood streaming from his nose onto his hand as he hurriedly shouted. If the enhancement continued, he would die from a cerebral hemorrhage. Ding figure enhancement complete. Grade B. That's enough, really enough. Grade B was fine. In the mirror, Yang Yu's calves were symmetrical, and the proportion of her body to her head was the golden ratio. Of course, the original Yang Yu already had good proportions, so the change was minimal. The grade B enhancement only made her figure more curvaceous, but for a 15-year-old girl, it could be considered well-developed. In fact, in his past life, he was also an experienced player, but the visual and emotional impact of something happening to someone else versus to oneself was completely different. Yang Yu hurriedly washed the blood off his hands, then dared not look at the mirror again. He immediately ran to the window to put on a dress. This was his first time cross-dressing. After putting on the undergarments, he finally, in a fluster, managed to put on the dress. With the clothes covering his body, Yang Yu felt much more confident, no longer easily tempted by beauty. When he came to the mirror again, Yang Yu was utterly astonished by the person in the reflection. A graceful lady is a gentleman's good mate. Yang Yu realized he would probably never fall in love with anyone else. He had fallen in love with himself, with Yang Yu at first sight. In a simple and elegant dress, she stood tall and graceful like a lotus about to bloom, holy and pure. If she were to play a pure White Lotus role, she wouldn't need to act, just standing there would convince the audience. If she revealed that teardrop mole, it would be another style entirely. A mix of holiness and allure, innocence and yandere. This would be perfect for playing villains who appear pure, but are actually twisted inside. Yang Yu twirled in front of the mirror again, the hem of her skirt, flying up, revealing fair and straight calves. Woo, this was his favorite action when watching videos in his past life, and now he could perform it himself. If she's not coming, let's go. Why is she still not coming down? Zhang Xianer complained. Wait a little longer. Anyway, your son has already gone ahead. Don't you want him to make more connections with the powerful? Yang Han said coldly. Ever since he thought Zhang Xianer had told Yang Yu about her biological mother, he had not been kind to her. Yang Han, what do you mean by that? Don't you want your son to develop more? Zhang Xianer pointed at Yang Han's nose and said, develop what? He simply doesn't have the talent, Yang Han said quietly. Oh, so because he has no talent you kick him away. Do you still regard him as your son? Zhang Xianer suspected Yang Han was deliberately picking a fight. That their son had no talent was known long ago. Why was he suddenly disgusted now? It was truly inexplicable. You'd better hope he passes the college entrance exam next year. Otherwise I really don't know what he'll do, Yang Han said. If he doesn't pass, are you going to abandon him? Zhang Xianer, so angry her chest hurt, clutched her chest. Why should I take care of him? Hasn't it all been your pampering? Yang Han had always had a sharp tongue. In arguments he had only ever been defeated by Yang Yu. Zhang Xianer was no match for him. Remember what you said. Today you'll tell my father everything, and we'll see how you explain it to him, Zhang Xianer threatened. Yang Han smiled, and said, go ahead. I'm in the right anyway. What am I afraid of? Zhang Xianer was stunned. In the past, whenever Yang Han heard that she would complain to his father-in-law, he would immediately back down. Why was he now claiming to be in the right? Just as she was about to ask what right he had, footsteps came from upstairs. Dad, Mom, what are you arguing about? I'm ready. Let's go. Yang Yes' coquettish voice rang out. Ding, host interrupted the genius merchant awakened version from resolving a family misunderstanding. Hatred points, 100000. What the heck? Yang Yu felt extremely wronged, but continued walking down. Hearing Yang Yes' voice, Zhang Xianer and Yang Han both instinctively looked up and were stunned. The white dress itself was beautiful, but now it was merely a foil for the girl. She was so beautiful, walking down step by step like an angel, slowly descending to earth, smiling as she looked down upon them. Yang Han involuntarily thought of that woman again. He remembered the first time they met in summer. She was also wearing a white dress, walking toward him step by step, her clear and bright eyes looking at him gently. She said, Mr. Yang, hello. I'm very pleased to meet you. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. Mr. Yang, are you spacing out? Yang Han was jolted awake. There was no one in front of him. Susu was no longer connected to him. Walking toward him was his equally elegant daughter. Ding, host made the genius merchant awakened version recall his true love from the past. Like points, 100000. Perfect. Yang Yu happily received 1000 like points. Thanks to his knowledge that Susu liked to wear white dresses, he had deliberately chosen a white dress. As for Zhang Xianer, she couldn't help but marvel. She herself had been a beauty when young and had dealt with many beauties, so few could make her marvel. Even that mistress Susu she had thought was only so-so. But Yang Yu, who looked so much like Susu, made Zhang Xianer exclaim involuntarily. Only one word could describe her: exquisite, extremely exquisite, like a perfect white jade porcelain. Even the most beautiful people can't withstand close scrutiny, they have flaws here and there. But Yang Yu could. She had almost no flaws. She'll definitely be a menace in the future, Zhang Xianer muttered. Ding, host made others jealous of your beauty. Jealousy points, 100. The banquet hall was already filled with distinguished guests, all clinking glasses and exchanging pleasantries. Yang Buwei felt utterly out of place in this scene, for he held no significance here. When introduced, he was merely referred to as Yang Han's son, devoid of any other label. If any, perhaps a near-owl rich kid. Gu Xiqing, however, was a different story. Every elder knew him and showered him with praise. He navigated the crowd of influential figures with effortless grace, showing not a hint of timidity. Yang Buwei sat silently on a corner bench, watching him, yearning to return home and play hero battle. Just then Gu Xiqing, holding a wine glass and brimming with confidence, walked over to Yang Buwei. Finally done with all the obligatory greetings. Time to take a break, Gu Xiqing said with a smile. Yang Buwei shifted aside, making room for him. I thought you actually enjoyed this kind of occasion, Yang Buwei remarked, suspecting Gu Xiqing of insincerity. Who enjoys it? But I know that to climb higher certain things are necessary. You can't have your cake and eat it too, understand? Gu Xiqing said earnestly. Noticing Yang Buwei's glum mood, he thought for a moment and asked, do you know why I like being friends with you? Yang Buwei looked up, puzzled, wondering why he would pose such a question. Because in that aristocratic school you're not so much of a rich kid, Gu Xiqing said mysteriously. What do you mean? Are you calling me good for nothing? No, I mean you're not like those rich kids who put on false airs, nor are you like the ones who live it up. Gu Xiqing said sincerely. To be honest, compared to other rich kids, you have the humility of an ordinary person. That might be your strength. Yang Buwei thought it over and realized it was true. He instantly cheered up. So he wasn't completely useless after all. But then he wondered if this trait came from his sister. Being bullied by her every day, how could he ever act arrogant? At this thought, Yang Buwei inexplicably smiled a sweet smile. Did you get your graphics card back? Gu Xiqing suddenly asked. Yang Buwei nodded. See, a little lesson and she's much more obedient, Gu Xiqing said smugly, taking a sip from his glass. No, she gave it back on her own, Yang Buwei said shyly, scratching his head. He had followed Gu Xiqing's advice, but instead of getting the card back, he nearly ended up turning into a girl. Huh, Gu Xiqing was puzzled. Why was Yang Buwei blushing? He wondered what had happened between them. Oh, by the way, my sister is coming today too, Yang Buwei suddenly announced. Gu Xiqing looked at him in surprise. What for? She never came before, did she? And with her androgynous look, she'll stick out like a sore thumb here. It'll be embarrassing, wanted. Hey, badmouthing my sister right in front of me. Are you really okay with that? Yang Buwei said, feigning anger. You've been bullied into some kind of Stockholm syndrome, haven't you? Now you're defending her. Gu Xiqing laughed, tapping Yang Buwei on the head. Mind your own business. Yang Buwei swatted his hand away. Fine, I won't say anything bad about her, but I stand by my assessment, Gu Xiqing declared assertively. Suddenly a stir rippled through the crowd. Chairman Yang from XX Group has arrived, someone announced loudly. A throng of people immediately gathered around. Watching this scene, Gu Xiqing sighed. Your dad is truly imposing. I want to be like him someday. Yang Buwei shrugged. Indeed, they said a tiger father doesn't beget a dog son, but unfortunately, he was a failure. He even suspected he wasn't Yang Han's biological son, given his utter lack of talent and interest in business. Chairman Yang, why are you so late today? Oh, my daughter is here for the first time, so I accompanied her. Come say hello to all the uncles. Hello, uncles, a girl's voice said, sweet and tinged with shyness. A murmur rippled through the crowd. They had never seen Yang Han bring his daughter before. Many didn't even know he had one, and those who did thought she was not favored. Then they looked at the daughter hiding behind Yang Han, and a wave of awe and silence fell over them. Mom, Dad, and my sister are here. I'm going to greet them, Yang Buwei said, standing up. Wait, I'll come with you to say hello to your dad. Gu Xiqing also rose. But as they walked halfway, both froze. A girl clutching her chest emerged from the crowd, her face flushed with shyness. Her beauty evoked a single word in their minds: princess. Only a princess could possess such loveliness. The entire banquet hall filled with elegantly dressed ladies suddenly paled in comparison. Gu Xiqing felt as if this scene could only appear in his dreams: a runaway princess and a prince from another kingdom, himself, meeting outside the city walls, ready to elope and escape this dark realm. Is that your sister? Gu Xiqing turned to Yang Buwei, who was also staring in a daze. He had just been mocking her to Yang Buwei, and now he was eating his words. This was what he called androgynous. If not for his composure, he would have sworn on the spot to marry no one but this girl. He had seen her just last month, and now she was like a completely different person. Was the saying, a girl changes 18 times before reaching womanhood, referring to 18 days. Gu Xiqing felt his heart race. Yang Buwei shook his head in disappointment. No, not at all. They've turned my cool brother into something else. Pushing his way out of the crowd, Yang Yu felt a mix of shyness and thrill. It was his first time in women's clothing, and the experience was both awkward and exhilarating. Wearing a skirt felt like wearing nothing on his lower half. A cool breeze seemed to seep through everywhere. Fortunately, the dress was modest, only baring his fair arms, otherwise he might as well have been naked. Yet at the same time he found it incredibly thrilling. Dressed as a woman, hearing others marvel at his beauty sent his vanity soaring. Seeing the mesmerized gazes of a crowd of admirers, he felt a surge of pride, almost wanting to reveal more. It was like blatantly seducing others, playing hard to get, both shy and pleasurable. Crucially, having been a man in his past life, he knew exactly what men wanted to see and what they were looking at, which sent a tingling sensation through his entire body. No wonder cross-dressing was either never or countless times. So this was how it felt. Yang Yu thought to himself, if he had been a woman in his past life, he would probably have been a flirt. Ding. The host's beauty has stunned the crowd, making you the dream girl of many in their secret moonlight. Favorability 100000. Ding. The host's beauty has ignited envy in others, making you their secret enemy. Hatred 100000. Indeed, to bear so much praise, one must also endure so much slander. Yang Yes' entrance would become an unforgettable moonlight for many, as well as a phantom foe for many. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to block. Plus, he had no desire to deal with those creepy uncles while in female guise. Spotting Yang Buwei standing there in a daze, he quickly used the excuse of finding his brother to dash over and escape the crowd. Beside Yang Buwei stood a handsome young man with delicate features, clad in a black tuxedo and white shirt, one hand in his pocket, his eyes sharp and gleaming like a predator spotting prey. Yang Yes' genius radar beeped incessantly. Ding. The host has caught the attention of a genius merchant unawakened version. Favorability 100000. Oh, another genius, another perfect target for farming hatred. Gu Xiqing saw Yang Yu flash him an inexplicable smile. Though it made her even more beautiful, his intuition told him that danger seemed to be looming. Brother, what are you staring at? Yang Yu waved a hand before Yang Bui's eyes. Yang Bui snapped out of his daze and looked at Yang Yu, who was dressed in a woman's gown and beautifully made up, standing close. Why did you come over in a skirt? Yang Bui asked. Yang Yu chuckled, twirling in the skirt like a young girl, and asked, do I look good? Ding, the host has caused the genius merchant unawakened version to feel a flicker of infatuation. Affection value 10000. Yang Yu was taken aback, thinking the system was reporting Yang Bui's flicker of infatuation again, but it seemed to be from that handsome guy over there. Yang Yu turned his head and noticed that the guy had been secretly glancing at him earlier, but when Yang Yu looked his way, he quickly averted his gaze. Clearly smitten, yet acting indifferent. It looks good, but it feels a bit off, Yang Bui said, scratching his head. He then noticed Yang Yu's bare arms, took off his suit jacket, and draped it over Yang Yu, saying, you're wearing too little, you might catch a cold. Yang Yu put on Yang Bui's black coat, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing, who was secretly watching, muttered to himself, bro, it's nearly summer, what cold? There are tons of girls in front of you wearing backless outfits. Why don't you cover them all up? Just then Yang Bui pointed at Gu Xiqing and said, oh, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Gu Xiqing. You've probably seen each other, but never really said hello. Gu Xiqing nodded at Yang Yu, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Yang Yu smiled at this lofty flower. Ding, the host has caused the genius merchant unawakened version to feel a flicker of infatuation. Affection value 10000. Yang Yu stared at Gu Xiqing's utterly unchanged expression, utterly baffled as to where the infatuation came from. Either the system was fooling a child or this guy was an expert at disguise. So Yang Yu decided to test again and flashed another smile. Ding, the host has caused the genius merchant unawakened version to feel a flicker of infatuation. Affection value 10000. Whoa, that's fun. Yang Yu thought, guessing he could keep farming affection points by smiling at him. So he pretended not to look at Gu Xiqing, turned his face slightly, and slowly licked his lips. He knew exactly how to make a man's heart flutter. Ding, the host has caused the genius merchant unawakened version to feel wildly infatuated. Affection value 30000. Sorry, I need to go to the restroom, Gu Xiqing suddenly said, setting down his glass. Didn't you just go not long ago? Yang Bui remarked. I drank too much. You two chat, Gu Xiqing said, rushing to the bathroom as if in a hurry. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Yu's plan to milk affection points was dashed. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Gu Xiqing splashed water on his face. Damn, that face kept appearing in his mind. She looked even more beautiful up close. How could such a perfect existence exist in this world? Gu Xiqing had been managing to hold himself together, but when he saw Yang Yu's cherry-like lips unconsciously wet, he was utterly captivated. Damn, his goal was to become a future business tycoon. How could he be drowning in female charms now? Between career and women, he would always choose the former. He took a few deep breaths, then walked back, only to find that Yang Yu had left Yang Bui's side. Suddenly the crowd grew lively again, everyone gathering together. What's going on? He wanted to ask where Yang Yu had gone, but feared the question might be misunderstood. While some big shot said he'd have his son engage Yang Yu in a childhood betrothal, and then everyone started clamoring for their own sons. Then someone came up with a lousy idea about a martial arts contest to choose the groom. And now all those who know martial arts are half-heartedly fighting, Yang Bui said helplessly. What? Aren't you going to stop them? Gu Xiqing found the whole thing ridiculous. They're just joking, you know that, Yang Bui shrugged. Every event has some drama, but it's all forgotten by the end of the party. Gu Xiqing thought for a moment, and said, well, I'll have to join in this kind of activity too. Seeing Gu Xiqing about to walk into the crowd, Yang Bui asked skeptically, I recall you said you weren't interested in my sister, right? Gu Xiqing paused, then said, of course not. I just hate it when others show off in front of me. I can only be the strongest. With that, he took off his coat and strode stylishly into the crowd. Gu Xiqing refused to be a child. He wanted both career and women. Yang Bui quickly followed. If Gu Xiqing was joining the show, would be interesting. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was eating cake at the banquet, watching two guys clumsily sparring, and found it hilarious. It was a rare sight, male creatures fighting over him. If he had to step in, he could easily take down a few with just clumsy punches. Given the low quality of these men, Yang Yu already felt countless jealous glares cast his way, as if they wanted to kill him. Ding, the host has caused a large number of people in the crowd to feel jealous of you. Jealousy value 10000. Ladies, you're really not picky. Why not all come to me? He'll show you what real skill is, bedroom skill. A martial arts contest, and you didn't call me. Gu Xiqing suddenly stepped in with a smile. Standing amid the crowd, he said, you two stop fighting. Take me on together. I haven't moved in a while, and I want to stretch my muscles. His imposing manner and nonchalant gaze made him resemble a grandmaster in a martial arts movie fighting against 100 opponents. Oh, Gu Xiqing is joining, the girls cheered. It seemed Gu Siqing was very popular among them. Yang Yu took a big bite of his cake, annoyed that he wasn't the most popular male among the girls. Gu Siqing, why are you interested in this contest? Don't tell me you're interested in Yang Yu too, an elder suddenly joked. The moment those words were spoken, Yang Yu felt the murderous glares from the girls intensify. Ding, the host has caused a large number of people in the crowd to feel jealous of you. Jealousy value 10000. Damn, even though he was collecting emotion points, Yang Yu felt even worse. Uncle, I just haven't exercised in a while and wanted to move a bit, Gu Siqing said without changing his expression. A round-bodied man chuckled and said, your sons can join, but mine can't. I also want to become in-laws with Chairman Yang. Or do you think you can't beat my son? At these words, many fell silent and withdrew their sons. Gu Siqing was famous among the older generation for winning martial arts championships. The two who had been sparring looked at Gu Siqing, then at Yang Yu, who was radiantly beautiful, quietly eating cake and watching the drama. In the end, they decided to team up against Gu Siqing. Sorry for the offense. Both had apparently studied Taekwondo and simultaneously delivered sidekicks aimed at Gu Siqing's legs. But Gu Siqing didn't even dodge, he just dropped into a horse stance and took the blows. Taekwondo, huh? Gu Siqing smirked. Then I'll use Taekwondo too. He rewarded each with a front kick, sending both stumbling back 5 or 6 meters. One even fell and struggled to get up. Such a badass move earned cheers from the girls, and Yang Yu had to admit he was the ultimate show-off. Now everyone knew Gu Siqing lived up to his reputation, and the other young men dared not step up. Gu Siqing looked around and said, if no one else tries, I win. Several elders clapped in sincere admiration for the young man. Ding, the host has caused the genius merchant unawakened version to vie for your favor. Affection value 10000. Amid the applause, Gu Siqing deliberately glanced at Yang Yu as if showing off, then put on his coat. Wait. Yang Yu raised one hand holding cake, the other high up with a bit of cream on his face. Everyone turned to look at him. I haven't moved my muscles in a while either, Yang Yu said weakly. Can I join in? Ding, the host has caused the genius esports player unawakened version to feel a flicker of infatuation. Affection value 10000. Damn bro, why are you feeling infatuated at a time like this? At these words, the entire venue erupted in uproar. The so-called bridal contest was originally orchestrated around Yang Yu's pretext, yet now with the victor already decided, the bride herself expressed a desire to participate. Was Gu Siqing so hideous that she had to be publicly humiliated? Yang Buwei was thrilled to the point of nearly shouting. This was precisely the sister he knew. Where there was chaos, she sowed more, where rules abounded, she shattered them. And though Gu Siqing boasted multiple martial arts championships, Yang Buwei had witnessed and experienced his sister's skills firsthand. Who would emerge victorious was anyone's guess. Moreover, after every bullying session by his sister, Gu Siqing would sneer and mock him. This time let Gu Siqing taste the same bitter pill. Among the crowd, Yang Buwei was the only one on the verge of laughter, and most crucially today, his sister wasn't targeting him. Before Gu Siqing could consent, Yang Yu had already stepped onto the arena. Her upper body wore her brother's mail jacket, while her lower body was clad in a skirt, creating a bizarre and unsettling contrast. Ding! You interrupted the genius merchant unawakened version from showing off. Hatred value 10000. Damn, in this world can young people flip from love to hate so quickly? Yang Yu silently complained. Gu Siqing sneered coldly. Yes, this was the Yang Buwei's sister he knew. Androgynous attire, utterly savage. The demure act earlier was merely a disguise to lure him, and now her true nature could no longer be concealed. Excellent, this gives me the perfect chance to teach her a lesson on behalf of that fool Yang Buwei. Though I never hit women, this one doesn't qualify as one given her androgynous temperament. I hit hard, little girl. Don't cry later, Gu Siqing muttered under his breath. Unexpectedly, Gu Siqing accepted the challenge, sending another wave of shock through the crowd. The girls cheered for Gu Siqing, while the boys jeered at him for bullying a woman. Yang Yu disliked both reactions. Soon he would show everyone who was truly bullying whom. The elders were still stunned, unable to grasp the situation. What had started as a mere joke was now spiraling out of control, with the troublemaker being the young girl Yang Yu. Since I'm wearing a skirt today, I'll concede my legs and fight you using only my hands. Yang Yu blew the hair obscuring her eyes as she spoke. Gu Siqing was utterly speechless. How was it that someone had stolen his lines? While Gu Siqing was still dazed, Yang Yu threw a punch. It came like the wind, too fast for Gu Siqing to dodge, striking him square in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. Hiss! The entire crowd gasped. That punch looked excruciatingly painful. Beautiful. Yang Buwei couldn't help but cheer, quickly covering his mouth when others stared. Ding! Host attacked the genius merchant unawakened version without warning, violating martial ethics. Hatred value 10000. Ambush. Whose system are you? He was the one spacing out. Rejudge. Yang Yu ran it silently. This broken system had been disloyal for ages. Gu Siqing sprang up from the ground with a carp-like flip and growled. Very well, it's been a long time since anyone hit my face. Gu Xiqing's eyes turned as fierce as a wolf's, his knuckles cracking. He no longer cared whether his opponent was male or female. He would unleash his full strength. He raised his left fist to guard his face's stance, signaling he no longer underestimated his foe. He dashed forward, right fist shooting out in a straight punch, and his opponent Yang Yu seemed unable to dodge in time. Whoa! The crowd instinctively gasped, anticipating the outcome. They knew that if that punch landed, the opponent, especially a delicate girl, would struggle to get up. Yet just as the fist was about to connect, the girl twisted her body sideways in an eerie motion and evaded it. Yang Yu noticed an opening in Gu Xiqing's crotch and prepared to use the lost opportunity kick, but considering the presence of many influential figures and her own skirt along with her earlier boast of sparing his legs, she refrained. Gu Xiqing felt a chill in his groin, as if he had narrowly escaped losing something precious. After evading the straight punch, Yang Yu smoothly crouched and delivered an uppercut. This uppercut bypassed Gu Xiqing's left arm, hitting him squarely on the jaw. His expression contorted, eyes filled with disbelief before he collapsed heavily to the ground. A girl's body sure is flexible. Able to pull off that kind of move, Yang Yu murmured while feeling her own slender waist. In her previous life, she could never have managed that evasive maneuver without breaking her back. The entire venue fell silent. Gu Xiqing, hailed as the young generation's war god, had been knocked down by a mere girl with just 2 punches. Though the first punch could be called a surprise attack, the second was executed with such fluidity that no one even saw it clearly before Gu Xiqing was instantly defeated. Yang Bui's jaw nearly dropped. It seemed his sister had been holding back an ocean of strength when fighting him, or else he wouldn't have survived this long. Several people hurriedly helped the fallen Gu Xiqing to his feet. Let me go. I want to keep fighting. Gu Xiqing shoved them away, staggering, his mind blank from that last punch. If the first punch could be excused as a cheap shot, the second made it crystal clear that the gap between him and Yang Yu was as vast as a chasm. Slap. A heavy palm struck Gu Xiqing's face, jolting him back to reality. He looked up to see his portly father. The Gu family has no tradition of refusing to admit defeat. Then the pot-bellied Mr. Gu glanced at Yang Yu and Yang Han with a sardonic tone. A tiger father begets no dog of a daughter. Who would have thought Chairman Yang had such a beautiful and formidable girl? Yang Han gently patted Yang Yu's head and said, "You little troublemaker, you sure know how to stir up trouble. Next time you spar, remember to hold back. Don't knock your opponent down completely." These words made Mr. Gu and Gu Xiqing's faces turn even darker. Translated, it meant, in the future, remember to save face for weaklings and spare them utter humiliation. Ding. Post made the genius merchant awakened version feel immensely gratified. Affection value 100000. Without Yang Yu as a rival, Yang Han was unstoppable. In previous years at banquets, Yang Han could only watch others boast about their sons and daughters while he looked at his useless son Yang Bui and wished he had pinned him to the wall back in the day. Now his daughter had single-handedly defeated Gu Xiqing, the son of that boastful old Gu, who always made Yang Han secretly envious. This time he felt a surge of pride. But when did his daughter learn martial arts? He had no idea. Oh well, he wouldn't bother with such a brain-racking question. Mr. Gu snorted and dragged Gu Xiqing away. As he passed Yang Yu, Gu Xiqing spat out, "Yang Yu, just you wait. I'll defeat you sooner or later." Having rarely tasted failure in his life, Gu Xiqing had just suffered a crushing defeat before the crowd. A humiliation he would etch into his memory forever. He was determined to erase this stain no matter how long it took. Ding. Host ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit in the genius merchant unawakened version. Hatred value 10000. Yang Yu grinned delightedly, collecting the emotional value. Fighting spirit was good. It meant more chances to farm hatred. If he lay down and accepted defeat, things would be no fun. Yet Gu Xiqing's chance to reclaim his dignity came soon enough. Midway through the banquet, there was a segment for enjoying music. Usually a professional team would perform, but this time they were informed not to. Gus' father led Gu Xiqing to a piano. "Hello everyone. On this pleasant day, my son has volunteered to perform a piano piece for you all. I hope you'll kindly lend him your ears." Gus' father said warmly. "No," Yang Yu muttered. However, Yang Yu's voice was drowned out by the applause of others. After all, under Gus' father's relentless promotion, everyone already knew that Gu Xiqing had passed level 10 in piano. Gu Xiqing slowly sat down and first tested the piano's sound. A master's touch reveals itself instantly. With just one key pressed, he began to stir hearts. The noble young ladies from various families were once again captivated, forgetting the scene of Gu Xiqing's defeat. In their eyes, he remained perfect, adept in both literary and martial arts, and his musical prowess was unmatched. Gu Xiqing's fingers danced swiftly across the keys, producing notes that alternated between passionate and soothing. Even Yang Yu, a musical idiot, had to admit the guy played quite well. Yang Yu wanted to interrupt his show-off, but unfortunately, he couldn't play the piano. His piano skill was rated D by the system, the lowest level. However, he had a skill called showing off before others that allowed him to bypass certain conditions and successfully show off once. But this condition did not include displaying something that didn't exist in the host's mind. Simply put, showing off before others could temporarily raise Yang Ye's piano skill to this level, but since Yang Yu didn't know any piano piece, he couldn't manifest that level ability. Therefore Yang Yu needed to spend emotion points to purchase a piano piece separately. An excellent piano piece cost at least 200 emotion points, yet defeating Gu Xiqing would yield at most 100 emotion points. A terribly unfair deal. The system that profiteer was so cunning just to squeeze Yang Ye's hard-earned emotion points. Forget it, let that smug Gu Xiqing enjoy his moment. Yang Yu thought reluctantly. Meanwhile Gu Xiqing had finished his piece, stood up, and bowed deeply. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Gu Xiqing smiled at Yang Yu, feeling very proud. So what if Yang Yu could fight? Could she play such a refined instrument? No, she probably hadn't even touched an instrument. How could a savage understand art? Then Gus' father came over and said, "Thank you everyone for your affection for my son. My son has long outgrown the age of fighting and killing. Now he is pursuing art and career. I hope all the outstanding seniors and peers will take good care of him. Also I'd like to mention that he is still single, haha." Gus' father's words were self-evident. He was directly seeking a girlfriend for his son. Although it might have been just a joke, the girls in the audience began to scream as if Gu Xiqing were a superstar. These wealthy beauties showed no restraint in their affection for him. Damn it. To hell with emotion points. The girls should only scream for me, Yang Yu. Yang Yu stood up directly and walked toward the central stage. Gu Xiqing saw Yang Ye's eagerness and thought, could it be that she actually believed his father's words? Is she so eager to become his girlfriend? She must have been attracted by his piano charm. Unfortunately, Gu Xiqing didn't like violent types. He would firmly reject her later to avenge the loss of face he had suffered. Yang Yu strode toward Gu Xiqing, and Gu Xiqing watched that flawless face approach slowly. He involuntarily swallowed. He thought, why not agree first, and then gradually tame her? No matter how violent, he could subdue any girl. Yang Yu stopped in front of Gu Xiqing, meeting his gaze. Those clear, translucent round eyes clearly reflected Gu Xiqing's face. Ding! Host has made the genius merchant unawakened version wildly infatuated. Affection points 30000. Why is he smitten again? Young people's moods changed so fast, Yang Yu silently complained. You? Gu Xiqing slowly began to speak. Originally he had intended to let Yang Yu speak first, but he was afraid she might be too shy. Although he wasn't ready to date an underage girl, it wouldn't hurt to reserve her in advance. Could you step aside? Yang Yu said without mercy. He needed girls to like him. Men should just rack up hatred points for him. Huh. Gu Xiqing was stunned. This development seemed different from what he had imagined. Can you step aside? I'd like to play the piano too. Yang Yu reminded again. Humph. Gu Xiqing was slapped in the face again and stepped aside in anger and humiliation. He still didn't believe Yang Yu could actually play the piano. Yang Buwei had said that his sister was good for nothing but fighting. Ding. Host has deceived the feelings of the genius merchant unawakened version. Hatred points 10000. Hey, broken system is slandering me again. Yang Yu was speechless, but now was not the time to argue with it. Yang Yu sat in front of the piano. This was his first time playing the piano. He had no idea how to start. So he poked the keys with his fingers, a comical sight that drew laughter from the audience. Gu Xiqing also realized the truth. He understood that Yang Yu couldn't play the piano at all. So why did she come up? It was entirely to attract him, using the technique of playing hard to get. Pathetic. But woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Gu Xiqing thought, since she likes me so much, I might as well help her out later. For example, holding her fair slender hand and teaching her a piece. Ding. Host has made the genius merchant unawakened version feel a hint of affection. Affection points 10000. Yang Yu seriously suspected the system was broken. How could anyone's love and hate spin like a top? He opened the system, browsed the shop, and flipped to piano pieces. Believing that the most expensive was the best, he selected Moonlight Sonata, spending 400 emotion points. His heart ached, and he instantly became broke. However, Moonlight Sonata was a masterpiece by Beethoven from Yang Ye's original world. Now being used in this world where the entertainment and art industries were extremely underdeveloped, it would completely crush all other works. As long as he pulled off the show-off perfectly, spending more money was worth it. Immediately the piano piece was instilled into Yang Ye's mind. But with just that, he still couldn't play it. He chose to activate the showing off before others skill. Ding. Host has activated showing off before others skill. Piano skill temporarily upgraded to S level. Yang Yu placed his hands on the piano. Those jade white hands seemed born for the piano. But no, something was missing. Yang Yu thought for a moment and realized it was emotion. A piece without emotion is not a good piece. So Yang Yu activated another skill, immersion. Immediately he was transported into the creator's mindset, as if standing under the moonlight romantically kissing his beloved. He also transformed from Yang Yu into the piano girl Yang Yu. Then she played the first note. Gu Xiqing, who had been waiting for Yang Yu to ask for help, changed expression. This guy actually knew how to play. Then music like flowing water poured from the piano under Yang Ye's hands. Her hands danced over the keys, her expression ecstatic. Her beauty made the music even more enchanting. The people who had been laughing fell silent. They also seemed to leave the banquet sipping wine under the moonlight, as if a gentle breeze was blowing branches swaying softly, leaves rustling. The peaceful and soothing music, like the ethereal atmosphere under the moon, calmed their hearts that were usually embroiled in worldly strife. The lights at the banquet seemed to soften as well. The piano-playing Yang Yu appeared to merge with the music. It was as if a girl in a white gauze dress was gently swaying to the melody, hazy and tender. There were no more screams. The listeners simply absorbed the music, unwilling to make a sound that would break the spell. This was the first movement of Moonlight Sonata. Even after Yang Yu stopped, the audience remained immersed in the atmosphere, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Among the crowd, many understood music, and some were even experts. Yet they all felt unqualified to judge this piano piece. If what Yang Yu played was music, then what Gu Siqing had just played was no different from a chicken pecking rice on the piano keys. Ding! The host has crushed the confidence of the prodigy merchant unawakened version, causing him to doubt his life. Reward 1 draw. Upon hearing the system notification, Yang Yu finally remembered that Gu Siqing was still behind him. Turning around, he saw that arrogant figure, now dejectedly hanging his head, looking as pitiful as a young bride just bullied by a ruffian. Yang Yu, with a heart full of simjoypathy, opened the system wheel and began to draw. Ding! The host has unlocked a prophecy card 1. A prophecy card? What kind of oddity was this? Yang Yu, who had never obtained such a thing from draws before, quickly checked the system description. Prophecy card allows you to predict in one of 3 areas: variety shows, television, or movies, and obtain the 3 most popular domestic works for the upcoming year. Yang Yu understood this was essentially a profit card for the entertainment industry. And since he was about to enter that world, perhaps this could give him a good start. Back at the banquet, the crowd seemed to wake from a dream, staring speechlessly at the ethereal girl on stage. Those girls who had been infatuated with Gu Siqing now gazed once the music began in adoration at Yang Yu performing passionately on the piano. Her upper body clad in a black dress, her lower half in a white skirt, she resembled an elegant piano boy or a beautiful dancer, a unique aura all her own. Envy had long vanished from their hearts, replaced by admiration and some other subtle emotions. If Yang Yu were male, that feeling would have been magnified infinitely. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's father Yang Han rubbed his chin, pondering how his daughter had learned piano under the watchful eye of the biased Zhang Xianer. Forget it, I won't trouble my brain with such a headache. It's enough that my daughter brings me glory, unlike that useless son. At that moment, Yang Bui felt a chill down his spine, as if stabbed in the back. Ding! The host has performed a soul-stirring work, gaining 1000 affection points. Everyone applauded in unison, unlike the flattery they showed Gu Siqing. Their appreciation for Yang Yu was genuine. This beautiful young girl who had just appeared today replaced Gu Siqing as the new synonym for genius in their hearts. But Yang Yu, the creator of this musical feast, was furiously complaining. Only 100,000. He felt this was a huge loss, spending 400 emotion points to earn back just 100,000. With his current deposit of less than 500 emotion points, he suddenly felt insecure, like a beggar left with nothing but his underwear. And the attributes he needed for entering the entertainment industry, only his appearance was rank, the rest were mediocre. Even if he entered head, just be a pretty face. Truly, showing off is a joy for a moment, but a funeral later. Yang Yu, on the verge of tears, prepared to step down from the stage. Hey, can you tell me the name of that piece? Gu Siqing asked softly from behind Yang Yu. Yang Yu turned around and glared at this culprit, wondering how he had the nerve to ask her that. Wanna know? You'll have to wait until you beat me. Hearing Yang Ye's words, Gu Siqing didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at her silently. He had once been a proud son of heaven, confident in his invincibility, but today he had been defeated twice by a girl he once looked down upon. The first time he thought she was just a girl who knew only violence. But the second time she had also crushed him in music. How could that be explained? Was she cheating? Gu Siqing realized he was too arrogant, believing himself unmatched when in truth there were always others better than him. So what if he had passed the piano grade 10? Today Yang Yu had overturned his understanding with a piano piece he had never heard before, showing him what true art meant. She was the one who woke him up, and from now on he would spare no effort to move forward, never stopping, never being arrogant again. Ding! The host has caused the prodigy merchant awakened version to awaken early. Reward 1 draw. Yang Yu was speechless upon hearing the system prompt. This guy had actually turned misfortune into fortune and awakened directly. Geniuses were truly unreasonable. He swore never to play with them again. They were always strong, and suddenly they'd cheat, leaving ordinary people far behind. Unlike him, Yang Yu, who had to laboriously gather hatred every day just to occasionally shine. Still, he was grateful for the draw the kid had given him, so he decided not to fleece him, further fatten him up first. He turned and walked off stage, calling the system to draw again. The system will spun and slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the talent natural body scent. Natural body scent legend has it that when a person is beautiful to a certain degree, their body naturally emits a floral fragrance. Water cannot remove it. The more you wash, the more intoxicating the scent becomes. Yang Yu froze. This useless talent seemed utterly pointless for his show-off purposes, except maybe saving on perfume. He seriously suspected that the system, that wicked seed, was pushing him toward femininity. But he would steadfastly hold on to his unyielding soul. He would never let the system succeed. For the rest of the banquet, Yang Yu wandered around, eating delicious food, occasionally grunting a vague mem when someone greeted him. When Gu Siqing saw her, he shook his head, wondering how he could have lost to such a glutton. Why didn't she choke to death? But when he stood near her, he suddenly caught a faint floral scent, irresistible, compelling him to lean closer and sniff her hair. By the time Yang Yu noticed, Gu Siqing found himself less than a meter away, and Yang Yu, with her mouth stuffed like a squirrel, stared at him warily. He jolted back, not knowing what had come over him, and fled with a red face. Ding! The host successfully seduced the prodigy merchant. Awakened version. Affection points 100000. Yang Yu was speechless, not knowing what he had done for the system to slander him so. The banquet ended peacefully, and days later, Yang Yu, having eaten her fill, lay on her bed at home. As the saying goes, a full belly leads to thoughts of the future. Yang Yu suddenly remembered the prophecy card and summoned the system. This card could be used on variety shows, movies, or TV dramas. After a brief thought, she decided to use it on a variety show. For a newcomer, gaining attention in movies or TV dramas was extremely difficult. As a newbie, you wouldn't get many scenes, and without scenes there was no exposure. Most films and dramas revolved around the protagonist, with supporting characters being mere tools and newcomers usually playing extras, the tools of tools. But in variety shows there were talent competitions where everyone was a newcomer. That relied entirely on personal charm to gain attention. That was exactly what Yang Yu was looking for. After using the prophecy card, 3 of the year's hottest variety shows appeared before her. The first was I Am the King of Singers, a show for established singers to compete for the title of king. That obviously didn't suit Yang Yu. The second was Let's Be a Couple, a dating show for ordinary people. For a girl about to turn 15, that seemed a bit illegal, so she passed. The third was Who is the Youth Star, a youth singing talent show. Exactly Yang Yu's ideal target. I choose you. Entertainment industry, here I come. He. After deciding to participate in the variety show Who is the Youth Star, Yang Yu registered online and printed out the application form, ready to find Yang Han for his signature. System, if I successfully register, does that count as completing the task of entering the entertainment industry? Yang Yu asked. He had not been in a hurry before, but now the deadline for task completion was approaching, and he feared the dire consequences of failure. Host, not exactly. The show you are joining is a talent competition variety. You must at least place in the top 3 for the task to be considered successful, the system replied. Damn it, Yang Yu was stunned. The system had kept this from him until now. Given his current attributes, he had no hope of reaching the top 3 in Who is the Youth Star through sheer ability alone. Even if he used all his emotion points to enhance his singing skills, he could at most upgrade his drank singing to brank. The probability of making the top 3 would be no more than 60%, practically suicide. No, he had to guarantee 100% success. He certainly did not want everyone to hear him fart in the future. Yang Yu racked his brain for a solution. He opened Bilibili and carefully watched interview videos of Isusu. Hours later, full of confidence, he found Yang Han, who was scolding Yang Buwei. It turned out that his brother had once again scored the 3rd last in his exam, nearly driving Yang Han's blood pressure through the roof. That I really can't grasp those subjects, please let me off, Yang Buwei pleaded. Let you off? You say you can't do anything right. When I say you're my son outside, I lose face. Yang Han fumed, his face red with anger. Seeing Yang Yu approaching, he continued. You are not even a 10th as outstanding as your younger sister. Her grades are even worse than mine, Yang Buwei muttered. Though he could not match Yang Yu in other areas, their academic performance was about the same. Shut up. You only learn the bad things, don't you? Why can't you learn to play the piano? Why can't you learn martial arts? Yang Han found Yang Buwei increasingly annoying. Good scolding. How dare he talk behind my back? Yang Yu thought with schadenfreude. He stepped forward, handing the application form to his father. Dad, it's time to keep your promise. Yang Buwei's eyes widened at the application form. He had never imagined his sister would join a variety show. This was her stepping into the entertainment industry, onto the path of becoming a star. No wonder a month ago Yang Yu had said in the hospital that she would give him a surprise. She had followed through, unlike him, who dreamed of becoming an esports player but dared not even mention it. Ding! Host has made the genius esports player unawakened version feel a shred of admiration. Admiration points 10000. Yang Han glanced at the form, his expression darkening. Daughter, I said I needed a few days to think it over. When did I ever agree? The old man was trying to weasel out. But Yang Yu had anticipated this. Getting this stubborn man to agree would never be that easy. Yang Buwei, standing nearby, made a funny face and laughed mockingly. Even if she dared to act, she still couldn't escape father's grasp. Yang Yu ignored his childish brother, knowing he would never be as mature as himself. He quietly tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Seeing this, Yang Han was stunned. In the past, Susu loved practicing calligraphy, and he would sit beside her watching. Every time she wrote, she would tuck the hair behind her ear, revealing her elegant profile. That profile seemed to appear before him again. Ding. Host has made the genius businessman awaken version recall a past love. Guilt points 100000. Oh, the unfaithful father had fallen for it. He had just mimicked a gesture his mother Susu often made. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu looked at Yang Han with pitiful pleading eyes. Dad, this is my only wish. Please let me fulfill it. Yang Han snapped out of his trance. He had felt as if Susu were right in front of him. He had wronged Yang Yu and her mother. His daughter's small wish, perhaps he should grant it. He turned to Yang Buwei. You go back to your room and study now. Yang Buwei's mouth gaped in surprise. Why was his father suddenly driving him away? Usually it was his sister who got sent away. So, does love disappear? As Yang Buwei left the room with a look of doubt, Yang Han looked at Yang Yu. Do you know why I'm suddenly being so good to you? Yang Yu pretended not to know, shaking his head, waiting to see what trick this unfaithful man would pull. Actually, it's not just because I feel guilty after our last talk. I've seen your abilities and I want to groom you as my heir. Yang Yu looked up in surprise, seeing sincerity in his father's eyes. He didn't seem to be lying. Perhaps it was true. Damn system, it had made him miss the chance to be a rich second generation and inherit a billion-dollar fortune. The original script was, after time travel I inherit billions and build a business empire, but now it had become, after time travel I enter the entertainment world and flaunt myself. The thought made his heart bleed. Painfully, Yang Yu said, Dad, not everyone wants to inherit your billions, stress on billions. I only want to pursue my dream. Can you understand sacrificing everything for a dream? Yang Yu felt each word widen the wound in his heart, threatening to bleed him dry. Every word was a lie, a damn lie. The cruelest thing in the world was when fate handed you a chance to coast, but you had to pretend you didn't want it. Fearing his cunning father might see through his facade, Yang Yu activated the skill immersion. Now he truly seemed like a dreamer, giving everything. Naive yet sincere, with the clear, yet foolish gaze of a college student, untouched by society, unaware of the harsh realities ahead, yet brave and fearless. Dreams. Yang Han seemed to have forgotten the word long ago, for his own dream had already come true. Starting as a small peddler, opening his first store, meeting a benefactor, and eventually building a Fortune 500 company, one by one memories of his own pursuit of dreams surfaced in his mind. Those were the hard yet happy days. Now the lavish life had worn away his fighting spirit. His daughter's resolute eyes reminded him of his former self. No wonder she was his daughter, unwavering even when tempted by his billions, resolutely chasing her dream. What a steadfast heart she had. Yang Han finally believed Yang Yes nonsense and signed the application form. This is the only support I can give you. Go ahead and do it, he said earnestly. But Yang Yu pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. Dad, just cheering for me isn't enough. Huh? Yang Han was puzzled. I need you to help me. Talk to the organizers and make sure I get into the top 8, Yang Yu said with a sly smile. Yang Han was dumbfounded. Just moments ago she had spoken so righteously about her dream, and now she was asking him to pull strings and cheat her way into the top 8. Seeing her father's doubtful look, Yang Yu had to explain. Dad, even though I'm chasing my dream, I still have to use my connections. Look at today's stars. Aren't they all propped up by capital? If I don't use my backing, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. Yang Han pondered this. It was true that many stars nowadays relied on capital to be pushed into the spotlight, but some had made it through talent alone and often went further. He wanted his daughter to rely on her own ability. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Yu added, Dad, many actors try to succeed on talent, but end up on the path of backroom deals. You wouldn't want your daughter to be taken advantage of to get ahead, would you, Yang Yu said with feigned shyness. Yang Han froze, then quickly said, all right, I'll help. No way. Was his daughter going to rely on backroom deals? Better to rely on her family background. Thank you, Dad, Yang Yu said, pretending to be happy and hopping around. As long as you're happy. If you encounter any trouble in the entertainment industry, just tell me, and he'll take care of it, Yang Han said with authority. Yang Yu kissed her father on the cheek. Ding. Host has made the genius businessman awakened version feel gratified. Affection points 100000. Meanwhile, Yang Buwei was struggling with his homework in his room. Suddenly an application form appeared beside him. He picked it up and was shocked. Standing next to him was Yang Yu, wearing a smug expression. Dad really agreed? Yang Buwei asked. Yep, it was easy, Yang Yu said slyly. Yang Buwei couldn't stay seated anymore. He threw down his textbook and rushed to Yang Han's room. Once there, he imitated Yang Yes' earlier demeanor, looking at his father with pitiful eyes. Dad, I don't want to study either. I want to be an esports player. Yang Han listened, then showed a gentle smile. He unbuckled his belt and closed the door. Soon sounds of smack smack and Yang Buwei's wails came from inside. You want to rebel, do you? Yang Han roared. Dad, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Ding. Host has persecuted the genius esports player unawakened version, putting him in a life and death situation. Hatred points 30000. Ha 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 hia hia hia. Yang Yu laughed heartily. Another month passed, and the high school entrance exam was only days away. Even Huoming Middle and Primary School had grown noticeably quieter. Of course, half the credit for this once chaotic institution becoming orderly and disciplined belonged to Yang Yu. The guy had become addicted to playing the philanthropist. A bottle of drink could help you escape school bullying. The main reason was that this way he could simultaneously earn affection points and stoke the hatred of other bullies and thugs, reaping benefits on both sides. A win-win situation. Now the school bullies and off-campus thugs were gnashing their teeth at Yang Yu, but they couldn't beat him. They could only wait for him to graduate from middle school, after which the school would be theirs again. Meanwhile, many of the bullied children were terrified that once Yang Yu left they would be bullied once more. So the two groups stared at the calendar every day, counting down to Yang Yu's graduation. It was even more thrilling than the countdown to the entrance exam. Yet when the day was almost upon them, Yang Yu of all people went alone to the thug leader's hideout, just a few days before graduation. It was said that the thug leader, a man known as Long Go, ended up in the hospital for a week after the fight, nearly crippled for life. Clearly he had fallen victim to Yang Yu's signature move, the Tong Shi Xianji kick. A week later, Yang Yu warned the thugs that if they ever bullied anyone from Huoming again, she would kick their leader. At that, Long Gu immediately announced he would no longer be the boss, and whoever wanted the position could take it. Thus, the most chaotic school, Huoming Primary, gradually became harmonious thanks to Yang Yu alone. At that moment, Yang Yu was lying on the school rooftop, chewing on a blade of grass, gazing at the sky. The sunlight made her beautiful face even more enchanting. Then another girl, pure and lovely, appeared on the rooftop. Seeing Yang Yu, she smiled happily and said, "Yang Yu, I knew you'd be here. A bunch of classmates are looking for you. They want to throw a farewell party to thank you. Why are you hiding?" Yang Yu turned her head and saw it was the school beauty Zhao Nanqing. In a lazy tone, she replied, "What could they possibly thank me for? At most they'd give me snacks. I'm sick of them. And I didn't do all this for them." Zhao Nanqing thought to herself that Yang Yu was quite tsundere, doing so many good deeds, but claiming it wasn't for anyone. She sat down beside Yang Yu with a smile and said, "They also prepared flowers. Beautiful roses, lovely and thorny. They said the flowers suit your personality." Hearing about flowers, Yang Yu was even more speechless. A person with a male soul, what did she need flowers for? Snacks would be better. Yang Yu said, "Oh Yang Yu, I suspect you were once a boy. You have no appreciation for beauty," Zhao Nanqing said helplessly. Yang Yu was so startled that she spat out the grass. She quickly sat up, stared at Zhao Nanqing, wondering if she was a prophet, and contemplated whether to take out such a pretty person. Zhao Nanqing blushed under Yang Yu's gaze. Ding. Host has caused the genius actor unawakened version to feel a flutter of affection. Affection points 10000. While such a naive person probably wasn't a prophet, Yang Yu decided to spare her. "Yang Yu, where are you planning to go after graduation?" Zhao Nanqing suddenly asked. She actually felt that after graduation they would never see each other again, each going their separate ways. Thinking about it made her heart ache. "The entertainment industry. I've already signed up for a variety show," Yang Yu said. "Really?" Zhao Nanqing asked in surprise. Perhaps they weren't doomed to never meet again. "I actually have a dream, to become an actress. I plan to apply for an arts school and pursue my dream," Zhao Nanqing said with longing. But she felt she had little chance of success. Her family background was modest, but both parents had passed away, and only her grandmother took care of her. Perhaps her final destination would be working as a waitress. "Then you'll definitely succeed," Yang Yu said. After all, her system never lied. "Why?" Zhao Nanqing asked seriously. "Because you're a genius." "What does genius mean?" "It means that no matter how difficult the circumstances, one will eventually shine through unparalleled talent. Compared to ordinary people, those individuals can be truly excessive." One day, a restaurant server, a few years later a legend in the music industry. Yang Yu didn't notice that when she finished speaking, Zhao Nanqing's eyes were brimming with tears. It was the first time someone had called her a genius, believing unconditionally that she would succeed. Ding. Host has caused the genius actor unawakened version to feel deeply moved. Affection points 30000. Yang Yu was stunned to see the school beauty so overwhelmed with emotion. She hadn't expected to earn emotional value this way. Suddenly she discovered a new use for the system. Find girls who were geniuses, but psychologically fragile, ruthlessly deceive their feelings, then encourage them that they would surely succeed. "Yang Yu, can I borrow your shoulder to lean on?" said Zhao Nanqing, who was nearly in tears. But before Yang Yu could agree, Zhao Nanqing rested her head on Yang Yu's shoulder. Yang Yu, speechless, thought about charging a shoulder rental fee, at least $100. However, Zhao Nanqing suddenly sniffed, then tightly hugged Yang Yu, pressing her face into Yang Yu's neck and inhaling deeply. "Yang Yu, you smell so good. Did you use perfume?" "No, it's not a harsh perfume scent. You have a natural body fragrance." Yang Yu had never been so intimately touched by a girl in this life. Zhao Nanqing's warm lips brushed against her neck, and her soft breath made Yang Yu's whole body tingle. Instantly, Yang Yu's face flushed crimson. If there had been a girl so bold in her past life, she would have been dealt with on the spot. But now, lacking the necessary equipment, Yang Yu could only endure. Seeing that Yang Yu didn't reply, Zhao Nanqing stopped testing the limits of Yang Yu's patience and quietly leaned on her shoulder. Watching the sunset, Yang Yu suddenly felt that life was good now. Being a girl wasn't bad. There were boys she could bully and girls willing to let her take advantage of them. System, how about we terminate the contract? I voluntarily choose to stay a girl, and you don't have to give me those tasks anymore. I want return to the original world as a boy, Yang Yu thought, arrogantly recalling the system's harsh task penalties and feeling furious. Is that so? Host, try this first, then decide, the system replied. As soon as Yang Yu heard the system's answer, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen followed by a warm sensation flowing from below. She looked down and saw that her school uniform was stained red. Zhao Nanqing smelled the blood, immediately sat up and exclaimed in panic, Yang Yu, it seems your aunt has come to visit you. Pale-faced Yang Yu muttered, System, I curse your ancestors. Don't blame me. This is something every girl endures. You've reached the age now. Once a month, the system replied. Only a fool would choose to be a girl. Yang Yu wailed inwardly that she absolutely had to go back. A phone rang on the sofa. A handsome young man put down the book he was reading, From Good to Great, and walked over to answer it. Master Gu, can you do me a favor? The young man was none other than the awakened genius merchant Gu Xiqing, and the voice on the phone was his social acquaintance Long Ge. What is it? Gu Xiqing asked with a yawn. Long Ge hesitated, then said, it's embarrassing, but I was taught a lesson by a girl in 9th grade, about 15 or 16 years old. She's incredibly skilled. After thinking it over, you're the only one who can match her. Hearing this, Gu Xiqing instantly perked up. Intrigued, he asked as she called Yang Yu. Hey, how did you know? That's her. She's ruthless. She goes straight for the family jewels, Long Gu said with a sob. Once he confirmed it was Yang Yu, Gu Xiqing lost interest in the rest of the conversation. In his mind, he recalled that peculiar girl. Her princess-like beauty, her unknown natural fragrance, her martial prowess surpassing his own, and that unbeatable piano piece. Long Gu recounted the whole story. Gu Xiqing thought for a moment, and said, she cares about that school that much. Hey, Race, what you do, keep an eye on it for her, and make sure your men behave, so the school isn't chaotic. Huh? Long Gu was stunned. She beat me. She kicked me into the hospital, and you want me to help her? Are you really my friend, Master Gu? Has love disappeared? Help her, and I won't shortchange you, Gu Xiqing said quietly. He didn't know why, but he wanted to help her. Perhaps he was under Yang Yu's curse. Alright then, Long Gu had no choice but to accept. Also, I'm planning to start a company, but I'll use your name for now. When I turn 18 in a year, you'll transfer the company to me, Gu Xiqing commanded. What? Long Gu was completely shocked. Master Gu's tone had turned into that of a tycoon. In an instant, he had grown from a child to a man, and it seemed he was about to stir things up. This prodigy would definitely shake the business world. A month later, having successfully graduated from middle school, Yang Yu stared at the 2 large suitcases his father had prepared for him, along with 2 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, their faces stern. He was speechless. He was going to Province A to participate in the recording of Who is the Youth Star, not hiking across Tibet. Was all this extravagance really necessary? I'm telling you, Dad, there's really no need to assign bodyguards to Yang Yu. She's far more ferocious than any bodyguard. It's already good enough if she doesn't go looking for trouble, Yang Buwei said while playing a mobile game. Yang Yu walked over and kicked his phone out of his hand. Yang Han looked at the luggage and felt it was indeed excessive. He said, alright, it's a pity I don't have time to accompany you. Take 1 bodyguard along to help carry your bags and such. Yang Yu had no choice but to nod in acceptance, and at the same time kicked Yang Buwei's phone, which he had just picked up, out of his hand again. Host, you interrupted a 5-kill streak of a genius esports player unawakened version. Hatred points, 10000. Okay, today's mission accomplished. Thinking that from now on she could no longer farm hatred points from her brother, Yang Yu felt sad. Well, I'm off then. Yang Yu took one last look at the house. She probably wouldn't come back to this home very often in the future. Though the memories here weren't particularly good, she had lived here for over 10 years, and there was still some reluctance to leave. Yang Buwei stared speechlessly at the word defeat on his phone screen. Seeing that his sister was about to leave, he put away his phone and said, little sis, let me see you off. How you've grown up, Yang Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a phrase abruptly echoed in Yang Buwei's mind, time flies. The siblings arrived at the car that would take Yang Yu to Province A. Little sis, the courage you showed in participating in this variety show really makes me admire you. You've made it this far while Yang Buwei said with some difficulty, both for his departing sister and for his own unremarkable, unchanging life. Yang Yu couldn't understand why anyone would refuse to rely on a wealthy father and instead insist on pursuing dreams. But in the end, she patted his shoulder and said, walk the path you want to walk. Yang Buwei smiled bitterly and said, you and I are different. You are so beautiful. You can absolutely succeed in the entertainment industry. But me, even on the game, am best at him, not that outstanding. After speaking, he sighed again. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Yu jumped up and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Damn, Yang Buwei yelped, clutching his head, nearly crying from the pain. Ding, host violently interrupted a genius esports player's unawakened version lament about life. Hatred points, 10000. Yang Yu claimed she only did it because she couldn't stand his endless whining not for the ones of 0 hatred points. Brother, how can you know if you don't try? Maybe you're a genius too, Yang Yu said with a smile. It wasn't that she had been hiding her encouragement or refusing to support Yang Bue's dreams. It was just that his personality was too indecisive, he only ever talked. Even with immense talent, he would probably never dare to take the plunge. Having said that, she got into the car and closed the door. Watching his sister grow smaller in the distance, a dazed Yang Bue murmured, easier said than done. How many geniuses are there? Unless you really become a big star, then I'll give it a try. After roughly a day of travel, Yang Yu arrived at the recording site in Province A. The venue was already set up, and people were busily making final arrangements. Who is the Youth Star was a live-streaming variety show, so it had to be strictly controlled to prevent any on-air accidents. Arriving there, Yang Yu first followed the registration guide and found a young woman to sign in. Yang Yu, is it? The woman asked. Yes, Yang Yu replied. Welcome. They'll take you directly to the contestants' dormitory. The woman said politely. Yang Yu was a bit surprised. I remember that you have to pass the audition first before officially becoming a contestant, right? Becoming a contestant so easily made Yang Yu wonder if this show was some kind of pyramid scheme. The auditions were 7 days ago. The deadline has long passed, the woman explained. Yang Yu was stunned as she couldn't recall receiving any notification. Missing the audition meant elimination. She was almost 16 and had no time to look for another variety show. Her mission was doomed to fail. Seeing Yang Yu's expression, the woman explained, because you're a special case, you don't need to audition. You're directly accepted as a contestant. We've reserved a spot for you. Yang Yu thought about it and understood her father Yang Han must have contacted the production team. Tisk, Dad really went overboard this time. I believed I would have a 100 chance of passing the audition with my looks. Passing without even having to audition thanks to her father's pull made Yang Yu feel both ashamed and delighted. For the first time experiencing the privileges of having connections, she felt she would definitely get addicted to it in the future. She recalled that in her past life, she had a rich second-generation friend who insisted on severing ties with his father and working like a dog to forge his own path. Back then she thought he was foolish. Why take a detour when there's a shortcut? It was like seeking truth. Why reject the discoveries of predecessors and start from scratch? When it came to money, Yang Yu would cling tightly to any powerful thigh. No shame in that. The young woman led Yang Yu to the dormitory building. Actually, if you like, we can arrange an apartment for you so you don't have to share with the other contestants, the woman said. Yang Yu replied, no need, it's better to keep a low profile. Upon hearing this, the woman felt a little better about this privileged rich kid. At least she wasn't completely shameless. But Yang Yu thought to herself, no way. How else would I farm hatred and show off my superiority? I'm not here to flaunt my connections to myself. Entering the dorm, she found 3 girls already living there. They were all around 18 or older, youthful and pretty, each very good looking. Unlike Yang Yu, who was barefaced, they all wore light makeup. The system could only boost Yang Yu's looks to the human limit, but makeup was divine. It could break through the boundaries of humanity. So her unbeatable beauty among peers seemed to hold little advantage on a stage where everyone could do makeup. The moment Yang Yu pushed open the dorm door, the lively room fell silent. The girls looked at her strangely. Anyone who entered the contestants' dorm now, without having participated in the auditions, it was obvious she was an infiltrator with a background. Host's backdoor privilege incites jealousy and disgust. Hatred points 100. Host's backdoor privilege incites jealousy and disgust. Hatred points 100. Host's backdoor privilege incites jealousy and disgust. Hatred points 100. Only 300 emotion points from 3 people. This made Yang Yu miss her beautiful school flower and her silly brother deeply. The competition, Who is the Youth Star, had a total of 16 contestants divided into 2 groups, male and female, with 8 in each group. The first 4 episodes were split into 2 groups for men and women, meaning the competitions for men and women were held separately, without affecting each other. In these 4 episodes, the first 2 were for the female group, and the latter 2 for the male group. In each episode, every contestant performed 1 song, and the judges scored them. The 2 lowest scoring contestants from each group were eliminated. After the latter 2 episodes, only 8 contestants remained, with 4 men and 4 women each. In the 5th episode, the male and female groups challenged each other, and online viewers voted in real time. The contestant with the higher number of votes advanced to the next episode, while the loser was directly eliminated. In the 6th episode, the 4 final winners faced off in 2 consecutive matches to determine the champion. This was the entire competition format. Yang Yu studied it thoroughly. The cooldown times for immersive experience and revelation before others were both 10 days. However, the first 2 episodes of the female group were only 5 days apart. Yang Yu decided it was better to rely on his own background. Starting from the 5th episode, the audience would score, and under such circumstances, even the strongest background would be useless. The audience wouldn't care whose daughter you were when casting their votes. But with each episode spaced 10 days apart, Yang Yu could now fully utilize his true external power. In 2 days, start preparing for the competition. Let's have a good meal together in the dorm. A woman named Diane spoke. She was a very outgoing person with strong charisma. Within just a week, she had become friends with everyone in the dorm. She knew the family backgrounds of all her roommates except for Yang Yu, and her family wealth far surpassed that of the other two contestants. Great, said a petite woman named Feng Linlin who had a soft personality. Because Diane was rich, she considered her the alpha of the dorm. Do we go Dutch? Order together on the app, and then share, asked the last girl Gumimi who was relatively quiet. Dutch treat. I may not have much, but I have plenty of money. My treat, Diane said magnanimously. Long live Sister Dai. Feng Linlin jumped up joyfully. Sister Dai, should we include her? Feng Linlin pointed at Yang Yu who was lying on the top bunk listening to music with headphones. Diane shook her head and said, I hate people who use connections the most. My family is so rich and I don't use connections. What right does she have? She spoke loudly as if she didn't care if Yang Yu heard. Yang Yu smiled helplessly. He wasn't afraid of being disliked. He was afraid of being disliked without gaining any hatred value. None of these three were geniuses. Back home, he would run into a genius at every turn which made him think geniuses were as common as dirt. He was currently listening to a sweet song from this world. Using 10,000 emotion points, he bought a memory potion from the system and instantly memorized the song. Unfortunately, his singing skill was too low to fully reproduce it. So he spent another 200,000 emotion points to upgrade his singing skill to level. Although the level was still low, at least he could sing in tune. Moreover, the songs in this world were relatively simple, mostly standard pop tunes. Yang Yu felt there was no need to further strengthen his singing skill and save the remaining emotion points for emergencies. At this point, Yang Yu had only 4,000 emotion points left, making him feel like a beggar down to his last pair of underwear. No, he had to find a genius and bully them mercilessly. The hatred value from ordinary people, a few hundred, was nothing compared to the tens of thousands from a genius. And Yang Yu was like a pig that had tasted fine grain, never wanting to go back to coarse food. Logically, a variety show predicted by the system to be a hit couldn't be without geniuses. Yet Yang Yu had wandered around the female dormitory for 2 days, and his genius radar hadn't made a single beep. Diane's takeout arrived quickly. She was indeed a wealthy spender. The table was completely covered with lamb legs and beef, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The three immediately sat at the table ready to eat. Wait, Diane called out. Before eating, let's play a game. Huh. The other two hearing this had to suppress their cravings. Let each of us talk about our biggest strength coming into this show, like songs we've sung or awards we've won. Diane said with a smile. The other two were stunned. She was asking them to reveal their greatest trump cards. Even fools knew to keep their cards hidden. Feng Linlin, you answer first, Gumimi said, putting down her chopsticks. Feng Linlin swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation. Nothing much, I sang choice and won first place in the H-City singing competition. Not bad, impressive, Diane praised. Seeing Feng Linlin answer, Gumimi had to speak up. No major honors, just a few awards from campus competitions. Hearing this, Diane smiled. These two didn't seem highly talented, and their honors weren't remarkable, probably no threat. And you, Sister Diane? Gumimi asked. It couldn't be that only they revealed their strength. Diane smiled shyly. Actually, I have no honors. I mainly joined to accompany my boyfriend. He's a genius with an amazing voice. At these words, Yang Yu became interested. If there were no geniuses in the female group, maybe they were in the male group. Although the two groups competed separately in the first 4 episodes, they would definitely face off in later ones. Perfect timing, my boyfriend is coming over to eat together. Ah, guy entering the girls' dorm. That's not good. Feng Linlin said. What's the big deal? My boyfriend is very respectful, Diane said somewhat angrily. Knock knock. Someone knocked. Diane grinned and quickly opened the door. A fair-skinned man entered, thin, around 20 years old, with shifty eyes that roamed over the female roommates. This is my boyfriend Gao Ming. And these are my roommates Xiaolin and Xiaomei. Diane said, holding her boyfriend's arm. Gao Ming said lecherously, your roommates are all pretty. Diane's expression immediately soured. But none are as beautiful as you, Gao Ming quickly added. You're terrible. Diane covered her face. The others were speechless, force-fed a mouthful of romantic fodder. They wouldn't even need to eat dinner. Yang Yu, who was on the top bunk, had been interested, but his genius radar didn't react. Another ordinary person. And this ordinary person was particularly greasy. Someone like him had a girlfriend, while Yang Yu, single to this day, wondered where he was lacking. Gao Ming then noticed the person on the top bunk listening to music with headphones. After a closer look, he froze as if bewitched. If a woman looked like a princess, even without makeup, how beautiful would she be after putting on makeup? Especially when everyone else was also barefaced. Yang Yu stood out like a crane among chickens. And what is this beautiful lattice name? Gao Ming asked Yang Yu. Diane's face turned green at this. She stomped hard on her boyfriend's foot, but he seemed immune to pain. Come down and eat with us. Diane ordered. Plenty, Gao Ming said enthusiastically. Yang Yu thought for a moment and realized he was a bit hungry. He flipped over from the top bunk, executed a cool jump, and landed steadily, completely ignoring the ladder beside him. Wow, so cool. Feng Linlin exclaimed, impressed by Yang Ye's move. Yang Yu looked up and saw Dai Yan's expression darken even further. Ding. The host has stirred up a couple's relationship. Hatred points, 300. Great, the system was slandering him again. Ding. The host's cool movement has amazed onlookers. Affection points, 300. Great, these measly few hundred emotion points were pocket change, hardly enough to use. With Gao Ming present, the girls ate with particular restraint. Gao Ming himself, mindful of his image, nibbled at his food like a chick pecking rice. However, Yang Yu, who had been invited to join the meal, wasted no time in devouring everything. Under everyone's gaze, all the dishes disappeared into her stomach. These people were utterly dumbfounded. Not tasty. Yang Yu burped and shook her head. Ding. Host has eaten everyone's food and said it's not good. Hatred points, 500. Dai Yan had never seen such a shameless person. Suppressing her anger, she asked with a forced smile, Sister Yang Yu, what is your biggest asset in joining this show? Then everyone's curious gazes turned to the fully fed Yang Yu. Although they had long known that Yang Yu definitely had connections, perhaps she also possessed some talent. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory every time. At least in the first 2 rounds they were rivals, though only by surviving those rounds could they become teammates. The biggest asset. She couldn't very well say it was the system. Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, my father is Yang Han. As soon as the words were spoken, someone dropped their chopsticks, and others' mouths hung open. There were also those who didn't know Yang Han, thinking that Yang Yu was far too blatant. In the entertainment industry, people with connections always kept it under wraps, afraid that others would point fingers and say they didn't earn their place on their own merit, either relying on their father or a sugar daddy. After all, in the entertainment industry, an inspiring underdog persona is always more popular than a rich and beautiful princess persona. Yang Yu not only openly admitted to having connections, but also claimed that her biggest asset was those very connections. Her persona instantly evolved from a rich princess to a spoiled brat. How could she possibly attract any fans? Those who knew Yang Han were even more astonished. This girl had real backing. If she said this show was made for her by her father, everyone would believe it. Yang Han was a famously wealthy tycoon in the country, rumored to have been the richest man a few years ago. This information immediately shifted their thinking. If Yang Yu wanted to use her connections to break into the entertainment industry, she wouldn't need to join this low-end variety show. It wouldn't even be broadcast on television, just a webcast. The show clearly wouldn't become popular. Perhaps she was just bored with life and came here to have some fun. Thinking this, even if Yang Yu had immense backing, she probably wasn't a threat. Maybe after having enough fun, she would just leave. So Dai Yan glanced at her boyfriend and finally relaxed. However, Gao Ming shook his head with a wry smile and said, none of us here can possibly win the championship. The winner has probably already been decided. Everyone was shocked. In this day and age, could the champion be predetermined? Yang Yu was also surprised. Could there be someone with even bigger backing than hers? Even more shameless. The champion already decided. There's a prodigy in our dorm. His name is Jiang Baiyu. His singing skills are an overwhelming, crushing superiority to us. Gao Ming said dejectedly. Jiang Baiyu. Yang Yu, possessing a male soul, naturally understood that for a man to admit another man was better than him, that man had to be truly strong, many times stronger. It seemed that the so-called genius of this show had finally appeared. This show would become a hit because of him. But of course, after it exploded, all the benefits would go to that genius. No one else would get anything, they would only serve as a foil. If Yang Yu only maintained her current singing level, she would probably just be a stepping stone for the genius. However, Yang Yu was not afraid in the slightest, because she came to this world to beat geniuses. 2 days passed quickly. During this time, Yang Yu occasionally strolled around the boys' dormitory, but only attracted a group of greasy perverts, and still didn't encounter the so-called genius. Yang Yu judged that this guy must be a total homebody who never went out. That was why he had avoided Yang Ye's clutches. 2 days later, the male and female contestants received training separately from their mentors. Yang Yu stood together with the other 7 female contestants. At that moment, she realized she seemed to be the youngest, the others were at least adults. Several cameramen were already following them with cameras. Footage of mentor training would be inserted into the live stream later to introduce the contestants. Just as the 8 contestants were sizing each other up, the door of the training room opened. A tall woman in her 30s wearing a black dress walked in. When they saw her face, they were surprised to find it was the renowned singer Lu Ku. Lu Ku might not be the most talented in the country, but she had considerable fame. In recent years, many of her songs had become internet hits, though netizens said she lacked skill and only sang catchy tunes. The female contestants cheered collectively. So this was their mentor. They hadn't expected the production team to invite Lu Ku. Normally, you could only see her on TV, and her concert tickets were terrifyingly expensive. Just being able to see Lu Ku up close made them feel that joining this show was worth it. Lu Ku swept her gaze over the 8 contestants with full authority, her eyes moving from one to another. When she saw Yang Yu, she paused for a moment. Even without makeup, Yang Yu's beauty was still striking. Lu Ku remembered that the production team had personally arranged for her to treat Yang Yu kindly. She gave a contemptuous smile. Having been in the entertainment industry for over a decade, she had seen plenty of people using connections. But those propped up by capital never really became popular. Lu Ku didn't dislike people climbing through background. After all, she herself had entered the industry through connections. But taking shortcuts was fine as long as you had some talent, otherwise the audience and netizens would teach you a lesson. Lu Ku herself had only understood this truth after being heavily criticized by netizens. Then she continuously practiced her basics and released works, eventually gaining a firm foothold in the industry and not being drowned out. However, a young, rich second generation like Yang Yu would never understand this principle. She still had many hardships to endure. Lu Ku thought that this live variety show would definitely make her realize the truth. People wake up after being scolded enough. Ding. Host has made a renowned singer feel contempt. Hatred points 5,000. Yang Yu was stunned. Even someone as famous as Lu Ku was not a genius singer. One of the reasons he had blatantly used connections was to farm hatred points, but this time he incurred a huge loss. Not only did he attract all the hatred, but the points were all in the hundreds. Every item in the system costs at least 10,000. These few hundred hatred points were not even enough to use. Fortunately, Lu Ku was a famous singer. She could serve as a substitute for a genius singer to farm hatred. But then how monstrous must Jiang Baiyu be to deserve the title of genius? Hello everyone, I'm your mentor. Lu Ku said with a smile. I hope none of you doesn't know me, otherwise my nearly 10 years in the industry would be wasted. We know you. We know you. The others immediately shouted excitedly. Over the next 5 days I will train you. My goal is simple: to help each of you bring out your strengths, and in the subsequent battle against the male team, wipe them all out. Do you have confidence? Lu Ku asked seriously. Yes, the female contestants shouted excitedly. Next, each of you will sing the song you've prepared for me. I will give unknown guidance, Lu Ku said. Yang Yu, you go first. Lu Ku planned to establish a strict persona, and she intended to use this calm, well-connected girl as an example. This tactic was called kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Next, many people would be afraid of her, and thus follow. Lu Ku asked, you don't seem excited about my arrival. I noticed you remained very calm just now. She thought that Yang Yu, being a rich second generation, must look down on her with arrogance. Such people should be put in their place, otherwise they would be hard to control. Yang Yu thought to herself, sis, you've really walked right into the line of fire. Don't blame me for being ruthless. She pretended to be naive and replied, I actually have no idea who you are, and I don't know why they're so excited. Lu Ku's originally smiling face instantly fell. Yang Yu's words pierced her heart like a bayonet. She might accept being told she lacked skill, but to be told she had no popularity, that she was unknown, that made her furious. The catchy pop song she had sung over the years had spread far and wide. Ding, the host has caused the famous singer to feel extreme anger. Hatred points 100,000. Yang Yu's words startled even the cameraman, who thought this girl was in for a rough ride. Not knowing me means you don't pay attention to the singer circle. Someone like you, if you keep this up, will never succeed. Lu Ku said with a forced smile. Yang Yu, however, tilted her head adorably and said, Mentor, is it possible that I just don't know you? Lu Ku finally couldn't even force a smile. She had a feeling this girl was targeting her. Originally, Lu Ku had planned to target this rich heiress, but it seemed the girl had stolen a march on her. Was there something she had done to offend her? Ding, the host has caused the famous singer to feel extreme anger. Hatred points 100,000. The cameraman heard Yang Yu's words and couldn't bear to keep filming. This girl's emotional intelligence must be negative, right? Seeing the camera nearby, Lu Ku suppressed her urge to point and scold. At the same time, she thought Yang Yu was probably not targeting her. Who would participate in a talent show and deliberately make the mentor hate them? That would be stupid. It must be that children speak without thinking. Children speak without thinking. Lu Ku comforted herself. Sing the song you prepared. Lu Ku said. The song Yang Yu had prepared for the first episode was a sweet song from this world called Moonlight. It required almost no singing skill, so Yang Yu's current clever singing ability was perfectly sufficient. After Yang Yu finished singing Moonlight in front of Lu Ku, she was somewhat surprised. Yang Yu wasn't as useless as she had thought. Her sweet appearance paired with this sweet song seemed quite impactful. Yet she shook her head in dissatisfaction. She was here to make an example of someone, and she couldn't let the contestant think she was good. Your singing is not good, and the song choice is too low level. You need to go back and rethink it. Hearing this, Yang Yu tilted her head again and asked doubtfully, since my singing is already not good, why should I choose a high-level song? Mentor, are you trying to harm me? Yang Yu made an angry expression. The cameraman completely lost it, laughing until his whole body trembled. He didn't know where the show had found this idiotic child. If this were aired as a blooper, it would be a huge hit. You, do whatever you want. I have a headache. Call the others in. Lu Ku held her head and said, this girl should be left to the netizens. Ding, the host has caused the famous singer to completely break down. Hatred points 300,000. Yang Yu didn't expect her own lethality had grown stronger. Even a famous singer yielded 300. When she met a genius singer, she might get hundreds of thousands. She was still short of 200 emotional value points to buy a good song from the system and dominate the entire competition. Yang Yu anxiously wondered when she would meet Jiang Baiyu. After Mentor Lu Ke's first round of assessment, the best singer was Dai Yin, whom Lu Ku identified as the biggest ace in the female group. Although this girl was a bit sly, she did have real talent. As for Yang Ye's clever singing skill, it was not at the bottom. At least she could rank in the middle. In that case, even without using connections, she could probably barely make it into the top 8. Dai Yin was very relieved to see the mentor announce the results, full of confidence, and vowing to lead the female group to defeat the male group. Then Lu Ku began her devilish training. Lung capacity, pronunciation, rhythm, stage presence. Everything was to be improved in these few days. They worked day and night, leaving no one idle. The contestants were tortured by Lu Ku, all suffering miserably. Some even just gave up and wanted to quit. Thus, among the 8 female contestants, Yang Yu and Dai Yin stood out as extremely special. Dai Yin was full of fighting spirit. Even with dark circles under her eyes, she didn't care about the hardship and seemed increasingly confident. She had made great progress, a little girl who truly loved singing. In everyone's minds, if the female group had an internal final, the champion would surely be Dai Yin. Yang Yu was even more special. She didn't seem to feel tired at all, as if working day and night was nothing. This delicate little loli wouldn't rest until the mentor did, hanging around the mentor all day asking this, and that often driving the mentor half crazy. No, I can't take it anymore. Luca finally couldn't help wanting to rest. She had originally intended to use a sleep deprivation style of training to quickly improve the contestants' skills and temper their patience. But among the 8 contestants, 2 were incredibly driven. That Dai Yin loved music, she could accept that, but Yang Yu, who had connections, was also insanely hardworking. Although she was often infuriated by her questions, her impression of Yang Yu had improved quite a bit. Even though she had gotten in through connections, she was still someone who spared no effort. Today, let's take a day off. Arrange your own time so we can face tomorrow night's match in better shape, Lu Ku proposed. Hooray! The contestants finally escaping from suffering would have raised both feet in approval. I oppose, Yang Yu and Dai Yin said in unison. Lu Ku was stunned. These 2 really weren't letting her off. She had never hated hardworking people so much before. She wanted to rest. But tomorrow's the competition. We should relax even less. At the final moment, if we slack off, we'll lose everything. Mentor surely doesn't want to see all our efforts wasted, Yang Yu said earnestly. Dai Yin nodded, suddenly feeling like she had found a kindred spirit in this person she had disliked before. She regretted having looked down on Yang Yu. With a connection like Yang Han, Yang Yu had only skipped the audition, yet she worked harder than everyone else. She was truly an outlier among the rich second generation. Dai Yin thought that if she had a connection like Yang Han, she would probably be much more excessive than Yang Yu. Alright, let's train one more day today, Lu Ku said through gritted teeth. She really wanted to rest, but Yang Ye's words had put her on the spot. If the female group lost, it would be her fault for slacking off. Everyone groaned, casting hateful glances at Yang Yu. It was like when the teacher said class dismissed, and the class representative stood up and said, "Teacher, you haven't assigned today's homework." This kind of person deserves to die. Ding, the host has caused the famous singer to be physically and mentally exhausted. Hatred points, 30000. Ding, the host has been too driven, causing resentment from the small group. Hatred points, 10000. Perfect, another 400 in hand. Yang Yu ignored the hateful stares and happily continued to pester Lu Ku. Under Yang Ye's relentless pressure, the group reluctantly worked an extra half day. Finally, Lu Ku could take it no more and mentally surrendered to Yang Yu, allowing everyone to return to rest. Facing the risk of sudden death from exhaustion, Lu Ku decided never to push the contestants so hard again. Dai Yin was also on the verge of collapse, staggering back as she observed Yang Yu, who seemed completely unfazed. She silently admired her. "I never thought you could outlast me. I thought I was the only one here who loved music like crazy," Dai Yin said. "No big deal," Yang Yu replied somewhat guiltily. His enthusiasm was primarily to antagonize Lu Ku, but he also reaped unexpected gains after several sleepless days training. With Lu Ku, his singing skill reached grade without spending any emotion points, as if he had gotten it for free. At the training room entrance, someone was waiting for Dai Yin, her boyfriend Gao Ming. Seeing her weakened state, he supported her with concern. "Do you have to push yourself this hard?" he asked. Dai Yin gazed at him lovingly and said, "This is my dream." Gao Ming sighed helplessly. "Your reckless behavior breaks my heart." Dai Yin gave a weak smile. "Dai Yin, I want to ask you, is your dream more important, or am I?" he asked quietly. "If you truly care about me, please take better care of yourself." Dai Yin laughed. "Of course you are the most important," she said, patting his cheek. Yang Yu, feeling like a third wheel, silently endured the display of affection, then decided to abandon Dai Yin and head to the female dormitory, leaving the couple to their intimate moment. When he could no longer see Dai Yin, he quietly exchanged 10,000 emotion points for 4 bottles of stamina potion from the system. He opened one and drank it instantly, feeling refreshed, as if he had rested for days. This stamina potion is quite useful. I won't need to sleep anymore. If Lu Ku and the other female contestants knew that Yang Yu had used such a cheat to outlast them, they might have died on the spot. The next day at 6 in the evening, everything was ready, and the first episode of Who is the Youth Star went live. The hosts were industry newcomers Hua Zai and Xiao Feng, a handsome man and a beautiful woman whose pairing brought excellent program chemistry. They introduced the competition rules on stage and then began presenting the 8 female contestants. Several thousand audience members were preparing glow sticks waiting for the contestants to appear. The venue felt like a concert awaiting the birth of a star who would declare him or herself the king or queen. Would someone become an overnight sensation tonight? On the large central screen, training highlights of the 8 female contestants played. Young beautiful girls undergoing arduous training. The audience, already impatient for the show to begin, was deeply moved. Backstage, the 8 female contestants and the mentor were getting their makeup done. Only Yang Yu refused to participate. He declined makeup because he still resisted his female identity and didn't want to smear things on his face. Although the first time would come eventually, he didn't want to give in so easily. Yang Yu's makeup artist, Xiao Hong, gazed at her with a resentful look. The artist had never seen such a flawless, exquisite face. A canvas every makeup artist dreams of. To have the chance to work on such a face would be a dream come true. Unfortunately, Yang Yu refused her. It was like showing bread and meat to a starving beggar, but not letting them eat. The artist racked her brains trying to trick the child into agreeing, but Yang Yu remained impervious. The hosts suddenly received a cue from the director that the contestants were about to appear, and they quickly exited. All the lights went out. When they came back on, Luke, who stood center stage in a black long dress light, focused on her like an elegant black peacock. Then 8 beams of light descended, illuminating the girls in uniform, white contestant gowns scattered around, each with a number 18 on their waist. The opening song Starlight of Who is the Youth Star was performed by the mentor and the 8 contestants. Cheerful music began. La 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 la. Luke, who started singing in her sweet voice. La 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 la, the girls chorused. Each of us is a star's light meeting on this stage. Though the starlight is faint, it shines forever in the sky. The night is no longer dark. We are no longer alone. Sweet voices drifted from the girls' lips. The audience, initially cheering excitedly, gradually fell silent, listening and waving their glow sticks. Hope like starlight will always be by our side. Luke has stepped back and the contestants gathered together, singing the final line. The lights went out again and the hosts quickly returned to the stage. Mentor Lu Ku led the 8 female contestants to the floor, waiting for the host to call them. The audience was already whistling excitedly. Lu Ku was quite popular, and with a bevy of beauties behind her, their short skirts revealing rows of fair legs, it caused a huge stir. The girls are so beautiful. That contestant number 8 has such delicate makeup. It looks like she's not wearing any, but she's so pretty, someone in the nearby audience whispered. But her makeup is too light. Ooh, I prefer number 5 a bit brighter. I don't know why, but I was instantly drawn to contestant number 8. I feel she's destined to be famous with that face. Both number 5 and number 8 stand out in beauty. May they both become famous. The audience's words reached Dai Yin, contestant number 5, perfectly. She turned her head slightly and saw Yang Yu's exquisite profile. This girl hadn't even worn makeup, yet still outshone them. Terrifying. Meanwhile, she had hired the best makeup artist only to tie. Just then Yang Yu yawned boredly. Dai Yin admired the girl's mental fortitude. Others were nervous to death, but she was drowsy. In truth, Yang Yu didn't want to either. The stamina potion had a side effect. After stopping use, she felt an overwhelming urge to sleep for a short time. Host Hua Zai glanced at the contestants and mentor already seated below the stage and said, Mentor Lu Ku, the competition is about to begin. You've been training the girls for 5 days. Can you reveal who is the strongest among them? Lu Ku looked at Dai Yin standing beside her, full of admiration, then at Yang Yu with her dazed eyes, gritting her teeth with hatred. She glanced at the other girls and said mysteriously, allow me to keep it a secret. After they compete, you'll know. Haha, well, wait and see how they perform. Host Xiao Feng laughed. Back at home, Yang Buwei, who had been gaming, suddenly remembered something. He turned off the game and opened the video streaming app to watch Who is the Youth Star. Seeing that the show had just started, he said, good, I haven't missed it. Let me see if you can succeed, little sis. Seeing the bullet comments praising contestant number 8's beauty, he smiled proudly. This was his sister, his invincible sister. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing was learning how to manage a company with his portly father. Son, if you really want to be a boss, you can come to my company. I guarantee you'll be a general manager within 3 years. Why exhaust yourself starting a new one? His father said, concerned. I want to do it on my own, Gu Xiqing replied quietly. His father sighed. His son had always had a mind of his own and excelled at everything, but it was too exhausting. He wished the boy would take a good rest. Gu Xiqing suddenly glanced at his mechanical wristwatch and said, Dad, I'm going to take a break. He'll resume studying tomorrow. His father was astonished. The boy was voluntarily resting. All right, go ahead, he said happily. Gu Xiqing hurried to his room and locked the door. Hearing the lock click, his father rubbed his chin in confusion. Could his son be growing up and doing that sort of thing? He decided to knock before entering from now on to avoid seeing something he shouldn't. Inside the room, Gu Xiqing turned on his phone. He searched for who is the youth star, hesitated for a moment, then murmured, "She is my enemy. I just want to see how far she has developed." Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Having mentally prepared himself, he opened the video. He had learned from Yang Bue that Yang Yu had joined the show, and it was premiering today. When he saw Yang Yu dazzlingly fair next to Lu Ku, an unconscious doting smile crept across his face. Zhao Nanqing, who was preparing materials for the art college entrance exam, tidied up and opened her phone. Whenever life weighed her down, making her want to escape and abandon her dreams, the memory of Yang Yu would suddenly rekindle her determination. Now seeing Yang Yu who is the teen star, still radiating beauty and unconquerable spirit, she felt relieved. Nanqing, keep going. I will meet her at the summit, Zhao Nanqing encouraged herself. Next, please welcome contestant number 1, Feng Linlin, with her piece Under the Sun, the host announced. Backstage, Feng Linlin nervously tugged at her clothes and looked at Lu Ke, saying, "Minter, I'm so nervous." Lu Ke hugged her and said, "Take a deep breath. Just treat it like a regular rehearsal. You're at least 4th in our group in terms of skill. You'll definitely advance." Lu Ke knew Feng Linlin had a weak mentality, which was why she had arranged for her to go first. Those with fragile minds were too easily influenced by those who followed, and their confidence might crumble further. Feng Linlin quickly took a deep breath, but her heart pounded faster. Seeing this, Dai Yin walked over and gave her a big hug. "Believe in yourself. You've got this. After you advance, we'll have another meal in the dorm. This time we'll eat first, and let Yang Yu have our leftovers," she said. Feng Linlin laughed, feeling a sudden pillar of support. She nodded gratefully at Dai Yin. Yang Yu shrugged beside them, feeling unfairly caught in the crossfire. Feng Linlin stepped onto the stage holding the microphone with confidence. But as she looked at the sea of faces in the audience, all staring up at her expectantly, the world began to spin. The music began. Feng Linlin shut her eyes in fear, as if only by shutting out the audience could she force herself to sing. She compelled herself to follow the melody. Golden wheat waves flowing like an ocean. The wind veils my brow. It's over. Lu Ke shook her head helplessly. The very first note was off-key. Feng Linlin was far too nervous. She lacked even 30% of her usual skill, and her voice trembled. Sigh. Dai Yin sighed in frustration. She glanced at Yang Yu, finding him silently watching the stage, lost in thought. Even this carefree girl, was she sighing too? Everyone felt terrible. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The music stopped. Feng Linlin opened her eyes, already sensing the outcome. Tears streamed down her face. "Thank you for that performance, contestant number 1, Feng Linlin. There were some mistakes, but it's all right. Your score is in your mentor's hands. Mentor Lu Ku, please show your score." Without hesitation, Lu Ku sternly raised her scorecard. The entire venue erupted in murmurs. The other female contestants pursed their lips, trembling with tension, their palms sweating profusely. Wow, 59 points, a low score. But don't worry, you're the first contestant. There will be more chances. Mentor Lu Ku, please explain your reasoning. Host Xiao Feng offered belated comfort, though he felt regret. Despite Feng Linlin's flawed performance, Lu Ke's score was still overly strict. Lu Ku sighed helplessly. "Linlin, you're actually the second person on this team I like the most. I really wanted you to advance, but reality is reality. Your performance was terrible. I have to be fair." Feng Linlin forced back her tears and nodded with a smile. "Please take a short break, Feng Linlin. Next, contestant number 2, please prepare," Hua Zai announced. Feng Linlin walked off silently. Dai Yin placed a hand on her back. Time did not stop. Contestants came and went one after another. After Feng Linlin's mistake and Lu Ke's harsh grading, the subsequent contestants' singing began to warp. Though they performed better than Feng Linlin, their scores remained low. 61, 63, 64. The live comments for "Who is the teen star?" shifted from sympathy for the contestants to a frenzy of trolling. "What garbage. This trash show isn't even worth a dog's time. What kind of singing is that? Even I could do better. How were these people chosen?" All through connections. The ratings plummeted. Behind the scenes, everyone looked frantic. The female group seemed headed for total collapse. Next, please welcome contestant number 5, Dai Yin, with her performance Blooming Flowers, the host announced. Lu Ku patted the eager Dai Yin. "It's all on you now. You have to restore the confidence of those who remain." Dai Yin glanced at Feng Linlin, who was hanging her head, and said confidently, "Don't worry, mentor. They'll set a good example. I won't let our hard work go to waste." Unlike the fragile Feng Linlin, Dai Yin thrived under pressure. The stage lights converged on her as she ascended step by step, like a victorious general striding forward with invincible conviction. Dai Yin's radiant face appeared before the microphone. Her eyes were soft and alluring, captivating all. The stage seemed made for her. A gentle melody began. Her red lips parted, and she sang with a voice full of stories. "Nothing can hold you back from your longing for dreams. The The hard years gone by, and that dark lightless life. You may feel lost, but the moment you look back you realize how far you've come. Diane's voice was slow, as if lamenting the difficulty of dreams. Just when everyone thought this was a tragic, hopeless song, her voice gradually soared. That is the path in your heart, so rugged and distant. Yet along the road bloomed the blossoming flowers. The high notes seemed to crush the darkness, bringing boundless hope. The comments erupted, so beautiful, even more powerful than the original. Now that's more like it. I'm a fan of number 5 Diane. She's definitely taking the championship. Great story, but a bit lacking in vocal technique. Slightly cracked on the high notes, but still excellent. They'll keep watching this show. The audience stood and cheered, screaming for Diane. Backstage, Young Yu smiled. It turned out that even without being a genius, one could bloom brilliantly on this stage. Well done, Diane. The music stopped, but the phrase, blooming flowers, seemed to linger in the air. All the female contestants were thrilled. They too wanted to bloom on stage like Diane. Thank you for that near-perfect performance, contestant number 5 Diane. Luca, you're trying to look serious, but your eyes gave you away. Host Xiao Feng teased, seemingly freed from the earlier tension. Ha! Luca could no longer hold back and laughed heartily. Perhaps because Feng Linlin's failure had spurred Diane to unleash her full potential. She said proudly, "You asked me earlier who the ace of the female group was. Let me tell you now, it's Diane." High praise indeed, Host Huazai said, winking at Diane. Thank you. They'll keep working hard, Diane replied confidently. Then Mentor Lu Ku, please reveal your score, Huazai announced loudly. Lu Ku was about to show her scorecard. Hold on, Huazai suddenly interrupted. Huh. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Let's go to a commercial break first. Boo. The audience was not amused. The comments flooded with complaints. What the heck? Just reveal the result already. Such a cliffhanger, just like those authors who always cut at the critical moment. Annoying. The advertisement ended after a minute. The crowd could no longer restrain their impatience, eager to see the result. Lu Ku smiled, then mysteriously revealed the sign, which displayed a score of 88. Hiss. Everyone still drew in a sharp breath. They had thought such a performance would earn at least 90 points, yet it was only 88. They began to wonder if Lu Ku was being too strict. I know you think I scored too low, but I gave it after careful consideration, not out of fear that Diane would become proud. Diane's singing indeed is full of storytelling, but her vocal technique is still lacking with many flaws. Additionally, her stage presence is insufficient. She stands there like a wooden post. Not everyone is required to sing and dance, but at least some body language is needed. Her body and voice show no coordination. I hope she will improve in the upcoming competition. Luca finished speaking, and the bullet comments began scrolling wildly. Too harsh, isn't it? Luca's own singing isn't very strong. Luca's singing is not strong, but does that mean she has no right to evaluate others? She's the mentor after all. Don't speak ill of my Kiki. I think Luca's words make a lot of sense. This is a stage, not a music streaming platform. You think she gave too low a score because the previous contestants were too weak? Listening to Luca's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Diane herself felt that Lu Ku was reasonable. The 88 points might even have been generous, given to encourage the later contestants. Since the score is final, you don't have to dwell on it. At least Diane is guaranteed to advance for now. Let's look forward to the next contestant's performance. Host Xiaofeng said, let's welcome contestant number 6 Gumimi and her work. Because of Diane's successful performance, the following contestants gained confidence, but none could produce a work as stunning as Diane's. Number 6 scored 78 points. Number 7 scored 75 points. At this point, only one contestant remained in the female group, Yang Yu, who had not yet performed. The bullet comments changed tone once again. It seems in the female group, only number 5 Diane stands out. I'm out. From now on, just watching Diane in the female group is enough. I look forward to a strong performer in the male group. There's still one contestant who hasn't appeared. Let's watch. Number 8 is very beautiful. I think it's worth waiting for. She's too young, doesn't seem like a high-level performer. But I'll wait and see. Just looking at her face is pleasing. Have you noticed? Number 8 looks like the popular actress Isusu. Now that you mention it, she does a bit, but she's more delicate than Isusu. Host Huazi stepped up again and said today's competition is coming to an end. Only the last female contestant, number 8, remains. Before that, we have to announce some bad news. Hearing this, Feng Linlin, who had been looking down silently, raised her head. Since 7 contestants have already performed, regardless of how the last one does, the contestant with the lowest score is destined to be eliminated. The host said in a sorrowful tone. The lowest score right now is contestant number 1 Feng Linlin. Let us send her off this stage with regret. Wow. Hearing this, Feng Linlin, who had been forcing a smile, finally broke down and cried in Diane's arms. She had been waiting for a miracle, though hope was slim. Now it felt like a death sentence. She could no longer hold back her sorrow, unable to suppress her tears. Everyone shook their heads. Such is the cruelty of elimination rounds, someone always has to leave. Lu Ku sighed. Even though she was the one giving the scores, she really wanted to keep Feng Linlin. But Feng Linlin had made too many mistakes, so not eliminating her would be unjust. At that moment, Lu Ku glanced at Yang Yu sitting in the audience. The girl was lounging with her legs crossed. Luckily, she was wearing safety shorts, or her short skirt uniform would have revealed her modesty. She showed no awareness that her turn was imminent. Why couldn't she be the one eliminated? How nice it would be to have Feng Linlin back. Ding. The host made the renowned singer feel extremely distressed that it was not you being eliminated. Hatred points 5,000. Yang Yu was taken aback. She didn't expect to be hit with this while sitting so far from the mentor. Speechless folks, who did I offend? But hatred points were still delicious. Sister Lu, give another 5,000 to make it a round number. After Feng Linlin left, the competition continued. Yang Yu stood up, straightened her clothes, and prepared to take the stage. Host Huazi looked at number 8 Yang Yu and unconsciously marveled at her beauty. Suddenly struck by curiosity, he asked Lu Ku, people usually save the strongest for last, as the finale. Is mentor Lu Ku thinking the same way? Oh. The question caught Lu Ku off guard. She looked at Yang Yu. The girl was so beautiful, yet the more she looked, the more irritated she felt. This one had a natural talent for being annoying, always acting unpredictably. So Lu Ku had saved her for last, simply to avoid affecting the other contestants. Ding. The host made the renowned singer feel that you are very annoying. Hatred points 5,000. Great, it really added up to 10,000. Yang Yu wanted to give Lu Ku a thumbs up. Since mentor Lu Ku doesn't answer, let's look forward to the performance of contestant number 8 Yang Yu. Let's welcome contestant number 8 Yang Yu and her work Moonlight. Yang Yu was actually a competitive person. Originally, for the first episode, he planned to hide his strength and rely on the backstage to advance, saving his cheats for later to ensure he could make it into the top 8. Then in the audience voting round, he would activate the cheats to secure a top 3 spot. But now, with Dai Yan's outstanding performance ahead and Lu Ku's disdain behind, he didn't care about any missions anymore. Matters of the future can wait. Every road leads to a solution. If there's a road, it'll take a detour. As Yang Yu walked up, he activated his cheats. Reveal presence to all, activate. Immersion, activate. Ding. Host activated reveal presence to all. Singing skill temporarily raised to S-level. Dancing skill raised to S-level. Yang Yu projected himself into the persona of a top singing star, slowly walking onto his stage as if he were starting his own concert. With the help of immersion, Yang Yu transformed into the song queen Yang Yu. Under Lu Ku's disdainful gaze, she noticed that Yang Yu's entire aura was slowly changing. From a crazy girl to a goddess, step by step walking toward the throne that belonged to her. As the sweet music began, Yang Yu held the microphone with one hand, while raising her right hand and swaying her body as if strolling on the stage. Unlike Dai Yan, who stood like a wooden post, she successfully merged with the stage, turning it into her battlefield. The spotlight cascaded down like moonlight. Beneath the moonlight, Yang Yu danced gracefully with her black hair draped over her shoulders, gentle and ethereal. Even mentor Lu Ku was stunned. Such stage presence was perhaps beyond her own ability, and during the rehearsal, Yang Yu had never revealed her true prowess. This girl, has she been playing the fool all along? Dai Yan gazed at the stage in fascination. For the first time, she felt drawn to a woman's beauty. Watching the soothing music and Yang Yu's slender, graceful figure, a poem came to her mind. Dancing with my clear shadow, how can this be the mortal world? The scene was like a fairyland, with a celestial maiden dancing slowly under the moonlight. On stage, Yang Yu had already brought the microphone to her lips. I've heard, in every heart there is a place where the deepest thoughts hide. Her voice, gentle as water, seemed to be slowly telling a warm story. Although this song did not demand exceptional singing skills, Lu Ku could sense that Yang Yu's vocal technique had improved dramatically. Her breath control was remarkably steady. And now Yang Yu's pitch was gradually rising, making it even more moving. From the moonlight rippling in a wine glass, I see my homeland. From Li Bei's poem about the moon, I recall my homeland. The moonlight is silver and clear. The moonlight flows like spring and condenses into frost. The moonlight illuminates my heart. The moonlight sprinkles happiness everywhere. On stage, the saxophone played by the musician filled the air with romantic and tender notes, complementing Yang Yu's sweet smile. It made people feel that this mortal world was so beautiful, allowing them to momentarily forget all their worries. Meanwhile, the bullet comments were scrolling wildly. This girl has such a perfect figure. I wish I could dream of watching a fairy dance. So beautiful, so beautiful. I declare she is my wife. Yang Yu, marry me. Ah, this is the real ace of the girls group. No wonder she was the finale act. This dance is so dreamy. I want to learn dancing too. Oh my god, I have a new goddess. She's still young. If I start being her fan now, can I enjoy the joy of watching her grow? Meanwhile, some perverts didn't care about the artistic conception of the music at all. They were simply attracted by Yang Yu's beauty and figure, completely letting loose online and posting cringeworthy bullet comments. Those slender white legs, so long, straight, and fair. I could play with them forever. Who the hell invented safety shorts? I want to see her underwear. Lolas have 3 virtues: delicate body, soft waist, easy to push down. I have material for dreams tonight. Hey, control yourself. She's underage. What? Underage? She's so well developed. I feel deeply inferior. Ding. Host has delivered a breathtaking work. Affection value 100000. Ding. Host has gained widespread adoration. Reward 1 lottery draw. After ending the immersive realm Yang Yu gradually transformed into Yang Yu and woke from the artistic conception. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Yu eagerly started the lottery. The system roulette spun rapidly and finally slowed to a stop. Ding. Host has obtained the talent Limit Vocal Range. Limit Vocal Range grants the host a vocal range that reaches the human limit, capable of both high and low notes with ease. Another talent that countless singers would envy to tears. When the spotlight dimmed once more, people realized that contestant No. 8. Yang Yu's performance had ended. Like a dream, like an illusion, like a bubble, or a flash of lightning. It began in fantasy and ended like a fleeting bubble. They were pulled back to the real world. If they could, they would have been willing to immerse themselves in that happiness forever. This is the power that stage music can bring, isn't it? Thank you No. 8 Yang Yu for such an enchanting and soul-stirring performance. Please don't leave just yet. Can we interview you later? Xiao Feng said as he walked onto the stage. The audience expressed surprise again. Due to time constraints, contestants didn't have individual interview segments, so Yang Yu was the exception. Alright, now let's first ask mentor Lu Ko. You just said that the ace of your group is really only Dai Yin, right? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Lu Ku was at a loss. She had no idea that Yang Yu, as if equipped with a cheat, would suddenly dominate the whole stage. Who could she complain to? However, based on performance, Yang Yu was indeed the second trump card of the girls' group, and this card's impact was even stronger than Dai Yan's. She perfectly understood the essence of stage music and turned it into her own concert. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Yu's chosen song was too simple and didn't demand much vocal skill, and thus lacked a greater impact, Yang Yu could have achieved legendary status with this single piece. And today's stage could have become a legendary scene. Damn it, why did she choose such a simple song? I should have made her change it. Luca looked at Yang Yu's innocent expression on stage. Why, when this girl performed so well, did she still make her angry? Ding. Host has made an established singer extremely angry. Anger value 10000. Huh. This person is really hard to please, Yang Yu thought. Just treat her as a surprise. Lu Ku deliberately revealed a mysterious expression. Just wait. She might turn into a shock later, Luca thought. Very good. It seems that No. 8 Yang Yu is the hidden ace of the girls' group. Let's look forward to her future performances. Mentor Lu Ku, please give the final contestant of the girls' group a score. Quasi, seeing that the program was running short on time, quickly said. Can we play a commercial first? I need to think for a moment, Lu Ku said hesitantly. Haha, Lu Ku is not so decisive for the first time. But the advertisers will certainly be happy. Lu Ku lowered her head and started thinking. She was weighing whether to give Yang Yu a higher score than Dai Yin or a lower one. Dai Yin's weakness was stage presence, but her song was impactful, which made up for it. Yang Yu's stage effect was excellent, but it also made the song seem too simple. In the audience's eyes, Yang Yu might seem stronger, but Luca knew that the two were almost evenly matched. In fact, she leaned slightly toward Dai Yin. After all, the song is the soul of music, and it is often the song that endures. Moreover, Lu Ku personally liked Dai Yin a bit more, whereas Yang Yu always reminded her of unpleasant things. After a moment's thought, she raised her scorecard 87 points, 1 point lower than Dai Yin's 88. The audience erupted in uproar and heated discussions immediately ensued. The livestream bullet comments flooded in. This is rigged. I think Yang Yu is way better. The score is fair. I think Dai Yin is stronger. Different strokes for different folks, but I support Yang Yu. Actually, I accept the same score. Why does Yang Yu get 1 point lower? Yang Yu chose the wrong song. Oh, it's not suitable for a competition show. Hope she picks a better one next time and creates a legendary stage. The discussion heat of this variety show skyrocketed instantly because of the controversy over Yang Yu being 1 point lower than Dai Yin, even making it to Weibo's trending topics, drawing widespread attention. The behind-the-scenes crew of Who is the Youth Star was laughing silly. They had thought this was just a simple little show, but it seemed to be on the verge of becoming a hit. Yang Yu was an unexpected bonus. They had assumed she was just a useless rich kid filling a slot, but they discovered she was a treasure. They thought that if the girls' group continued to perform like this and the boys' group didn't flop, the show might at least achieve modest popularity. Everyone please settle down. Since mentor Lu Ku has given her score, let's respect it, okay? She must have her reasons. And Yang Yu, don't be discouraged. The next competition is in 5 days. Do your best. Host Xiao Feng comforted Yang Yu, who looked calm. Even using a cheat could lead to loss in this day and age. Speechless, Yang Yu decided to use Lu Ku to farm hatred later. Finally, today's competition is over. 6 contestants have successfully advanced. Let's send off the 7th contestant and hope she comes back next time. The 7th contestant was from another dormitory. The 4 members of her dorm hugged each other and wept bitterly. This made Dai Yin think of Feng Lin, who had already left the scene, and she sighed. And finally, may we ask contestant No. 8 Yang Yu, do you know the big star He Susu? Xiaofeng asked very seriously. No help for it, the two truly looked remarkably alike. If not for their relationship, the host even suspected that Yang Yu had deliberately undergone plastic surgery to resemble Hisusu. Meanwhile, the audience below all perked up their ears. Who wouldn't want to hear gossip, especially when it involved the famous star, Hisusu? Yang Yu paused, thinking it best not to affect Hisusu. He said, no relationship at all. Then your face, eh? Xiaofeng asked again in confusion. Yang Yu knew she thought he had undergone plastic surgery. With the system in place, why would he need that? Original, you can pinch if you don't believe me. Yang Yu puffed out his cheeks like a carp. The host Xiaofeng, seeing how cute Yang Yu looked, inexplicably reached out and pinched his collagen-rich face. Bouncy and soft, Xiaofeng became addicted, using both hands to pinch each side, unable to stop. The barrage comments started scrolling again. Wow, it looks so soft. I want to pinch too. Let go of my wife. Let me do it. Let go. It's turning red like jelly. I want to bite it. So cute. Stop promoting childish aesthetics. Ahem. The male host Huazai quickly reminded. Xiaofeng reluctantly let go. Yang Yu touched his face to check for deformation. Anyway, today's show ends here. Welcome to the next episode. See you in 5 days. The host Huazai announced. Seeing the director cut the feed, Huazai quickly walked to Yang Yu and said, little sister, can I pinch your face? Xiaofeng's earlier pinching had made him itch to try. If he weren't a grown man, he would have done it right then. Damn. Yang Yu helplessly let Huazai try the feel. Then he left the lingering Huazai and ran down, shamefully covering his face. Woo, my face is dirty. Yang Yu ran to Dai Yin, seeking protection from the big sister. Dai Yin looked at Yang Yu's reddened face from the pinching and couldn't help but plant a kiss, leaving a lipstick mark. Yang Yu stared at her in shock, his expression utterly adorable. If you keep staring at me like that, I'll give the other cheek another kiss. Dai Yin threatened fiercely. Just now, Yang Yu's performance on stage was like a goddess. Now netizens watching the live stream must have enshrined her as their moonlight. Visible, but untouchable. But Dai Yin could touch her anytime, giving her a thrill of desecrating the goddess. You think I'm afraid of you? If you didn't have a boyfriend, I'd show you. Yang Yu thought angrily. At this moment, midnight, Hisusu was in pajamas, still sifting through a mountain of scripts, even after her assistant had filtered them. She was not a genius actress. Her achievements today came purely from relentless hard work, step by step. So she had to struggle to maintain her success. Her mind was now only on her career. Once she had consulted a fortune teller who said her later years would be miserable. Actually, there was no need to tell fortunes. She thought she would probably never marry, had few relatives, and would have no children to support her in old age. Miserable twilight years seemed inevitable. But so what? She couldn't care about that. Her goal was her career, as she wanted to leave her name in the history of the entertainment industry. Ring ring. Someone called. Hisusu glanced at the screen, showing it was from her assistant. It's so late, what's up? Check the trending list. There's an ordinary person claiming to look very much like you. Probably a marketing stunt by some company. Hisusu was surprised. Why inform her about this? Usually an agent could handle it. But the assistant quickly cleared up her confusion. The company says this ordinary person has potential. Maybe you can join forces to stir up some buzz since your new work is coming out soon. Hisusu hesitated for a moment and said, then follow the company's arrangement. I don't mind. Afterwards, she silently hung up. Over the years of fame, hype had become routine for her. As long as it was effective, she was fine. Of course, Hisusu had her own principles. After searching for so long, Hisusu still hadn't found a good script. She was getting older and didn't want to play romantic idol dramas anymore. There seemed to be few scripts left with good female characters. Her acting wasn't top-notch, her network wasn't broad, and it was hard to break into serious dramas. Her career seemed to have hit a plateau. Sigh. Hisusu stretched and decided to call it a day, also curious to see who was writing her fame today. Young people nowadays don't want to work steadily, they all want shortcuts. What's the rush? The future will eventually be theirs, but her generation is about to be eliminated. The entertainment industry is that cruel. When she opened the trending list, she saw a bright red explosive at the top. A talent show contestant looks very much like Hisusu. She shrugged and clicked on the trending topic. The comments were all her fans trying to distance her from it. Refuse to be tied together. Our Susu is the only one. What nerve. Each one tries to ride on the coattails of a famous star. Get your own work before doing that. After looking, I think she might be a plastic surgery monster, at least some tweaks. There were also anti-fans taking the chance to smear her. Don't cover your mouths, fans. She does look alike. She's much prettier than Aunt He. Fans are afraid others will replace their idol. She's over 30 and hasn't transitioned from idol actress. She'll be eliminated sooner or later. I think this little singer is a high-end version of Hisusu. If she had seen these words when she was younger, Hisusu would have been angry and aggrieved. But now she was used to it, as she just treated them as nonsense. However, she became interested in this ordinary person. In the past, when others tried to ride her fame, even the anti-fans never said someone was a high-end version of her. She had made her name through beauty, of few in the entertainment industry could rival her looks. An ordinary person dared to be called her high-end version, and her fans didn't refute it, only saying the ordinary person had undergone plastic surgery. She curiously opened the trending video. It seemed to be a clip from an obscure variety show, and this trending topic was likely bought by the show for promotion. In the video, a girl was dancing gracefully and softly on stage. When the girl turned around, Susu almost dropped her phone. She seemed to see her younger self. Youthful, vibrant, exquisite. She quickly looked at the girl's name. Yongyu. It was her Yongyu. That name had been buried deep in her heart, she had never thought of it over the years. But now seeing those two characters, something seemed about to burst from her chest. Yongyu, her only child. And in this world, fewer than 10 people knew this secret. That was the biggest mistake she made in her youth, one she still regretted deeply. In the end, for the sake of her career, she had to give up custody of the girl. At that moment, the clip had reached the host asking the girl. And finally, may we ask contestant number 8 Yongyu if she knows the famous star Susu? The girl calmly said, no relationship at all. Susu clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain. Did she not know? Or did she know, and thus always resent her? Susu quickly sent a message to her assistant, telling her not to market anything related to Yongyu. Before figuring things out, the only thing she could do was not disturb her. It was in the boys' dormitory of Who is the Youth Star? The residents of both rooms had gathered together to watch the rerun of the variety show from the previous night's live broadcast. Due to their training schedule, they had missed the live show, and now they were huddled together commenting on the beauties. However, a young man in a white t-shirt was an exception. Seemingly uninterested in the girls, he was writing in his diary. He shook his head, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into the wastebasket. Then he gazed out the window at the leaves swaying in the wind. The breeze parted his bangs, revealing a handsome face. He was alone here, not because others isolated him, but because he often lived in his own world. In other words, he isolated everyone else. Gao Ming is contestant no. 5 really your girlfriend? A young man asked. Gao Ming said proudly, of course she is. Beautiful, isn't she? And her singing is great. She's way better than you. The young man shook his head regretfully. Bullshit. We're equally good, alright. Gao Ming replied with a hint of guilt. Hey Zhang Kaifan, stop teasing him, okay? He finally found such a great girlfriend. Don't mess it up for him. Another person chimed in. The young man called Zhang Kaifan shrugged and said no more. According to the comments, Dai Yan is the ace of the female group, and she also had the highest score last night. I remember the most popular one last night was contestant no. 8 Yongyu. I saw her clips and was stunned by her beauty. Leaving aside the singing Yes beauty on stage last night was almost at a celebrity level for them, a crushing blow to the other contestants. Hearing their words, Zhang Kaifan hurried over and said, she's really beautiful indeed. If she weren't so young, I'd go after her. She's not that young, only 3 years younger than us. And judging by her development, she'll definitely become something great in the future. The boys laughed mischievously. Zhang Kaifan quickly stepped back, not wanting to be corrupted by these losers. At the same time, he felt uncomfortable that they were fantasizing about Yongyu. This made him feel that the aloof Zhang Baiyu was more in line with his criteria for making friends. He sidled up to Zhang Baiyu and said, bro, writing lyrics again. This is a talent show, not an original composition competition. Why waste so much effort on original songs? With your singing skills, if you pick some challenging songs, you're sure to advance. Zhang Kaifan considered himself quite gifted in singing and often felt smug about it, but coming here made him realize what a true genius really was. Not only was this guy singing unmatched, but he was also devoted to original works, writing lyrics so good that Zhang Kaifan felt like kneeling. He didn't know how Zhang would perform on stage, but Zhang had a hunch that this guy would definitely become famous through this variety show. Did you watch the girls' group competition last night? Zhang Kaifan asked. I just watched Diane's competition video. Zhang Baiyu said, how was it? Very good, very strong, Zhang Baiyu said seriously. Do you think you can beat her? She's the ace of the girls' group, Zhang Kaifan asked. They'll have to compete to know. Zhang Baiyu said, in my opinion, she's nothing to fear. Even I could probably beat her, Zhang Kaifan said. That was his true feeling. If the highest level of the girls' group was Dai Yan, then the boys' group could easily thrash them. But Zhang Baiyu shook his head and said, it's hard to draw conclusions before the end. Maybe she just didn't perform well. Zhang Kaifan smiled. Although Zhang Baiyu had used a very modest tone, his words revealed another meaning in his eyes. Dai Yan's performance last night was actually not good. The ace of the girls' group probably meant nothing to him, so he hadn't even looked at the others. This guy was humble on the surface, but deep down, he was extremely arrogant. But I think another contestant might be a variable. You should be careful, Zhang Kaifan said. Zhang Baiyu ignored him and continued writing lyrics in his notebook. After finishing a sentence, he got stuck. Zhang Kaifan, come quick. Your goddess is on stage, the others shouted excitedly. Zhang Kaifan rushed over. Yongyu walked up to the stage step by step. According to her profile, she was only 1.68 meters tall, but with her good figure she appeared quite slender. On stage, Yongyu began to sing Moonlight in a gentle, sweet voice, and the boys listening gradually became mesmerized. This song Her voice surpassed the original, reaching the limit of the piece. And Yang Yu swaying gracefully on stage added a new soul to the song. If only we'd been there live last night. Such a stage and beauty are rare. Yeah, what a pity. How about this next time we ask the mentors to take us to the live show, just to scope out the competition? Damn great idea. I fully support it. Zhang Kaifan stood up excitedly, but accidentally bumped into someone behind him. Turning around, he found Zhang Baiyu standing there, not knowing when he had arrived. At that moment, Zhang Baiyu's face was serious. Zhang Kaifan had never seen such an expression on him. Then Zhang Baiyu smiled, and said, "Not bad. Having such an opponent makes things interesting." In truth, he had been drawn by the very first note of Yang Yes singing, and had quietly walked over, immersing himself in the atmosphere of the stage. For such a simple song to have such a performance, she was definitely a dark horse later on. Whenever he encountered a worthy opponent, his mind felt a pleasurable surge, and inspiration flowed. He immediately went to his desk and wrote. In just a few minutes he completed this piece. This original song would definitely be his most satisfying work. He planned to save it for later rounds, the male-female group showdown. Those attracted by Zhang Baiyu's actions immediately gathered around, and after seeing the lyrics they couldn't help but marvel. It seemed this variety show had nothing to do with them anymore. Are you really not hiding your strengths? Lu Ku asked exasperatedly. In the first episode, Yang Yu had performed almost perfectly on stage, but her song choice was lacking. So this time Lu Ku specially chose a more challenging song for Yang Yu, Mountain. This piece had a high-pitched section that was difficult for most people to master. Although Yang Yu managed to sing it, the effect was somewhat disappointing. Yang Yu couldn't be bothered with this guy. What he hated most in life was hiding his strength. Wherever there was a chance to shine, that's where he wanted to be. Unfortunately, his skills were on cooldown, and he didn't have much emotional value left. He couldn't even show off if he wanted to. If it weren't for the talent extreme vocal range, he might not have been able to sing the high-pitched song Mountain at all. But given the song's difficulty, advancing in the girls group should be secure. So Yang Yu wasn't worried at all. Seeing Yang Yes' indifferent attitude, Lu Ku felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, which made her chest ache. How could she have placed hope in this rich second generation? She might as well put all her chips on Dai Yin, who at least was stable. Ding Host made a famous singer angry to the point of chest pain. Hatred value increased by 10000. Okay, another 10000 points in hand. Yang Yu instantly grinned. Lu Ku couldn't understand why this guy could smile even when she gave him a bad attitude. And the more angry she got, the worse she treated him, the happier he seemed. Wasn't that masochistic? Today's training is over, Lu Ku announced. Yay! The contestants cheered upon hearing the order to rest. Since learning that Yang Yu was extremely competitive, Lu Ku no longer dared to push them, allowing them to rest well each time. Yang Yu, however, looked disappointed. Today's hate farming session had come to an end. Lu Ku, like a girl who had been hurt in love, grew increasingly cautious around him, rarely giving him an opportunity to strike. His hate value was indeed decreasing, and if this continued, he would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Dai Yin saw Yang Yu standing there with his arms crossed in a sulk, looking so cute that one couldn't help but want to tease him. She walked over and rubbed his face, saying, "Oh, I know you want to improve quickly, but we need to balance work and rest." Dai Yin found it strange that these words came from her own mouth. Usually she was the most intense one, wishing to train all the time. But unexpectedly Yang Yu was even more relentless. Dai Yin had feared he might suddenly drop dead, yet every time he began to tire, he would take a sip of water and immediately become energized again, like a dying person injected with adrenaline, experiencing a temporary revival. Yang Yu removed Dai Yin's hand from his face. Since the last episode, everyone wanted to come and pinch his face, and then post it online to show off, making Yang Yes fans extremely jealous. That's right, Yang Yu now had fans, and quite a few. After the first episode, someone had specially edited a video of his stage performance and posted it online, causing a surge in views. Although most were just fans of his looks, all coveting his face. The two walked back together with Dai Yin constantly ready to sneak attack Yang Yes' face, but each time she was blocked. "Yang Yu, actually I really dislike you at first," Dai Yin suddenly said. Yang Yu smiled nonchalantly and said, "I know, after all your hostility was so obvious. Haha, but now I really like you. You're different from other rich second-generation kids. You have both strength and diligence," Dai Yin said with a smile. "Actually, you're much more innocent than me." "Innocent? I'm actually over 30 in real age, long past being innocent," Yang Yu thought. "Actually, the whole pulling strings thing. Was it your father forcing you while you wanted to rely on your own strength to climb up?" Dai Yin asked. Yang Yu was dumbfounded. If someone had such a wild imagination that he didn't know how to respond. And in Dai Yin's mind, a scene appeared: a stubborn girl who had a dream since childhood to become a singer on her own, and she acted on it, but her wealthy father never agreed. Finally, the girl threatened to kill herself, and the father had no choice but to consent. But he still maliciously interfered in all of his daughter's activities, unaware that this behavior made others hate and envy the girl. No, it should be that he deliberately made others envy and hate the girl so that she would back down in the face of difficulties. The girl, suffering all the grievances, ignored others' hatred and still moved forward bravely. What would die? Yin felt certain it was like that. Ding host deceives someone's feelings compassion 300. Yang Yu looked at the tearful Dai Yin beside him not knowing what she was up to. Yang Yu, let's eat in the dorm tonight. My treat. Thinking of how Yang Yu wolfed down his food last time, she knew he must be broke and starving. Yang Yu didn't know why, but it would be foolish to pass up a free meal, so he silently nodded. Now that Feng Linlin had been eliminated, only 3 people remained in the dorm, making it feel much emptier. Another table of food was set up, but this time Yang Yu was solemnly invited to the table. Yang Yu, eat up, it's fine, Dai Yin said. Yang Yu wanted to start devouring, but seeing the concern in Dai Yan's eyes, even he thick-skinned as he was felt a bit embarrassed. He also learned to eat like Dai Yin and Gu Mimi delicately and gracefully. And Yang Yes' well-behaved eating manner was very cute, making both Dai Yin and Gu Mimi laugh. Ding host's refined eating appearance is endearing likability 300. Yang Yu began to question his life. In this day and age, even pulling strings made people like you. That didn't make sense. Was it because he got up on the wrong side of the bed? Or was he still dreaming? Last time you said it wasn't good. How is it now? Dai Yin asked kindly. Yang Yu, unaccustomed to others being so nice to him, quickly nodded and said, it's quite good. If it's good, then eat more, Dai Yin said with a smile. Gu Mimi watched the two with great curiosity. Before the last episode they were at odds, but now if not for the fact that Dai Yin had a boyfriend, Gu Mimi would suspect that Dai Yin had feelings for Yang Yu. Or was the boyfriend just a cover, and the two in front of her were the legendary lesbians? Gu Mimi wondered. The second episode arrived as scheduled. Yang Yu was still playing on his phone in the makeup room. When he happened to glance at the mirror, he saw the makeup artist Xiao Hong staring at him blankly, her eyes as if she had been wronged. Seeing Yang Yu glance at her, Xiao Hong thought he wanted to put on makeup, so she happily hurried over. However, Yang Yu pretended not to see her and continued playing his game. Dai Yin, already done with her makeup, couldn't help but laugh at Yang Yu's avoidance of makeup. In this day and age, a girl who didn't like to look beautiful. How strange. After all, at 10 years old, she had already started secretly using her mother's cosmetics to make herself up, then secretly washing it off. Even if she only looked beautiful for a few minutes, Dai Yin would still feel very happy. And Yang Yu's perfect face. It was truly a pity not to put makeup on it. The key point was that Dai Yin also wanted to know how beautiful Yang Yu could ultimately become. She quietly leaned in, dipping her finger in some foundation. Then she suddenly smeared it on Yang Yu's face. The cool liquid made Yang Yu shudder, and he looked at Dai Yin with a bewildered expression, not knowing what this girl with no sense of boundaries wanted to do. Actually, makeup isn't that scary. Just try it, Dai Yin said. No. Yang Yu stepped back. Another person who wanted to push him toward the girl. He would never compromise. Just apply a little bit, okay? Think of it as your big sister begging you. Dai Yin felt like she was coaxing a child. Yang Yu shook his head again, then thought of another excuse. My dad said that underage people's makeup is bad for the skin. Hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately became excited. So this girl had been resisting makeup because of this. Actually, I have high-end cosmetics that are completely non-irritating to the skin. He'll bring them to you next time, Xiao Hong said sincerely. Don't worry, they're free. He'll give you a set. Uff. Dai Yin laughed. It was the first time she had seen a makeup artist so eager to give away freebies. Yang Yu was silent. He hadn't expected that the random excuse he came up with would be exposed, and now he didn't know how to refuse. Let's forget it for now. The 5th episode is the girls' team versus the boys' team. You must put on makeup and look stunning, making the whole audience gasp okay. Dai Yin pleaded. Yang Yu had no choice but to nod, and after all, future matters could be dealt with later. Seeing him agree, Dai Yin winked at the makeup artist Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong rubbed her hands together excitedly, hoping the 5th episode would come soon. She must give Yang Yu the most perfect first experience, so that he would fall in love with makeup from then on. The opening of the 2nd episode featured a solo performance by mentor Lu Ku, who sang Sweet Time. This is an exceptionally cheerful song, widely regarded as one of Lu Ke's early signature hits. Lu Ke's stage presence is undeniable. The joyful music combined with lively choreography instantly ignited the atmosphere. If Yang Yu delivered the most impressive stage performance in the 1st episode, Lu Ku made it clear that she was still a force to be reckoned with, that this stage remained hers. Many audience members rose to their feet, singing along with her, and even joined in for the final chorus. As her performance concluded, Lu Ku descended the stage panting heavily. Inwardly, she lamented her advancing age, realizing that perhaps the era belonging to her generation was drawing to a close, and the future now belonged to the likes of Dai Yin and Yang Yu. What would a flawless performance from mentor Lu. You still got it. Host Huazai remarked with a grin. Lu Ku pretended to be angry, raising her little fist and retorting, I'm only in my 30s. How can you say I've still got it? I'm still young, you know. Realizing his misstep, Huazai quickly apologized. Sorry. It's just that the contestants are so young this time that I made a misjudgment. Host Xiao Feng also stepped in to smooth things over, saying, I heard the youngest contestant, Yang Yu, is only 16. What a promising future ahead. Lu Ku silently turned her head to glance at Yang Yu, unable to help but marvel at her youth. Yang Ye's personality often made Lu Ku forget that she was still a child. Only 16, she still had a long time to develop. If she entered the entertainment industry, it was uncertain whether she would thrive like a fish in water or become corrupted and ultimately fall. Yang Yu noticed Lu Ku turning her head and thought she was about to receive another dose of hatred, but after a long while she heard no notification sound from the system. So Yang Yu quickly raised her hand, signaling that she had something to say. Huazai, thinking Yang Yu was afraid of offending Lu Ku and wanted to explain, promptly brought the microphone to her lips. I still have over 3 months until I turn 16. Right now I'm only 15. Mentor Lu Ku is twice my age. Yang Yu said with an innocent expression. Huazai quickly withdrew the microphone, but it was already too late. The audience below burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Ku's expression darkened considerably. This time she had truly offended her. This little girl's beauty must have been acquired at the expense of her intelligence. Ding. Host has aroused envy and resentment in a renowned singer. Hatred value increased by 5,000. That's more like it. Yang Yu nodded at Lu Ku with satisfaction. Lu Ku suddenly realized she had been mistaken. Corrupted by the entertainment industry. It would be a blessing if this little menace didn't corrupt the industry instead. Meanwhile, another group of people entered the audience, seating, instantly causing a stir. At that moment, Yang Ye's genius radar began to beep incessantly. A target had appeared. He quickly turned around and saw a group of handsome young boys quietly taking their seats in the audience. Among them was a youth in a white t-shirt who happened to be looking right at him. Their gazes met as if sparks were about to fly. That was the one. The genius Yang Yu had been yearning for had finally appeared. The audience was already buzzing with excitement. Unlike the others who were pure amateurs, among the male contestants, Zhang Kaifan and Zhang Baiyu were already quite famous online. Zhang Kaifan was a well-known figure in the rap scene, while Zhang Baiyu was practically a legend. He had released several original singles on video-sharing platforms, generating considerable buzz online. In terms of fame and popularity, these two were on a completely different level compared to the other contestants. Having experienced such grand occasions before, the two were unlikely to display the fear and awkwardness typical of newcomers on stage. The bullet comments began to flood in. It's Zhang Baiyu. I can't believe he's competing too. I'm so looking forward to the male contestants' performances. Wow, Zhang Baiyu. I'm his fan. Is he really that famous? That song, A Lifetime of Splendor, that was trending online. He sang it and wrote the lyrics. And Zhang Kaifan, my favorite rapper. This lineup is way stronger than the female contestants. So the showdown between the male and female groups seems like a foregone conclusion. I still believe Yang Yu and Dai Yin can win. Not very likely. Those two come with their own fan bases, which gives them a huge advantage in audience voting. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu were still locked in a gaze. Even the composed Zhang Baiyu couldn't help but marvel at Yang Ye's beauty. Yang Yu in turn envied his possession of a youthful, handsome male body, longing for her own glorious past self. It seems our 8 male contestants have also come to the scene. They must be feeling the pressure and came early to check out their competition. Huazai remarked. Indeed. Then the female contestants must not disappoint them today. We need to give a stellar performance, Xiaofeng said. Now please invite mentor Lu Ku to send out the first female contestant. Dai Yin thought to herself that as the leader of the female group, she had to bring honor to the girls, so she quickly volunteered to step forward. But Lu Ku pulled her back, saying, You and Yang Yu will be the final acts. Then she announced the first contestant is Gu Mimi. It seems that the arrival of the male contestants hasn't disrupted Lu Ku's plan. She's still keeping her 2 aces for last. Xiaofeng remarked. That's where you're wrong. Every contestant today is my ace, Lu Ku said confidently, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Dai Yin patted Gu Mimi on the shoulder and said, Come on. We can't afford to lose anyone else from our dorm. Gu Mimi smiled and nodded, replying with a laugh, Don't worry, Sister Dai. They'll definitely advance. Yang Yu also gave her an encouraging gesture, her movements adorable. The director happened to project her onto the big screen, and the audience sighed at how cute she was. The bullet comments started rolling in real time. My daughter is both beautiful and adorable. I want to marry her. Yang Yu is mine. No one can take her from me. Yang Yu must have been raised on cuteness. Someone pinch her cheeks. Sorry, Zhang Baiyu, but let me be Yang Ye's fan for a while. Actually, we can be fans of both, one male and one female. Zhang Baiyu and Yang Yu are a perfect match. I hope they have a great showdown later. Haha, we might even be able to ship them. When the lights converged on the stage, Gu Mimi was already seated, playing the violin with complete immersion. Gu Mimi was skilled at the violin, a talent Lu Ku had discovered by chance, and this performance was specially designed for her. The melodious sound of the violin slowly filled the air. Then her voice rose with the music, rich in emotion and incredibly moving. Yang Yu and Dai Yin exchanged a glance, realizing that her performance was far better than during rehearsals. In the audience, Zhang Kaifan rubbed his chin and murmured, It does seem much better than last time. I wonder how Yang Yu and Dai Yin will perform today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu said quietly, I hope they don't disappoint me. I was supposed to be using this time to practice my songs. After Gu Mimi's performance ended, Lu Ku was very satisfied. and gave her a score of 83. For context, the highest score in the previous episode was Diane's 88. For the strict Lu Ku, an 83 was already a very good score. Gu Mimi jumped for joy and happily embraced her mentor Lu Ku. The other contestants were already eagerly preparing for their turns. The remaining contestants took the stage one by one, each cherishing their moment under the spotlight and giving their absolute best. After this round, only 4 female contestants would remain, followed by the male group competition. In essence, today's 4 contestants were effectively advancing directly to the top 8. Whether it was because Lu Ku was less strict today, or because everyone had improved significantly, the scores of the first 4 contestants were all higher than those in the previous episode. The lowest score was 78 points. When that contestant saw that only Yang Yu and Dai Yin, the 2 aces, remained, she started crying prematurely, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Yu thought to himself both of his special abilities were on cooldown, and he might not even score as high as her. If he really got eliminated, he wondered if he should cry. He tried to squeeze out a few tears, but couldn't. Oh well, if he was eliminated, he would try to burst out laughing, shocking the entire audience. The trending topic, teenage girl loses competition goes crazy on stage, might stay on the hot search list for days. Lu Ku turned to look at Yang Yu and Dai Yin, hesitating over who to send next. As the host had said, Dai Yin and Yang Yu were indeed the 2 aces of the female group. The former was consistent, almost a perennial winner, while the latter often delivered unexpected surprises. During rehearsals, Lu Ku discovered that Yang Yu had an incredibly wide vocal range capable of hitting both low and high notes. The difficult high notes in the famous song Mountain were effortlessly handled by the 15-year-old, and it seemed that wasn't even her limit. It was simply terrifying. However, when it came to stage movements and singing technique, her performance in this episode wasn't as good as in the first one. Lu Ku wondered if she was hiding her true strength or simply being inconsistent. After much deliberation, Lu Ku decided to send Dai Yin, who had been more stable during rehearsals, to perform first. Dai Yin. Lu Ku tilted her head toward her. Dai Yin smiled knowingly and stood up. The audience began to cheer. Dai Yin. Dai Yin. Several of Dai Yin's fans stood up to cheer her on. The highest scoring female contestant from the last episode is on stage. Zhang Kaiyu, who had been lounging lazily, sat up straight and commented. To be honest, although the previous female contestants had performed decently, that was all they were, decent. Zhang Kai fan was already bored and wanted to leave. That's my girlfriend, he. Gao Ming said with a silly grin. Zhang Baiyu, who had been staring at his shoes the whole time, finally looked up. While the ace of the female group is on stage. Her performance of Blooming Flower in the last episode was the first song that took the whole venue by storm, host Huazai said. What surprise will she bring us this time? Dai Yin walked up to the stage confidently, then looked at the host and smiled shyly. Before I start singing, I want to say something. Dai Yin blushed slightly. Go ahead, host Xiaofeng said. Today's song is actually for my boyfriend. As soon as Dai Yin said this, the entire venue became lively, and the show's effect instantly kicked in. The male contestants all turned to look at a stunned Gao Ming, who clearly hadn't been expecting this twist. Boyfriend? Xiaofeng was surprised. Is he here? He's right here in the audience. He's a member of the male group. Oh, I see. You two joined the competition together, right? Huazai caught on. He had heard that there was a couple among the contestants, but he hadn't expected it to be Dai Yin. Dai Yin nodded. What a pair of legendary lovers. Xiaofeng said excitedly. So what do you want to say to him? What I want to say to him is all in the song title. Quick-witted Huazai understood Dai Yin's meaning and announced loudly. Then let's welcome Dai Yin with her original love song With You. The stage lights turned a romantic pink. The music began, a graceful piano piece. Dai Yin smiled and swayed her body as if intoxicated by the melody. Lu Ku had told her that her stage presence in the previous episode was lacking, so she had made up her mind to overcome it. She had repeatedly studied Yang Ye's performance from the last episode, and although she could only grasp the basics in a short time, it was enough for this love song. Down in the audience, Yang Yu suddenly recalled that a few days ago Dai Yin had asked him how to sing with emotion like he did. Yang Yu had never been an emotional person, he could only sing with feeling because of his skill immersion. So following the description of immersion, he suggested Dai Yin bring her real emotions into the scene. At that moment, Dai Yin seemed to understand something. That might be why Dai Yin chose a love song for this episode. On stage, Dai Yin was recalling the moments she had spent with her boyfriend, and the emotions gradually welled up in her heart. She then sang the voice from deep within her soul, full of passion. Because I dreamed you left, I woke up from crying. Watch the night wind blow through the window, can you feel my love? When I grow old one day, will you still be by my side? Watch those vows and lies drift away with the past. Dai Yin's heartfelt singing seemed to fill the entire venue with pink bubbles. The audience swayed their arms along with the singer, each lost in memories of their own past relationships. Those who had never been in love vowed to find someone to love the very next day. Lu Ku nodded in satisfaction. Dai Yin was a smart person. When her stage presence wasn't good enough, she found another path. Whether it was genuine emotion or a deliberate performance, today's song was the best overall performance among all contestants across both episodes. The livestream comments were flooded with pink bubbles, bringing a sour-sweet taste of love to the broadcast. As a single person for 30 years, I want to fall in love for the first time. Oh, why does such a beautiful girl already have a boyfriend? I'm watching this show with my boyfriend, and I hope we can be together forever. How many people have come and gone in your life? But you should know I'll be by your side for a lifetime. You should know I'll be by your side for a lifetime. The song ended. Diane said to the audience, "Gao Ming, thank you for having you in my life." The crowd erupted in cheers, everyone wearing doting smiles as they turned to look at Gao Ming. Gao Ming was already in tears. Yang Yu shook his head, feeling that Diane was going a bit too far. She usually made him eat dog food, but now she was making the whole audience eat it too. Yang Yu suspected she had some kind of system that rewarded her whenever others consumed dog food. This called for a book titled, How I Became a Saint by Feeding Others Dog Food. Thank you very much for your heartfelt performance, Diane. I was truly moved, Xiaofeng sighed. So Coach Lu Ku, please score Diane's performance. Lu Ku smiled and said, Diane's performance today exceeded my expectations. To be honest, I want to thank this show for having you. The audience buzzed. How much did Lu Ku love Diane to give such a comment? Lu Ku held up her scorecard, which read 93 points. Diane, the whole venue cheered again. Zhang Kaifan, caught up in the excitement, jumped up, while beside him Zhang Baiyu, who had been staring at his toes again, seemed unimpressed. What do you think of her performance, say? Zhang Kaifan asked, puzzled. Very strong, but not up to my expectations, Zhang Baiyu said with some disappointment. Damn, how high were this guy's standards? Zhang Kaifan thought. After the crowd quieted down, Xiaofeng said, Diane's song means that only one female contestant remains, Yang Yu. As the hidden ace of the female group, are you feeling the pressure? Xiaofeng walked down and held the microphone out to Yang Yu. Yang Yu looked at the microphone and nodded. All my abilities are on cooldown. What do you think the pressure is like? On the big screen, Yang Yu nodded obediently, looking innocent and well-behaved, as if everyone saw their own daughter. The audience had just detached from the romantic scene, only to be thrust into a scene of raising a daughter. Such a drastic shift. Seeing the unyielding look in Yang Yu's eyes, everyone wanted to give her a hug. How dare that wretched host use such a question to bully their daughter? These people, most of whom were under 25, suddenly felt they had gained a shared daughter. Someone blurted out, "Go daughter. Defeat Diane." Then everyone chimed in unison, "Go Yang Yu." The shouts rose one after another, as if at a grand gala. In the audience, Zhang Kaifan excitedly pounded his seat and murmured, "Go Yang Yu." Zhang Baiyu looked up at the stage, seemingly anticipating something. Yang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Being expected like this for the first time left him at a loss. This feeling didn't seem like his own, or it felt more like Yang Yu's, while he himself was filled with pure battle intent. Although his skills were still on cooldown, he was not entirely defenseless. After his last performance, Yang Yu had gained the talent extreme vocal range, and he still didn't know its full potential. This stage would be the first opportunity to showcase extreme vocal range to the audience. Wow, Yang Yu, your cheers are no weaker than Diane's. Now let's welcome the second ace of the female group along with her piece, The Mountain. Yang Yu walked onto the stage calmly, not radiating the extraordinary aura of the previous episode, yet the audience sensed it was the calm before a storm. The Mountain is a folk song. Its original singer wrote it to remember the sister who married far away. Siblings with deep bonds destined to meet rarely, and the song depicts the scene of the sisters' wedding. The stage lights began to flicker. A Swana horn broke the silence, followed by the sound of drums and gongs drawing closer. Yang Yu gripped the microphone, poised and ready. He no longer looked like a sweet, delicate girl, but rather a confident young man. I turn into dust covering this rugged road. Can the sun set a little slower? I want to see you one more time. How long is this mountain path? Can I walk it with you till the end? Yang Yu opened in a low register, drawing the audience into the story. Then the high notes gradually rose, growing more and more resounding. This crimson sunset is your bridal veil. This enchanting is your smile. This unforgettable is yesterday's memory. This ceaseless flow is my tears. Ah. The sustained high notes pushed the audience's emotions to a peak, yet Yang Yu's breath showed no sign of faltering. For an ordinary person, such a long stretch of high notes would be suffocating. But Yang Yu's high notes seemed limitless. Just as the high notes reached a climax, he instantly switched to a low register. This intoxicating is the wine we secretly drank together last night. After one line of low notes, he turned back to high notes. These lanterns filling the room dyed your cheeks red. These towering mountains became your bridesmaids. How long is this rugged mountain path? I want to walk it with you. Yang Yu pushed the high notes to their peak until he ran out of breath, which slightly marred the song's atmosphere. But the audience was already stunned. This was the high note range of a 15-year-old girl. The stage had become her arena for displaying skill. Switching between low and high registers, the beauty of the melody no longer mattered. She had elevated the program to another level. Firecrackers dyed the mountain road red. Someone stood at the door with tears. How long did the icy wind blow? Your figure was like that of a wanderer, never turning back. Finally, Yang Yu smoothly ended the high notes and concluded with a low register, leaving the ending filled with regret. As the song ended, the audience erupted in cheers. Yang Yu invincible. Someone screamed. Yang Yu invincible. Others echoed. Oh. Someone shrieked. These viewers might not understand artistic conception, but anyone with a bit of musical knowledge knew the sheer impact of those high notes. That's why many singing variety shows choose high note songs. It's the most intuitive singing technique. Techniques like switching between chest and head voice or enunciation are hard for the audience to discern. But high notes are different, the higher the stronger. This allowed Yang Yu to showcase unparalleled skill with the least effort. The bullet comments flooded the live streaming platform. Is this a song a 15-year-old can sing? My lungs must be fake. So powerful, I'm stunned. I'm a Diane fan, but I have to admit Diane lost. Ah, this is my baby girl. Ding, the host has performed a stunning piece. Affection value 100000. Huh, no lottery. Yang Yu grumbled that the system was getting stingier and stingier, but 100 more points meant he could soon buy songs in the system and dominate. Backstage at Who is the Youth Star, the several investors were also thrilled. Yang Yu's unparalleled high and low notes had driven the live viewership to a peak. This Yang Yu was a talent to nurture. The investors exchanged knowing glances and smiled, each understanding the other's thoughts. They were prepared to spare no expense to make Yang Yu a star, bombarding the market with various marketing campaigns to turn Yang Yu into the face of this variety show, and then using her to boost the show's popularity. This was originally the investors' marketing plan, but they had intended to promote the already famous Jiang Baiyu. Unexpectedly, Yang Yu emerged midway, prompting them to change their plan unanimously. Ding, the host has seized the opportunity that belonged to the Genius Singer Awakened version. Hatred value 100000. Haha, Yang Yu burst out laughing on the spot. He hadn't even crossed paths with Jiang Baiyu, and yet he had already made a fortune of 1000 off him. Yang Yu felt he was getting better at provoking hatred. As for that so-called opportunity, who cares? Sitting in the audience, Jiang Baiyu suddenly felt he had lost something important. What do you think of Yang Yu? Zhang Kaifan asked excitedly. He knew he hadn't misjudged. This girl had given him too many surprises. Fancy tricks devoid of any emotion, Jiang Baiyu said coldly. He suddenly felt an inexplicable hatred for Yang Yu. Perhaps it was because the way Yang Yu expressed herself disappointed him. A true singer should move people with their voice and lyrics, not show off with useless techniques. Zhang Kaifan was a bit stunned. Jiang Baiyu had always been carefree and indifferent, but now he revealed his hatred so easily. After pondering for a while, Zhang Kaifan concluded that Jiang Baiyu must have felt threatened by Yang Yu and was afraid, so his harsh comment was just bluster. Yes, that must be it. Back on stage, the two hosts walked up with expressions of shock. It's hard to imagine that our show has had two such high-quality performances in a row, Hua, I said sincerely. Indeed. I thought after Dai Yin sang today's top score was settled, but then Yang Yu stepped up and said no, the top score can only be decided at the end. It's really agonizing, Xiao Feng remarked. What are you agonizing about? You're not scoring. The one who should agonize is Lu Ku, Hua's. I chuckled. Then the big screen showed Lu Ke's utterly distressed face, his eyebrows furrowed into a figure 8, looking exactly like a Chinese character for embarrassment. Lu Ku felt that after these few variety shows he was about to develop decision-making phobia. Ding, the host has left a famous singer in extreme distress. Hatred value 5000. Huh, how is this my fault? Yang Yu grumbled. As far as performance goes, the two seemed to have completely reversed from the first episode. Yang Ye's song difficulty was extremely elevated, while Dai Yan's stage effect this episode also saw significant improvement. However, Yang Ye's shortcoming was that her song technique was superb, almost sweeping the entire audience. In terms of high notes, even if the national music team came, they would have no choice but to extend an invitation. If the high note king Yu Shaoqing himself came, he would nod in approval before leaving. Yet her delivery seemed somewhat lacking in emotion. Mountain was a deeply touching song, but Yang Yu had turned it into a mere display of skill. As for Dai Yan, she originally had no shortcomings, but once Yang Yu appeared, she made Dai Yan's song seem too simplistic. Compared to Yang Ye's smooth transitions between high and low notes, Dai Yan's performance felt like singing a nursery rhyme, and a repetitive one at that. After much deliberation, Lu Ku decided to give Yang Yu a higher score, 94. Although Lu Ku personally preferred Dai Yan's performance. Well, to be honest, she preferred Dai Yan as a person. This show was after all a competitive stage. Yang Ye's performance deserved a high score, and was more convincing. Just as Lu Ku had stopped agonizing and was about to raise her scoring card, the host suddenly announced a pause for a commercial break. When the live feed cut away, Lu Ku watched with confusion as a backstage staff member approached and handed her a directive card. Mentor Lu Ku, please follow the instructions on this card without fail and do not disclose its content, said the staff member. A new task. Lu Ku flipped the card over. When she saw what was written, her fury erupted instantly. The card read, Minter Luku, please cooperate with the arrangement, give Yang a higher score than Dai-yin. Luka had believed that this show had been fair so far, giving every contestant the right to shine. Although she had never liked Yang, she had thought Yang was at least hardworking, and not the kind of rich second generation who only relied on their father. But Yang couldn't resist, as she had finally revealed her ambition, turning this show into a joke under the influence of power. And Luku herself would become the laughingstock of the industry because of it. Luku clenched her scoring card, glaring at Yang with pure hatred, wanting nothing more than to make her leave the stage that very moment. Ding! Host has caused a famous singer to become extremely angry, on the verge of losing reason. Hatred value 50000. Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even done anything, so why was Luku about to lose her mind? Could it be that his technique for farming hatred had entered a new stage, where no action was superior to any action? Luke's hair seemed to stand on end, her brows knotted in fury. Yang smiled and waved at her, hoping this lady would calm down. After all, they were live on air. If she blew up, everyone would be finished. Meanwhile, host Xiao Feng had also received a backstage directive and suddenly understood why Luku was so furious. But there was no choice, the show had to go on. If they disobeyed the boss, they'd lose their jobs. The commercial break is over. Welcome back to Who is the Teen Star? Minter Luku, please reveal your score for Yang. Luka had just taken a deep breath to calm herself when she saw Yang waving at her smugly. It was like adding fuel to the fire. She could no longer contain her rage. Ding! Host has caused a famous singer to lose reason. Hatred value 60000. A Yang claimed he really hadn't meant it this time, believe it or not. In a fit of rage, Luku scratched out the original 94 on the card and wrote 100. Isn't this what you wanted? A high score? Take it all. Then she raised the scoring card high for everyone to see. Whoa! The people in the front rows shouted in amazement, and then the back rows also buzzed with chatter. A perfect 100. The whole audience was astonished. Minter Luke's stern image was already deeply rooted in the viewers' minds. Although Yang's performance this time was indeed a pleasant surprise under the circumstances that Dai-yin had only scored 93, Luku gave Yang a 100. Yang. Although some felt it was inappropriate, most people thought Yang's performance today deserved it. Live comments, isn't the score a bit too high? Minter Luku has always been strict, why did she give a 100 this time? These high and low notes. Besides you shouting, who else could do it? I even think 100 is too low. Right, my daughter gets 100, because that's the maximum. I feel Yang will become the high note queen and compete with you Xiaoqing in the future. Don't mention others, but it's easy to bring your daughter bad blood. Yang was stunned. Minter Luku actually gave her a perfect score in a fit of anger. Was there someone with an even stranger thought process than him? If the card had shown a 0, it would have seemed more reasonable. Meanwhile, host Xiao Feng and Hua Zai, who already knew the whole story, exchanged a glance and let out a wry laugh. After venting, Luku became even angrier. She had given the perfect score on impulse, yet the audience actually thought it was reasonable and even cheered on sight. If this trend continued, she might not become a laughingstock, but instead be hailed as a talent spotter. Where was she supposed to find justice? Could it be that Yang was truly this strong in everyone's eyes? Or had she been prejudiced all along? Huazai followed the script and exclaimed in surprise, wow, a perfect score. This is the only perfect score in the girls' competition across 2 episodes, isn't it? Xiao Feng added, with such a high score, may I ask Minter Luku for her reasoning? Luku was utterly infuriated to the point of laughter. She was forced to give such a high score, and then they asked her for the reason. It was like killing someone and then twisting the knife. Ding! Host has caused a famous singer to experience killing and then twisting the knife. Hatred value 30000. Although Yang was bewildered, receiving emotion points made him happy. Whatever it was, he welcomed Luke's hatred to come even more fiercely. Meanwhile, Luke pointed at Yang in anger and blurted, because this is what she wanted. You can ask her why. The audience fell silent immediately because the score Luke had just given seemed unwilling, as if there was some dirty, underhanded dealing. Xiao Feng was also stunned, never expecting that his question would cause Luke to completely break down, resulting in a live broadcasting accident. With the live accident, the director immediately cut the feed and ended the show early. But this move only made it seem more suspicious, and the barrage of comments could no longer be stopped. What does Luke mean by that? Don't you get it? Yang must have connections. There was underhand dealing in the scoring just now. Please don't easily slander my girl, okay? Yang's fans are just playing dumb. It's clear to anyone with eyes. No wonder Luke never liked Yang. Good for Luke. Those who use backdoor connections should go to hell. With Yang's strength, does she need to use connections? Exactly, if you think about it, it's impossible. Maybe some rich second generation just find it boring and want to play with backdoor deals. Someone in the know spill the tea. It feels like there's more gossip to eat. I said every episode she's the hottest. Turns out she is backing a bunch of people without evidence directly condemning her. Is that okay? Ding! Host has caused the audience to suspect you of using backdoor connections. Hatred value 1000000. 100,000. Yang Yu, who had just been cursed to his face by mentor Lu Ku, was still bewildered when this windfall arrived. Normally, only bullying genius-level individuals could yield 100,000 hatred points. Now he had another group to bully the audience. And mere suspicion gave him 100,000. If they actually knew he really had backing, wouldn't he take off straight away? Yang Yu felt he absolutely loved Lu Ku. She had helped him unlock a new method of farming hatred. Meanwhile, the crew of Who is the Teen Star were also emotionally collapsing. They had just unanimously decided to promote Yang Yu to boost the show, but Lu Ku, for some inexplicable reason, had directly caused a live broadcast accident. If things continued to deteriorate, Yang Yu's reputation would suffer a devastating blow. However, after calming down, Lu Ku noticed that Yang Yu's expression on stage was not one of anger and shame as expected, but a perversely excited face. Had she been so shocked that she couldn't control her expression? Was she a bit too harsh? She was actually blaming herself. Lu Ku felt she was too soft-hearted. Someone who wanted to undermine the fairness of her judgment deserved to be punished. At that moment, a backstage staff member suddenly approached her. Lu Ku sneered. Was it because she hadn't followed the orders of those powerful people, so they came to threaten her? Bring it on. She hadn't been raised to be intimidated. Backdoor connections. She had plenty of her own. Unless they told her this brat's father was Yang Han, she wasn't afraid at all. Lu Ku stared at the behind-the-scenes staff with a hostile glare, ready to retort whatever they said. She was convinced that the show wouldn't dare offend her for the sake of an ordinary contestant. Yet reality seemed far from her assumptions. The staff member approached her and said, Mentor Lu, the instruction card earlier was the show's decision. Yang Yu knew nothing about it. All her prepared retorts died in her throat. She was dumbfounded, her mind going blank. The staff continued. The show team unanimously decided to boost the program's popularity by promoting Yang Yu. Your impulsive actions have completely sabotaged this plan. We hope you can make up for the losses, or you will face penalties for breach of contract. Lu Ku felt a wave of regret and guilt washing over her. Yang Yu knew nothing. It was the show's own decision. And she had publicly humiliated a contestant who was completely unaware, turning her into a target for public condemnation. And I thought I was the righteous one. What the hell have I done? She was my biggest ace in the female group, and I ruined her in a moment of impulse. Lu Ku had always disliked Yang Yu, believing that beneath her seemingly obedient exterior lay a rebellious spirit. But now looking back, it seemed she had been biased from the start. Recalling the past, Yang Yu had achieved everything through her own abilities except for skipping the initial interview. Even the request for higher scores was the show's decision. In that case, she was truly a good kid who earned her accomplishments through sheer strength. Hardworking, ambitious, never resorting to underhanded means. Such a kind and diligent child was now paying for my irrationality. Lu Ku looked up, searching for Yang Yu on stage, but she was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone to cry, unable to bear the criticism, Lu Ku thought. A girl of only 15 could never withstand this. Lu Ku slapped herself. She truly deserved it. Meanwhile, in the audience, the male contestants, unaware of the truth, exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say upon learning that their strongest female rival had relied on backstage connections. Zhang Kaifan had been stunned since earlier. Yang Yu was the one he had most favored among the female contestants, never expecting she was backed by connections. Now that it was exposed, the show would likely prevent her from advancing further to salvage its reputation. But that didn't make sense. If she was truly strong, why rely on backstage pull? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Jiang Baiyu packed up and stood, saying, Let's not worry about them. We need to prepare for our own competition. To Zhang Kaifan, this sounded like there are no real opponents left in the female group. If he had once looked forward to a worthy rival among the girls, now there was none. 5 days after the second episode ended, the show team had hoped to downplay the live broadcast incident and let the online controversy naturally fade away. As long as the next gossip surfaced, public attention would shift. But things didn't go as planned. The controversy over Yang Yu's alleged backstage connections only intensified. Someone claiming to be Yang Yu's roommate posted on an online forum revealing details about Yang Yu and confirming she had connections. The same person also claimed that Yang Yu behaved arrogantly on set, bullied her roommate, intimidated mentors, and forced them to give her high scores. The topic instantly exploded online. Most of these netizens had never watched Who is the Youth Star, but that didn't stop them from babbling. In an era where a celebrity could be attacked for simply drinking water, Yang Yu was torn to shreds with condemnation flying everywhere. Moreover, because the show had previously marketed Yang Yu as resembling Hisusu, it angered Hisusu's fans, who then joined the fray, insulting and even falsely accusing Yang Yu of being a plastic surgery monster who copied Hisusu's face to leech off her senior. Various influencer accounts flocked to stir the pot, eager for chaos, and crowds of gossip lovers rushed in, voicing righteous indignation on trending topics. Accusations of being a plastic surgery monster, using backdoor connections, bullying ordinary people, threatening mentors, and leeching off seniors were all heaped upon Yang Yu. Then, as if the trouble wasn't enough, the original whistleblower led the chant. Yang Yu get out of the entertainment industry. This sentence immediately topped the trending list as Yang Yu get out of entertainment. Such topics are usually fatal for celebrities, let alone for Yang Yu, an ordinary person who had just gained a bit of fame. It seemed her budding career was about to be snuffed out in its cradle. Yin was pacing frantically like an ant on a hot pan. Yang Yu had been listlessly holed up in the dormitory for 5 days, lying in bed listening to music, and Yin had no idea how to help her. To be honest, even a major celebrity facing such an incident would likely have to spend money to quell it, and then disappear from the internet for years. Those with fragile mental states might simply retire. Let alone Yang Yu, a princess-like girl raised in the lap of luxury, who had never experienced the terror of online bullying. If this continued, she might fall into depression. Moreover, Yang Yu had not yet sought help from her father, which reinforced Yan's earlier suspicion. Yang Yu's relationship with her father was not harmonious. The incident might have been exacerbated by her father Yang Han, who wanted to force Yang Yu to retreat from the entertainment industry. Thinking of Yang Yu, this fragile girl now isolated, and even betrayed by her closest kin, Yan's heart ached. She clenched her fists. She must help Yang Yu through this crisis. She must. First, she posted a message stating that Yang Yu had never bullied her roommate, that she worked hard, and never used backstage connections. But people assumed she was being threatened by Yang Yu, and only intensified their attacks. A bunch of idiots. Yin gritted her teeth in hatred. So now she was running around asking favors from everyone, hoping someone could suppress Yang Yu's trending topic. But no one could unless they found the person who claimed to be Yang Yu's roommate. That whistleblower knew too much about Yang Yu. Only a true roommate could be so detailed. And that person clearly hated Yang Yu. Every time things started to calm down, they would stir the pot again. So Yin confronted Gu Mimi, and even the already eliminated Feng Lin, but both swore on their families that they hadn't done it. Yin was completely baffled. Who could it be? She even began to suspect herself. Damn, could she have posted about Yang Yu in her sleep, making herself the biggest culprit? She started questioning her own sanity. Who is it? Ding. The host has caused netizens to believe you relied on backstage connections. Hatred points, 100000. Ding. The host has caused netizens to believe you had plastic surgery. Hatred points, 100000. Ding. The host has caused netizens to believe you bullied your roommate. Hatred points, 100000. Ding. The host has unlocked the achievement, Get Out of Entertainment reward, 1 chance to draw. That's right, the mastermind behind it all is me, Yang Yu. Look at this efficiency. This is how you farm hatred. The previous gains of a few hundred at a time had already become too dull for Yang Yu. Watching 3000 hatred points roll into his account in an instant, plus receiving the lottery chance he loves most, his eyes now curved into crescent moons from laughter. He hurriedly called upon the system to begin the lottery. The system roulette spun rapidly, then slowly came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Ethereal Voice. Ethereal Voice makes the host's singing voice more ethereal and melodious. Another active skill, another buff added. Moreover, Yang Yu discovered that farming hatred from netizens yielded far more than from prodigies, and also rewarded lottery chances. Using this method, he would surely have countless skills in the future. In the previous episode of the variety show livestream, Lu Ku caused a broadcast accident, leading the audience to suspect him and generate 100 hatred points. Yang Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He had an idea of farming the hatred of netizens across the country, wondering what he could get. So he created a small account to trash himself. Yes, he trashed himself under the guise of Yang Yu's roommate. Yang Yu was probably the only one in the entertainment industry daring to drag himself through the mud. If netizens ever learned the truth, they'd be utterly dumbfounded. Even walking the Blackendred route shouldn't be taken this far. Now the trending topic, Yang Yu Get Out of the Entertainment Circle, stood proudly at the top. Inside, anyone could take a jab at Yang Yu, with endless memes springing up. As mentally strong as Yang Yu was, he clicked in and lasted only 2 seconds before backing out. He shrugged. After all, the insults were all directed at Yang Yu, which had nothing to do with him, Yang Yu himself, so there was no need to feel hurt. Just then his phone rang. Yang Yu saw it was Yang Han calling. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to answer. Daughter, I've been busy and didn't notice your situation earlier. Don't worry about the trending topic. I'll have it taken down within 2 hours, Yang Han said. Damn, isn't this trying to ruin my plan? Yang Yu thought for a moment, then said with righteous indignation, Dad, let me handle this myself. You can't protect me forever, can you? Yang Han was taken aback, never expecting his daughter to have such awareness, far better than his giant baby son, and laughed. Looks like you've grown up. Alright, but tell me if you need help. Ding. The host has provoked father-son discord between the genius businessman. Awakened version anger points, 100. An unexpected bonus. Yang Yu happily said, okay, Dad. After hanging up, he cheerfully grabbed a pack of spicy sticks and started munching. The dormitory was empty now. Yin and Gu Mimi had gone to watch the boys' competition. Yang Yu pretended to be sad, so he didn't go. After all, if he could still laugh happily in such a situation, it would suggest something was mentally off. Huh. Yang Yu took a big bite of the spicy stick and laughed joyfully. Being ecstatic on the inside but forced to feign gloom was utterly unbearable. Damn, so spicy. He looked down at the pack labeled Hot Temper, which he had devoured half of in one go and now shivered from the heat, tears streaming uncontrollably. Knock knock knock. Someone was at the door. Why were Dai Yin and the others back so early? Had the boys' competition ended that quickly? If they found out he was still in the mood for spicy sticks, they'd definitely suspect him. Yang Yu hurriedly tossed the spicy sticks into the trash bin. Then he wiped his mouth and rushed to open the door. As the door swung open, Yang Yu was startled to see that it was their mentor Lu Ku. What was she doing here? The mentor was also taken aback seeing Yang Yu's face streaked with tears flushed red, her cherry lips slightly parted as she panted softly. This clearly looked like she had just been crying. It made Lu Ku, who was already guilt-ridden, even more uneasy. Having faced countless grand occasions in her life, she now found herself at a loss. Ding, the host has caused the renowned singer to feel deeply guilty. Guilt points 5000. Yang Yu, I've come specially to apologize to you. On the show I acted impulsively and caused you so much trouble. I hope you can forgive me, Lu Ku said sincerely. Well, Yang Yu never imagined that the proud Lu Ku would personally come to apologize. Actually, he didn't hate her. He even felt grateful, though it would be even better if she could give him some more emotion points. So Yang Yu looked up at Lu Ku with pitiful eyes and said, Mentor, it's nothing. I'm just being insulted a bit and told to get out of the entertainment circle. I can handle it. After saying that, he wiped the corner of his eye. Little sister, you're clearly not handling it. Seeing Yang Yu like this, Lu Ku grew even more anxious, almost ready to kneel down and apologize on the spot. Ding, the host has caused the renowned singer to feel guilty enough to kneel. Guilt points 1000. Kneeling is going too far. Yang Yu thought to himself that he couldn't bear that. Don't worry, he'll take care of your matter, and make sure you come out clean, Lu Ku vowed solemnly. Then with a determined look she left. If Lu Ku personally explained to the netizens Yang Yu's plan to keep farming hatred would probably be ruined. At this moment, Gu Siqing stared at the trending topic, Yang Yu get out of the entertainment circle, his hands clenched into fists. He had never felt such rage. These keyboard warriors spewing filth, these attention-seeking marketing accounts. It was like they were dancing on his reverse scale. Brother Long stood trembling before Gu Siqing, who now resembled an enraged monarch. Being close to a king was like being close to a tiger. Brother Long felt his head might roll off any second. He wondered what relationship this girl named Yang Yu had with his current young boss that Gu Siqing cared so much about her. Could she be the future boss wife? Both were exceptionally powerful, quite a compatible pair. Brother Long felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable ship. At that moment, Gu Siqing made a phone call. He growled into the phone, I want all these marketing accounts to shut up by tomorrow. Then he hung up with a snap. He had watched both episodes of Who is the Youth Star, and felt a strange pleasure whenever Yang Yu shone on stage. He wished she could keep walking smoothly down her path of glory. But things didn't go as hoped. Yang Yu suddenly went viral across the internet, in the most infamous way. He clicked open that detestable trending topic, and every insult hurled at her pierced his heart. He wanted to drag out each netizen who cursed her and teach them a harsh lesson. But there were too many, it was impossible. Still, he could make those instigating marketing accounts pay the price they deserved. This girl had once bullied him, his enemy, yet now he was helping her. Gu Siqing himself found it unbelievable. Perhaps she was the only one who could ever bully him, so he wouldn't allow anyone else to do so. Now a very strange phenomenon appeared at the elite school. Gu Siqing, who had always loved studying, suddenly became distracted, daydreaming in class and zoning out after class. Meanwhile, Yang Buwei, who had always been playful, suddenly started reading books, albeit reluctantly. If you can't get into it, just stop, Gu Siqing said. He had already seen Yang Buwei doze off 3 times while holding a book. Textbooks worked better for him than sleeping pills. What else can I do? If I don't study, it'll truly become a worthless waste, Yang Buwei said helplessly. Wasn't your dream to become a professional esports player? Gu Siqing asked. In his view, Yang Buwei had a natural talent for gaming. Any game he developed, even a slight passion for, he could become an unbeatable technical player. Unfortunately, his cowardly personality kept him from daring to try. Dream. I don't dare to chase it anymore. Look at my sister. She's excellent, yet she still suffered a Waterloo. She's being cursed so badly it hurts me too, Yang Buwei said. Hearing this, Gu Siqing's expression darkened, and he sneered sarcastically. Yang Buwei, you're far inferior to your sister. You're like an ostrich burying your head in the sand for life. As for Yang, you just wait. She'll succeed and prove it to you. Yang Buwei was stunned. He remembered that Gu Siqing had always disliked Yang Yu, so why was he defending her today? Just as Dai Yin was worrying about Yang Yu with no solution in sight, things seemed to take a turn for the better. First, the online trolls who had been spreading rumors and stirring up chaos suddenly fell silent. Without anyone leading the charge, the situation stopped escalating. Then the mentor Lu Ku personally posted a Weibo entry clearly explaining the entire chain of events, telling netizens it was a misunderstanding and offering a sincere apology to both the public and Yang Yu. As a result, many of the haters who had been rallying under the banner of defending Lu Kup gradually quieted down. Finally, only Hisusu's fans remained on the internet. They accused Yang Yu of having plastic surgery to look like their idol. This group refused to listen to any explanation. Even if you slapped the hospital's no plastic surgery certificate in their faces, they would insist it was forged. There was no way around it. The entertainment industry was indeed full of surgically altered faces, and the show's marketing had deliberately tried to capitalize on Hisusu's fame, making the fans even more unwilling to let Yang Yu off. Just when it seemed hopeless, Hisusu herself stepped forward and posted a Weibo in Yang Yu's defense. The content read, "If everyone who looks like me is considered to have had plastic surgery, then I can't bear that responsibility, because I am not the origin of all things." As soon as this Weibo appeared, Hisusu's fans were collectively stunned. In previous fan wars, Hisusu had never gotten involved. This time she spoke up for a newcomer who had been trying to ride her coattails. How could this be? Their idol was far too kind. The fans finally let Yang Yu go and instead turned to praising their idol's magnanimity and care for newcomers, instantly boosting Hisusu's reputation in the fandom. Even Hisusu's rivals found this move brilliant. That such a huge issue could be resolved so smoothly was like a roller coaster ride, leaving Dai Yin feeling as if she were dreaming. Especially that Weibo from Hisusu, a megastar actually speaking up for Yang Yu. It was something no one would dare to dream of. Although the process was surreal, the ending was good. Still, Dai Yin had a strange feeling when Yang Yu was in trouble. She didn't seem particularly upset, and now that the problem was solved, she didn't seem particularly happy either. Could it be that the wild ups and downs had affected Yang Yu's psyche? No, she definitely needed a big feast to mend her wounded soul. Today, after we watch the second round of the boys' competition, let's go have a big meal together. How about that? Dai Yin suggested. Sounds great. Gu Mimi raised both hands in agreement. Having a wealthy roommate was truly wonderful, wasn't it? Yang Yu, what about you? Dai Yin asked, looking at Yang Yu, who was lying on the bed. But Yang Yu did not reply. Dai Yin smirked ominously, quietly climbed the ladder beside the bed, and crawled onto Yang Yu's bed. With a wicked intent, she pressed down on top of her, feeling the soft body beneath the blanket. She wanted to hold on and never let go. Yang Yu, who was drowsy, abruptly woke up and instinctively twisted to throw the person off. If that move had succeeded, Dai Yin would have hit the floor headfirst, possibly paralyzed. But when he saw who it was, Yang Yu stopped the killing strike. I want to rest. Don't disturb me, he said resignedly. Dai Yin wore a lecherous grin, hugging Yang Yu's soft and fragrant body through the blanket. Why didn't you answer me? I called you several times, she asked. I didn't hear you. Sleepy, Yang Yu said, feeling uncomfortable under the weight. In his previous life, he was the one who pinned others down. How the mighty had fallen. You're lying. I called so loudly. Are you annoyed with me? Dai Yin pretended to be angry, then slipped her right hand under the blanket. Yang Yu was wearing only a thin pajama top. Feeling the warm hand touch his waist, Yang Yu's body seemed more sensitive than ever. It was like an electric shock. Don't do that, Yang Yu said nervously, sounding exactly like a girl about to be taken advantage of. Don't do what? Dai Yin raised an eyebrow. She suddenly felt that the usually formidable Yang Yu was easy to bully today, and she was tempted to devour him on the spot. You. Yang Yu couldn't bring himself to say it. Yang Yu, do you wear perfume even when you sleep? That's quite extravagant, Dai Yin said, lifting a corner of the blanket and sniffing. The scent was amazing, a fragrance she, a perfume connoisseur, had never encountered. It seemed to stimulate appetite, a perfect scent for seduction. Dai Yin suddenly understood the meaning of delicious enough to feast one's eyes on. Yang Yu, however, was helpless. The accursed talent, innate body fragrance, often made people misunderstand, thinking he was drenched in perfume every day. He was too embarrassed to explain. How could he explain? I naturally smell good. Come back in a few days and smell again. That would sound too pretentious and disgusting. Today, Dai Yin seemed possessed, insisting on cuddling with Yang Yu, even trying to get under the blanket. Yang Yu was completely exasperated and had to tell the truth. Stop messing around. I'm really not feeling well today. Oh, I didn't know. Why didn't you say so earlier? As a woman, Dai Yin instantly understood what was going on and thought to herself, no wonder Yang Yu was so docile today. He'll go get you some hot water, she said with concern. Yang Yu replied softly, feeling deeply ashamed. His fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Dai Yin was stunned. Why did a girl looking so fragile and ashamed have to be so adorable? If she were a man, she would gladly give her life for him at this moment. Ding. Host made someone's heart wildly race. Affection points 1000. Yang Yu was speechless. Brother Gao Ming, I didn't mean to steal your girl. She came to me of her own accord. After learning that Yang Yu was unwell, Dai Yin stopped pestering him and went to the live show with Gu Mimi to watch the second round of the boys' competition. Yang Yu had originally wanted to go watch the live broadcast, as according to Dai Yin, the third round's live show was spectacular, with Jiang Baiyu and Zhang Kaifan performing brilliantly. Dai Yin was very much looking forward to their duel. Yang Yu wasn't interested in anyone else. He just wanted to know how formidable the freak Jiang Baiyu really was. But now he had no mood, not even for watching the online stream. First, the plan to stir up online hatred had ended prematurely, which frustrated Yang Yu. And Susu had directly intervened, ruining his idea of continuing to provoke conflict. Oh my noble mother, don't favor me so much. Second, the pains of a woman's body came without warning and were unbearable. Yang Yu would not even blink if someone broke his arm, but this pain was both physically and mentally excruciating. He thought about it, searched through the system store, and surprisingly found a relevant potion. Without hesitation, he spent 100 emotion points to exchange, a rare act of decisiveness from the normally stingy person. He took a gulp and instantly felt refreshed. I feel reborn, Yang Yu exclaimed, looking up to the sky. The system then spoke unhurriedly, host, you are cheating. You haven't experienced the completeness of being a woman. To hell with completeness. Bleep. A bleep. A bleep. Yang Yu's stream of profanity made the system wisely shut up. Having recovered, Yang Yu felt invigorated and happily played a computer single-player game. The gaming level in this world was far inferior to his original world, especially in terms of storylines. He surmised that the entertainment industry had developed too slowly. While he was enjoying himself, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi trudged in, dejected, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Yang Yu, who should have been half dead, was now gleefully gaming. Seeing them collapse onto their beds, Yang Yu figured he wouldn't need to rack his brains for a lie to explain his recovery. Heaven helps me. However, the two who had left the room sprightly less than 2 hours ago now returned as dispirited as wage slaves after being exploited by capital. Yang Yu approached them with ill intent, pinching Dai Yin's cheek and waist, taking advantage of her lethargy to exact some petty revenge. But Dai Yin lay as still as a corpse, staring at the ceiling, which quickly bored Yang Yu. So he moved to Gu Mimi, similarly indulging in some delightful groping, only to find her unresponsive as well. After that one outing, both seemed to have had their souls sucked out. Their utter lack of resistance stripped Yang Yu of his desire to conquer. Can someone tell me what happened? He demanded, hands on his hips, wondering who had bullied his girls into this state. Gu Mimi sat up and sighed. Yang Yu, thank goodness you didn't go to the boys' competition, otherwise you'd be just like us. Oh, Yang Yu understood now. They had been crushed by the boys' performance. Gu Mimi continued, this show is no longer suspenseful. The champion will definitely be Zhang Baiyu. We're simply not on his level. Had the prodigious Zhang Baiyu finally unleashed his full power? After the third episode's men's group segment, Dai Yin and Gu Mimi had been brimming with confidence. At the time Yang Yu sensed something was off, the system's assessment of him as a genius was not to be taken lightly. Zhang Baiyu had definitely been hiding his true strength. As expected, after returning from the fourth episode's live recording, Dai Yin and Gu Mimi looked half dead. Dai Yin finally spoke up. In the third episode, Zhang Baiyu and that chatterbox Zhang Kaifan were playing possum to make us let our guard down. Their suspicions weren't unfounded. Yang Yu knew that the boys' group mentor Yao Yi often participated in singing competitions as a mentor and loved using various tactics to ensure his team won. Alas, even if they hadn't played possum, I doubt our chances of winning would have been high. Dai Yin sighed again. At that moment, a message popped up in the girls' group chat from their mentor Lu Ku. Start training intensively from tomorrow. She had evidently watched the fourth episode and felt the pressure. Aware that the girls' group was vastly outmatched by the boys, her only recourse was a crash course. Yang Yu felt that facing Zhang Baiyu, the girls' group was already losing their composure. Just how formidable was this man? The netizens always provided the best answer. Yang Yu opened the trending searches and saw one at the very top, Zhang Baiyu's original song, Half a Life Dominates. Since the start of Who is the Youth Star, only two people had topped the trending charts, Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu. The former had been hounded by netizens while the latter had achieved it through his work. The contrast was clear. Yang Yu pouted in defiance and clicked on the trending topic. A highly discussed Weibo post was filled with Zhang Baiyu's fans celebrating. This marketing account had clipped Zhang Baiyu's single. The number of discussions had already reached 30 to 40,000, rivaling that of a traffic star. Half a Life appearing on this low-budget web show. The producers must be laughing all the way to the bank. Absolutely. No matter the singing competition with these lyrics and this composition, it would be a championship-worthy work. I predict now that the finals will be an internal battle among the boys' group. The third-ranked Gao Ming from the boys' group would probably take first place in the girls' group. The comment above is going too far. Dai Yin and Yang Yu are quite strong. They might inevitably lose to Zhang Baiyu and Zhang Kaifan, but they can still beat Gao Ming. Still boasting about Yang the backer. No matter who she's up against, she's not worthy. Isn't Half a Life just a satire of people like Yang Yu who rely on connections? I don't care about the others. Zhang Baiyu is the strongest. The championship is already decided. Let the others fight for second place. I think Zhang Baiyu doesn't even need to care about who's champion or runner-up. Half a Life can launch him straight into the singer circle. Zhang Baiyu is an original singer. The others are just singing adaptations of others' songs. Is there even a comparison? Are they worthy? Yang Yu opened the clip of Zhang Baiyu's performance. On stage, Zhang Baiyu played the guitar and sang Half a Life. It was a song of self-mockery, yet also a critique of society. It mocked himself for still not being famous, while Capital could easily prop up an incompetent, even ugly person. The song resonated with many netizens. The audience seemed lost in the music, reflecting on this distorted society. In this era of Capital, the talented couldn't gain fame, the handsome lacked resources, while those with connections were forcibly promoted. Yang Yu felt that Jiang Baiyu was targeting him. The lyrics practically called out Yang Yu's identity. Well, before he could go after Jiang Baiyu, the latter had struck first. Someone dared to provoke him. Yang Yu was ready to show Jiang Baiyu what a real father was. But the most pressing matter now was how to restore his roommate's confidence. What a reversal. Yang Yu, who had been the one needing comfort, now had to figure out how to console them. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. My treat. Yang Yu proposed, raising his hand. No one responded. An awkward silence fell, and Yang Yu felt like crows were flying over his head. Since gentleness didn't work, Yang Yu resorted to force. He dragged Gu Mimi and Dai Yin out of the dormitory. The three walked to a nearby restaurant, the evening breeze lifting their spirits a little. Yang Yu ordered dishes at the restaurant. She wanted to get some beer, but the owner, seeing her young age and gender, refused to sell. So she settled for coconut milk, which was more fitting for her current identity. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi still showed no appetite, as Yang Yu, who was terrible at comforting others, racked her brains for a solution. Suddenly a young man's loud voice came from the entrance, and Yang Yu's genius radar went off. Brother Zhang, your performance today was godlike. That half a life was incredible. I think this song will definitely win the Golden Melody Award this year. Don't say that. I still have a long way to go, came Jiang Baiyu's voice. Why be so modest? Didn't you see how dumbfounded the girls' group was? Yang Yu frowned and glanced at Dai Yin and Gu Mimi, who had lowered their heads even further. The four boys from the group entered the restaurant. Jiang Baiyu was dealing with the flattery of an oily-haired young man, his expression already showing impatience. Gao Ming and Zhang Kaifan followed silently, clearly also annoyed by the incessant chatterer. Even Zhang Kaifan, a known chatterbox, was rendered speechless. Wherever they went there were sycophants. This contestant named Su Tao was good for nothing, but latching onto the powerful, buzzing like a fly. Amidst his irritation, he caught a glimpse of Yang Yu's profile. His eyes lit up. He hadn't seen her in a while. She hadn't come to watch the boys' competition. He had been worried that the online bullying might have gotten to her, but seeing her eating heartily now, he felt inexplicably reassured. You go order. They'll find us a seat, Zhang Kaifan said. He sat down behind Yang Yu. The other boys also noticed Yang Yu and her friends, but didn't greet them. And so the two opposing camps converged in this restaurant today. Feeling full, Yang Yu decided it was time to stir up some. While Su Tao was still chattering, Jiang Baiyu's singing came from ahead. The song, Half a Life, he had just performed on stage. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Yu playing a video clip of Jiang Baiyu. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi were puzzled, wondering what Yang Yu was up to. Who would play someone's work right next to the person himself, and a fan edit at that? Wasn't that deliberately embarrassing? The male contestants all looked at Jiang Baiyu with subtle expressions while he let out an awkward smile. Ding host faces the genius singer awakened version by playing his work, causing embarrassment. Hatred value increased by 10000. Seeing this, Su Tao quickly flattered him. Brother Jiang Si, Yang Yu has been completely conquered by your new song. She's listening to your song and watching your video, even while eating. Su Tao's words made Jiang Baiyu even more embarrassed, but indeed, as Su Tao said, Yang Yu, the prettiest in the female group, was watching his work even while eating. Jiang Baiyu felt a certain satisfaction. In the past, his satisfaction came from creating lyrics. Now it came from a woman's admiration. Zhang Kaifan, however, showed a jealous expression, not expecting that Yang Yu would also fall for Jiang Baiyu's lyrics. Brother Jiang, what do you think of the four girls in the female group? Su Tao asked again. Jiang Baiyu thought for a moment and said, they're all okay, good singing skills, but no distinctive quality. Jiang Baiyu felt his evaluation was quite objective. Some in the female group had strong vocals, others had good stage presence. But they were just good, lacking distinctiveness and character. In the entertainment industry, the most important thing for fame is distinctiveness, like Uzai King's high notes. His own characteristic was his unique, original lyrics. Dai Yin, hearing Jiang Baiyu's comment, sighed again. His words indeed reflected the current state of the female group, no contestant with distinctive traits. The clip Yang Yu was watching was nearing its end. Jiang Baiyu appeared to be quietly eating, but he was secretly paying attention there, hoping to hear Yang Yu's praise for him. Yang Yu suddenly said loudly, this song isn't actually that good. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi looked up at her, thinking she was joking. Yang Yu continued her critique. The lyrics are pretentious and contrived, forcing emotions for the sake of poetry. The singing is okay, but the composition is too simplistic. Everyone was stunned. It was like being slapped hard in public. They had thought she was attracted by Jiang Baiyu's singing, but instead she criticized everything from his vocals to his composition. As for Jiang Baiyu himself, it was as if he had been kicked yet another time. He had been lifted high by Su Tao's flattery, only to be knocked down by Yang Yu's words. But Yang Yu's evaluation wasn't nonsensical. He knew the weaknesses of his own song. The lyrics indeed used some pretentious words for the sake of atmosphere, and the more meaningful part was inspired by the incident when Yang Yu went backstage. If that part were removed, it really wouldn't amount to much. However, in this world, no song lyrics could withstand close scrutiny. As long as the mood was conveyed and it moved the listeners, it was considered a good song. Zhang Baiyu was confident that Half a Life might not win this year's Golden Melody Award, but it would surely be nominated. So how dare Yang Yu spout such nonsense? Ding host publicly evaluates the Genius Singer Awakened version. Hatred value increased by 1,000. Sai getting hostile over this. He can judge others, but doesn't allow others to judge him. How petty. Yang Yu silently complained to herself. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai fan suddenly burst out laughing, then quickly shut his mouth under everyone's gaze. But inside he was overjoyed. This young lady Yang Yu was really interesting. Every bone in her body seemed to grow in the opposite direction. What others admired was worthless in her eyes. Smack. Su Tao slammed the table violently, splashing the soup onto Gao Ming, who was quietly eating. Damn, what a lunatic, Gao Ming cursed in his heart. He just wanted to eat in peace. After all, his girlfriend was in the female group and his teammates were in the male group, so he hoped both sides wouldn't cause trouble. But Su Tao wouldn't let it go. He felt this was the perfect time to show off in front of Zhang Baiyu. Maybe if this guy became famous later, he would promote him. Someone who only made it to the top 8 through backdoor connections has no right to criticize others' songs. Su Tao stood up and shouted, "If you have the guts, compose an original song yourself." Yang Yu swiveled her chair, crossed her legs, and smiled. "Your master hasn't said anything. Why are you barking like a dog?" What a beautiful retort. Zhang Kai fan wanted to cheer out loud. Yang Yu, so cute and beautiful, could hit the nail right on the head when cursing. You. Su Tao flushed red. He looked back and saw that all the male contestants were snickering. He had lost face completely. Enraged, he raised his hand to slap Yang Yu, but Zhang Baiyu grabbed his arm. "Do you want to be eliminated directly?" "Fighting is against the rules," Zhang Baiyu said coldly. "But she looks down on you," Su Tao said, a bit guilty. Zhang Baiyu glanced at Yang Yu, who was still grinning, and continued to Su Tao. "Don't use me as an excuse for your mistakes. Otherwise I'll pretend I never knew you from now on." Calming down, Su Tao quickly nodded. "Brother Zhang, my fault. After saying that, they prepared to return to their table and eat as if nothing had happened. "Hey Zhang Baiyu, you're quite impressive. Want to compete in the next episode?" Yang Yu suddenly called out. Now, all the male contestants understood. This Yang Yu was deliberately stirring up trouble. But wasn't she too bold? Challenging the strongest in the male group. Hadn't she seen that Dai Yin and Gu Mimi, who had witnessed the live performance, were already so deflated? Truly a fearless calf that knows no tiger. Zhang Kaifan ate while watching the drama. Yang Yu was becoming more and more interesting in his heart. His appetite had never been so good. Little did Yang Yu know that someone was using her as dinner entertainment, or she would have kicked over his plate. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi had been afraid that Yang Yu would be bullied by the boys, but now they were speechless with surprise. It turned out that Yang Yu's arrogant personality had already been restrained in the dormitory. This was her true liberated self. A suicide-style challenge, really. Zhang Baiyu turned around in surprise. The following episodes were all decided by audience voting, where popularity was crucial. How could Yang Yu, who had been scolded onto the hot search list, dare to challenge him? In-game anytime. You decide the competition method, Zhang Baiyu said confidently. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. His advantage over others was in original composition. If Yang Yu chose to compete by singing someone else's song, he might actually lose. Was Yang Yu deliberately scheming? A moment of impulse always leads to mistakes. Zhang Baiyu regretted falling for Yang Yu's trap. What was said could not be taken back. Even someone as calm as Zhang Baiyu now felt anxious. Ding host makes the Genius Singer Awakened version think you were treacherous. Hatred value increased by 1,000. Diane's eyes suddenly lit up. She understood what Yang Yu was doing. What a brilliant move, directly eliminating Zhang Baiyu's advantage in original songs. Then the female group wasn't entirely without a fighting chance. Diane excitedly squeezed Yang Yu's hand. The other male contestants also realized it, and immediately thought Yang Yu was too underhanded. Let's compete in original songs, Yang Yu said proudly. Everyone was floored. Diane's face twitched. She had truly overestimated Yang Yu's intelligence. This girl must think she wants to die fast enough. Zhang Baiyu thought he had misheard. In this variety show, someone actually dared to compete with him in original songs. The composed Zhang Baiyu felt his heart had never been so tumultuous in his life. The loser must accept the punishment, Yang Yu said excitedly. How about this? The loser has to call the winner daddy. Call him daddy. Zhang Baiyu held his head, feeling a headache coming on. This Yang Yu had actually breached his psychological defenses repeatedly. Ding host causes the Genius Singer Awakened version to mentally break down. Hatred value increased by 1,000. Are you really going to perform an original song on the next episode? Diane asked again, seeking confirmation. Yang Yu nodded resignedly once more. She had already posed the question 4 or 5 times since they left the restaurant. My dear lady, from what I know, you've only just finished middle school. With that level of education, trying to create an original piece. You'd be lucky to come up with a nursery rhyme. Yin truly couldn't fathom what was going through Yang Ye's mind. With her vocal skills, she might just barely make it to the top 4, but if she insisted on an original composition, she wouldn't even know how she died. Did everyone think they were Jiang Baiyu? What does education have to do with it? Yang Yu retorted. If we're talking about education in his past life, he was also a top student. He just dropped out of university to start a business. Of course, even if Yang Yu were a brilliant scholar, songwriting and composing weren't something he could easily accomplish. But Yang Yu had the almighty system. Now his emotional value had reached nearly 1 million, enough to splurge through the entire variety show. Previously, he hadn't known which song to pick, but after acquiring the active skill Ethereal Voice, he had already decided. This song would definitely make Jiang Baiyu call him daddy. And he would call it with heartfelt submission. Alas, Yin, don't mock her. Though I don't believe Yang Yu can create a good song either. Don't you think she looked super cool just now? Gu Mimi said with an infatuated expression. Just now Yang Yu stood alone against 4 boys, without a hint of fear, leaving them all speechless. Wasn't that incredibly cool? Unlike that coward Gao Ming who didn't even dare to greet his own girlfriend. If Yang Yu were a boy, Gu Mimi felt she would marry no one else. Yang Ye's dashing figure instantly made Gu Mimi forget the terror of the boys' team's formidable strength, like a mountain pressing down on her, kicked away by Yang Yu. Glancing at Gu Mimi's fangirling face, Yang Yu felt smug again. Though that wretched system turned him into a girl, it still couldn't stop him from attracting beautiful women. Yin looked at Yang Ye's confident expression, thinking that Yang Yu was never a reckless person. Such boldness might have a deeper purpose. Then it dawned on her. Yang Yu did this to boost their confidence, to tell them that no matter how strong the opponent, even if it meant smashing an egg against a rock, they should forge ahead fearlessly, without any retreat. If Yang Yu, who was barely turning 16, could be so courageous, how could Yin lose to her? I've got it. How can we admit defeat before the competition even starts? I'm going to give it my all, show them the strength of the girls' team. Everything is subject to change. Who laughs last remains to be seen. Yin clenched her fist as she made the vow. Ding. Host has boosted confidence greatly. Affection value 300. Huh. What did I do? Yang Yu was puzzled. After the 4th episode of the variety show, the girls' training became almost torturous. Mentor Lu Ku had completely turned into a merciless taskmaster. Everyone was suffering except Yang Yu, who bounced around as if nothing was wrong. Youth is truly wonderful. The one who made this remark was Guo Qingling from another dormitory. Hers was the only one left in her room, and she felt she probably wouldn't make the top 4 either. Gu Mimi, upon hearing this, said weakly, it has nothing to do with age. I'm only 3 years older than her, yet these training sessions feel like they're killing me. And Yang Yu. That girl kept finding ways to provoke Lu Ku, never seeming to tire. Lu Ku already regretted speaking up for this brat online. If she had known, she would have eliminated her straight away back, then no matter how strong she was. With a face that looked cute and pretty, her heart seemed pitch black, black enough to reflect light. Still, Lu Ku had gradually gotten used to it. Dealing with Yang Ye's deliberate attempts to rack up hatred no longer threw her off as much as before. The moment she saw Yang Yu, Lu Ku's first instinct was to take 3 deep breaths. Just now, everyone had finished their dance training to enhance stage effects, exhausted to the point of wanting to collapse on the floor, gasping for air. Yang Yu, full of vitality, suggested going out to buy ice cream. Lu Ku thought she might finally have some conscience. But Yang Yu slapped her in the face again. When she came back, she had only 1 ice cream in hand, and she kept walking around making the thirsty and tired contestants drool. Lu Ku was convinced that Yang Yu had no idea how to write the word conscience. Mentor, want a bite? Yang Yu, seeing Lu Ku staring at her, immediately put on an innocent expression. Lu Ku looked at the ice cream with half of it already bitten off, and finally her composure was shattered. Her mouth twitched, and she felt like spitting on it. On top of that, she decided to buy the Dao De Jing when she got back to calm her mind like still water. Ding. Host made a renowned singer's mouth twitch with anger, hatred value 1000. Finally hitting the target. Yang Yu had completed today's task. Lu Ku was getting stingier by the day, unwilling to give even a single point of hatred for free. Now he pinned his hopes on Jiang Baiyu, wishing the guy would be more generous. After the fun and games, it was time to get down to business. Everyone picked their songs to submit to the program team. But the girls' teams Yin and Yang Yu still hadn't chosen their songs. Yin's submissions kept getting rejected by Lu Ku. As the ace of the girls' team, Lu Ku was extremely cautious about her song selection. With Yin's growing popularity, she held a significant advantage in the audience Sevet-based elimination system. Thus, Yin had the best chance to break into the top 4. Unless she faced the boys' team's Jiang Baiyu or Zhang Kaifan, she was practically guaranteed a spot. As for Yang Yu, she had never proposed a song to sing. This left Lu Ku puzzled about what she was up to. Could it be that with her current low popularity, she had lost all hope and given up? Thinking this, Lu Ku felt a pang of guilt. After all, if she hadn't misunderstood Yang Yu and caused that livestream incident, Yang Yu might have been the most promising one in the girls' team. Lu Ku called Yang Yu to the recording studio, mentally rehearsing what to say to restore her confidence. Mentor, you wanted to see me. Yang Yu plopped down casually in front of Lu Ku, habitually crossing his legs. Does this look like someone who's lost confidence? Lu Ku doubted her judgment. Do you know that everyone else has already chosen their songs? Lu Ku asked in the gentlest tone she could manage. Yang Yu nodded. Just a nod. Lu Ku really couldn't figure out what was going on in Yang Ye's head, so she stuck to her original plan. She licked her lips. Actually, you don't need to be too disheartened. Although your popularity is low right now, as long as you perform well enough, one song can turn things around. Yang Yu listened and nodded again. Lu Ku was baffled. Does she even understand? What does nodding even mean? She forced herself to continue. So Yang Yu, you need to have faith in yourself. Faith. Yang Yu smiled. Right now I'm probably the most confident person in the whole show. Lu Ku was taken aback. Where does her confidence come from? Being at the bottom in popularity and still confident. Then where's the song you've chosen? Lu Ku asked. No need to choose. The next episode's song will be an original, Yang Yu declared with full confidence. After all, this song cost him 400 emotional points to purchase from the system. Now the song was ingrained in his mind, just waiting for an opportunity to debut in this world. Original? Are you insane? Lu Ku suddenly felt Yang Ye's confidence was over the top. Yang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. He handed Lu Ku a file containing the lyrics and composition of his next song. Lu Ku opened the file with skepticism and began to browse through it. At the top of the lyrics were two characters, big fish. Lu Ku's expression shifted from doubt to shock. After finishing the file, she looked up, her eyes gleaming with golden light. Zhang Baiyu. What a useless piece of trash. The scene of the 5th episode. The audience filed in one by one, each person brimming with excitement. First, this was the first face-off between the boys and girls teams, promising to be exceptionally thrilling. Second, they would once again hear Zhang Baiyu's songs. His performance in the previous episode had been an absolute delight, and over the past 10 days, half a lifetime, had ascended the summit of every major music chart. They were eagerly anticipating what kind of masterpiece Zhang Baiyu would unveil this time. Mentors Yao Yi and Lu Ku led their respective team members to the dressing room. From a distance, Yang Yu spotted the makeup artist Xiao Hong, holding an exquisite makeup case, who waved at her enthusiastically. It's over. I guess I can't escape this time, Yang Yu thought with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Dai Yin silently watched Yang Yu, determined that even if she had to team up with the makeup artist to pin Yang Yu down, she would see her makeup applied. She was too curious about how breathtakingly beautiful Yang Yu would become after makeup. Yang Yu, please let me try just once. Your face keeps me so restless that I can't sleep at night. The makeup artist Xiao Hong pleaded. Yang Yu sighed and nodded. What she could never resist in this life was a girl begging her. Seeing Yang Yu finally agree, Xiao Hong was so moved that tears streamed down her face. This is wonderful. I've lived a full life, she choked out. Yang Yu was somewhat speechless at this. Some people could actually get so emotional over doing her makeup. Yet an inexplicable sense of vanity crept into her heart. Damn it, I'm getting too used to this female identity. I'm starting to take pride in my own looks. Having obtained Yang Ye's consent, Xiao Hong swiftly began applying various makeup tools, dabbing and stroking across Yang Ye's face. Yang Yu only felt a tingling sensation on her skin, and watching herself become more feminine in the mirror was disheartening. She simply closed her eyes, feeling like a fish on a chopping board at the mercy of the makeup artist. The other female contestants gradually gathered around as Xiao Hong's work progressed. Each person who approached couldn't help but gasp. Yang Ye's face grew more delicate and enchanting with each layer of makeup, like a perfect canvas receiving a stroke of color, subtle, yet captivating. All right, Yang Yu, you can open your eyes now, Xiao Hong said with satisfaction. Yang Yu slowly opened her eyes, and everyone involuntarily held their breath. It was like the final stroke that brought the dragon to life. This perfect face with the opening of her eyes slowly acquired a soul. In front of Yang Yu was a mirror. The reflection showed her with a bewildered expression, exquisite makeup, and eyebrows delicately traced with a pencil. Under the soft, warm yellow lights, she resembled a carefree spirit, not of this world, but belonging to a tranquil forest. She embodied every reader's imagination of an elf from Western fantasy works. Pure, elegant, beautiful, yet tinged with melancholy. On stage, the hosts Xiao Feng and Huazi had already taken their positions. Huazi picked up the microphone. Good evening, dear audience. Welcome to the 5th episode of Who is the Youth Star? I believe you've been waiting a long time. Xiao Feng stepped forward. I think everyone is eager to see the contestants perform. Huazi added, yes, but please bear with us. We need to introduce our new competition format. Unlike previous episodes with separate competitions for boys and girls, today's episode will feature a direct face-off between the boys and girls teams. The winners advance and the losers are eliminated. Xiao Feng exclaimed, wow, how ruthless. So today's match is bound to be exceptionally thrilling. Only by winning can each person move forward. Yes, and today's performance scores won't be determined by the mentors, but by the audience vote. So the most popular ones will have a huge advantage. You're right, but popularity is also a result of their good performances in earlier episodes, so it's fair. Huazi continued, next, I will display the real-time popularity scores of the 8 current contestants. These scores will change in real time based on their performances and will be shown on stage for both the audience and contestants to see. The host Hua Zi waved his hand, and a ranking list appeared on the large screen on stage. First place, Ojang Baiyu popularity score, 25200. Second place, Ojang Kaifan popularity score, 113402. Third place, Odai Yin popularity score, 10202221. Fourth place, Gao Ming popularity score, 910223. Seventh place, Gua Qingling popularity score, 715000. Eighth place, Yang Yu popularity score, 634000. The live chat comments scrolled frantically as the ranking appeared. After the comments, the host announced, "Next, please welcome the mentors and contestants." As the words fell, he led the male contestants onto the stage. The audience burst into cheers with fans of various contestants waving banners. Zhang Baiyu. Zhang Baiyu so handsome. Zhang Baiyu, go for it. Zhang Baiyu, the championship is yours. Mentor Yao Yi, surveying the entire venue, erupting in cheers for Zhang Baiyu, smiled smugly. He wondered what Lu Ku could possibly do to compete. The championship for the boys team was well within reach. Hua Zi said joyfully, Zhang Baiyu is incredibly popular. Look at this momentum. It's like the whole venue is about to be lifted off its feet. Of course, the song Half a Lifetime is on repeat for me every day. I've become Zhang Baiyu's most devoted listener, Xiao Feng chimed in. Hua Zi put the microphone to Zhang Baiyu's mouth and asked, "Who do you think will be the champion of this variety show?" Zhang Baiyu smiled shyly, and after a moment's thought replied, "Only after they all compete will we know." "I didn't expect Zhang Baiyu to be so modest," haha, Xiao Feng said, gazing at him with fondness. In her eyes, the championship was almost certain. With such a huge gap in popularity, as long as Zhang Baiyu didn't perform poorly later, the vote would be overwhelmingly in his favor. "Next, please welcome mentor Lu Ku leading the girls' team onto the stage," Hua Zi called out. Lu Ku stepped onto the stage with a gentle smile, followed by the girls who were dressed in elaborate attire. Unlike the fixed team uniforms of previous episodes, each girl's outfit was specially chosen for this episode. They looked like a cluster of blooming flowers, captivating the entire audience's gaze. Yao Yi was surprised to see Lu Ku looking so confident. He remembered that during the fourth episode, when Zhang Baiyu performed, Lu Ku had been present, and her expression was quite grim. Was she now putting on a brave face, or did she truly have a trick up her sleeve? Zhang Baiyu watched the girls' team as they came on stage, instinctively searching for the girl who had challenged him. When he spotted Yang Ye's figure, he froze on the spot. She was wearing a white gauze dress, walking at the back, moving forward with a hint of shyness. Her already flawless face was now delicately made up, fair as jade. Even the stage lights seemed dimmer in comparison to her radiance. Adorned in the white gauze dress with hints of her skin visible beneath, she resembled an elf, a celestial maiden. Zhang Baiyu, who was usually indifferent to worldly beauty, felt as if a lock inside his heart had been unlocked. Host caused the genius singer awakened version to be wildly infatuated. Affection value increased by 12000. Yang Yu sighed inwardly. Were all men such superficial creatures, only fixated on appearances? Not only Zhang Baiyu noticed the dramatically changed Yang Yu, but the live audience and online viewers also saw it. The barrage that had been mocking Yang Yu for getting special treatment suddenly vanished. Damn, is that Yang Yu? A fairy has descended to the mortal world. Did she get plastic surgery again? Are you stupid? Plastic surgery takes at least a few months to recover. It seems Yang Yu was barefaced in previous episodes. This time, she's wearing makeup. Barefaced? I couldn't even tell. She's so beautiful I've licked my phone screen wet. God, I choose to forgive her. You shallow dogs have some backbone. You were cursing her just minutes ago. What do you know? Looks are justice. I remember Lu Ku explained for her, so I choose to believe Lu Ku. I can't even be bothered to expose you. Do you really believe Lu Ku? I hope the hospital has her plastic surgery template. I want to get it too. If plastic surgery could really achieve this, would we still be amazed? The live audience frantically pulled out their phones to capture the stunning beauty, but the phone's pixel quality couldn't reproduce Yang Ye's perfect face. Host Hua Zi, with exceptional professionalism, quickly recovered from his shock. Just as he continued with the script, his eyes caught the big screen, and he froze again. Yang Ye's popularity was skyrocketing, the last two digits spinning so fast, they were just a blur, impossible to read with the naked eye. This popularity value must be a bug. Hua Zi looked at the other contestants' popularity values, which were still ticking up slowly, and finally relaxed. It seemed the real bug was Yang Yu. Her beauty itself was a bug. In just 1 minute, Yang Ye's popularity ranking jumped from last place to fourth, 9520XX. And there was no sign of slowing down, as surpassing third place Dai Yin was only a matter of time. Yao Yi also noticed the change in the rankings, staring at Yang Yu with a serious expression, feeling she was the only variable that could prevent Zhang Baiyu from winning the championship. Only by eliminating her could he feel at ease. Next, let's officially begin today's competition. I also want to announce a special rule: the contestant with the highest popularity can choose their opponent. The others will then compete in the order arranged by the mentors. So please look at the big screen. The current highest popularity is Xiaofeng paused for a moment because she also saw Yang Ye's popularity surging. At this rate, if given another 10 minutes or so, the top spot might change hands. For now, the highest popularity is Jiang Baiyu. Please walk to the opponent you choose, Xiaofeng said. The male group mentor Yao Yi was delighted. This was truly a blessing from heaven. If Jiang Baiyu could quickly eliminate Yang Yu, there would be fewer variables. The confident look in Lu Ke's eyes made Yao Yi feel a bit uneasy. Choose Yang Yu. Yao Yi commanded Jiang Baiyu. Jiang Baiyu thought for a moment and walked toward Yang Yu. Yang Yu watched Jiang Baiyu approaching side and shook her head slightly. Young man, by choosing me, you're narrowing your path. It seems your hate farming can only last until today. Jiang Baiyu saw Yang Ye's movement and thought she was afraid of him. Looking at her perfect face and her pitiful heart-wrenching eyes, he hesitated as he approached, wondering whether he should eliminate her this time. His reason told him to trust his mentor, but his emotions made him realize he couldn't bear to do it. Netizens saw the direction Jiang Baiyu was walking and understood he had chosen Yang Yu. A chorus of regret erupted. Yang Yu, danger. No, let her survive one more round. Jiang Baiyu would crush anyone he chose. There's no need to pick Yang Yu. Let her be a vase for one more round. As he was about to reach Yang Yu, his height of 182 meters allowed him to look down and see her slender fair neck unadorned by any jewelry. How beautiful it would be with a necklace. Just as the host was about to announce Jiang Baiyu's choice, he turned and walked to Guqingling instead. He had changed his opponent at the last moment. Emotion had triumphed over reason. Guqingling looked at Jiang Baiyu beside her with an innocent expression, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Though she had already anticipated being eliminated this round, Jiang Baiyu's choice directly sealed her fate. The male group mentor Yao Yi was stunned. Jiang Baiyu had always listened to him. Why was he being rebellious now? Host Huazi was also puzzled. Even if Jiang Baiyu didn't choose Yang Yu, he should have chosen Dai Yin. Why pick the weakest contestant, Guqingling? Xiaofeng directly asked. Jiang Baiyu, shouldn't you be helping the male group by taking on the strongest female contestant? So why not choose Dai Yin or Yang Yu, the aces of the female group? Jiang Baiyu chose Guqingling simply because she was closest to him, making the switch less abrupt. He thought, in a competition, shouldn't we eliminate the weakest first to make the later rounds more exciting? But he couldn't say that. It would sound tactless. I think they are all very strong. It doesn't matter who I choose, Jiang Baiyu replied seriously. If anyone else had said that, Xiaofeng could have interpreted it as modesty, but coming from Jiang Baiyu it sounded like he was saying they were all weaklings, and he would win no matter who he chose and take the championship. This remark ignited the audience and the barrage. Jiang Baiyu is so domineering. That's what true strength looks like. Looks aren't everything, talent is what matters. Jiang Baiyu is undoubtedly the most talented person I've ever seen. Those who rely on looks are low class. The strong speak with confidence. Just then Jiang Baiyu's popularity value began to surge while Yang Yes gradually slowed down. Yang Yu shrugged in dissatisfaction. Though she didn't know why he suddenly changed opponents, Jiang Baiyu had successfully pulled off another cool move, and she was determined to reclaim the spotlight. Lu Ku also smiled wryly, looking at Yang Yu, feeling that after today Jiang Baiyu would never be so arrogant again. Thinking about how Yang Yes' performance would stun everyone, Lu Ke's heart raced with excitement. So Jiang Baiyu has chosen his opponent. The rest will compete in the order previously arranged by the mentors. At that moment, the big screen displayed each contestant's order and their respective opponents. Jiang Baiyu versus Guqingling Gu Mimi versus Su Tao Gao Ming versus Dai Yin Zhang Kaifan versus Yang Yu. Luca looked at the matchups and felt it was perfect. At least Dai Yin and Yang Yu would make it to the top 4. Yao Yi also felt satisfied. Although Jiang Baiyu had disrupted his plan, Zhang Kaifan versus Yang Yu was the best possible outcome. Zhang Kaifan would definitely win. His true strength was only slightly below Jiang Baiyu's. The only potential weak point was Dai Yin versus Gao Ming. In terms of both popularity and strength, Dai Yin was superior. Do your best. If both of you make it to the top 4, will be satisfied, Lu Ku said to Dai Yin and Yang Yu. Dai Yin's expression turned conflicted. She looked at Gao Ming across from her, and he was looking back. Only one of them could advance today, the other would be eliminated. She knew that singing was their shared dream, and they had both worked hard for it for so long. Why is my opponent him? My boyfriend, Dai Yin thought painfully. Zhang Kaifan was overjoyed to see that his opponent was Yang Yu, immediately winking at her. But she secretly flipped him off. If netizens had seen that, they would have bashed her for days. What a spirited girl she is. After the host announced the start of today's competition, the mentors and contestants filed off the stage one by one. The first match was between Jiang Baiyu and Guqingling. Guqingling took the stage first, but due to the pressure from Jiang Baiyu, she nearly stumbled as she stepped up, drawing laughter from the entire audience. Yao Yi, the mentor of the male group, cast a provocative glance at Lu Ku. Though the latter appeared calm on the surface, Yang Yu noticed the veins bulging on her forehead, a clear sign of suppressed fury. This Yao Yi was even better at drawing hatred than him. Yang Yu decided to learn from him. Then Guqingling on stage took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Everyone had now experienced 2-stage competitions, and their mindsets had changed drastically. In the end, she performed surprisingly well, much better than during rehearsals. By the scoring standards of the previous 2 episodes of the female group, she could at least score 86 points. Meanwhile, her popularity began to rise, though still far from Jiang Baiyu's level. She stepped off the stage contentedly. The stern Liu Kun nodded in satisfaction and patted her shoulder, saying, "Maybe there's still hope. Jiang Baiyu is no god, he makes mistakes too." Guo Qingling smiled wryly and replied, "Mentor, to be honest, I'm already satisfied having made it this far. At least I gave it my all, so even if I lose, I have no regrets." Everyone knew what it meant to face Jiang Baiyu. Even if he made a mistake, his terrifying popularity would still crush others. They all understood, so she wouldn't cling to a faint hope. The host Huazai walked onto the stage and said, "I didn't expect the first song today to be so beautiful. It's truly a great start. Now let's welcome Jiang Baiyu, Guo Qingling's opponent, to the stage." Jiang Baiyu, still in his timeless white t-shirt, walked onto the stage holding his guitar with an air of calm indifference, as if Guo Qingling's performance had brought him no pressure at all. The audience immediately stirred, and fans began shouting Jiang Baiyu's name like a cheerleading squad. "How did you find Guo Qingling's performance?" Huazai asked. "Very good," Jiang Baiyu replied. "So are you under any pressure?" Huazai asked with a smile. Jiang Baiyu smiled back and said, "I already regret choosing her." The audience burst into laughter, realizing that aside from his superb singing skills, Jiang Baiyu had exceptionally high emotional intelligence. Jiang Baiyu's EQ is really high. If I had half of it, I wouldn't be offending people everywhere. This man's damn charm. I think I'm falling in love with him. What a great answer. It neither offends anyone nor reveals his true thoughts. Due to this short reply, Jiang Baiyu's popularity surged again, leaving the second place, Zhang Kaifan, far behind, standing alone at the top. Yang Yu curled his lip in disdain. Suddenly a face leaned in beside him, startling him. It was that guy Zhang Kaifan who had sneaked over at some point, displaying his infuriating grin. "Hello, I'm Zhang Kaifan," he said. Yang Yu felt no interest in a man who wasn't a genius, so he continued watching the stage and ignored him. Zhang Kaifan wasn't offended though, and went on, "Jiang Baiyu doesn't look stressed at all right now, he's very relaxed. The real sign of his stress is when he fiercely grabs his hair. He only does that when writing lyrics." Yang Yu turned to look at him and asked, "You know him well?" Zhang Kaifan smiled and said, "Same dormitory. Do you think anyone can make him grab his hair today?" Yang Yu didn't answer, he just smirked slyly. Jiang Baiyu would probably be bald by the end of the day. On stage, Huazai said, "Jiang Baiyu, what song are you bringing us today?" From before, Jiang Baiyu replied, "Is it an original song?" Of course. Another round of cheers erupted from the audience. Original songs had become Jiang Baiyu's trademark, inextricably linked to him. The host Xiaofeng also stamped her little feet excitedly and said, "Without further ado, please welcome Jiang Baiyu to perform his original song from before." The lights went out completely. When they came back on, Jiang Baiyu was sitting on a chair holding his guitar, plucking the strings slowly. The guitar sound seemed to transport everyone into a story, and the person on stage narrated a simple yet touching tale. Jiang Baiyu began to sing slowly. "There once was a girl, she loved to smile at the singer. There once was a singer, he thought only of becoming famous every day." Yang Yu had to admit that Jiang Baiyu's singing had a strong narrative quality. Combined with the lyrics, it created an overwhelming sense of imagery, making the audience feel as if they had stepped into a story, seeing a sweet and sincere girl and a singer who only wanted fame. The girl was innocent and pure, deeply in love with the singer who worked hard on his creations every day. Even though they could barely make ends meet and had to sleep under a bridge, she never complained. But the singer was entirely focused on becoming famous, gradually starting to ignore the girl's feelings. There once was a girl, she loved to dance in front of the singer. There once was a singer, he thought only of how to fulfill his dreams. In the end, the girl left her beloved. There once was a singer, he looked up and found himself all alone. All the words left unsaid, all the feelings left unexpressed were crowded in his heart. The ending of the story seemed predestined. Jiang Baiyu's sorrowful singing touched everyone. The audience seemed to recall the girl they had once failed to cherish. A girl who was gentle and smiling, or optimistic and cheerful. Even when they saw no hope in being together, she refused to leave, but in the end their neglect broke her heart, leading to a final farewell. Suitcase after suitcase filled with the gifts she gave him in the past. He finally became famous, but could no longer find the girl who truly loved him. The song reached its finale, and the music slowly faded away as if with reluctance and regret. On the big screen, a single tear rolled down Jiang Baiyu's cheek, a perfect finishing touch. The guy could immerse himself in his emotions without even using immersion. When the music stopped, Yang Yu realized that soft sobbing was all around him. The audience had all been moved to tears. He turned to look beside him and found that Zhang Kaifan was crying uncontrollably. "Holy crap, is it that exaggerated?" The livestream bullet comments had gone wild. "Holy crap, Jiang Baiyu is invincible. I'm crying to death. My former love, where are you? Oh, oh, oh." Another divine song is born even better than half a lifetime. I feel like he's guaranteed this year's Golden Melody Award. I finally know what it means to be moved to tears by beautiful music. Mentor Luku wiped her tears and shook her head, forced to admit that this guy was too strong and kept improving. She could no longer guarantee that Yang Yu could defeat him unless Yang Yu went all out and performed even better than in rehearsals. Zhang Kaifan wiped away his tears, now filled with utmost admiration for Jiang Baiyu. He turned to see if Yang Yu had cried, but found that guy looking at him with a cheerful smile. "You look so ugly when you cry," Yang Yu said with a laugh. You. Zhang Kaifan was mortified, his scalp tingling with embarrassment. The most terrifying thing in the world was to cry your eyes out while someone else felt nothing and just watched you. Ding host has caused someone to be embarrassed to the point of scalp tingling. Awkwardness points, 300. The system is just treating me like a beggar again. Zhang Kaifan quickly looked around and only relaxed when he saw that everyone else was crying. "Why didn't you cry, eh?" Zhang Kaifan asked. "Cry over this. Then you've never heard Mao Bai's songs." Yang Yu, who had already been emotionally devastated by Mao Bai, indicated that Jiang Baiyu still had room to improve. "Who is Mao Bai? Is he famous?" Zhang Kaifan frowned. He knew all the top singers in the industry, but had never heard of Mao Bai. "How pitiful." Yang Yu shook his head. "They'll let you listen someday." On stage, the host walked up while applauding. Jiang Baiyu had produced such excellent works for 2 consecutive episodes in a row. Huazai announced loudly. Before announcing the results for Jiang Baiyu and Guo Qingling, let me share an exciting piece of news. Just now, Jiang Baiyu's popularity has exceeded 0, making him the first to surpass this milestone. I hope other contestants keep up their efforts. Jiang Baiyu's expression barely changed, and Huazai secretly admired his composure. Anyone else would probably have their tail up in the air. Xiaofeng asked with a hint of jealousy, "May I ask if today's song is a very touching story? Is it to commemorate an ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Baiyu denied it. No, it's just a song I made up out of thin air." Huazai then said, "There must be some prototype or inspiration for writing this song." "Inspiration? Prototype?" Jiang Baiyu instinctively looked at Yang Yu offstage, only to find that Yang Yu was not moved by his singing at all, but was chatting and laughing with Zhang Kaifan. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him. Ding host has caused the genius singer awakened version to feel jealousy. Jealousy points, 100,000. Huh. Yang Yu looked up at Jiang Baiyu, wondering what was wrong with that guy. "Next I will announce the audience voting scores for the 2 contestants," Huazai declared loudly. First, Guo Qingling's audience votes, 110130. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, lacking a frame of reference to judge whether this score was high or low. Guo Qingling clenched her hands. Though she knew defeat was imminent, she refused to succumb disgracefully. "You may not realize what these votes represent, but in my estimation Guo Qingling's score is already quite commendable," Huazai explained. Now for Jiang Baiyu's voting score. Huazai opened the scorecard, paused for a long moment, then announced with fervent excitement, "His score is 2263581 votes." Guo Qingling's score was impressive, but Jiang Baiyu was nothing short of a prodigy. Everyone was stunned. A staggering 20-fold disparity. They had thought Guo Qingling's tally was remarkable, but in comparison, it was like the gulf between heaven and earth. Jiang Baiyu's terrifying prowess, now quantified into cold data, overwhelmed the other contestants in both the female and male groups, crushing their spirits. Yang Yu was consumed by vexation. "Damn it! Why couldn't I have gone first?" Jiang Baiyu had stolen all the glory. He clutched his head in anguish, vowing to take the lead in the next round. "Now that the scores are out, let us congratulate Jiang Baiyu, the first to advance with such an enormous margin," Huazai announced. The entire venue fell silent, then erupted in cheers. How terrifying. Is there even a point in continuing the competition? Brothers, I'm turning off the live stream. They'll only come back when Jiang Baiyu appears next time. The producers are fools. Why didn't they save Jiang Baiyu for the finale? Half the viewers have probably already left the stream. My beloved Jiang Baiyu has advanced. I can finally sleep in peace. I still want to see Yang Ye's performance. She and Zhang Kaifan are evenly matched. I wonder who will advance. As the entire venue celebrated, Xiaofeng glanced at the desolate Guo Qingling in the audience and said, "While celebrating Jiang Baiyu's advancement, we must also regretfully bid farewell to Guo Qingling. We hope she will return for future episodes." Guo Qingling looked around helplessly. She had seen off every roommate in her dorm. Now only she remained without a single embrace. She was utterly alone. Dai Yin was not close to Guo Qingling, but seeing her in such pain, her heart ached. She pulled Yang Yu and Gu Mimi along to envelop Guo Qingling in a warm, tight hug. Disarmed by this sudden tenderness, Guo Qingling stammered, "Thank you." After the 4 separated, Lu Ku approached and embraced her as well. "You did wonderfully. You are truly amazing," she said. Hearing this, Guo Qingling finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably in Lu Ke's arms. Lu Ku sighed helplessly. Guo Qingling's contest was over, but her own continued. Tonight the female group still faced an immense challenge. Without a moment's pause after the first match, the second began. Gu Mimi from the female group faced Su Tao from the male group. The gap in skill and popularity between the two was negligible, making this the most unpredictable contest of the evening. Both Yao Yi and Lu Ke silently prayed for victory within their respective groups, but fortune favored the males. Ultimately, Gu Mimi lost to the detestable Su Tao by a mere 10 votes. Upon learning the result, Gu Mimi saw Dai Yin on the verge of tears, and instead comforted her saying, "None of us are allowed to cry. It's just a match lost. I still have plenty of opportunities ahead. We should all learn from Yang Yu. Look how young she is, yet she faces everything with such composure." Yang Yu gazed at her silently, offering no reply. Having lived a previous life, he had witnessed countless partings and deaths. As a male, he had been taught from childhood to be strong. The cruelty of the competition stirred little within him. Yet as Yang Yu, after spending so much time with Dai Yin and Gu Mimi, his heart ached. He simply refused to show it, suppressing all emotions belonging to Yang Yu deep inside. Unable to bear Dai Yan's anguish, Gu Mimi said, "Don't worry, I'm not leaving. He'll stay with you until you win the championship." Lu Ke's brows knitted into a worried shape as she looked at her female group members. Now is not the time for sorrow. Dai Yin, it's your turn to shine. Our female group cannot afford to lose anyone else. You must win. Hearing this, the pressure instantly descended upon Dai Yin. She clenched her hands tightly, hesitating as she asked, "Mentor, could I switch opponents with Yang Yu?" "Why?" Lu Ke questioned. Dai Yin, usually so outspoken, fell silent, lowering her head. Lu Ke pondered and then understood. For the first time, a look of disappointment crossed her face. "Because the opponent is your boyfriend. You're backing out. Remember, on ancient battlefields, even father and son fought without mercy. If you can't even endure this, you don't deserve to stand on this stage, nor to enter the entertainment industry. It's far more ruthless." Dai Yan's head sank lower, silently accepting the reprimand. Utterly exasperated, Lu Ke sighed. "I'm not saying I don't have the authority to swap your opponent, but even if I did, both you and your boyfriend would be eliminated. It's not to discourage you, but only Yang Yu can handle Zhang Kai-fan." Dai Yin was stunned. She had always believed she was Lu Ke's strongest asset. The song Yang Yu had prepared for this round remained unheard by her. It had been kept strictly confidential by Lu Ke and Yang Yu. That meant Yang Yu was the female group's secret weapon for this episode. Lu Ke continued, "If you compete against your boyfriend, at least one of you is guaranteed to advance. The choice is yours." The phrase "at least one is guaranteed to advance" lodged itself in Dai Yan's heart. After a long silence, she finally made a decision, lifting her head to Lu Ke. "He'll do it." On stage, Huazai announced, and we're back after the commercial break. The upcoming match is equally thrilling and ruthless. Those who watched the second episode know that we have a couple among our contestants. And in a dramatic twist, they are about to face each other, lovers and rivals simultaneously. Only one can advance, the other is destined to leave the stage. Xiaofeng added enthusiastically, "They are Dai Yin from the female group and Gao Ming from the male group. Who will advance? Let us wait and see." This lovers' duel seemed to ignite another explosive point for the show. The barrage of comments surged to new heights after Jiang Baiyu's performance. "Holy crap, this is getting interesting. Those who left the stream just missed a fortune. Isn't this a bit cruel? Did the producers do this on purpose? I don't see any suspense. Dai Yin will definitely win. She's superior in both popularity and skill. No, I think I'm a little twisted. I love this arrangement by the producers." Yang Yu watched silently. If he were to judge Dai Yan's skill, guaranteed victory. Even after his own cheat-enhanced performances in previous rounds, they had been evenly matched. But based on his knowledge of Dai Yin, she would lose this match. In the second episode, the love song she sang with you was pure heartfelt emotion. She truly loved him. Gao Ming took the stage first. His performance was average. After it ended, he brushed past Dai Yin. "You know, give it your all. Let's have a good match," Gao Ming said. Dai Yin froze, then nodded. The result of this match left all viewers dumbfounded. Dai Yin, who usually performed better under pressure, made frequent mistakes. Though the audience clearly favored Dai Yin, the voting remained objective. In the end, Dai Yin narrowly lost to Gao Ming. As she listened to host Xiaofeng announce the result, she smiled silently. What the hell? She was clearly holding back. How could she lose? That was intentional. See that Pacific Ocean? That's all the water Dai Yin let through. Whoa, the female group is down to just Yang Yu. Are they going to be completely wiped out tonight? Yang Yu sighed. In his eyes, Dai Yin was perfect in every way except for being too love-struck. Lu Ke approached Dai Yin quietly. "You chose your own path. Now you must bear it. You threw away such a golden opportunity. You've cost yourself at least 3 more years." The words were harsh and wounding, but Lu Ke herself was the most pained. Dai Yin was her favorite contestant, the one on whom she had invested the most energy. And now she had essentially forfeited, leaving the female group with only Yang Yu. Yang Yu had been her least favorite contestant earlier, the one she had invested the least in. Yet now it was Yang Yu who had a chance to go all the way. Seeing the utterly despondent Dai Yin, Yang Yu could no longer suppress the emotions of Yang Yu within him. He walked over, patted her shoulder, and comforted, "It's not as terrible as you think. We're still young. We have many chances to start over. Perhaps your choice was the right one. Hearing this, Yin abruptly embraced Yang Yu, sobbing bitterly. I'm sorry, Yang Yu. I'm a traitor to the female group. I always wanted us to win the championship. But Gao Ming only had this one shot. Coming here was already against his parents' wishes. His family gave him only this one chance. If he fails now, he'll never pursue his dream again. My parents would look down on him too. But I think I was wrong. I regret it. I shouldn't have been so selfish. Gao Ming shouldn't have accepted my handout. It's fine if I'm eliminated, but if the female group stops here, because of me, you'll be guilty for the rest of my life. Yin choked uncontrollably. The moment she heard the host announce the result, she had already regretted it. She had underestimated the honor of the female group in her heart. But it was too late. Everything was over. Yang Yu heard this and patted her shoulder. It's okay. I'm here. He embraced Yin and then glared at the smug Yao Yi and the male contestants who were eagerly watching the drama. Just watch me crush them, he declared fiercely. Huh? Yin looked at him, still sobbing with confusion in her eyes. Yang Yu startled, quickly correcting himself. I mean, watch little old me crush them. With Yin eliminated, the girls group is left with only Yang Yu as the sole survivor. So tonight, will the girls group be completely wiped out, or will Yang Yu rise as a dark horse? Huazai exclaimed excitedly. First, let's look at the popularity rankings. Zhang Kaifan is currently second with 2001321 points. Yang Yu is third with 1894462 points. The gap is small. More importantly, both are exceptionally strong with little difference between them. I believe this will be the most thrilling showdown of the night. Huazai finished in one breath, heightening the tension. The duel between Yang Yu and Zhang Kaifan was the final match of the evening, and he wanted to give this episode a perfect closing. The first two episodes of Who is the Youth Star were driven by Yang Yes Buzz, while the middle phase relied on the prodigy Zhang Baiyu. This show, initially overlooked, had become a modest hit. And this was Huazai's stepping stone to a grander stage. He would give everything to propel Who is the Youth Star to its zenith. The live comments erupted with excitement. Damn, I'm so hyped. Even though neither is as strong as Zhang Baiyu, I can't wait to see the outcome. I originally wanted Zhang Kaifan to win, but now I'm rooting for Yang Yu. At least we'll still have one girl in the final episode. If all the girls are eliminated, the show's purpose is lost. Might as well call it, Who is the Boy Star? Or are you blaming the show for the girls group being too weak? I feel Zhang Kaifan is stronger than Yang Yu. Someone predicted the final episode would be an internal battle among the boys. Looks like that might come true. Next, let's welcome the boys group rapper Zhang Kaifan to the stage. Huazai announced. Zhang Kaifan had changed into a sparkling red jacket at some point. He walked over to Yang Yu, patted her shoulder, and said, I like you, sure, but I'm not like Yin. I won't go easy on you. I'll use all my strength to defeat you. After saying that, he ignored Yang Yes' slowly extended middle finger and strode triumphantly onto the stage. Gold chains dangled from his pants, swaying and glittering with every step. What a cheerful lad. He has no idea what's coming, Yang Yu thought to herself. Enjoy your last moments of joy. Zhang Kaifan, a well-known rapper online, has made it this far with his silver tongue. May I ask what piece you've brought today? Huazai inquired. Lousy Shu Daoshan, Zhang Kaifan replied proudly. Wow. The entire audience shouted in unison. Huazai's eyes widened in astonishment. Lousy Shu Daoshan was Rap King Chen Kunkin's signature song, and also his most challenging piece. Few could perform it flawlessly. For Zhang Kaifan to dare take it on in this arena was a testament to his immense ambition. Then begin your performance. The host stepped off stage. The stage lights began to flash. Zhang Kaifan closed his eyes, tapping his foot to the beat. Then the music exploded and Zhang Kaifan transformed from stillness into motion, erupting like a firecracker. The lyrics poured out of his mouth like peas rattling in a pan. Lousy Shu Daoshan. 1, 2, 3. Don't listen to me. They'll break your legs. There was no denying it. Zhang Kaifan's stage presence was explosive, electrifying the entire audience. It felt like a grand concert. Zhang Kaifan expressed himself freely under the flickering lights, his dancing silhouette matched with his rapid-fire flow, delivering wave after wave of shock. Lousy Shu Daoshan, a song of extreme difficulty, was performed exceptionally well by Zhang Kaifan this time. Yang Yu is doomed. This is Zhang Kaifan's best performance ever. Boomai Yang Yu. Why do the ones I root for always get eliminated? If it comes down to an internal battle among the boys, it'll probably be between Zhang Kaifan and Zhang Baiyu for the championship. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, whom netizens had already assumed would be eliminated, was suppressing her laughter backstage. She couldn't understand why rappers in this world used such violent and crude language. She had already plugged her ears, and in her eyes, Zhang Kaifan jumping around on stage looked just like a monkey. It nearly made her die of laughter. At the same time, Yang Yu thought, if I brought Jay Cho's rap over here, I wonder if it would be too devastating. In any case, that guy Zhang Kaifan would definitely kick himself and question his existence. Just imagining it was delightful. Zhang Kaifan's performance ended. The lights suddenly came on, and the big screen on stage showed Yang Yu still grinning foolishly. Luca saw it. and smacked Yang Yu hard, nearly knocking her off the chair. Fortunately, she had good balance and managed to sit back down. Ahem. Yang Yu cleared her throat, wondering why the show's director had suddenly focused on her. This was clearly a setup. If she ever got hold of him, she'd make sure he tasted a lost advantage kick. Why is Yang Yu grinning down there? With such an explosive performance, isn't she worried? Don't you think she looked cute just now? Maybe she's given up and is thinking about what to eat tonight. Boo, I want Yang Yu to survive another episode. I adore her. I pray for a miracle. Host Huazai also saw the big screen just now. It was genuinely adorable, making him forget his lines for a moment. Yang Yu. I mean, Zhang Kaifan's performance was absolutely explosive just now. Are you satisfied with your performance today? Huazai asked Zhang Kaifan. Zhang Kaifan was gasping for breath, unable to speak, and could only nod. Looks like you're exhausted. Take a short rest. Next up is this episode's final contestant. She was once the hidden ace of the girls group and the only one left. Let's welcome Yang Yu to the stage. Yang Yu thought, finally it's my turn. It felt like centuries had passed. She looked back. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi were watching her expectantly, and Lu Ku smiled at her encouragingly for the first time. Though she had become a girl, her subconscious self-identification had always been male, yet today, she was fighting for the girls group. How did it feel? Well, it wasn't so bad. In her past life, she was Yang Yu. In this life, perhaps she should learn to accept being Yang Yu. Yang Yu lifted her white gauze skirt and stepped onto the stage, leaving behind a beautiful hazy silhouette. Someone in the audience couldn't help but take a photo with their phone. Yang Yu, you look absolutely stunning today. With such an ethereal beauty, I wonder who will be lucky enough to win your heart, Xiao Feng said enviously. Yang Yu smiled shyly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She couldn't take even a hint of teasing. Even Zhang Baiyu in the audience was dumbstruck. A wave of male viewers emerged in the live comments. She's really cute and delicate. I regret ever bad-mouthing her. How could anyone bring themselves to insult someone like her? I swear I never joined the bashing. Just by looking at her eyes, you can tell she's not a bad person. You misunderstood her. I didn't even know her a few days ago. Whoever slandered her, they'll curse their ancestors for 18 generations. On the big screen, Yang Yu's popularity was soaring rapidly. Huazai tucked the script into his pocket. The script had originally instructed the host to ask Yang Yu how she felt about the online harassment she faced days earlier. It would have reopened a healing wound. Huazai didn't want to hurt her. A person so ethereal deserved to be cherished, and Huazai felt a strong urge to protect her. Can I ask a gossip question? I remember that at the start Zhang Baiyu originally planned to pick you, but switched at the last moment. Do you know why? Xiao Feng asked with a hint of jealousy. Well, that question, why don't you ask Zhang Baiyu? Yang Yu, who had just been suppressing herself, felt the chance to rack up hatred points and sprang back to life. She thought for a moment and replied confidently, I think he might be afraid of me. He must have learned what song I'm performing today, realized he's no match, and decided to avoid my edge. Huazai and Xiao Feng were stunned. The script seemed to have flipped. Where did that fragile persona from a moment ago go? Zhang Baiyu, watching from the audience, twitched his mouth. How could this guy be so smug after getting the better end of the deal? Such a perfect face, but saddled with a mouth that just won't shut up. Ding. Host has made the talented singer awakened version regret that you have a mouth. Hatred points 10000. Ah, that kid Zhang Baiyu is still too young. He doesn't understand the benefits of having a mouth. Was Zhang Baiyu afraid? Did he feel himself no match? Did he actively avoid the clash? 3 questions struck the minds of Zhang Baiyu and the audience, and the bullet comments instantly reversed. How much fake liquor must she have drunk to say such arrogant words? Hilarious. Where are those who were sympathetic before? Zhang Baiyu afraid of her. Feeling no match. Did that guy get hit by a brick on the head before? Such a good-looking person, but she happens to have a mouth. Suggest she talk less and do more. I guess Zhang Baiyu chose Gu Qingling because he thought she was stronger. The host overthought it. EQ determines how popular one can become. Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu proved this well. Huazai, stunned by Yang Yu's words, finally snapped back, and then he discovered miraculously that Yang Yu's popularity was dropping. This was the first time this had happened in this season. Popularity was calculated from fan tips. It could only increase, not decrease, unless someone complained to the streaming platform and got their gift refunded. Just how hateful was Yang Yu's remark? Probably Zhang Baiyu's fans who casually voted for Yang Yu earlier and then got so angry at her words that they complained to the platform. Ding, the host has angered the fans of the Genius Singer Awakened version. Hatred value 10000. Huh, even a genius fans could generate hatred. Yang Yu felt she had unlocked a new trick. Actually, I think Zhang Baiyu shouldn't be such a coward. Even if he loses to me, it's not shameful, Yang Yu said with an innocent expression. Huazai was stunned and Xiao Feng was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Insulting her idol to his face. How could that be allowed? Damn it, I can't watch the show anymore. I slapped myself twice. Why did I defend this person? I even gave her a lot of gifts and she insults my Zhang Baiyu. Sorry Xiao Yu, sob. Everyone, did you notice? You can get your gifts back by complaining to the platform. Let's all make her popularity 0. Even though she didn't mean it, I can't stand it anymore. Complain, complain. Ding, the host has infuriated the fans of the Genius Singer Awakened version. Hatred value 20000. Huazai looked at Yang Yes' plummeting popularity and decided to save her by not letting her speak anymore. May I ask what song Yang Yu has brought today? He quickly asked. Yang Yu looked at Huazai with displeasure. She was having fun generating hatred, and now this guy wanted to interrupt her. I see you on the program list. I don't think I've heard it before. Who is the original singer? Huazai asked again, seeing that Yang Yu didn't answer for fear she would say something shocking again. That would force them to pause the show as an accident, otherwise the scene of her popularity hitting zero would become an industry joke. Original singer. I am the original singer. It's my original work, Yang Yu replied without shame. After all, no one in this world could refute her, unless the system also teleported Zhou Shun here as a girl. That would be fine, then Yang Yu would have company. Is today's piece also original? Asked the host Huazai in surprise. This news hadn't been reported when Lu Ku uploaded the work. Original? Is this girl crazy? Insulting Jiang Baiyu is one thing, but now she's imitating him. Everyone thinks they're Jiang Baiyu. There's definitely going to be a good show. Little sister, you haven't even graduated from high school, and you're writing lyrics. Don't make everyone die laughing. Big fish. I'd rather call it little cat. Ha! Host Xiaofeng couldn't help laughing. Huazai looked at Yang Yu with disbelief, then finally sighed, and said, please welcome Yang Yu with her original work to you. The stage was cleared. Several instrumentalists came on stage and nodded to Yang Yu and the mentors to indicate they could begin. The black stage suddenly lit up with blue light. The speakers played the sound of ocean waves, and on the big screen a blue whale swam by, emitting a clear, ethereal, and somewhat mournful song. Lu Ku watched the stage. Yang Yu stood in the darkness as if slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. This was a scene Lu Ku had paid for out of her own pocket for Yang Yes' song, hoping the result wouldn't disappoint her. She had been disappointed many times today. On the black stage, projections of many glowing big fish revolved around Yang Yu, making her appear to stand at the bottom of the sea, and the seabed had turned into a sparkling starry sky. A grand gesture. The production team had been stingy before and had never arranged such a spectacular scene. The audience below also sat up straight. They had a premonition that this song was no joke. The bullet comments quieted down under this atmosphere. Yao Yi's smile slowly faded. His intuition told him this song might really threaten Zhang Baiyu. Zhang Baiyu and Zhang Kaifan exchanged glances, seeing worry in each other's eyes. Yang Yes' popularity seemed to freeze, no longer dropping. Immersive experience activate. Public revelation activate. Ethereal voice activate. Ding, the host has activated public revelation. Singing skill temporarily elevated to strength. Dance skill temporarily elevated to strength. Loading all the buffs. Yang Yu waited for the music to start. She looked at the swimming whale on the big screen as if she were deep in the ocean. The pianist behind Yang Yu began to play, and she parted her lightly tinted lips. The soundless waves deeply drown the night over the corners of the sky sand. The big fish swims through the cracks of dreams, gazing upon your sleeping silhouette. With the support of the skill ethereal voice, Yang Yu had a voice that could rival Zhou Shun's. Line after line of ethereal sound flowed from her mouth like a whale's lament or a siren luring ships. Paired with her gentle expression and the hazy white veil, the audience was enchanted. They felt as if they were in the deep ocean, drifting with Yang Yu and the whales. Something seems off. Brothers, don't complain for now. Looks like things are about to turn around. Beautiful. So beautiful. Don't speak. I think I hear a siren calling me. See the sky and sea merge, hear the wind rise and rain fall. Holding your hand, I blow away the vast mist. The big fish's wings have grown too vast. I loosen the rope of time. Afraid you'll fly far away, afraid you'll leave me, even more afraid you'll stay here forever. The siren's voice grew louder and clearer. The entire audience silently closed their eyes. They thought they would be willing to die even if the siren demanded their lives. Even if Yang Yu demanded their lives, they thought it would be a release. Everyone's hearts became tranquil. The angry fans of Zhang Baiyu were soothed. They chose to forgive, believing they themselves were guilty. Some shed tears silently, as if seeing the true meaning of life. Damn, my mom asked me why I'm kneeling while listening to this song. This is truly crying from beauty. Tears flow uncontrollably. I got goosebumps. How can there be such a beautiful song, such a beautiful voice in the world? Feel my soul being cleansed. Every tear flows toward you back into the sky's ocean floor. The lyrics seemed to end, but Yang Yu paused, then brought the microphone back to her lips and closed her eyes. Yang Yes' ethereal high notes soared, growing higher and higher, as if piercing straight to the crown of the head. This isolated vocalization made Yang Yu seem to transform into a siren, sending involuntary shivers through the entire audience. This was definitely not a sound a human could make. It conquered all listeners who were reluctant to open their eyes for a long time. Yang Yu herself was immersed in the environment created by immersive experience, unwilling to wake up. Her frozen popularity began to skyrocket. Before only the last two digits had been spinning, now all the numbers became blurs, completely illegible. It became an infinite value surpassing second place Zhang Kaifan and charging straight toward first place Jiang Baiyu. Holy crap, that high note. I bowed down. Yang Yu, I kneel to you. Mom, I think I've witnessed a legendary performance. Is this a youth competition or a king of singers competition? Yang Yu is another prodigy. She's not a prodigy, she's a god. Everyone don't just stand there. Quickly vote for Yang Yu. Don't let Jiang Baiyu's fans sway you. Do you think what Yang Yu said might be true? Jiang Baiyu switched opponents because he was afraid of her. I don't know. I only know that Jiang Baiyu losing to this song is no disgrace. This is not a song a human could sing. Zhang Kaifan stared at Yang Yu on stage in shock. He had lost, been utterly defeated. He was not worthy to compete with Yang Yu. Perhaps on this stage, only Jiang Baiyu could contend with her. Zhang Kaifan turned to look at Jiang Baiyu's expression and was stunned. Jiang Baiyu was frantically scratching his head. Ding! The host brought enormous pressure to the genius singer Awakened version, gaining 2-0 pressure points. Ding! The host created a legendary performance rewarded with one lucky draw. Heh, another draw? Yang Yu hastily summoned the system roulette. He watched the roulette spin and then slowly come to a halt. Ding! The host acquired the talent Master of Cuteness. Master of Cuteness, the host will be exceptionally skilled at acting cute, and cuteness will more easily earn others' affection. A torrent of knowledge about acting cute was forcibly crammed into Yang Yu's mind. Yang Yu pouted in anger, thinking yet another useless talent. If the system kept this up, he would get angry, truly angry. Why do I suddenly find Yang Yu so adorable? Me too, look, she's pouting. I want to sneak her home and keep her. Stop sending barges, everyone go vote. I want her to surpass Jiang Baiyu. My girl is a celestial being born to deal with prodigies. Hee, I have 2 phones, one for voting and one for watching my daughter act cute. The comment above reminded me. I'm going to use every phone in my family to vote. Yang Yu finished singing and was about to walk off stage. No, don't leave. We need to interview you for a bit, Huazai called out. Yang Yu reluctantly walked back onto the stage. What a waste of time. Seeing Yang Yu's adorable expression, Huazai froze for a moment, then cleared his throat and continued. Yang Yu, this song of yours. I can say it has truly transcended this stage. As if you needed to tell me that Yang Yu already knew the true power of this song. Huazai threatened. Ahem, Yang Yu, if you keep acting cute like this, you'll definitely run into a creepy uncle on the road tonight. He himself could barely resist the urge to adopt an extra daughter. Startled, Yang Yu suddenly realized he had been acting cute all along. Mortified, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it, while urgently suppressing the urge to flaunt his talent. This damned system had turned him, a grown man, into what he was now. Seeing Yang Yu finally serious, Huazai continued. Just now, Big Fish shot straight to the top of the trending list. You're really famous now. Even without this stage, there are already many people waiting to sign you. Yang Yu wondered if he had already completed the mission. He could just forfeit and go home to sleep, but then he thought of the genius Jiang Baiyu and couldn't bear to leave. He might as well go through the motions. There was only one last round left. Yang Yu planned to squeeze the last bit of value out of Jiang Baiyu. Next, he'll announce the voting scores for you and Zhang Kaifan. Are you nervous? Huazai asked with a smile, eager to see Yang Yu's reaction. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Huazai regretted it. He remembered Yang Yu's emotional intelligence was abysmal, and he often dropped bombshells. Not nervous. Unless the audience is all deaf. Yang Yu intended to provoke, but involuntarily activated his cuteness talent. Huazai broke out in a sweat. Sure enough, just as he had expected, Yang Yu's EQ had never been positive. She seems so arrogant, but she's so cute that I forgive her. What do you mean arrogant? My daughter is speaking the absolute truth, okay? That tone and expression would get anyone else cursed out, but when she says it, it's just so adorable and makes perfect sense. Above, it's not your fault. The essence of human nature is double standards. Huazai decided not to drag things out any longer. If he did, heaven knows what Yang Yu might do next. He opened Zhang Kaifan's scoreboard and exclaimed in surprise, Zhang Kaifan's voting score is 1261463 votes. Huh. Yao Yi, who had been utterly dejected, immediately perked up. Zhang Kaifan's score was the highest except for Jiang Baiyu. Maybe there was still hope. Yang Yu's popularity had been extremely low at the start. Perhaps a large number of people hadn't had time to vote for her, resulting in Zhang Kaifan's higher score this time. Although Yang Yu was stronger, the final decision rested on vote counts. The production team might blunder and eliminate Yang Yu. It would be an unearned victory, but what did Yao Yi care? Huazai also realized this and nervously opened Yang Yu's scoreboard. If the production team had indeed made such a blunder, not only would the show fail to go viral, but it would likely be roasted by netizens, and the show would lose a singer of championship caliber. He looked at Yang Yu's score. His vision went black. It was 1154532. Damn it, really lower than Zhang Kaifan. This was a disaster. Just as he was at a loss about to announce the score, he realized his thumb was covering a digit. He slowly moved his finger aside. It turned out Yang Yu's score wasn't lower than Zhang Kaifan's. The audience had actually given her one more digit than even the highest scoring Jiang Baiyu. In a trembling voice, Huazai announced, Yang Yu's score is 1154532 votes. The vast venue fell into dead silence. Then the audience erupted into a roaring tide of cheers. Yongyu, Yongyu, Yongyu. Lu Kudai, Yengu Mimi, and Gui Qingling, who had yet to leave, huddled together in excitement. They felt that all their efforts over these days had been worthwhile. Even if it wasn't them who had won, even if they had already been eliminated. Jiang Baiyu silently watched Yongyu on the stage. He smiled bitterly. This was the first time he had tasted defeat. Ding! The host caused the Genius Singer Awakened version to experience the taste of defeat for the first time. Hatred value 100000. Yongyu received the system notification and immediately shot a provocative glance at Jiang Baiyu. Everyone has a first time. Get used to it after a few tries. Jiang Baiyu looked at Yang Yes' adorable face on stage, and his hatred slowly subsided. Close call. Close call. Yao Yi still shaken patted his chest, and said to Jiang Baiyu, "Good thing you didn't pick Yongyu, or you would have been eliminated. Next time you have insider info you have to tell me. I thought you were losing your mind." Jiang Baiyu's mouth twitched. He really wanted to punch this guy. He was far more annoying than Yongyu. Meanwhile, Yongyu on stage suddenly felt that someone else had stolen his hatred points. Today Yongyu staged an incredible comeback despite a huge disadvantage in popularity. Her vote count is 5 times that of the second-place competitor. She is the undisputed champion. Let's congratulate her. Huazai shouted. The host Xiaofeng was still in a daze. The seemingly invincible Jiang Baiyu had lost today, and the loss felt strangely reasonable. As soon as Big Fish played, Xiaofeng instantly forgot about Half a Lifetime, which she had looped countless times the night before. How could she have been so infatuated with a second-rate song like Half a Lifetime? Big Fish was invincible. So, long live Yongyu. She gazed at Yang Yes' figure, her eyes suddenly growing dreamy. This was the idol she ought to worship. Then this episode ends here. Thank you all. At that moment, the big screen emitted the sound of a popularity record being broken. Huazai and Xiaofeng both turned around. Then Huazai exclaimed in astonishment, "I have shocking news. Right at the tail end of this episode, the popularity record has been shattered again. Yongyu, creator of tonight's legendary performance. The popularity value has set a new record reaching 40000. Yongyu, who had been standing on the stage for a long time, was disappointed because he had not received the hatred value that Jiang Baiyu should have given him. He stood there dejectedly until the host announced the end of the live broadcast. Then Dai Yin and Gu Mimi rushed onto the stage, hugged him, and happily spun around together. That's amazing, Yongyu. You are my god. Dai Yin kissed Yongyu on the cheek, leaving a large lipstick mark on his left cheek. Yongyu wanted to kiss her back and then snicker, but there were too many people around, so he decided to wait until they returned to the dormitory. Although we were eliminated, we have decided to stay with you until the end, so you must win the championship, said Gu Mimi. No problem, Yongyu replied confidently. Dai Yin looked at the adorable Yongyu and left another lipstick mark on his right cheek. Let's go celebrate at a restaurant, announced Dai Yin after taking her fill. The three of them held hands and walked down the stage, but they saw the 4-member male group standing on the steps, seemingly waiting for them. Of course, they all knew who the boys were waiting for. So Dai Yin and Gu Mimi patted Yongyu and then stepped aside. Gao Ming quickly ran over to Dai Yin anxiously and tried to comfort her, but Dai Yin was still angry and ignored him. He then humbly pleaded with her. Eventually, under Gao Ming's barrage of sweet words, Dai Yin smiled sweetly. Yongyu squinted his eyes at this pair of lovebirds, feeling very displeased. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiyu from the male group was also looking at Yongyu. They had deliberately waited for her to offer congratulations. However, the lipstick marks on both of Yang Yes' cheeks made Jiang Baiyu feel particularly irked. Yongyu, congratulations on advancing, Jiang Baiyu said gently. Although he had lost to her this time, he would not be discouraged. In the next episode, he would definitely turn the tables. Jiang Baiyu would never lose to the same person twice. Huh. Yongyu turned his head to look at Jiang Baiyu. Although he hadn't accumulated much hatred, he had originally planned to let Jiang Baiyu off. But everyone could witness that it was Jiang Baiyu who deliberately stopped him and asked for it. This couldn't be blamed on his ruthlessness. Yongyu walked toward the male group. Wearing a white gauze dress, Yongyu walked over slowly with a smile. Jiang Baiyu and Zhang Kaifan felt their hearts race. She must be coming to see me, thought both Jiang Baiyu and Zhang Kaifan simultaneously. Jiang Baiyu, Yongyu called out seductively. The corners of Jiang Baiyu's mouth involuntarily lifted. He still had some charm. Zhang Kaifan gritted his teeth in anger. He had been eliminated by her, yet she didn't come to comfort him, and instead went to that pretty boy Jiang Baiyu. I remember we made a pact before the competition. Yongyu reminded Jiang Baiyu. A pact? The entire male group looked at Jiang Baiyu with curiosity. They hadn't expected Jiang Baiyu, who seemed quite honest, to be secretly hooking up with a minor. Huh. Jiang Baiyu thought carefully, then his expression changed. Seeing Jiang Baiyu's expression, Yongyu knew he remembered. Come on, call me daddy, Yongyu said with a sly grin. Oh. Everyone suddenly recalled that the two had previously agreed that whoever lost would call the other daddy. Zhang Kaifan immediately beamed with joy. Yongyu was still better to him. A bet is a bet. Zhang Baiyu call her daddy. Zhang Kaifan laughed heartily, surprised that being eliminated could make him so happy. Ding, the host has made the genius singer awaken version called daddy in public. Hatred value increased by 1000. Zhang Baiyu's face flushed red. His lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. I didn't agree at the time, Zhang Baiyu said, then turned and walked away. His hurried back seemed as if he had encountered a monster. Tisk can't take the bet. Yang Yu expressed his disdain, but the hatred value was already in hand. Moreover, Zhang Baiyu was now on Yang Ye's hook. This call of daddy was absolutely unavoidable. Whatever Yang Yu wanted, he had never failed to obtain. The next day, on Weibo, after one night, 2 trending topics were still at the top. The first was singing variety show produces a divine live performance of Big Fish. The second was is this what a human's look should be? Like an elf. Zhang Baiyu's fan, with the Weibo nickname Eternal Love for You, got up early today. Last night, after watching Zhang Baiyu's rendition of the past, she turned off the live stream and went to sleep. She thought happily that today she would definitely see Zhang Baiyu's trending topic on Weibo. A song so outstanding that it moved the entire audience to tears would surely be wildly praised by others. This was the joy of being a fan, having an invincible idol and enjoying the glory he brought. She would praise him with other fans, and when encountering rivals, she would ruthlessly attack them, greatly satisfying her vanity. Eternal Love for You excitedly opened the trending list, but didn't see the past in the top positions. What was this Big Fish? She couldn't be bothered. She scrolled down and finally found the past at the 20th position. Impossible. The past was even better than Zhang Baiyu's own Half-Life. She had been moved to tears by the lyrics, and before she went to sleep, Half-Life was still at the top of Weibo. How could it have dropped to the 20th position overnight? Moreover, she noticed that the top 2 trending topics were about who is the youth star, and someone had stolen Zhang Baiyu's popularity, with the production team giving the marketing to him. Eternal Love for You angrily clicked on the second trending topic. Before her eyes appeared a perfect female profile under blue lighting, flawless like an elf. Anyone who saw it would be stunned instantly. Yang Yu. It was actually Yang Yu. Eternal Love for You admitted that Yang Yu had been excessively beautiful last night, but that didn't justify spending all the marketing on her. After all, talent was everything. Good looks only made one a vase in the entertainment industry. Was the production team foolish? Spending all the marketing on her? Was someone who had been blackened by netizens for a week and had an abysmally low popularity worth promoting? In a fit of anger, Eternal Love for You posted a Weibo. Having backing is great. Just relying on a face one can steal others' achievements. Yes, I'm talking about Yang Yu. Disgusting. After posting, she felt much better and put down her phone to brush her teeth. When she returned, she found several hundred replies. Backing. What year's calendar are you looking at? Times have changed. Just relying on a face. Probably just woke up. Go listen to Big Fish quickly. Then a friend replied, shall I delete the post quickly? Everyone outside is a fan of Yang Yu. There were also many replies cursing her out. How had the tide turned overnight? Wasn't bashing Yang Yu politically correct last night? She quickly clicked on the first trending topic and saw a video clip of Big Fish with tens of millions of views. The previous Half-Life had only a few million so far. She suspiciously clicked on the video, and it began to play. An ethereal voice emerged. She listened in silence, repeatedly telling herself that this song was not good, not even half as good as the past. But in the end, her soul seemed to be washed clean by the singing, and she calmed down. When Yang Ye's siren-like vocalization came at the end, she silently knelt down. At that moment, the door opened. It was her mother, who saw her daughter kneeling on the floor, tears streaming down her face. Worried, she asked, sweetheart, what's wrong? Eternal Love for You choked and said, Mom, this song is too beautiful. Ding, the host has caused a large number of fans of the Genius Singer Awaken version to change their hearts. Hatred value increased by 1000. Yang Yu was woken up by the system notification. He scratched his butt, turned over, and went back to sleep. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi silently ate ice cream, watching Yang Ye's training like spectators. Seeing Yang Yu dog-tired, they suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Taking advantage of no one noticing, Yang Yu quickly drank a bottle of energy potion, instantly shedding all fatigue, as if she had rested for days. Turning back to see Dai Yin and Gu Mimi chatting and laughing, she felt unbalanced again. Clearly she who had advanced should be the happiest, but the situation seemed off. Hurry up and continue training your lung capacity, said Lu Ku, who had learned to be clever. She couldn't outlast Yang Yu, but while Yang Yu trained, she could rest. After all, when dealing with someone like Yang Yu, she felt no guilt at all. Lying on a lounger, Lu Ku played with her phone, while keeping an eye on Yang Yu to prevent her from slacking off. She regretted not thinking of this training method for Yang Yu earlier. It was simply too satisfying. How could Yang Yu, who was dog-tired just moments ago, suddenly be full of energy again, as if refreshing her state? Is this how young people are these days? Or had Yang Yu practiced the indestructible golden spear technique? No more training, Yang Yu gave up and sat on the ground. Since she already had an invincible system, why should she train hard every day like ordinary people? Even if she agreed to it, the system wouldn't. Earlier she was only trying to rack up hate, but now she couldn't even get that, and it had angered her instead. Training. What a joke. If she were forced to continue, she would flip Lu Ke's lounger over. Oh, maybe she went too far. Lu Ku quickly stood up. Yang Yu was the only female contestant left, and Lu Ku was counting on her to win the championship. If there were another song like Big Fish, the championship would be within easy reach. Unfortunately, even the most talented person couldn't create two big fish in such a short time. On the male side, Jiang Baiyu was a prodigy, though every song he produced was of good quality, hardly ever falling below standard. Compared to an inconsistent performer like Yang Yu, Jiang Baiyu was clearly more likely to win the championship. Yang Yu, the finals are coming soon. You can't slack off. Keep pushing a little longer, Lu Ku advised gently. But Yang Yu crossed her arms and ignored her. Dai Yan's eyes lit up as she wanted to go over and kiss her again. Ever since the last competition, Yang Yu seemed to have realized she was adorable and often unconsciously acted cute, making Dai Yan's heart itch. Yang Yu, don't you want to win the championship? Seeing that Yang Yu was determined to give up, Lu Ku had to become stern. I can continue practicing, but I have conditions, Yang Yu said. Tell me, Lu Ku immediately changed her expression and smiled. I want ice cream too, Yang Yu said. Huh. Dai Yan's eyes lit up again. She couldn't help herself and ended up planting a few kisses on Yang Yu's cheek. Yang Yu, however, had long grown accustomed to this. Dai Yan was just a heartbreaker who flirted without any commitment. She quietly wiped the lipstick off her face and continued demanding ice cream, or else she wouldn't get up. After all, she was still a baby. That's easy. Dai Yan, go buy some more ice cream. They'll get the show's production team to reimburse it later. Lu Ku laughed, surprised at how easy Yang Yu was to pacify now. Teacher, I think it would be more sincere if you bought it yourself, Yang Yu said quietly. Ding. Host has made a famous singer buy you ice cream. Hatred value 5,000. Lu Ke's expression changed. This bastard was treating her like an errand girl, wasn't she? The championship was for Yang Yu's own benefit. Take it or leave it. Lu Ku decided she wasn't going to serve her. As if she cared about that championship. Half an hour later. Here, eat this, and then get up to train, Lu Ku said, helplessly tossing an ice cream onto Yang Yu's body. Yang Yu grinned and began licking it. As expected, Lu Ku still loved her. After finishing the ice cream, Yang Yu felt even more energetic. This stuff was way better than energy potions, though eating too much could cause diarrhea. Alright, come over and train. He'll train with you, Lu Ku said angrily. But Yang Yu smirked slyly and said, Teacher, actually, I don't need to train. The championship will be mine anyway. Huh. Lu Ku thought that Yang Yu's arrogance needed to be corrected. Even a genius like Jiang Baiyu could be as humble as an ordinary person. Why couldn't Yang Yu learn? In the entertainment industry, the most important thing isn't IQ. Sometimes even talent and ability aren't necessary, but emotional intelligence is a must. Otherwise, you'll eventually crash and burn. Even if you don't care about netizens' opinions, who wants to be hated by them all the time? Last time, Yang Yu was even driven to tears by online hate, yet she still hasn't learned her lesson. Is that so? Then sing me your next chosen song. Lu Ku decided to thoroughly pick on her flaws. No need to choose. The next one will be original too, Yang Yu said proudly. Original again. Lu Ku was first delighted, then looked at Yang Yu with suspicion. The last competition was only a day ago. Had this girl already prepared a song? As far as she knew, even Jiang Baiyu needed several days to write lyrics. Could Yang Yu be fooling her? Seeing Lu Ke's disbelief, Yang Yu directly pulled out 2 documents and slapped them onto Lu Ke's face, unknown into her hands. Lu Ku was startled. She hadn't expected actual documents, and 2 of them at that. The 6th round was from the top 4 to the top 2, then the 2 finalists would directly face off in an ultimate showdown. The winner would be the champion of the first season of Who is the Teen Star. So the top 4 contestants were given 10 days to prepare 2 songs, but Yang Yu had both original lyrics ready on the very first day. Such efficiency would make Jiang Baiyu cry with envy. Lu Ku opened them in surprise, full of hope that these 2 songs would be no less than Big Fish. Dai Yin and Gu Mimi also quickly crowded around, curious about what divine music Yang Yu could create. On the blank space at the top of the lyrics document, 2 large characters were written, dispelling sorrow. Lu Ku continued reading, her expression growing increasingly solemn. After finishing the lyrics, looking back at the title Dispelling Sorrow, it struck her heart directly. Though the lyrics did not contain a single word for sorrow, they fully conveyed the essence of sorrow. With such talent, even arrogance is forgiven. Dai Yin, Gu Mimi, move aside quickly, Lu Ku suddenly said. The 2 beauties who hadn't finished reading the lyrics asked in confusion, Teacher, what's wrong? Let me kowtow to her. What kind of deity-like talent could write such lyrics? Meanwhile, the other 3 contestants had no idea of the gravity of the situation. The male group of 4 was strolling through the night market. Su Tao was still chattering away around Jiang Baiyu, though the latter was already quite annoyed. I say the past is way better than Big Fish. The netizens just voted blindly, or else Yang Yu used backdoor connections and rigged the results, Su Tao said, trying every possible way to flatter. Behind him, Zhang Kaifan had already made several leg-lifting motions, wanting to kick this bootlicker in the backside. Big Fish is indeed much better than my song. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Don't say such things. It makes me seem like a sore loser, Jiang Baiyu said seriously. Su Tao was stunned. He hadn't expected his flattery to backfire. Zhang Kaifan happily whistled behind him. Su Tao turned and glared at Zhang Kaifan, then thought for a moment, and continued, so you're just going to let it go. I saw online that many of your fans have turned into Yang. Yes. Jiang Baiyu stopped walking at these words. Indeed, he was angered by this, and most of his fans had been poached by Yang Yu as if she had cuckolded him. No man could tolerate such a thing. He would definitely take back what was stolen, and the next match would be his revenge battle. Hey, you've been instigating discord here, trying to get them to fight. Are you afraid that next round Yang Yu will choose you and knock you out? Said Zhang Kaifan. Bullshit. Am I such a coward? Besides, she's just a girl. I don't believe she can bring out another big fish. Su Tao shouted, but in his heart he thought Yang Yu would definitely choose Jiang Baiyu. Why would she pick a nobody like him? His opponent should be Gao Ming, whose strength wasn't even as good as his. Just thinking about how he would likely be the runner-up made Su Tao delighted. Meanwhile, Zhang Kaifan, who had been praised to the skies by netizens, had already been eliminated. This proved that strength wasn't the most important thing. The key was to play it safe. By the way, Zhang Kaifan, you've been eliminated. Why haven't you left? Why are you still hanging around the production team? Su Tao taunted. Zhang Kaifan smiled indifferently and said, let me tell you a secret, I've already signed with the company. What? Su Tao exclaimed, and Gao Ming also looked at Zhang Kaifan in surprise. How is that possible? The competition isn't over yet. Why has Zhang Kaifan been signed? The key point was that the three of them, Gao Ming, Su Tao, and Jiang Baiyu, had advanced but hadn't been signed. Instead, Zhang Kaifan, who was eliminated, got the contract. When did that happen? Gao Ming asked curiously. A company approached me after the 4th round. The terms were good, so I signed, Zhang Kaifan said, shooting a provocative glance at Su Tao. Su Tao had been showing off in front of him all day, or it was time to take him down a peg. It must be fake. Even Jiang Baiyu hasn't been approached. How could a company come to you first? Su Tao said jealously. Jiang Baiyu quietly added fuel to the fire. I've been approached too, and by more than one company. But I turned them down. I want to wait until after the finals. Su Tao was stunned, as if his worldview had collapsed. It didn't make sense. Why hadn't any company approached him? Zhang Kaifan patted Su Tao on the shoulder and said placement doesn't matter, as strength is what counts. No company wants to take in a loser. Satisfying. Zhang Kaifan felt he had vented his resentment. Upon hearing the dreadful news, Su Tao wilted entirely. Jiang Baiyu suddenly felt the world around him became so quiet, so beautiful. The four of them walked on until they arrived at a jewelry store. Wait a moment, I want to buy an accessory for my girlfriend. Gao Ming said, you guys just wait outside. With that, he strode into the shop, leaving the other three exchanging bewildered glances. 3 single dogs caught off guard had yet another mouthful of dog food shoved down their throats. Let's go in and take a look too, Zhang Kaifan suggested. Since they had nothing better to do, the 3 of them walked inside. Thereupon Zhang Kaifan and Su Tao, both lifelong single dogs, volunteered themselves as advisors for Gao Ming, helping him pick out a gift for Dai Yin. Truly, 1 dared to listen and 2 dared to teach. Jiang Baiyu wandered around idly when suddenly his eyes lit up. He took a few steps back and came to a counter. Beneath the glass lay a gold pendant in the shape of a tiny whale with its tail curled up, utterly adorable. He recalled from the previous stage performance that Yang Ye's delicate neck had been bare. This pendant would surely suit her beautifully. Moreover, she had skyrocketed to fame overnight with Big Fish, and her personality was just like that little whale with its tail raised. A salesgirl noticed Jiang Baiyu's dreamy expression and promptly approached him. Handsome, you have excellent taste. This is our newest design, a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan, she introduced enthusiastically. And it's on sale right now. You've come at just the right time. Jiang Baiyu glanced at his roommates. They didn't seem to be paying attention. So he lowered his voice and asked, how much is it? The salesgirl also whispered back, originally 20,000, but if you like it, I can let you have it for 18,000. Please wrap it up for me. Jiang Baiyu continued. The salesgirl smiled and said, sure, handsome. After the package was ready, Jiang Baiyu paid and accepted the gift box from her. Handsome, you've got great taste. Your girlfriend will surely love it, the salesgirl said with a grin. Jiang Baiyu was taken aback, nearly dropping the box. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his roommates heading his way, so he quickly stuffed the small gift box into his pocket. Gao Ming stormed out furiously, followed by the equally indignant Su Tao and Zhang Kaifan. Upon spotting Jiang Baiyu, Gao Ming vented angrily. This jewelry store is practically robbing us. Such a tiny thing costs 5,000, they might as well sell it for 18,000. Only fools would buy it. Exactly. Su Tao and Zhang Kaifan chimed in, fool's money is the easiest to make. Watching the 3 walk away, Jiang Baiyu stood silently at the entrance of the jewelry store. He had just done something incredibly stupid. This incident must never be known to anyone. In the office of Huayang Music, a portly bald man was shouting. It's been a week since Big Fish topped every music platform, and you still haven't managed to sign Yang Yu. Several men in suits stood before him, their heads lowered deeply. You failed to sign Jiang Baiyu before claiming he wasn't interested in a level contract. Fine, I believed you. This time I pushed through internal pressure and upgraded the offer to an A-level contract. And then, you failed again. Should I raise it to INS level? He slammed the table. Does she deserve it? One person finally couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward. Manager Qian, given Yang Ye's current popularity, is she even on the same level as Jiang Baiyu? With her potential INS level contract, is actually plausible. Besides, we can't reach Yang Yu. She ignores calls from unknown numbers. The man called Manager Qian laughed bitterly and said, if she want answer, why don't you contact the production team? We tried, but every invitation was intercepted by Yang Ye's mentor Lu Ku. We haven't even been able to meet Yang Yu in person, another person stepped forward to say. Manager Qian was puzzled. Lu Ku had an excellent reputation in the industry, she certainly wouldn't harm Yang Yu. But with such favorable contract terms, why would she block everything? Everyone in the entertainment circle knew that timing was everything. Once the heat of Big Fish faded, who would offer Yang Yu an A-level contract? Was the company swimming in money? It didn't make sense. Manager Qian thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He might have found the answer. Lu Ku probably believed Yang Yu wasn't yet at her peak, so signing now wouldn't be wise. Moreover, she felt an A-level contract wasn't good enough for the even hotter Yang Yu she would become, so she was deliberately raising Yang Ye's value. But that was impossible. A song like Big Fish that could achieve legendary status emerged maybe once in 5 years. How could Yang Yu create another one in such a short time? How could she become any more popular than she already was? Manager Qian scratched his bald head, hesitated for a long while, and finally decided to report to his superiors. His superior, after listening, also hesitated and decided to report to an even higher authority. S-level contracts were reserved for king-level artists like High Note Prince Yu Xiaoqing or Rap King Chen Kunken. Manager Qian felt that with this chain of reporting, by the time a decision came through, the opportunity would be long gone. A few days later would be the second competition. If Yang Yu really created another work of the same caliber as Big Fish, even offering an S-level contract would mean fighting tooth and nail with other companies, and they might not even secure her in the end. And what Huayong Music lacked compared to other companies was precisely a king-level artist to establish a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. Listen to me, you must sign her. If absolutely necessary, agree to an S-level contract. He'll handle the internal issues, Manager Qian said. Roger, the group replied. Meeting adjourned. After everyone had left, Manager Qian gazed at the bustling traffic outside the window, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. If a work of the same tier as Big Fish truly emerged, what kind of song would it be? What kind of storm would it stir in the music scene? And if Yang Yu could consecutively create 2 legendary songs, what a glorious era she would usher in for the music world. He seemed quite expectant. On Weibo, a user formerly known as Lifelong Love for You and now Lifelong Love for Jade was scrolling through the official account of Who is the Youth Star. Rumors said the production team was about to release behind-the-scenes clips of the contestants' training. She had been waiting since 3 in the afternoon, growing a little irritated when the clips finally appeared. The first 2 were the behind-the-scenes of Yang Yu and Jiang Baiyu. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked on Yang Yes. The clip was only 10 minutes long, but Lifelong Love for Jade was immediately captivated. A lovely girl full of vitality was bustling around her mentor Lu Ku, asking questions and showing no fear of hardship. Other contestants were lounging around, slacking off, forming a stark contrast. Only someone this diligent could create a work like Big Fish. Lifelong Love for Jade sighed. And such a hard-working person had been so viciously slandered before. Accused of using connections. Which connected person was ever this humble and eager to learn? Where was justice? Where was fairness? Lifelong Love for Jade felt she had been a fool for believing the rumors and joining in to attack someone so beautiful and diligent. The latter part of the clip was a compilation of Yang Ye's cute little moments edited together by the production team. Lifelong Love for Jade was thoroughly enchanted by each adorable gesture, grinning foolishly with an anti-smile. How could there be someone so adorable in this world? And this adorable person had endured nearly a week of online bullying from netizens. Strong and lovely, hardworking and talented Lifelong Love for Jade felt completely converted into Yang Ye's loyal fan, steadfast and unwavering. It began with her looks, deepened through her talent, and solidified with her character. Just then a message arrived on Lifelong Love for Jade's Weibo from an old friend with the handle Jiang Baiyu's little wifey. They had been fellow fans of Jiang Baiyu. Xiaoyai, why did you change your Weibo name? Asked Jiang Baiyu's little wifey. Lifelong Love for Jade thought for a moment and replied resolutely, Little wifey, don't contact me again from now on. I'm afraid Yang Yes fans might misunderstand. At the scene of the 6th episode, Yang Yu sat again in the makeup room chair awaiting the attention of the makeup artist Xiaohong. Xiaohong, seeing that Yang Yu had fully accepted makeup, felt a great sense of accomplishment. She prepared to use all her skills to give Yang Yu the best makeup. She spent a long time meticulously perfecting details, as if an artistic master creating his own masterpiece. Alright Yang Yu, you can open your eyes. Yang Yu opened her eyes and found herself looking even more beautiful in the mirror than in the previous episode. There were a few glittering sequins pasted around her right eye shimmering. Her hairstyle was changed into a high ponytail, a style Yang Yu had never tried before. Xiao Hong discovered that Yang Yu with a high ponytail actually looked quite heroic, with a youthful aura radiating from her, perfectly blending coolness and beauty. She couldn't help exclaiming that this face was truly transformative. A slight change could give a completely different impression. If she were to become an actress, she would definitely be a chameleon, but unfortunately her forte was singing. Yang Yu silently stared at the cool girl in the mirror, suddenly feeling a bit like crying as she finally caught a glimpse of her past self. Welcome to the final round of the first half season of Who is the Teen Star, which is also the semi-finals and finals of the first batch of contestants, Huazai shouted excitedly on stage. Ever since Yang Yu created a divine-level song on stage in the last episode, the popularity of Who is the Teen Star kept rising. Originally Huazai had expected a small hit, but now it exploded big time, with its popularity and word-of-mouth directly crushing those primetime variety shows. People in the industry also turned their attention. Therefore, after the first half of Who is the Teen Star ends, a new batch of contestants will be brought in, and it will be held again to make a total of 12 episodes. Now the contestants are already in the auditions. Of course, those eliminated contestants can also return for a rematch and challenge once more. Gu Mimi and Dai Yen were overjoyed when they saw this news on the official website and quickly signed up for the second half season. Zhang Kaifan immediately considered whether to break his contract and re-enter the competition in the second half. Without the freak Jiang Baiyu and the divine Yang Yu, he could absolutely take home the championship. Next we will reveal the popularity scores for this episode. Since the scores reset after each episode, the new scores start from 0. All viewers can tip their favorite contestants 1 hour before the show starts. Huazai said. At that moment Xiao Feng whispered beside him, Yang Yu, the makeup over there is done, you can go on stage. Huazai nodded. The contestants are ready. Please, the top 4 contestants will take the stage one by one. The audience had already started cheering. The contestants stood on the dark stage with lights off. The first one is Gao Ming from the male group. The last episode's couple battle was quite exciting. In the end, the female contestant lost narrowly, and the male advanced. I hope you can carry your girlfriend's regret and go further. The spotlight converged to illuminate a figure on stage. Gao Ming walked out waving and smiling. The second one is Su Tao from the male group. Su Tao looked stunned, wondering why he had no introduction and could only wave awkwardly to the audience. The third one is Jiang Baiyu from the male group. His song Half a Life struck the hearts of netizens, and his song Once Upon a Time moved the entire audience to tears. This time Jiang Baiyu was no longer in a white t-shirt, but wore a formal suit, looking quite presentable. Jiang Baiyu, Jiang Baiyu, Jiang Baiyu, go for it. The fans below were already shouting with all their might. Jiang Baiyu's popularity is still high, Huazai praised. Jiang Baiyu smiled proudly. Last but not least, the creator of last episode's divine-level performance, Yang Yu from the female group. Huazai shouted excitedly. The entire audience rose and cheered, startling Jiang Baiyu's fans. Yang Yu, Yang Yu. The whole venue was almost boiling. Then many people looked strangely at those Jiang Baiyu fans still sitting in their seats. So Jiang Baiyu's fans also stood up tremblingly and half-heartedly shouted Yang Ye's name. Since they couldn't beat her, they could only join. Lu Ku smiled at Yao Yi, whose face was full of seriousness. No matter how many people you have, my Yang Ye's popularity alone can beat all 3 of you. Then Yang Yu walked out from the lights wearing a long women's military-style trench coat with a high ponytail. How cool was that? She fearlessly walked to the opposite side of the male group to the female group. But there was only her alone in the female group. What was originally a 3-ginstone scene was overwhelmed by her aura. Meanwhile, host Xiao Feng immediately had heart-shaped eyes. Yang Yu, can you let others live? Before you were just dazzlingly beautiful, now you're directly handsome. You've reached the pinnacle of both male and female paths. How can that be? No way, where's my daughter? She directly evolved into a husband. So handsome. Him converted, it's all Yang Ye's doing. Husband, marry me. He'll bear your children. With Yang Yu standing there, the other male contestant's aura is instantly suppressed. Originally 3 against 1, now it's like 1 against 3, and they probably can't win. Husband, sing another song, Big Fish, and crush them. Huazai was also surprised, and said, Yang Yu, your style has changed too much. You look like you're here to fight, not to sing. Yang Yu gave a cool smile, and pointed to the middle of the male group. That's right, I'm here to fight. I'm here to take them down. Wow. The whole venue was amazed. Cool. Domineering. With those words, I want to offer my heart to Yang Yu. The pointed Su Tao quietly moved closer to Gao Ming. Lady hero, your opponent is Jiang Baiyu. Don't mistake your target later. The 2 sides, without even starting, were already full of gunpowder. Huazai thought that Yang Yu couldn't speak anymore, or else they might actually start fighting. Now let's ask the director to open the popularity chart, Huazai said. The big screen directly displayed the popularity scores of the contestants in order. 4th place, Su Tao popularity score, 862,412. 3rd place, Gao Ming score, 912999. Second place, Oh Jiang Baiyu 273000. Everyone was startled by Jiang Baiyu's score, not because it was high, but because with such a high score he was still second. How terrifying must Yang Yu be? Finally, the big screen showed a fiery red name, first place, Yang Yu 4800. Holy crap, it's directly the highest record of last episode. This stunned all the male contestants. How can we even play? Except for Jiang Baiyu, who can still resist a bit. For the others, Yang Yu can take on whoever she wants. Yang Yu with a huge gap has won first place in popularity, and the person with the highest popularity has the right to choose their opponent. Please walk to the side of the opponent you choose, host Xiaofeng said joyfully. She was now utterly infatuated with Yang Yu. Lu Ke shouted from below, Yang Yu choose Jiang Baiyu and destroy him. Last episode Jiang Baiyu chose the female group, and Lu Ke was very unhappy at that time. This episode Yang Yu was avenging her. Also Yang Yu's first song could absolutely kill gods and Buddhas, but her second song, though still original, was much worse than the first. She might not be able to beat Jiang Baiyu, so it was safer to eliminate Jiang Baiyu from the start. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu walked toward Jiang Baiyu. Jiang Baiyu showed no fear, full of fighting spirit. Come on Yang Yu, let's have a decisive battle. I've been waiting for this moment for 10 days. Jiang Baiyu watched Yang Yu approach step by step. Her cool expression really looked like she was coming to kill. Just as she was about to get close, Yang Yu suddenly gave a sly smile, turned around, and came to stand beside Su Tao. The game can be lost, but the grudge must be avenged. Su Tao. Su Tao rubbed his eyes in bewilderment, staring at Yang Yu beside him with utter shock. Oh my Miss Martial Artist, have you lost your mind? You are the top pick with overwhelming popularity, and you choose me, the one at the bottom, using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Miss Yang, did you stand in the wrong place? Jiang Baiyu is over there. Su Tao pointed at the equally stunned Jiang Baiyu. Yang Yu scoffed contemptuously, then muttered, I heard from Dai Yan's boyfriend that you often badmouth me. You'd better accept your fate. Damn it. Su Tao was dumbfounded, shooting a resentful glance at Gao Ming. That bastard had set him up. Right then he resolved never to speak ill of others behind their backs again. Hua Zai and Xiaofeng were baffled, as were the other girls in the group, and the mentor Lu Ke, who gaped in astonishment, clearly unaware of what was happening. The audience fell utterly silent. Both Jiang Baiyu and Yang Yu had the same twisted logic, choosing the weakest opponents instead of the strongest. Was this the show's script, forcing contestants to pick the underdogs to create suspense? If so, the production team was truly insufferable. Could the production team take the blame? Of course not. Even though Yang Yu always astonished everyone with her words, Hua Zai had to interview her mindset. He asked, Yang Yu, why didn't you choose Jiang Baiyu? Even your mentor told you to do so. Because Jiang Baiyu can't take a loss. Yang Yu accused him with righteous indignation, immediately deploying her cute act. Whoever was cuter had the right. Netizens would definitely believe her. Jiang Baiyu's lips twitched. He already knew what Yang Yu would say. His hard-earned reputation would likely be ruined on this stage. So what happened between you two? Xiaofeng asked with a hint of jealousy. She didn't want Yang Yu to have any ties with boys, they were all stinky. He made a bet with me, whoever lost the last episode had to call the other daddy. He ran off and didn't call me daddy. Yang Yu said disdainfully. Uffed. Hua Zai couldn't help but snort. This Yang Yu was quite something, but he found her adorable demeanor oddly convincing. That Jiang Baiyu was truly inhuman, bullying a kid. Well, although I think calling someone daddy is awkward, the fault definitely lies with Jiang Baiyu. I unconditionally support Yang Yu. Jiang Baiyu can't take a loss, but still bets. Do you really think Jiang Baiyu is at fault? Otherwise, he made my girl refuse to choose him. Serves him right. Jiang Baiyu felt hostility from all sides. Even with 100 mouths, he couldn't clear his name. How exasperating. Ding. Host infuriates the genius singer awakened version to the point of anguish. Hatred points, 100000. Huh. If it hurts so much, better not use that part. Suggest removal. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiyu's fans below the stage ground their teeth in anger. This Yang Yu was too arrogant, even trying to get away with her cuteness. Ding. Host angers the genius singer awakened version as fans to the point of grinding teeth. Hatred points, 5000. So Jiang Baiyu actually had fans. They'll find a chance to poach all of them. Hua Zai looking at Jiang Baiyu, and an irate pouty Yang Yu decided to play judge. How about this? We'll be your referees. Whoever gets fewer votes in this match has to call the other daddy. Agreed. Yang Yu raised both hands in approval. No matter what, she was winning today, even if the King of Heaven came. Jiang Baiyu also nodded. He couldn't believe he'd lose this time. Excellent. Then please let the other contestants leave the stage. Yang Yu, prepare to start your performance today. Hua Zai glanced at the cue card in his hand. The song you're bringing is Dispelling Sorrows. I heard it's another original. Yes, Yang Yu replied confidently. The audience fell silent, instantly full of anticipation for Yang Yu's original work. Then the stage is yours. Hua Zai was also excited. What kind of piece would Dispelling Sorrows be? Jiang Baiyu, who was walking off stage, paused at the two words, turned to look at the confident Yang Yu, and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The stage lights dimmed again. After more than 10 minutes, they slowly brightened. The audience saw a hazy stage where Yang Yu wearing a long trench coat sat in the center, holding a microphone with her eyes closed like a melancholic youth. Immersive experience, activate. Revelation in public, activate. Ding. Host activates revelation in public. Temporarily gains skill voice of vicissitudes, temporarily gains talent pictorial singer, temporarily gains skill false voice, and whistling skill temporarily upgraded to level. Voice of vicissitudes makes the voice sound weathered and deeply storytelling. Pictorial singer infuses the singing with vivid imagery. False voice allows the host to disguise their voice, even producing voices of different genders. Yang Yu smiled. The system must have deemed her unsuitable for this song, so it granted her many compensatory buffs. Yet she believed the system was wrong this time. If she were just a 15-year-old girl pampered by love, she would indeed be unsuitable. But she had lived 2 lifetimes. In her past life, she was a man who struggled through society for over a decade, losing countless things, before successfully building a company. Then she spent years scheming and deceiving, putting on countless masks. And in this world, she was a girl without a father's love, without a true home, without a moment of maternal affection. Born a mistake. All of this perfectly matched the song. Yang Yu unleashed the emotions of 2 lifetimes to their fullest. She didn't even need immersive experience, as she felt the emotions were already more than enough. The man hiding behind a fake smile, and the girl yearning for love while feigning strength, they merged seamlessly in that moment. The electronic keyboard and guitar began to play, filling the venue with a melancholic melody. Yang Yu opened her mouth. When you step into this carnival carrying all your dreams and thoughts, faces painted in myriad hues, no one remembers your true visage. The audience noticed Yang Yu's voice had changed, now laced with a sense of worldliness. Her expressionless face was a stark contrast to the rude, blunt-spoken girl from before. Who was wearing the mask, and who was the real her? The listeners could not tell. They sank into the music, and the dreary moments of life surfaced one by one in their memories. After 3 rounds of wine, you're in a corner stubbornly singing a bitter song, listening as it drowns in the clamor. You raise your glass and speak to yourself. The pitch soared as Yang Yu poured out her emotions, and the audience followed suit. Tears began to flow from somewhere, and the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Even the barrage comments vanished mysteriously. A toast to the dawn, a toast to the moonlight awakening my yearning, softening the cold window, so I can fly against the wind, without turning back, unafraid of rain in my heart or frost in my eyes. A toast to my homeland, a toast to the distance, guarding my kindness, urging me to grow, so the roads from south to north are no longer long. My soul no longer has nowhere to rest. The singing faded, but a whistling sound pushed the story to a climax like a glimmer of hope amid despair. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, supporting my body, broadening my shoulders. Though I never believe in everlasting bonds, life is short. Why cling to memories? A toast to freedom, a toast to death, forgiving my mediocrity, dispelling my confusion. Well, after dawn, the hasty departure. The sober are the most absurd. After dawn, the hasty departure. The sober are the most absurd. Yang Yu felt that the grievances she had stored up over 2 lifetimes were released through this song. She looked at the audience, at those melancholy souls, whose life wasn't a tangled mess, who didn't struggle just to survive. Despair and hope always accompany each other. Perhaps striving forward through the struggle was what she should do now. Zhang Kaifan watched Yang Yu, her expression sorrowful, as she gazed into the distance, feeling as if he were seeing her for the first time. Was this the same boisterous girl who loved to stir up trouble? If it was her, how could she sing such a song? At some point, Zhang Kaifan had become immersed in the melody. The usually carefree young man was now in tears, unable to recall when they had started falling. A toast to the dawn, a toast to the moonlight. A toast to my homeland, a toast to the distance. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. With lyrics of this caliber, how would Zhang Baiyu respond? Zhang Kaifan turned to look. Zhang Baiyu was crying while frantically scratching his head. Yang Yu, Yang Yu. As the music ceased entirely, the audience began to chant in unison. This stage had once again birthed a golden melody comparable to Big Fish. Yang Yu smiled as she gazed at the crowd below. This was her first attempt to merge the emotions of 2 lifetimes, as if her 2 identities communicated with each other for the first time, finally reaching understanding. Hence, from the depths of her psyche, Yang Yu fully accepted the reality of being a girl. From now on, she would truly dominate the entertainment industry as Yang Yu. As for Yang Yu, her previous identity, she would return to her original world after completing her mission. Barrage comments like pent-up floodwaters released densely covered the entire screen. What kind of person could write such a song? What has Yang Yu been through? I heard that wealthy families often favor sons over daughters. Otherwise, Yang Yu wouldn't have come to join this talent show alone. Woo, our girl has suffered so much, barely 16, yet burdened with so many experiences. I swear I'll stand by Yang Yu forever, hoping she'll never be so melancholic again. With this song drowning sorrows, Zhang Baiyu's once upon a time and half a life seemed like a joke. If Yang Yu had sung this during the time she was being cyberbullied, I'd think she was milking sympathy. But now with her soaring popularity, it feels like she's saying though life is full of despair, one should strive to seek hope. I suddenly feel grateful to Yang Yu's haters. Without them she might not have written this song. Drowning Sorrows, another divine composition. I bow to Yang Yu. Sorry everyone. I used to bash Yang Yu, but now I'm kowtowing to her hoping she can forgive me. User above, though you once blackened our girl, you've repented in time. Our girl is beautiful and kind-hearted, she definitely won't hold a grudge. I get the feeling Yang Yu holds grudges. Why are you slandering our girl for no reason? Ding. Host has dealt a massive blow to the confidence of the gifted singer Awakened version, making him doubt his life. Reward 500 emotional points. Ding. Host successfully created a divine level live performance. Reward 1 chance to draw a lottery. He's already doubting his life. Jiang Baiyu's heart is too fragile. But even now he hasn't generated any hatred points. I wonder what this kid is thinking. Yang Yu sighed helplessly. At least there's the lottery. What skill will it be this time? She immediately called upon the system to draw. The wheel spun rapidly, then gradually slowed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill falsetto. Falsetto host can disguise their voice, even producing voices of different genders. It turned out to be a skill she had just used. Yang Yu felt the system had robbed her of the thrill of the draw. On stage, Yang Yu didn't leave immediately this time, because even if she did, the host would probably call her back. Huazai and Xiao Feng wiped away their tears, walked up, and said, "It's hard to imagine that someone as young as Yang Yu could compose such a song. May I ask what experiences you've been through?" Huazai asked with concern. Yang Yu hurriedly shook her head, looking pitiful. After all, even if she told them, they wouldn't understand. They simply wouldn't. Seeing her like this, Huazai grew even more distressed. This girl must have been unloved at home. Her father indifferent, her mother uncaring, and probably an older brother who bullied her in every conceivable way. And then her parents favoring her brother wanted to give everything to him. In a fit of defiance, she stormed into the entertainment industry, relying on her talent. Her outward cheerfulness was merely a mask for the scars within. Alas, Huazai sighed and said, "Yang Yu, after singing this song, is there anything else you want to say to the audience?" Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Can Jiang Baiyu call me daddy right now? I reckon he can't beat me anymore." Huazai nearly stumbled and fell. Jiang Baiyu pretended not to hear, secretly grinding his teeth. Ding. Host has made the gifted singer Awakened version grind his teeth in anger. Hatred points increased by 1,000. This is the beauty of having a system. All emotions are laid bare before her eyes. Xiao Feng smiled awkwardly and added, "Yang Yu, though you're right, at least you should wait until Jiang Baiyu finishes his performance." The audience below burst into laughter, making Jiang Baiyu's face even darker. Huazai, speechless, wanted both of them to shut up, so he shifted the topic back to the show. At that moment, the large screen behind them chimed. Someone had broken the popularity record again. The three on stage turned around only to see that Yang Yu's popularity had already surpassed the 5 mark, while second place Jiang Baiyu was still struggling to crawl toward 0. Huazai didn't even need to announce it, the audience had already erupted in cheers. The barrage comments scrolled frantically. Damn, Yang Yu is really going to crush the other 3 contestants single-handedly today. Who was it that predicted the boys group would take the championship? Come here and get slapped. Never dreamed that Jiang Baiyu would also lose to Yang Yu. Can't blame the earlier predictions. Who could have foreseen Yang Yu suddenly popping off? One big fish and one drowning sorrows. Next time shall probably be on I Am a Singer. I always thought Dai Yin was the strongest among the girls. Yang Yu really hit her depth. No wonder she could write Drowning Sorrows. She's probably a schemer. Why are you slandering our girl for no reason? Huazai waited for the audience to quiet down, then recovered from his own astonishment at Yang Yu, and said, "Next, let's return to our competition. Please welcome Jiang Baiyu to the stage." Jiang Baiyu, who was offstage, glanced at Su Tao and stood up in bewilderment. Yang Yu gave Huazai a nudge and said innocently, "Uncle, it's not his turn yet. Are you also eager to see him make a fool of himself?" Huazai looked at the cue card, then laughed bitterly at his own stupidity. This Yang Yu was f***ing toxic. Shed made him mess up. Though he actually was in a hurry, he smiled and said, "Sorry, next up is Su Tao's stage. Please come up." Jiang Baiyu, still bewildered, sat back down. Damn, I'm starting to feel sorry for Jiang Baiyu. If I were Jiang Baiyu, I'd just call her daddy and get it over with, so they stop messing with him. It's not about messing, it's about a man's dignity. I seriously suspect Yang Yu is playing mind games with Jiang Baiyu. This girl is vicious. But why isn't the live stream fast forwarding? I want to see what happens next. +1 to the above. You guys are too mean. But for some reason I'm really excited now. Offstage, Su Tao looked at his mentor Yao Yi and said hesitantly, "Mentor, can I just surrender? There's no way I can compete, right? I'm afraid the vote margin will be too big and embarrass you." Yao Yi gave Su Tao a contemptuous look and said, "What are you afraid of? You don't have to call her daddy, do you? Look at Jiang Baiyu. He's not backing down under the pressure at all." "Bullshit. Look at how much hair he's pulling out." Su Tao retorted defiantly. Facing the oppression of his mentor Yao, Su Tao had no choice but to steel himself and step onto the stage. He had originally prepared a dynamic dance and rock music to counter Gao Ming, who favored love songs, a genre typically overpowered by rock on stage. Yet Yang Yu deviated from the script entirely. She intercepted him midway, and what was more despairing, she sang a song that could be canonized. Even with cheats, he couldn't win. Below the stage, Zhang Kaifan was grinning the widest. Su Tao, always so boastful, now faced Yang Yu, and was so cowed, he wanted to surrender. This kind of face-slapping drama was Zhang Kaifan's favorite. The stage music thundered wildly as Su Tao danced with all his might. Logically, such music should electrify the audience. But Yang Ye Xiaoqiu had already stunned them, elevating their aesthetic to such a height that it was like some expanded substance, impossible to shrink back in a short time. Su Tao stopped panting, waiting for applause. The audience merely stared at him in silence, as if watching a monkey. His performance had been nothing more than a monkey jumping around on stage. He suddenly wished he could be Tu Xingsuan and burrow straight into the ground to escape. Why did Yang Yu have to choose him? Hua Zai and Xiao Feng suppressed their laughter as they walked onto the stage. Hua Zai said solemnly, "Well, both of you are exceptionally strong contestants. It's safe to say the performances were neck and neck." Xiao Feng couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Xiao Feng's laugh made it impossible for Hua Zai to maintain his composure. He struggled for a long time to keep from laughing. "Neither of you looks professionally trained," Yang Yu muttered silently offstage. Su Tao covered his face. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have stepped on stage. The hosts openly mocking the contestants. How outrageous. So pitiful. Yang Yu thought if she were Su Tao, she would pretend not to know whom the hosts were laughing at. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Well, directly announced today's voting scores. Su Tao received 362030 audience votes. As for Yang Ye's score, Hua Zai wasn't trying to build suspense, he was counting the digits. The long number was startling. He finally announced Yang Ye's final score is 31216478 votes. A gap of nearly 100 times. If Jiang Baiyu had previously felt immense pressure, Yang Ye's oppression was magnified tenfold, making the male contestants truly realize her dominance on this stage. Yao Yi looked at Lu Ku, who was now strutting like a proud rooster, and felt the world had changed too fast. Just last round, he had the advantage, one step away from eliminating all the female contestants. Now the situation had drastically reversed. Even in a nightmare, a reversal wouldn't be this swift. Yang Yu alone was going to dominate the entire stage today, crushing every male contestant. Jiang Baiyu, who had once filled him with confidence, could no longer reassure him. Now he could only hope that Yang Ye's final song would not be on the same level as Big Fish or Xiao Chou, giving Jiang Baiyu a chance to turn defeat into victory. First match, Yang Yu defeats Su Tao by a massive margin. Congratulations, she advances to the finals. Please prepare well. Now the second match begins. Please welcome Jiang Baiyu. Jiang Baiyu took a deep breath, then glanced at Yang Yu, who was nodding off. This guy really didn't take him seriously. He would have to perform well to earn her respect. He picked up his guitar and walked on stage step by step. He had been a genius in others' eyes since childhood, never knowing defeat. On this stage, he finally tasted it. So this is the taste of failure. No wonder people often gritted their teeth at him. No wonder his mere excellence made others hate him to the bone. No wonder they said geniuses are lonely, because crushing success is truly unlikable. Hua Zai watched Jiang Baiyu stride onto the stage as steady as a mountain. He was a prodigy. If not for Yang Yu, he would be the brightest star on this stage. And Hua Zai saw that now, facing the formidable Yang Yu, Jiang Baiyu still refused to concede. His eyes burned even more intensely than before, as if he had found a new driving force. Carrying his guitar, he was like a swordsman bearing his weapon, a sword imbued with his live's sword intent. "May I ask what piece Jiang Baiyu will present today?" Jiang Baiyu replied calmly, "Failure." Yang Yu, who had been dozing off, opened her eyes, because her genius radar was screaming. Ding, the host's oppression has temporarily upgraded the Genius Singer Awakened version to Genius Singer Ultimate version. Emotion points, 100000. Damn system, are you playing Digimon here? Are geniuses really this unreasonable? And he activated cheats at the critical moment. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. Yang Ye's previously lazy expression slowly turned serious. Yang Bui nervously watched who was the youth star. Yang Yu was now one step away from the championship. The words she had spoken were not bragging. She was actually going to achieve her goal. The cyberbullying that had lasted over a week did not stop her advance. It seemed to have activated her cheat mode, allowing her to vanquish all obstacles. When the opponent was strong, she became 100 times stronger. Yang Bui, who had been prepared to focus on his studies and take the college entrance exam, now felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps he should be brave like his sister and try to pursue his own dream. If he failed at worst, he would become a good-for-nothing rich second generation. But if he succeeded, his life might be completely different. He wouldn't have to live like other rich kids, indulging in wine and women, living like a zombie driven only by base desires. He could also say to his father, who looked down on him, "See, Dad, I'm not completely useless. I can achieve as much as you. He watched the livestream video of Yang Ye's proud and spirited face. He suddenly wanted to cry. He too was supposed to be at an age of vigor and boldness. Yet he was running desperately on a track that wasn't his own, always falling short and suffering others' ridicule. They said, "Yang Boy, you don't have to work so hard. If you fail the college entrance exam, just go to your father's company. You won't worry about food or drink." How comfortable. Yes, how comfortable. But he felt that would mean he was dead, his body alive, but his spirit gone. Gu Xiqing told him to go ahead and try like his sister. His cost of trial and error was much lower than ordinary people's. But Gu Xiqing didn't know that he had no cost for trial and error. Yes, compared to others, he could come back after failure without going bankrupt or starving to death chasing a dream. But esports was the only thing he was good at, the only source of his confidence. If he failed at this too, he would have nothing left to hope for in life. He admitted he was an ostrich burying its head in the sand, hoping someone would share a little courage with him. In the end, he pinned his courage on his sister. "Yang Yu, if you win the championship, you'll really go all out and try. So you must succeed." Yang Buwei thought excitedly. Yang Yu gazed at Zhang Baiyu on the stage, whose eyes burned with murderous intent, and he stared back at her. By all logic, since Yang Yu had unleashed a golden song like Dispel Sorrow, she could sit back and wait for Zhang Baiyu to call her daddy, so she peacefully dozed off in her seat. But at the critical moment, Zhang Baiyu evolved, just like a Digimon, turning into an ultimate form. Defeating the big demon through an epic comeback, a miracle appearing at the brink of death. That's the protagonist's privilege. Could it be that I am not the protagonist of this world, but the big demon instead? Was the world about to stage a showdown between Lu Xiao and Wang Meng? The child of destiny, Zhang Baiyu versus the transmigrated Yang Yu. As Yang Yu reflected on her actions since arriving in this world, she had once believed herself to be the protagonist. But the more she thought, the more panicked she grew. She had framed her brother challenged prodigies and tried to pull strings in a competition. She seemed like a pure villain. She had painstakingly transmigrated only to be miserably turned into a girl by the system, and now she was told she was just a stepping stone for a genius to rise. Even a man could endure that, but a woman could not. Yang Yu felt a blaze of fury in her chest, her entire body gathering strength as she awaited the system's broadcast, so she could evolve too. Yet the system, which usually blabbered endlessly, was now mute. Could it be that only geniuses could evolve, and she could not? "Yang Yu, do you need to poop?" Dai Yan asked with concern, puzzled by why Yang Ye's face was so red with strain. Yang Yu instantly deflated. "Damn, ignoring you flaunting your boyfriend in front of me is one thing, but interrupting me at a critical moment of evolution. Boo-hoo, I'm about to lose like this." Although the chance of Zhang Baiyu's song beating Dispel Sorrow was only 1%, if he truly were the protagonist, that possibility would be magnified to 100%. Failure would likely become the golden song of this world. And Yang Yu would rather lose to an ordinary person than to these geniuses. Wait, the system said Zhang Baiyu would only temporarily become an ultimate form. Does that mean he could be forced back? Yang Yu squinted, stroked her chin, and looked at Zhang Baiyu on stage. Zhang Baiyu gazed back at Yang Yu, who was being cute again down there. He quickly steadied his mind, absolutely must not be fooled by the girl's appearance. He was determined to completely conquer her with this heartfelt work of his failure. The image of Yang Yu being defeated and forced to call him daddy only fueled his fighting spirit. Hua Zi watched the two monsters, Zhang Baiyu and Yang Yu, locking eyes, and suddenly thought this was a perfect time to stir up a topic. "With such sparks flying between you two, is there anything you want to say to each other?" Hua Zi asked. The moment the topic was raised, the barrage comments exploded. The host knows how to play. I've been dying to know what Zhang Baiyu and Yang Yu would say. Zhang Baiyu might say anything, but Yang Yu definitely wants him to call her daddy. Fight! Fight! Go on, throw some harsh words. This is thrilling. Zhang Baiyu took the microphone from the host and said fiercely, "Yang Yu, this time I will definitely defeat you, and then I'll wait for you to call me. Wait for you to admit defeat." He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he caught himself before blurting out his true thoughts. Otherwise his persona of emotional intelligence would be ruined. Even facing Yang Ye's Dispel Sorrow, Zhang Baiyu remained so confident. It seems he still has a trump card up his sleeve. The outcome is still uncertain, Hua Zi said as he handed the microphone to Yang Yu below the stage. "Yang Yu, anything you want to say?" Yang Yu took the microphone with a smile, her plan already formed in her mind. She said seriously, "I've been thinking for a long time, and I feel I was too arrogant before. Please be magnanimous and forgive my pettiness. Let's cancel the bet of the loser calling the winner daddy." Huh. The entire audience erupted. Was this really the emotionally unintelligent Yang Yu saying that? What could have made a girl just about to turn 16 grow up so much in just over 10 minutes? On stage, Zhang Baiyu was completely bewildered. The whole calling daddy thing. Why was it suddenly called off? He felt his fighting spirit wane. Huh. Yang Yu was puzzled. She still hadn't received a system notification about Zhang Baiyu regressing. It seemed she had to use her ultimate move. She continued speaking into the microphone, her expression turning shy. She said, "Zhang Baiyu, actually I've always had a good feeling about you." Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped in the audience. Everyone's expression shifted from shock to excitement, as if they had just uncovered a juicy piece of gossip. Even Hua Zi was stunned. If he heard correctly, Yang Yu was about to confess on the spot. If the show continued like this, it might get banned immediately. He knew he should stop Yang Yu from talking, but his body was honest. He perked up his ears wanting to hear the rest and deal with the aftermath later. The barrage went wild. What the hell? My daughter fell for that demon Jiang Baiyu. Someone gag Yang Yu or kill Jiang Baiyu. I won't accept this. Daughter, stay calm. The last love-struck one die, Yin is already eliminated. CP shippers are back in business. Yang Yu and Jiang Baiyu look great together. I want to ship them to blush. Meanwhile, on stage, Jiang Baiyu's brain was fried. The fighting spirit in his heart had been doused like a bucket of cold water. It couldn't ignite again. She said she has a good feeling about me. How should I respond? I should reject her, right? After all, she's only, but I'm barely 20. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm in a competition. Jiang Baiyu forced himself to calm down. He couldn't be like those overconfident boys thinking she likes him just because a goddess says she has a good feeling. After all, they barely knew each other. Yang Yu only said she had a good feeling, and he had a good feeling about her too, but that didn't mean anything. Still no regression. How stubborn. Yang Yu gritted her teeth. Damn it, a woman who isn't ruthless will never secure her position. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No pain, no gain. She steeled herself and said, Jiang Baiyu, I actually want to say 3 words to you. Hearing that, Jiang Baiyu's eyes widened completely. If he still didn't understand after a girl said that, he was truly pretending to be clueless. The whale necklace in his pocket seemed to burn. He must like her, otherwise why would he have impulsively bought this gift for her that day? Ding. The host has made the Genius Singer Ultimate version wildly smitten. Affection value 50000. Ding. Genius Singer Ultimate version battle intent dissipated, reverting to Genius Singer Awakened version. Holy crap, it worked. Yang Yu was so excited she wanted to jump up and pat Jiang Baiyu's dog head. The kid fell for it. He. Even if you're the protagonist, when this young lady gets ruthless, I can scatter your ashes. Hua Zi was burning with curiosity, waiting for Yang Yu to continue. But the girl suddenly started cackling eerily and stopped talking. What are the 3 words you wanted to say, Yang Yu? Hua Zi asked with gossipy curiosity. Would it be unwise to snub Jiang Baiyu now? If he got angry, this freak might evolve again at any moment. To play it safe, Yang Yu said, I'll tell him after Jiang Baiyu finishes his performance. I'm afraid it might affect his concentration if I say it now. The bait was irresistible. Hua Zi felt an intense itch in his heart, longing for Jiang Baiyu to finish his act immediately. The audience too gazed at Jiang Baiyu with eager anticipation. At that moment, Jiang Baiyu's mind was consumed by the question of which 3 words Yang Yu intended to utter. On stage, only Xiao Feng looked at Yang Yu with a aggrieved expression, as if Yang Yu had betrayed her. It seems everyone is just as eager to know the 3 words Yang Yu wants to say. In that case, please let Jiang Baiyu begin his performance now. Hua Zi announced. I love you. Like you. I love you. Which 3 words were they? Jiang Baiyu shook his head. As the stage lights dimmed, he walked to the center and waited for the music to start. But he realized that the emotion he wanted to channel always seemed slightly off. Jiang Baiyu thought to himself that in his previous songs the lyrics were adapted from other stories or derived from imagined scenarios, so he was never truly invested emotionally. Perhaps that was why Yang Ye's heartfelt renditions of Big Fish and Drowning Sorrows had been so moving and had defeated him. Defeat was his own story. As the stage music began, the humiliation of being vanquished and the burning desire to overcome Yang Ye's emotion surged within him, yet the latter always remained just out of reach. Was it because she had said she had feelings for him? Though Jiang Baiyu became aware of it, he had no way to alter his emotions. He strummed his guitar, and his voice, now imbued with genuine feeling, drifted across the stage. Even with Yang Ye's Drowning Sorrows fresh in their minds, the audience felt this was a deeply emotional and excellent song. The listeners seemed to sense Jiang Baiyu's inner unwillingness and his yearning to become stronger. They felt that with such emotion, even if Jiang Baiyu were not a genius, he would still be an extraordinarily outstanding presence. This was undoubtedly his best song to date. He seemed to be constantly improving, never ceasing. Yet compared to the pinnacle of emotionally expressive songs like Drowning Sorrows, it still fell short. The music stopped and Jiang Baiyu's hand ceased its strumming. He looked at the audience below. Many were still immersed in his emotions. Then came applause, and soon everyone in the audience joined in, an encouragement to him. But he knew he had lost this round. Defeat had ultimately been defeated by Drowning Sorrows. Then he shifted his gaze and saw Yang Yu smiling at him from the audience. Her expression was utterly arrogant. She looked more and more like the whale with its tail raised that he held in his arms. Sharp yet somewhat foolish, cunning yet somewhat adorable. Well, it seemed he had fallen for her trick. In the end, he was still too young. Jiang Baiyu, now aware of the truth, found he couldn't bring himself to hate her. Forget it. If she wanted to win so badly, let her have it. After all the inspiration for his 3 songs, Half a Life, Once Upon a Time, and Defeat, had all come from her. Moreover, it seemed he had found a stronger path forward through her no longer needing to tear his hair out whenever he hit a creative block. Thank you, Zhang Baiyu, for your heartfelt performance. You have truly reached new heights. Take a short break, and next we have Gao Ming's performance. Huazai said. Before that, I'd like to ask Yang Yu what were those 3 words you wanted to say to Zhang Baiyu. Huazai quickly handed the microphone to Yang Yu below the stage. Yang Yu took the microphone, seeming to ponder. Then she flashed a cunning look and said, "Can I say it after the finals?" Damn it. Zhang Baiyu was amused and furious. Though he didn't know why Yang Yu feared provoking him, she was far too cautious and crafty. But she didn't realize that he could no longer defeat her. Even a flawless performance of defeat might not overcome drowning sorrows, let alone the fact that his final song wasn't even original. Composing 2 original songs in 10 days was simply too difficult. He had chosen a simple English song. He had never intended to win the championship, he only wanted to fight to the death with Yang Yu in the semifinals. Unfortunately, Yang Yu had chosen Su Tao, not him. Huazai disappointedly retrieved the microphone from Yang Yu's hand, feeling that this little brat was up to some trick again. The barrage comments were filled with lament. Then they felt that the production team was using Yang Yu for hype. Damn production team. Once Yang Yu finished the finals, they would curse them onto the trending topics to vent for Yang Yu. How dare they manipulate our daughter? They're asking for it. Then Gao Ming walked onto the stage with a look of resignation. Zhang Baiyu's defeat had already made it clear to him that he would be eliminated. He felt he had gone far enough on this stage, though he felt sorry for his girlfriend Diane. If only she hadn't held back for him, and had used the later opportunities to shine, she might have been signed by some company. And he this way still hadn't caught the eye of any company, ultimately squandering Diane's sacrifice. Yang Yu sat on the seat below the stage, swinging her little feet, while waiting for Gao Ming's song to end. But she felt a gaze fixed on her from behind. She turned her head, and saw Zhang Baiyu hastily lowering his head. This guy. Could he have realized she was playing him? Impossible. After all, my acting skills are this good. Looks like he's about to be eliminated too. Diane looked at Gao Ming on stage and sighed. Yang Yu patted her shoulder and asked, "What do you two plan to do next?" "I still want to participate in the second half of Who is the Young Star." Gao Ming has already decided to give up. He says he's not suited for it. Actually, it's good to know yourself in time. Turn back before you lose too much. Yang Yu put on a profound expression. Better if they end up in different places and break up than come with me. I'll make sure you eat well and drink well. Yang Yu thought blissfully. Yes, Yang Yu, with your talent you must develop well in the entertainment industry. Maybe we'll meet again. Diane touched Yang Yu's ponytail, her voice tinged with melancholy. This atmosphere made Yang Yu uncomfortable. She shrugged and said, "Don't talk about such distant things. We haven't parted yet." "Am I bad? Then you must defeat Zhang Baiyu and win the championship, drawing a perfect conclusion for us girls." Diane encouraged her with a look. Yang Yu listened and glanced at Zhang Baiyu, wondering what song he had prepared for the finals. If it was on the same level as defeat, then Yang Yu couldn't guarantee a win because her final song was not a divine level S track, but a slightly inferior level song. Moreover, all her skills were on cooldown. It wasn't that Yang Yu didn't want to remain invincible on this show, but when she chose the songs, her emotional value had been nearly depleted. Big Fish cost 400, Drowning Sorrows cost 400, and she had used a large amount of emotional value to strengthen her singing skills to S level. As a result, only 35000 emotional points remained. S was unaffordable, so she could only choose S level. Of course, an S level song would still be extremely dominant on this stage. The second group match ended. Zhang Baiyu eliminated Gao Ming with a huge vote gap, though his votes were still far below Yang Yu's. Unfortunately, Yang Yu had cancelled the daddy betting bet, or the netizens would have had more drama. With the end of the second group match, the final showdown of the night is about to begin. Please welcome on stage the 2 strongest contestants of this season of Who is the Young Star, Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu. Xiao Feng announced. The entire stage erupted with intense BGM, setting every audience member's blood boiling. Yang Yu, Yang Yu, Yang Yu, Zhang Baiyu, Yang Yu. The audience cheered excitedly. Finally, the championship moment had arrived, and Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu would face off heated. The 2 walked onto the stage one after the other. Zhang Baiyu intended to wait for Yang Yu to walk together, but she moved like the wind. Her female military-style trench coat flew and her high ponytail swung back and forth. She was even faster than him. Finally, the moment of the finals. Huazai said excitedly, "You two must have been waiting for this moment for a long time." Yang Yu and Zhang Baiyu nodded. "Alright, let me give you all a preview. Yang Yu's final song is an intense original piece, mostly rap, while Zhang Baiyu will perform an English love song. Both are trying different genres for the first time." Huazai said. Zhang Baiyu looked at Yang Yu in shock. Could someone really compose 2 original songs in 10 days, one of which was on the level of Drowning Sorrows? What would her second song be? How terrifying was she? Yang Yu also looked at Zhang Baiyu in surprise. "So you didn't write an original? Then what was I afraid of?" "Huh. The finals begin. Do you two have anything to say to each other?" Xiao Feng wanted to clarify their situation. Yang Yu took the initiative to grab the microphone, patted Jiang Baiyu's shoulder, and said, "Remember the 3 words I wanted to say to you earlier? Those 3 words are pre-parody." "Damn, so that's it." I misjudged her. Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled again as she looked at Yang Yu. It was simply cool as hell. Jiang Baiyu laughed upon hearing this. Looking at Yang Yu's provocative gaze, he chuckled, "Then please begin your performance." Not surprised at all. Boring. Yang Yu pursed her lips, wondering if restarting the daddy betting bet now would make her look too shameless. She was certain she would win the finals. So what if her skills were on cooldown? The next song would be her true self. This dashing trench coat and cool outfit weren't meant for singing Drowning Sorrows. They were for singing, "I'm here to beat you up." The commercial break is over. You are now watching the live broadcast of the finals of Who is the Youth Star? Before the ultimate PK between the 2 contestants, dear audience, please vote for your favorite contestant. The votes in your hands will determine who is the champion. The contestant who wins the championship can sign with their favorite company among the 4 major music companies in China and debut directly. It can be said that they will enjoy the best resources. Xiaofeng quickly introduced the pre-match procedures in a very fast pace. On the internet, the voting competition between Jiang Baiyu and Yang Yu had already begun. The fans of both sides were calling their friends to vote for their favorite contestants. Gu Xiqing was at Yang Bui's house, and they watched the finals of Who is the Youth Star together under the pretext of studying. Yang Bui was seen frantically voting for Yang Yu using his parents' phones and his pile of old phones. Gu Xiqing, "Since you're free, anyway, help me vote for my sister," Yang Bui said. Gu Xiqing, as if he hadn't heard, continued flipping through the principles of economics in his hand nonchalantly. While his classmates were busy with the upcoming college entrance exam next year, he had already been recommended for admission to university. Yang Bui saw that Gu Xiqing didn't respond, so he continued, "Gu Xiqing, I think you're really strange. Sometimes I feel like you like my sister, but other times it seems like an illusion." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiqing looked up and said, "Yes, it's your illusion. The girl who can make me like her probably hasn't been born yet. And you don't need to work so hard voting for your sister. Using your toes to analyze, as long as your sister doesn't screw up too badly in the finals, she's almost guaranteed to win." "I know, but I just like seeing my sister crush others." Yang Bui chuckled. "And I think this Jiang Baiyu looks at my sister with a not-so-simple gaze. If I don't make him realize the gap between him and my sister, what if he actually pursues her? My sister is too naive and easily deceived." Gu Xiqing frowned, glanced at the computer screen where Yang Yu and Jiang Baiyu stood together, and recalled that Yang Yu had previously said she had a good impression of Jiang Baiyu. Suddenly he felt a bit uneasy. "I'm going to the bathroom." He put down his book and stood up. After walking to the bathroom, he looked back, then closed the door and made a phone call. "Boss, along didn't I ask you to gather more than 30 people earlier? Did you do it?" "I gathered them all, brothers who have been through life and death. Tell me who to take down. We'll go right away." Gu Xiqing sighed, rubbed his forehead, and said somewhat guiltily, "Ask them to help me vote on a website." The other end of the line was silent for a long time, then asked helplessly, "It's Yang Yu again?" "Yes." "Gu Xiqing, this is going too far. I said call me boss. And we are running a legitimate company. You have been recruited by me, so stop talking about killing and fighting all day. If I hear it again, I'll replace the agent immediately," Gu Xiqing said domineeringly. "Okay, boss," Along replied aggrievedly. Gu Xiqing immediately hung up the phone. Fortunately, he changed the topic quickly, otherwise how could he still act as the boss? He had lost all face for Yang Yu. Zhao Nanqing was wearing headphones while reviewing art exam materials. Every few minutes a voting interface would appear, and she would stop to cast a few votes for Yang Yu. Seeing Yang Yu's vote count far ahead, she would show a sweet smile. "Great, Yang Yu, you are indeed the strongest. The contestant with lower popularity will perform first, so Jiang Baiyu, what piece have you prepared for the finals?" "None but you," Jiang Baiyu replied politely. "Wow, I remember, that's a very sweet love song. You're still single, right? Why did you choose this song? Do you already have someone you like?" Huazi asked mischievously. Jiang Baiyu's face instantly turned red. He glanced at Yang Yu, and then said, "No, I just wanted to try a different song." Ding, the host made the Genius Singer Awakened version lie to you liking value increased by 1,000. Huh. Yang Yu squinted at Jiang Baiyu. This guy looks gentle, but lies all day. He's really not a good kid. Alright, please begin your performance. I hope you can bring a different feeling to the audience. Who is the Youth Star has only had one love song so far, which was Dai Yan's, with Yu sung for her boyfriend. At that time the whole audience was force-fed dog food with pink bubbles flying everywhere. Of course that song showed everyone the love between a real couple. But this time whether Jiang Baiyu could bring that feeling to everyone was questionable. Choosing a song he wasn't good at for the finals, was he just giving up? The music started on stage with violin and piano creating a subtle atmosphere. Jiang Baiyu held the microphone, smiled at the audience, and swayed his body. "If I got down on my knees and I pleaded with you, if I crossed a million oceans, just to be with you. I love you so much because any can match you. The people immersed in Jiang Baiyu's singing discovered that not only could he sing original songs, but his love songs were also so moving. Unlike Dai Yan's With You, which was so intense and inseparable, Jiang Baiyu's None But You was sung very ambiguously, like a first love with budding feelings. Moreover, the song was mixed with a sense of admiration, making this love song not too sweet and not too vulgar. The bullet comments also started scrolling. I bet Jiang Baiyu is definitely in a relationship. I feel like it's a secret crush. He's so excellent, why would he need to secretly crush? If he confesses, who would refuse? What if the object is Yang Yu? That is definitely a secret crush. Yang Yu just wants him to call her daddy. Upstairs, don't slander my daughter. Jiang Baiyu finished, singing, his face full of sweet smiles. Then he suddenly woke up. The audience seemed surprised that he could sing this song so well. He himself was also surprised. A simple love song had evoked quite a bit of emotion in him, gradually immersing him and making it hard to extricate himself. And he looked at Yang Yu, who was already very impatient. No matter in this life or the previous one, Yang Yu hated listening to love songs the most. They were so cheesy, much better to just fight it out. Let me go on stage, quickly show off some cool moves and attract all the little girls on the internet. Hee. Who would have thought that the single Jiang Baiyu could sing such a beautiful love song? Tell me, have you secretly started dating? Huazai teased. No, really, I haven't. Jiang Baiyu replied, blushing, while feeling the whale necklace in his pocket grow hot again. Come on, Huazai, you've made him blush, Xiao Feng said beside him. She didn't care whether Jiang Baiyu was dating or not. She just wanted Yang Yu to hurry up and perform. Ha, just kidding, don't mind me. But your fans, after hearing that love song, will definitely be captivated by you. No one will be able to steal your fans away. Huazai said. Jiang Baiyu looked up, feeling that Huazai was mocking him. Yang Yu looked up, feeling that Huazai was implying something about her. Then Jiang Baiyu, please go down and rest for a while, Huazai said. After Jiang Baiyu walked off stage, Xiao Feng proudly announced, before the next performance begins, let me share the latest news with you all. Someone has broken the popularity record again before the finals. That someone is our invincible Yang Yu with a popularity value of 600,000. After Yang Yu sang, Xiao Cho sorrow dispelling, it immediately became a trending topic. The divine lyrics attracted attention from all sides, and even several singers of the king level stepped forward to repost the song, wanting any information about this girl. This girl, who was about to turn 16, had dropped a nuclear bomb in the music circle. If Big Fish was just a miracle, then adding Xiao Cho proved that this girl was a deity about to ascend to immortality. Even a little bit of her bathwater left behind would probably be enough for others to drink for several lifetimes. Several entertainment media companies had already blown up the program team's phones, all scrambling for Yang Ye's contact information. They were determined to contact her the moment the finals ended to sign her up. With attention from all sides, Yang Ye's popularity value soared rapidly, breaking the program's record once again. The backend of the popularity tracking software even crashed several times, requiring the bald software engineers to work overtime to fix it. But the audience was not as astonished as before. They were no longer the shy novices they had been. They had long grown accustomed to Yang Ye's freakishness. Then let's invite the invincible Yang Yu to take the stage and present her final work on this platform, Xiao Feng said excitedly. Yang Yu loosened up her muscles, threw a defiant glance at Jiang Baiyu, and walked gracefully to the stage. Kid, watch closely. This is what it means to show off. They'll teach you only once. I heard this song is also an original. Huazai asked. Yes, Yang Yu replied. Zhou Shun and Mao Bai still hadn't transmigrated as girls, so probably Zhang Jie wouldn't make it either. Then this stage is yours. Take your original song, I'm Here to Beat You Up, and give it your all. I'm Here to Beat You Up? The name alone sounds so cool. I want to be beaten up by my daughter. Her fists must be soft and fluffy. Me too. I've been craving those delicate little hands for a long time. Please, by all means, come and ravage me. On the stage, 5 young men in black training suits stood in a row. These were Yang Ye's backup dancers. Yao Yi, sitting in the audience, leaned closer to Lu Ku and asked, are these backup dancers you're doing again? Lu Ku shook his head. No, the program team insisted on providing them, saying they wanted to boost Yang Ye's presence. Damn, they're so biased. Yao Yi suddenly slapped Zhang Kaifan's thigh. Zhang Kaifan's eyes filled with tears from the pain, but he dared not speak up. Passionate music erupted from the stage, mingling with the sounds of swords unsheathing, fists colliding, and warriors' battle cries. Yang Yu, wearing a trench coat, stood with her eyes closed in front of the 5 young men in black. She resembled a grandmaster awaiting the arrival of an enemy. This stage was hers. Whoever came would die. A line of dialogue echoed from the speakers surrounding the audience. You Chinese overestimate yourselves, always playing the hero. English. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm here to beat you up. Chinese. The chimes rang like the clash of swords. Yang Yu opened her eyes, radiating fierce, killing intent. One fist, one palm. One move, one form. With unwavering righteousness, fear nothing. One word, one action. One step, one shadow. A legendary journey across the world. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm here to beat you up. The backup dancers executed Chinese kung fu moves. Yang Yu wove effortlessly through the dancers' fists and feet, none of them able to touch her even a bit. The powerful, resounding lyrics poured from her lips one by one. The audience below was also infected, rising to their feet, itching to throw a couple of punches at the heads in front of them. One fist, one palm. One move, one form. With unwavering righteousness, fear nothing. One word, one action. One step, one shadow. A legendary journey across the world. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm here to beat you up. Yang Yu, draped in her trench coat, turned and shot a glance that was utterly cold and ruthless. She wasn't there to sing, she was truly there to beat someone up. No one dared meet her gaze. I only want to be a low-key martial artist. You might have misunderstood Loki and pushed me too far. My martial virtue is benevolence. So I'll teach you how to behave, Loki. Yang Yu stood still, taking a breath, her voice brimming with charisma. All the girls in the audience had stars in their eyes, wishing they could marry Yang Yu on the spot. Zhang Baiyu's fans had long forgotten about him. They had all become Yang Yu's followers. I practice martial arts to pass on the legacy. To protect the people I hold dear. 5,000 years of martial soul. No need for cruelty. Command heaven and earth. If you trample my pride, with Wing Chun I'll teach you what respect means. Yang Yu once again displayed her extreme vocal range, her high notes piercing straight through the audience's skulls, echoing with resonance and awe. She grabbed her trench coat, spun sharply, and flung the long coat over her head, sending it swirling through the air like a bat's wings. Underneath, she wore a neat white short-sleeved training outfit, her high ponytail and fierce demeanor exuding a boyish charm that swept over the crowd. The barrage comments were stunned by this fluid sequence of movements. Cool, 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 cool. A dense wall of cool characters covered the entire phone screen. The viewers watching the live stream cheered excitedly. Who said women couldn't be cool? When they showed off, there was nothing left for the guys. Then Yang Yu's theatrical singing stunned the audience once again. Everyone's here. Come on, all of you. Fight finished, tea still warm. I'm not a hero. Just here to beat you up. In English, it's beat you up. The passionate music swelled. Wearing her white short-sleeved training outfit, she suddenly retracted her fists and feet, her movements resembling a martial artist's preparatory stance. The audience below gasped in surprise, mouths agape. Was she going to? Yes. Yang Yu directly started practicing boxing on the stage, punching with a whooshing sound far more fierce and stylish than the young man behind her. Anyone who knew real kung fu could tell that Yang Yu was performing Wing Chun, and it was perfectly executed, not just a showy facade. The barrage went crazy again. Holy crap, my daughter really knows kung fu. No need to worry about her getting bullied anymore. Those who wanted to be ravaged by Yang Yu step forward now. She can beat the crap out of you. Kung fu girl. Yang Buwei, watching the live stream, jumped up excitedly, pointing at the computer screen and shouted proudly, I recognize that move. She used it on me before. And I actually survived. After finishing her boxing routine, on stage Yang Yu presented another surprise. She even broke into rap. Among all 16 contestants, only Zhang Kaifan had rap skills worth mentioning. Now that her singing ability had been elevated to strength, she could effortlessly master such techniques. Yeah, kung fu, kung fu, kung fu. Yeah, 1,000 years of dance steps. Say admire, admire, admire. Look at this performance of fists and feet. I use kung fu, kung fu, kung fu to make the whole world shout master, master, master. Like master, master, master. Zhang Kaifan stood up excitedly. He never expected Yang Yu to rap, and to do it so brilliantly. He almost wanted to jump on stage and challenge her to an impromptu rap battle. The audience, already overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't help but cheer. This was the final frenzy Yang Yu had bestowed upon this stage. Though I Came to Beat You Up lacked the lyrical shock of Big Fish, or dispel melancholy on this stage, she truly became Yang Yu, unleashing her full power and releasing her true self. Stage lights flickered, music thundered, and she delivered a perfect performance that radiated her personal charisma. Soft beauty and heroic spirit converged in one person. In their hearts, the champion had already been born. The music stopped. Yang Yu stood still, panting softly. Sweat drenched her slender, exquisite neck, soaked her white training suit, and glistened on her pink collarbone. Under the lights, she was irresistibly alluring, fair, tender, and moist. Zhang Baiyu silently raised his head, then lowered it in shame. The bullet comments went wild again. Put a windbreaker on my daughter immediately. No one is allowed to look. How can a woman exist who is both so handsome and so beautiful? One lick of that neck would grant years of life. Champion. Yang Yu is definitely the champion. 3 original songs, 3 explosive hits. Who else can match that? Yang Yu, Yang Yu, Yang Yu. The entire audience rose to their feet cheering. Even Zhang Baiyu's banner was tossed aside on the seats. His fans momentarily forgot their own idol and only knew that Yang Yu was incredibly cool. Ding. Host created an explosive stage work. Reward 1 lucky draw. Ding. Host made the genius singer awakened version wildly fall in love. Affection value 20000. Ignoring the second notification, Yang Yu gleefully summoned the system roulette to start the draw. Ding. Host obtained the talent skill improvisational actor. Improvisational actor. The host as an actor requires no preparatory work like memorizing lines and can achieve the best personal performance in a short time. This was the second actor type skill besides immersive experience. It seemed time to venture into acting. To be honest, she preferred acting over singing. She had harbored a martial arts dream, or even a mafia boss dream, from her previous life. But with zero acting skills, and having become a girl, she wondered if it could ever come true. Host Xiaofeng walked excitedly onto the stage, picked up the windbreaker, and draped it over Yang Yu's sweat-soaked shoulders. Yang Yu, do you know how many girls you've bent with this performance? Said Xiaofeng. The more bent the better. The smug Yang Yu started acting cute again. Huazi, looking at Yang Yu's rapidly soaring popularity, rubbed his eyes once more. This girl's popularity value was heading straight for 7,000,000. Such talent. Could he ever encounter it again in the second half of the season? No, definitely not. Getting someone like Jiang Baiyu would be pretty good already. Yang Yu's kind of a purple star probably once in 1,000 years. Just 20 days ago, the internet had been cursing her to get out of the entertainment industry, and now her online popularity was rivaling that of top young stars. Huazi walked onto the stage and announced loudly, the voting channels for contestants Yang Yu and Jiang Baiyu have been closed simultaneously. Please let Jiang Baiyu come on stage. Now it's time to reveal who is the champion. The entire venue fell silent, everyone waiting for their champion to appear. If it wasn't her, they would cry foul. Jiang Baiyu walked silently onto the stage and exchanged a glance with Yang Yu's arrogant eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of unease. As of Beijing time, now 8:00 p.m. exactly, Jiang Baiyu's votes are. Huazi deliberately teased, stretching the live broadcast time, 2999337 votes. This is the highest score Jiang Baiyu has achieved all season, very close to the score Yang Yu got after singing Dispel Melancholy. So could this be a threatening number for Yang Yu? What is Yang Yu's final vote count? Huazi kept the audience in suspense. The audience grew tense. Some even forgot to breathe. Her vote count is. Huazi paused, staring incredulously at the scoreboard. The audience thought he was prolonging the suspense again and felt like throwing manure at him. Before announcing her score, I want to explain something. Our voting system has a maximum limit. In other words, the highest possible vote count is 999999999. Any votes above that would overflow. We never imagined any contestant could actually reach this number, said Huazi. Some in the audience exchanged bewildered looks, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. But those who understood were already hugging each other in excitement. So her vote count is 999999999. She is a miracle on this stage. She is unbeatable. She is our champion, Yang Yu. Overjoyed audience members grabbed anyone nearby and hugged them tightly. Sensible Jiang Baiyu fans had already joined the celebration. A few stubborn Jiang Baiyu fans were passed around by excited fans and eventually surrendered to the hugs. Oh my god, I'm crying tears of joy. Yang Yu deserves it. Our daughter is the champion. Yang Yu champion. Do you know? I've been waiting since the day Yang Yu was cyberbullied. I kept praying for a miracle, and it actually came true. Upstairs, make a wish that Yang Yu will be popular for a lifetime. Wu Yu Bao Mom will stay with you forever. Lu Ku led the girls' group, charging onto the stage excitedly, lifting Yang Yu, who failed to dodge, almost above their heads. The girls couldn't stop crying, which made Yang Yu, still smiling foolishly, seem a bit heartless. Yang Yu, I knew you could do it. Diane sobbed. Piece of cake he. Yang Yu wiped her tears while replying. Thank you for watching. The first half of the season ends here. The second half will officially begin in 10 days. A little preview: the second half will feature some familiar faces, Huazi announced from outside the crowd. Xiaofeng was already wiping her tears. She wanted to hug Yang Yu too. I'm crying out of emotion for Yang Yu too, so moved. It's over. Scatter flowers. I'm so reluctant. Ooh, I hope Yang Yu stays popular forever. Woo host, can you squeeze Yang Yu into the second half and let her compete again? Goodbye, Yang Yu. Hope to see you soon. No one noticed that at that very moment on the big screen, Yang Yu's popularity value had just hit 7,000. In front of the screen, Yang Buwei was already crying uncontrollably. Gu Xiqing silently handed him tissues. She seriously suspected that Yang Yu and Yang Buwei had their genders swapped at birth. My sister really did it. She didn't lie to me. She is my light, Yang Buwei choked out. Gu Xiqing replied quietly, she is my light now too. What did you say? Yang Buwei, who usually had ears like a deaf person while gaming, now boasted superhuman hearing and glared angrily at Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing's mind raced, and she said, didn't you say that if Yang Yu won the championship you'd go all out to chase your dream? You wouldn't trick me, right? Yang Buwei, momentarily forgetting to pursue the matter, dried his tears, mysteriously reached under the bed and dragged out 2 suitcases. What are you doing? Gu Xiqing asked in confusion. I'm going to run away from home, Yang Buwei declared firmly. Gu Xiqing sprayed a mouthful of water everywhere. Ding. Host caused the genius esports player unawakened version to awaken early. Affection value 100000. Big brother is making his move. Are you serious? Gu Xiqing looked at Yang Buwei in utter astonishment, knowing his personality all too well. This guy was supposed to confront his father, get verbally or physically disciplined with a belt, then be crushed and abandon his dreams. But now he decided to defy the script, entirely stepping outside the rules. Knowing he couldn't win against his father, he chose not to confront at all. He simply ran away from home. Such a mix of cowardice and courage. Of course I'm serious. See, I've packed my luggage with my ID card and bank card ready, Yang Buwei said with firm resolve. Bank card? Gu Xiqing chuckled. The moment you step out that door, your dad will probably freeze it. Then I'll bring cash. I'll withdraw a few million and take it with me, Yang Buwei replied, as if the problem posed no challenge at all. Gu Xiqing pressed his forehead in exasperation. You truly are a rich man's naive son. I doubt you could survive out there. He sighed helplessly, pulled a bank card from his backpack, and handed it to Yang Buwei. This is my pocket money. It should last you decades if you spend frugally, Gu Xiqing said with some reluctance. Also, I know a few people in esports clubs. They'll save you a lot of trouble. Deeply moved, Yang Buwei took the card with tearful eyes. Brother Gu, why are you so good to me? I'm no saint. You'll have to repay all this one day, Gu Xiqing said quietly. Huh? Yang Buwei immediately grew wary. You're not going to make me your slave, are you? Gu Xiqing patted his shoulder with a sinister grin. Don't worry. My target isn't you. Just help me out. Well, that's fine then, Yang Buwei said. Whoever the target was, he would do his utmost to assist. Yang Yu sat with her legs crossed, her fair delicate right foot bare, examining 4 different contracts in her hand, carefully selected and presented by Lu Ke. After a thorough screening, she finally picked one and handed it to Lu Ke. Lu Ke frowned as she took it. You're still too young. You chose the one I deemed the worst. Seeing Yang Ye's mysterious gaze, she assumed the girl was simply naive and explained, this Ruixiang Entertainment Company dabbles in many fields, music, film, even variety shows. Compared to the other firms that focus solely on music, it's not ideal for your musical development. Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Only music? That would be boring to death. Huh. Not discouraged. Still nodding. Lu Ke had to elaborate. What's more, their level contract offers tangible money or shares, but their perk is that you only need to release 1 song per year and can slack off the rest of the time. What nonsense is that? I wouldn't even show you this contract if the boss weren't an acquaintance of mine. Yang Yu grinned even wider. This company was perfect for a lazy loaf like her. 1 song a year and a free salary for the rest of the time. How wonderful. She wondered which boss was so in tune with her nature. I've made my decision. Stop trying to persuade me, Yang Yu declared arrogantly, tossing the other contracts into the trash. Lu Ke stared in disbelief at Yang Ye's actions, which resembled a minor celebrity who had let fame go to her head, and felt a sudden pang in her chest. Ding. Host made established singer ache with fury. Hatred points 5,000. Another 5,000. Too bad, they'd soon part ways. No more farming Lu Ke's hatred. Lu Ke pondered and seemed to grasp Yang Ye's intent. You want to diversify, don't you? Listen to me. You're talented, but you must understand that biting off more than you can chew is futile. I once had a friend far more talented than me. She went into acting and wasted her youth, Yang Yu commented, while she clearly lacked self-awareness. Lu Ke felt like vomiting blood. Do you have self-awareness by choosing this lousy company? Ding. Host made established singer want to spit blood. Hatred points 10000. Yang Yu decided it was enough. Any more would make her seem utterly heartless. Mentor, trust me. What others can't do, I can achieve. Yang Yu looked at Lu Ke with confidence. After all, I have a cheat. Do they? Lu Ke had no idea where Yang Ye's confidence came from, but seeing the star-like sparkle in her eyes, she found herself convinced. If I fail, I'll come to you. If you want, take me and I'll beg at your doorstep. Yang Yu suddenly turned shameless and brazen. You damn bleep. With that attitude, if you ever get roasted online, don't ever say, I was your mentor, bleep. It'd be a disgrace. Lu Ke couldn't hold back and became a cursing machine on the spot. It had been ages since she last swore, and now it felt cathartic. Ding. Host made established singer explode with profanity. Hatred points 15000. Okay, no greed. This was the last batch. Mission accomplished. Yang Yu covered her ears and scurried away adorably. Lu Ke watched her retreating figure and suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. Time to part ways. In the month following the finals of Who is the Youth Star, Yang Yu recorded some interviews for the show, acted like a senior in front of new contestants, basked in compliments, and had a splendid time. Meanwhile, Dai Yin could easily dominate among the newcomers and would surely be signed by a company later. Gu Mimi ultimately gave up on music and decided to return to school. She wished Yang Yu and Dai Yin success as big stars and left them in tears. Now Yang Yu was heading to her signing company for registration. On the roadside, Dai Yin helped Yang Yu drag her suitcase, chatting and laughing as they recalled the 2 months they had spent together. All right, Dai Yin, see me off here, Yang Yu said suddenly. Dai Yin looked around reluctantly. Wait until the car arrives. They'll leave after that. Just then a ride-hailing car stopped at the intersection and announced the last 4 digits of Yang Ye's phone number. Yang Yu shrugged, took her luggage, and said, go back. You have the quarterfinals soon. Train hard. Don't embarrass our girls group. Yin chuckled in exasperation and punched Yang Ye's shoulder. Without you and Jiang Baiyu, I could crush them with my little finger. She noticed that after spending so much time with Yang Yu, her own personality had grown arrogant. Yang Yu stuffed her luggage into the trunk, walked to the back door, got in, and turned to find Yin silently watching her. By Yin, Yang Yu said, "Come find me if you break up with your boyfriend." Yin, who had been on the verge of tears, laughed despite herself. Yang Yu remembered to always be happy. Yin called out as the car was about to start. This girl, nearly 16, always had a smile in her eyes, but occasionally they brimmed with sorrow. Yin watched the car fade into the distance before turning away. When she returned to the empty dorm, loneliness washed over her again. Just then Yang Yu sent a message. Yin, under your pillow is a song I wrote for you. Make sure to dominate the finals. Yin hastily lifted the pillow and saw a folder with a big smiley face drawn on it, as if Yang Yu was laughing in front of her. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud sobs. If Yang Yu were there, she'd say, she cried ugly. Yin opened the folder sobbing and found the lyrics and composition for a song. As she read on, her tears stopped and her face grew redder. Yang Yu, you jerk. How am I supposed to sing this song? The song was titled Itch. Sitting in the car, Yang Yu couldn't help sneezing. She rested her chin on her hand, wondering if it was too wasteful to spend all the emotional points she had squeezed from Luku just to tease Yin. Waking up in a hotel in Shanghai around 10 in the morning, Yang Yu rubbed her eyes, picked up her phone, and opened the calendar. October 26th, a fine day indeed. After flying from the show site to Shanghai, she had intended to report for duty, only to be told that there were some internal changes at the company, and she would have to wait a while before entering. So Yang Yu had to settle in a nearby esports hotel, idling away another 2 weeks in a slump. Every day she wore a loose t-shirt, played games, ordered takeout, and lived the life of a shootin'. Utterly carefree. Ding. The host's task of entering the entertainment industry is completed. The domination progress is rated at 5. Reward 1 million emotional points, plus 1 lottery draw. The task notification finally came through. She would turn 16 tomorrow. If it hadn't been completed, she would have had to endure a life of daily embarrassment. But all's well that ends well, and Yang Yu happily began the lottery. The big wheel spun round and round. Ding. The host has unlocked 1 profit card. A second profit card. Profit card allows the host to choose one area from variety shows, TV, or movies to make a prediction revealing the 3 most popular domestic works in that field within the next year. She hadn't decided which direction to take next, so she planned to save it for later. Ding. Task refreshed. Please choose your next development path. 5 options appeared before Yang Yu. The first, continue on the path of a music star. The second, variety show star. The third, TV star. The fourth, Hong Kong Category 3 film star. The fifth, movie star. Yang Ye's eyes immediately caught the fourth option. She suspected the system was intentionally messing with her, and unpleasant images crept into her mind. Fearing that curiosity might kill the cat, she quickly chose the third, TV star. Ding. Task refreshed. Primary task, within 2 years participate in and complete a TV drama with a role at least the 5th lead or above. Penalty for failure, you will always forget to bring your keys when leaving home. Upon hearing the task, Yang Yu glanced at the hotel's electronic lock, wondering if she should switch to a fingerprint lock for convenience. Your fingers also count as keys, the system reminded languidly. Damn, that would turn into a horror movie. Yang Yu stretched out her hands, looking at her 10 slender fingers, unwilling to lose any of them. After all, in her past life with such hands, she wouldn't have needed a girlfriend. Fortunately, participating in a TV drama with a role above the 5th lead within 2 years should be quite simple for her. Ruixiang Entertainment Company was considered a top-tier entertainment company in the country. Getting her and Slevel contracted artist a good role, that would be a piece of cake. Besides, she had 2 whole years, no rush at all. She even thought about slacking off for the first year and a half. Hearing this idea, the system sighed mournfully in her mind. How had it ever chosen such a laid-back host? Yang Yu decided not to stay cooped up in the hotel today, as she wanted to truly enjoy the pleasure of a girl going shopping. She put on a cute pink mask to cover her face. After all, she was a bit of a celebrity now. On a previous flight, a middle-aged man had stared at her for a long time, then curiously asked if her name was Jiang Yu. Who the heck was Jiang Yu? Yang Yu quickly shook her head. The man then said disappointedly, "My daughter keeps talking about Jiang Yu. She said Jiang Yu sang fishing and knew martial arts. Very cool. She showed me a video, and I think you look a lot like her, but you're a prettier young lady." Yang Yu gave an awkward smile back then. Shopping was something she had never really enjoyed in the past, but this time she managed to wander for an entire afternoon without feeling tired. She just wanted to buy everything she liked. She thought to herself that she was finally going to cave in and fall into depravity. This area might not be the most bustling part of the city, but it was definitely the trendiest. Many entertainment and film companies gathered here. At night it truly came alive. Neon lights, towering skyscrapers, colorful beams flashing everywhere. Couples and friends paired up in 2s and 3s. Occasionally a tightly wrapped figure would pass, by perhaps a big star. If recognized by fans, it would cause a massive traffic jam. After putting her purchases back in the hotel, Yang Yu suddenly felt bored and lonely. Going downstairs, she spotted a convenience store. She realized it had been nearly 16 years since she last touched cigarettes or alcohol. She had almost forgotten the taste. To resist depravity, she decided to reminisce. Cautiously, she entered the convenience store and looked at the tobacco and alcohol behind the counter. Suddenly, it felt like a lifetime ago. Well, it actually was a lifetime ago. What do you want? The storekeeper was a middle-aged man in his 40s, eyes glued to his phone, which was playing a rerun of Who is the Youth Star? On screen, Yang Yu was passionately singing Big Fish. Feeling insecure, Yang Yu touched her mask and activated her skill fake voice, choosing a high-pitched cutesy tone. My dad asked me to buy him a pack of XX cigarettes and a bottle of XX liquor, she said in a syrupy voice. Remembering that the last time she tried to buy alcohol herself, the shop owner had refused, she had learned to be smarter this time. The middle-aged man kept staring at his phone, but his hand habitually reached under the counter, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and then a bottle of liquor from the shelf. Thank you, uncle, Yang Yu continued in her syrupy tone. An actor must see the act through to the end. That's professionalism. Not that brand. The red one. And give me a lighter too. Huh. The middle-aged man looked at her suspiciously, then silently put away the cigarettes and liquor. We don't sell cigarettes or alcohol to minors, he said. I'm buying them for my dad. Yang Yu pleaded pitifully, wondering what had tipped him off despite her great acting. Don't lie to me. You're too young to be learning bad habits. And don't use that squeaky voice in front of me. I hate that sound, the middle-aged man said. Yang Yu sulked and started to pout. Forget it, if he wouldn't sell, fine. She turned around and walked away in frustration. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt that the masked girl's expression was quite adorable. It struck him right in the heart. And she seemed familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Wait, the storekeeper called out. Huh. Yang Yu turned back with hopeful eyes. So the boss had changed his mind. After all, who would refuse easy money? To her surprise, the man shoved a lollipop and a bottle of Yakult into her hands. These suit you better. Free of charge. Don't go astray, okay, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Well, this was unexpected. Yang Yu trudged out of the store carrying the man's goodwill. Watching her walk away, the storekeeper nodded in satisfaction, feeling he had saved another nearly corrupted kid. He turned back to his phone just in time to see Yang Yu finishing her song, Big Fish, and acting cute on stage. Holy crap. He jerked his head up. Zhang Baiyu had been in City S for a week, having signed with a large music company there. It could be said that here he would be able to showcase his talents without any hindrance, pursuing what he loved. Many people said his future would be boundless like a sea of flowers. Many also consoled him, saying even though he only won second place in Who is the Youth Star, the road ahead was long. The championship and runner-up meant little. As long as he developed well, he could surely surpass Yang Yu. Regardless of the words, Zhang Baiyu merely smiled. He looked at the photo on his desk with Yang Yu from the finals, as if yesterday he was still participating in Who is the Youth Star, still battling Yang Yu on stage. Today he was alone in City S, and the whale necklace in his chest pocket could never be delivered. Actually, after the finals, he had encountered Yang Yu several times at the show's venue and wanted to give her the necklace, but couldn't bring himself to say it. After arriving in City S, he stayed in a hotel for a week, and tomorrow he could report to the company. As usual, he brought his guitar to the hotel balcony, a spot usually deserted, and had been practicing there for days. But today his usual chair was occupied. A girl in pajamas lounged lazily like a noblewoman, holding a lollipop in her left hand and a bottle of Waha in her right. A truly odd sight. If she had a cigarette and a glass of red wine instead, she would resemble a queen. And she was humming a strange song. When the house is on fire, I take photos. Ooh, when life is chaotic, I sleep. When disaster looms, I don't know. Worst comes to worst, I'll hang myself. Procrastinate today's affairs. Tomorrow's matters can wait till later. I just like living this way. Nothing bothers me. Stress and hurdles don't annoy me. If I can't get through, I take another route. Insults I treat as jokes. If you hit me, you pay up. Say what you want, do what you can. I just like living this way. Nothing can defeat me. Zhang Baiyu didn't know why he was so idle today, but he stood still listening to the entire song the girl hummed. The lyrics were quite interesting, likely original. If posted online, they might go viral. The girl finished the song, licked her lollipop, took a sip of Waha, and even made a sound, as if drinking alcohol. How strange. Zhang Baiyu suddenly felt intrigued by the girl. So the saying, all men are scoundrels, was true. He had just left Yang Yu, yet could immediately be interested in another girl. He walked over quietly, then his expression changed. Yang Yu, he called out, his voice trembling with confusion. The girl slowly stood up, her thin pajamas revealing elegant collarbones and a nearly perfect silhouette. When she saw him, a spark of joyful excitement lit her eyes. Zhang Baiyu, what are you doing here? Go buy me a bottle of liquor, and we'll have a good time together. Yang Yu said excitedly. Huh? Zhang Baiyu looked puzzled. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Yang Yu thought better of it. She'd drown her sorrows with Waha tonight. Once she turned 18, she'd buy dozens of cases and stomp on them. Jiang Baiyu thought it over and understood Yang Yu must have signed with a company here, too, waiting for orientation like him. But he remembered she hadn't signed with his company. Still, even so, their future companies would be close. The thought inexplicably filled him with joy and sweetness. What are you doing here? Yang Yu asked. Suddenly she recalled her embarrassing behavior just now. He must have seen everything. She'd have to kill him right here. Jiang Baiyu was about to answer, but she gestured for him to be quiet. You're not upset I won the championship, are you? You're here to get revenge, Yang Yu said smugly. Go on, get furious, and they'll kick you into next week. Jiang Baiyu was amused by her arrogance. He felt the atmosphere was perfect tonight. They had separated only to meet around a corner. Wasn't that how romance novels went? Broken mirrors reunited, long separations met again. He mustered his courage, pulled out the whale pendant from his pocket, and stepped closer to Yang Yu. Seeing him approach, she tensed her right foot ready to strike, but noticed the cute whale pendant in his hand. Jiang Baiyu fastened the pendant around Yang Yu's stunned neck. Got it at a street stall. Thought it might suit you. If you don't like it, just throw it away. I have things to do. Talk later. His face flushed crimson. Afraid she would refuse, he turned and fled. Yang Yu looked down at the pendant on her neck. I torment him 1,000 times, yet he treats me like first love. She took it off, waited. Probably really from a street stall. At home, her stepmother Zhang Xiener would likely use it as a table leg pad. Ding. Host has obtained the token of love from a genius singer, awakened version. Equipped, it has all active skill cooldowns. Yang Yu silently put the pendant back on. Cheap as it was rather cute. It seemed she would have to find ways to trick those geniuses into giving her tokens of love. While pondering new strategies, her phone rang. It was her deadbeat dad, Yang Han. He hadn't contacted her in ages, always claiming to be busy. This time he brought earth-shattering news. Her brother had run away from home to join an esports club and hadn't even told her, making her miss a chance to gain hatred points by scheming against him. Yang Han said, that boy has been gone for a long time. I didn't want to bother you, but Zhang Xiener keeps nagging that her son left because of you, that you entered the entertainment industry first and corrupted him. Yang Yu gave a resigned smile. If you can think of a way, find him and bring him back. Otherwise, when you return, Zhang Xiener won't let it go. Yang Han continued. Go back. With brother gone, why would I return? Yang Yu thought for a moment. Brother is an adult now. For many things he should decide for himself and bear the consequences. Decide for himself. And let him play esports. Not while I'm the head of the house. Yes, you're the head, so he ran away. What do you mean? Yang Han was stunned, wondering why Yang Yu was being rude again. Yang Yu considered. How about this, let's make a bet. Let him develop on his own for a year without bothering him. If he achieves nothing in a year, he'll take full responsibility for his future. But if he does accomplish something, then you must stop interfering. Deal. The confident wager left Yang Han speechless. Why did Yang Yu trust Yang Bue so much? As he was lost and thought the call was ended, Yang Yu took another sip of waha and gazed at the sky. It was almost midnight, her 16th birthday. Like the previous 15 years, not a single birthday wish came. She had thought her deadbeat dad might change this year, but his call was all about her brother, not a word about her. If she asked, he'd probably say he forgot due to busyness. But she was used to many things by now. Yang Yu waited silently for the time to turn to 0, then whispered to the sky, Yang Yu, happy birthday. With that, she was about to head back to bed when her Weibo exploded with notification sounds. A glitch. Yang Yu opened Weibo and found that in just a few seconds, she had over 1 million new messages. She scrolled through them trying to read each one, but her finger grew sore and she couldn't reach the end. It seemed endless and still increasing. Yang Yu, happy birthday. Yang Yu, we haven't seen our baby Yu for so long. Mom misses you. Happy birthday. Yang Yu, stop slacking and sing for us. And happy birthday. Yang Yu, baby Yu, happy birthday, and be happy every day. Yang Yu, happy birthday. Be as free and happy as the big fish. All these millions of messages carried the same sentiment, Yang Yu, happy birthday. These dense wishes seemed to make up for all the regrets Yang Yu had endured over the past 15 years. A few tears finally fell onto the phone screen. The next day, Yang Yu had planned to dress up and report to the company, but when she saw the set of cosmetics Xiao Hong had given her, so many types that it made her dizzy. She had no idea how to use any of them, so she gave up and simply tied her hair into a ponytail. While scrolling through her phone on the bus, she spotted a blazing hot trending topic on Weibo. Isusu wishes Yang Yu a happy birthday. It turned out that Isusu had posted a Weibo message in the early hours. I heard the little girl who sang Big Fish has a birthday today. I really like that song, so I wish her a happy birthday, and may she never need to drown her sorrows. Because Isusu hadn't tagged Yang Yu didn't see it, and wasn't sure whether to respond. In the end, she simply chose not to reply. Yang Yu was the type of person who rarely agonized over decisions. If she could avoid doing something, she would. If she had to do it, she'd see if she could pass it off to someone else. When she arrived at the company, a department manager was specially arranged to welcome her. He enthusiastically led her to an office and then left her alone. The office was decorated with extreme simplicity. Barely anything at all, just a desk piled high with documents. Yang Yu waited for 2 hours. She stood up, patted her backside, and was about to leave. In her past life, this kind of opening, giving someone the cold shoulder, was something only she would do. Just as she was about to make her escape, a pretty young woman came in and handed her a glass of water. Running away in front of a pretty girl would leave a bad impression, so Yang Yu sat back down. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm actually your fan. I didn't expect you to really join this company, the young woman said shyly. Face to face, she realized Yang Yu was even more beautiful in person than during her live streams, and the key was that the girl wasn't even wearing makeup. Her bare face was stunning enough to make people linger. Yang Yu, faced with a fan, didn't know how to react, so she simply revealed a silly smile. By now her ability to act cute had reached perfection. Any ordinary gesture she made somehow looked incredibly adorable. The little fan was completely captivated, and by the time she snapped out of it, Yang Yu was already sipping her water obediently. You need to be careful. The agent the company assigned to mentor you is the big devil, the fan whispered, looking at Yang Yu's innocent, adorable demeanor. The thought of her being tormented by the big devil made her heart ache. Big devil. Yang Yu's interest was instantly piqued. She wondered if big devil was another synonym for a genius. If so, she wouldn't be able to walk away. She'd have to stay here no matter what. It's Chung Tianming. If you follow the entertainment industry, even a little, you'd know him. He's brought up many of today's top A-list stars, but he has a strange personality and an overbearing manner. He has almost no friends. No one can work with him for long before they part ways, and every split ends badly. The little fan said mysteriously, before you came he just terminated a contract with a big star, and it caused a huge stir online. Strange personality, overbearing behavior, no friends, nickname Big Devil. This werewolf game was being played out in the open. The little fan couldn't understand why Yang Yu looked so excited. Shouldn't a normal person be afraid? Instead, she looked like a fox eyeing its prey, on the verge of shouting, "The great Chu shall rise. Chen Sheng shall be king." Sure enough, she could never understand the behavior of geniuses, could she? Watching the little fan walk out with a confused expression, Yang Yu quickly pulled out her phone and searched for Chung Tianming. The first Weibo post was Chung Tianming allegedly opposes his top actress Chen Fei's relationship. Industry sources say they have unpleasantly terminated their contract. Below the post, Chen Fei's fans were tearing Chung Tianming apart, using evidence from his past breakups with artists to prove that this time the fault was definitely his again. They hoped he would stop ruining the lives of kind-hearted young women in the entertainment industry. Seeing this, Yang Yu quietly used her alt account to reply below, "They're a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. Who are you, some monster, to oppose them?" To her surprise, it quickly received a huge number of likes and became a hot comment. Hee that instantly cured all her unhappiness for the day. Soon unhurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and Yang Yu's genius radar began to blare. It seemed she hadn't come to the wrong place after all. She quickly opened her phone's voice recorder. Facing someone with an overbearing personality, the best move was to catch them in a trap and use it to threaten them. The door opened. Yang Yu turned around and saw a face that was extremely cold. He looked about 25, with a crew cut, a perfectly pressed suit without a single crease, and shoes so polished they gleamed without a speck of dust. "Yang Yu, right?" he said. "Sorry, I had to deal with some things last minute." Even as he apologized, not a single expression flickered across his face. It was like a poker card. He was probably suffering from a facial paralysis. He walked over to the desk opposite Yang Yu and sat down, but not before meticulously wiping the chair with a tissue. A cleanliness freak. Hundreds of ways to provoke him instantly flashed through Yang Yu's mind. "I'm Chung Tianming, the agent the company assigned to you. From now on, you're one of my artists. Of course, you're not the only one under me. Whether you get access to my resources depends on how much value you can prove." Chung Tianming spoke without any expression. After speaking, he handed Yang Yu a document. "This is the contract between us. A copy will also be sent to your guardian. It states that if you fail to prove your value, our relationship will automatically terminate after 3 years. Then, as if something else occurred to him, he added coldly, "Of course, we might not even last a year before we break up." What a character, showing his big devil nature right from the start without the slightest hint of diplomacy. Yang Yu silently took the contract and carefully read through the clauses. She absolutely couldn't let this guy trick her. She didn't want to end up being sold and still counting the money for him while failing to get her revenge. Watching Yang Yu's serious expression, Chung Tianming's opinion of the girl began to shift. She had come alone to report in. At her age, he had initially thought she was just a pretty face with an empty head, easy to fool. But now she appeared surprisingly sharp. Seeing her signing slowly, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. When he saw the headline about his termination with Chun Fei, his ice-cold heart trembled. The girl he had poured all his efforts into nurturing, from a fresh graduate to a top A-list star. The memories of the past slowly surfaced in his mind. Yet since the day before yesterday, they no longer had any connection. She was the one he believed had the most talent for acting. He was willing to be her stepping stone, to let her advance forever in her career and reach peaks others could never attain. Unfortunately, in the end, she chose not him. She was tripped up by so-called love. She didn't hesitate to break her contract with him, giving up various opportunities for development just to marry her boyfriend and have children at the peak of her youth. He watched Chen Fei's fans cursing him furiously under the Weibo post, but felt nothing inside. These blind fools could only curse or slander him. He didn't care about any of that. He watched the various Weibo posts, as if watching a play. Even those comments that Yang Yu found unbearable he could read without blinking. Until he saw a hot comment under a post from a user named Genius Nemesis, which read, "They're a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. Who are you, some monster, to oppose them?" It was as if an unbreakable shield had finally been breached. He furrowed his brows and cursed sharply, "What the hell do you know? Ding. Host has breached the psychological defenses of the Genius Agent Awakened version. Hatred value 100000. Yang Yu, who had been obediently signing the contract, looked up. She hadn't even done anything yet. How had his psychological defenses been breached? Also, it turned out Cheng Tianming wasn't suffering from facial paralysis after all. His expressions were quite rich. After reading the contract, Yang Yu was surprised to find it exceptionally clean, with almost no traps set for her. In her past life, she had been a sly one who could bury 7 or 8 hidden clauses into a single contract, catching people off guard. Many spies sent by other companies ended up leaving with nothing but their underwear, having worked for the company for years without stealing any secrets, and even losing hundreds of thousands, truly experiencing the joy of paying to work. Yang Yu handed the signed contract to Cheng Tianming, whose eyes were burning with anger. She suddenly felt that today's reporting task, originally on hard mode, had now escalated to hell mode. "Tell me, what advantages do you have that can attract fans?" Cheng Tianming carefully folded the contract neatly. In the entertainment industry now, it's all about fan economy. Attracting fans means you can go further, otherwise no matter how talented you are, if you can't gain attention, it's all for nothing. But in his eyes, Yang Yu was clearly not just someone with talent. She was beautiful, and also good at being cute on variety shows. The last-second breakthrough of 700 popularity points proved she was an extremely promising stock for cultivation. However, Chen Fei's story told him that no matter how promising a person is, without a sense of career ambition, it's all in vain. So he used this question to gauge Yang Yu's career ambition. A truly ambitious person should understand their own advantages for progress. Yang Yu watched Cheng Tianming carefully organize the contract, and suddenly thought if she had deliberately messed up the contract, even dropping it on the floor and stepping on it a few times, she might have earned 100,000 hatred points. What a missed opportunity, what a missed opportunity. What advantages do you have that can attract fans? Seeing Yang Yu in a daze, he repeated the question while taking out a notebook, as if to jot something down. Yang Yu thought for a moment, and said proudly, "I can eat super fast. I wonder if that can attract fans." Eat super fast. Cheng Tianming was stunned. He wondered if there was something wrong with his mind, or the child's mind. With so many advantages to mention, why pick such an odd one? But perhaps she genuinely thought that was a point that could attract fans. Cheng Tianming wrote foodie persona in his notebook. This time it was Yang Yu's turn to be stunned. This guy was amazing. He could even rationalize that. Was he born a compass? Anything else? Cheng Tianming continued. Yang Yu fell into thought, figuring out how to land a fatal blow on Cheng Tianming. Cheng Tianming was also puzzled. Was this question that hard for her? She was obviously full of advantages. I'm also very fast at organizing things, Yang Yu said after thinking. Someone else shared the same hobby as him. Liking to organize things indicated good skills in collecting and organizing information, a nice habit. Then organize my desk. Cheng Tianming deliberately messed up some items on the desk, then stood up and turned his back to avoid looking. He had a bit of OCD and felt uncomfortable seeing mess. He heard Yang Yu start moving behind him, and the commotion grew louder. He remembered only having scattered a few files, but the sounds suggested a full-scale cleaning. Done. Yang Yu's proud and smug voice came from behind. Quite fast indeed. Cheng Tianming turned around and saw his chair, now sitting on the desk, standing upright of all things. The files were neatly placed on the desk, but why was the chair on top, with 2 shoe prints? The 2 computer monitors were creatively arranged, lying sideways, and stacked embracing each other. The ashtray was turned upside down and placed on the mannequiniko's head, enduring the rhythmic tapping of the cat's right paw, producing a da-da sound. Cheng Tianming covered his head, suddenly feeling as if he had arrived in hell. He glared angrily at Yang Yu. Yang Yu scratched her head cutely and said, "I organize things quickly, but usually not well." Ding Host has made the Genius Agent Awakened version feel as if living in hell. Hatred points 15000. She's just a child, she's just a child. Cheng Tianming suppressed his anger and silently put everything back in order while Yang Yu squatted nearby watching adorably. He had wasted an entire afternoon without measuring the extent of Yang Yu's strengths. Instead, Yang Yu had probed the depths of his temper. Still want to ask about my advantages? I have a ton more. I'm super fast at polishing shoes, organizing suits. Yang Yu counted on her fingers while sizing up Cheng Tianming. This made Cheng Tianming break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly said, "Skip this. Let's move to the next question." Yang Yu reluctantly sat down, while Cheng Tianming resumed his poker face. As far as I know, you became famous through a singing talent show, which led to your signing with the company, yet you say you want to go into acting. Cheng Tianming looked at Yang Ye's file. Yang Yu nodded and his face turned even colder. Ding Host has made the Genius Agent Awaken version feel that you are wasting your talent and being completely irresponsible about your life. Hatred points 1000. If he has such strong control issues, then you're done for. Yang Yu schemed inwardly. Confirming Yang Ye's intention, Cheng Tianming thought of Chen Fei again. Both were equally willful, wasting their talent and irresponsible about their future. He clenched his fists in anger. But eventually he calmed down. The person in front of him was not Chen Fei, though she was just an assignment from the company. No need to get worked up. All he had to do was train her within a year, complete the company's task, and they could part ways. He calmed himself again and said coldly without allowing rebuttal, if I keep your career focus on music, occasionally letting you do cameo roles, do you have any objections? His expression made it clear to anyone with eyes that he was already angry. The wise would shut up and obey his orders unconditionally. All the artists under him knew that seeing this expression meant resistance was futile. Those whose wings weren't as strong as Chen Fei's had to listen to him. His connections in the entertainment industry were vast. Following his words meant smooth sailing, while disobedience meant being blacklisted. But this time his intimidation seemed useless. Yang Yu crossed her legs and said with a smile, I do have objections, and they're big ones. Not only do I want to act in TV dramas, but after that I want to act in movies, and after movies I want to do variety shows. If I get really bored, I might even try a Category 3 film from Hong Kong cinema. Do you have any objections? A Category 3 film from Hong Kong. She's really something. Ding Host has made the Genius Agent Awaken version feel his authority, challenged his mind, clouded with anger. Fury points to 00. Cheng Tianming felt that if he were a lion, Yang Yu had transformed into a tiger, contemptuously provoking him. Unwilling to admit defeat, he felt his rage instantly burn through his mind. Do you believe I can blacklist you for a year, leaving you without singing or acting? Cheng Tianming stood up, looking down at her coldly. Though he had the power, he had never used it to threaten anyone. Yang Yu was the only person who had made him this furious, even more than the Chen Fei he couldn't forget. He looked down at Yang Yu and found her expression pitiful. Suddenly he wondered if he had gone too far. It was Yang Ye's first day meeting him, and he had treated her like this. She was just a child, and after all it was his own impatience caused by Chen Fei. He was about to soften the situation. Can you extend the blacklist for another half year, making it a year and a half? Yang Yu said pitifully. Who would have thought? I was just wanting to slack off for a year and a half, and you deliver yourself to me. Cheng Tianming was dumbfounded and slowly sat back down. Who asks to be blacklisted? A year and a half later. Inside the manager's office of Ruixiang Entertainment. I barely managed to find someone with talent comparable to Chen Fei for you to mentor, and you turned around and blacklisted her for a year and a half. Her fans are all cursing you behind your back. Do you even know that? A man nearing 50 with graying hair pointed at Cheng Tianming and scolded him. Cheng Tianming lifted his head coldly, saying, Director Jiang, I never did such a thing. Someone must be framing me. Hearing this, the man addressed as Director Jiang immediately picked up the ashtray on the table, ready to smash it, but after a moment's thought, he swapped it for a stack of documents and struck Cheng Tianming on the head. You're still making excuses. If you didn't blacklist her, did she blacklist herself? And let me tell you, Yang Yu's father is Yang Han. You blacklisted her. It's a blessing she didn't blacklist you first. Director Jiang panted, furious. If Cheng Tianming weren't the most powerful agent in the entire Ruixiang company, commanding a vast array of private resources, he would have been kicked out long ago. Yang Yu was someone he had snatched from the clutches of numerous rival companies. At the time, the firm was in dire straits and couldn't offer much, so they resorted to a Hail Mary, promising her only one song per year. Through Lu Ke's connections, she finally came on board. Yet this rising star truly released only one song a year. Titled Life Attitude, it went viral online and became an anthem of slacking off. And then Yang Yu began to slack off in earnest, traveling, shopping, and teasing the young women in the company every day. The impact was utterly appalling. Finally, Director Jiang personally asked Yang Yu about the situation. But if he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have been shocked, but turned out Cheng Tianming had blacklisted her. Cheng Tianming stared at the scattered papers, feeling restless. He reached out to tidy them, but Director Jiang kicked him away. Even at this moment, Cheng Tianming showed no remorse and still had the nerve to organize documents. Director Jiang felt his hair practically smoking as he looked down at Cheng Tianming. Unable to sort the papers, Cheng Tianming could only look up at him. Director Jiang, still ablaze with fury, suddenly felt a flicker of surprise, because on Cheng Tianming's usually impassive face, he actually detected a hint of grievance. Was he feeling wronged? How could he not be aggrieved? He hadn't actually blacklisted Yang Yu, only scared her a little. And even that scare was just threatening to blacklist her for a year. But she herself insisted on adding another 6 months, slacking off for a whole year and a half. He simply stopped bothering with her, out of sight, out of mind. Yet when the chairman personally confronted him, she even turned the tables and blamed him. If he had known, he would have recorded every word she said back then, so he could prove how she was framing others. Such a young age, yet so malicious. And her father turned out to be Yang Han. It was like inviting a colossal Buddha into the house, impossible to expel and only worthy of being worshipped. Director Jiang hesitated for a moment. Seeing that millennium-old iceberg actually show grievance made him begin to doubt the truth of Yang Yu's words. But Yang Yu had evidence, ironclad evidence. Director Jiang took out his phone and played a recording. In the recording, Chang Tianming's voice was aggressive and overbearing while Yang Yu sounded timid and submissive, like a bully tormenting a little girl. Do you believe I can blacklist you for a year, leaving you with no songs to sing and no roles to play? The recording ended there. Anything else you want to say? Director Jiang turned off his phone and noticed that Chang Tianming's expression had never been so rich. It was a mix of a smirk and a frown, half angry, half amused, like a clown. Damn it, she had recorded him first and clearly edited the audio to favor herself entirely. Ding. Host has made the Genius Agent Awaken version so furious that his expression turned colorful. Hatred points 200,000. Yang Yu, who was out shopping with her assistant, froze for a second, then a wicked smile spread across her face. Assistant Yuan was a slightly plump girl of about 20 with delicate features. She remembered that a year and a half ago the company had assigned her to Yang Yu. At first she thought working beside such a promising young woman would bring a busy yet colorful life. But Yang Yu turned out to be a complete slacker, dragging her around to find delicious food every day. Yuan recalled that she used to be a slim girl, but now she was slightly chubby. Dressed, it wasn't too obvious. Undressed, she dared not even look at herself. The kicker was that Yang Yu, who ate even more than she did, somehow never gained an ounce where she shouldn't, while her curves became even fuller. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang Yu's face had lost its childish softness, replaced by a captivating allure. Her smile stirred hearts, and Yuan occasionally forgot her own gender, feeling her pulse quicken. Let's go eat barbecue at the night market tonight, Yang Yu suggested with a sweet smile. No, I'm on a diet, Yuan said, firmly determined not to yield to Yang Yu's temptation. Dieting. Yang Yu reached out and pinched Yuan's waist. The plumpness felt just right, and her chest was noticeably fuller than before. After all the effort she had put into fattening her up, how could she let her diet? Dieting is perfect. I'm on a diet too. How can you lose weight without eating enough? Look at my figure. It came from eating my fill and then losing weight. Yang Yu dragged Yuan toward the night market. Yuan stared at Yang Yu's wasp waist, wondering in confusion, could what Yang Yu said actually be true? The night market was bustling. Yang Yu walked while eating, her hands full of snacks. Yuan remembered that Yang Yu used to be frequently approached by fans for autographs when shopping, but after a year and a half offline her popularity had waned. Back when Dispel Sorrow and Big Fish won Golden Melody Awards, the company accepted on her behalf, but she never showed up in person. Sigh. A woman who could shake the entertainment industry with just her looks, and yet she was a slacker. Yuan felt sorrow for her misfortune and anger at her lack of ambition. Ding. Host has consumed too much food, physical appearance degraded to grade. The system chimed. Yang Yu sighed. Why does life always go back and forth, and why is there always something blocking her from indulging to the fullest? She spent another 100 emotion points to upgrade her physique back to a grade. While having a system sure was nice. In this past year and a half, Yang Yu had fully savored the joy of slacking off. But the good times were about to end. There were only 6 months left until the mission deadline. Many things had changed dramatically over the year and a half. For instance, Zhang Baiyu had released an album that sold like hotcakes online. The media hailed him as the original song king, officially cementing his status as a king-level singer. However, he had become increasingly busy now, preparing for a concert tour. Luca had personally come over to scold Yang Yu about this, but Yang Yu only laughed, saying, let Zhang Baiyu run for 2 years first, then I'll personally teach him a lesson. This made Luca even angrier. Meanwhile, Dai Yin with the song Itch won the championship in the second half of the Who is the Youth Star competition. On that stage, Dai Yin let herself go, enchanting the crowd. Yang Yu still replayed that performance often. But Dai Yin had also become much busier. They only kept in touch by phone. In the esports scene, a new player named Yang Bue, nicknamed Bro Wei, had emerged. He slaughtered gods and Buddhas on the battlefield, cutting down many famous players. Now he was competing in the national championship, aiming for the title. Finally, a writer appeared on the internet with the pen name Inai Baba, respectfully called Master Inai. He wrote a script called All Is Well, which sold to a film company and was eventually snatched up by the famous actress Isusu. Recently, All Is Well exploded in popularity, allowing Isusu to successfully reinvent herself. A flower Dan who had repeatedly failed to transition. This one finally succeeded, turning the writer into a hot commodity in the film industry, with everyone waiting for his next work. But he remained very mysterious. The only thing known was that from his voice he was male. Yang Yu, I don't want to drift along like this anymore. Let's start working hard, okay? Yuan, sitting beside Yang Yu, suddenly spoke while devouring a skewer of barbecue. Though she had never been a girl who loved striving before, after spending a year and a half with Yang Yu, she had come to realize the terror of wasting time. Some things were like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly drowning you within. She didn't want to continue like this anymore. She often thought about leaving it all behind, but she couldn't bear to part with the carefree, beautiful girl who laughed without a care. No one had ever liked her and cared for her so much before. Yang Yu glanced at her and smiled. Don't rush. We're about to get down to business soon. Really? Yuan excitedly hugged Yang Yu's arm. If we two work hard together, we'll be invincible. Yang Yu patted her head and said mysteriously, according to my calculations, my genius agent should be coming to find me any moment now. At that moment, Cheng Tianming was still locked in a standoff with Director Jiang. Kimming, to be honest, you're the strongest agent I've ever seen in my life. But look at what you've been doing this past year and a half, Director Jiang said beside him. None of the artists under you have become stars in this year and a half. Even Yang Yu, a legend from a year ago, has regressed under your watch. You're no longer the favored son of heaven you once were. You've become a joke in the industry, Director Jiang said, sternly determined to shake Cheng Tianming awake. Cheng Tianming looked up innocently and said, you can blame me for the former, but the latter really isn't my fault. Director Jiang watched his innocent expression and suddenly noticed a very interesting phenomenon. Whenever Yang Yu was mentioned, Cheng Tianming's usually stoic face would show a variety of expressions, almost betraying his reputation as a poker face. It was as if they were born to be each other's nemesis. Yang Yu was his Achilles heel. But Director Jiang thought that if the two truly collaborated, there might be a wonderful chemical reaction. Alright, if you say it's not your fault, then let's set Yang Yu aside. Let's talk about Chen Fei. Director Jiang continued. Upon hearing the name, Chen Fei, Cheng Tianming's expression instantly turned icy. In this year and a half, you've kept saying Yang Yu is slacking off, but you've been slacking off too. And the reason you're slacking off is nothing more than two words, Chen Fei, isn't it? Director Jiang said. Cheng Tianming fell silent and continued to say nothing. Director Jiang knew that to pry open Cheng Tianming's mouth, he had to use strong tactics today. You like Chen Fei, don't you? That's why you sabotaged her wedding, Director Jiang said, slapping the table. Upon hearing this, Cheng Tianming's expression grew even colder. As an agent, I'm a professional. I want to develop feelings for any artist under my management. What you're saying is an insult to me. Director Jiang knew full well that Cheng Tianming wouldn't easily fall for someone, otherwise he wouldn't still be single. But he had to open a conversation. No one wants to insult you, you're insulting yourself. Look at her now. She's a wife and mother with a happy family. And you drown your sorrows and drink every day. In comparison, do you still think what you did back then was right? Director Jiang continued. Of course I was right. Shall know it someday, Cheng Tianming said coldly. Director Jiang didn't get angry at his response. Instead, he felt pleased. He liked Cheng Tianming's stubborn nature. Only someone like that could keep walking down one path and create legends in the world of agents. But reality tells me you're wrong. Chen Fei's choice was right. In the eyes of outsiders, the comparison between you and Chen Fei's current situation seems to scream that without her you're nothing, Director Jiang continued. This time Cheng Tianming didn't argue, he fell into deep thought. But I still believe in you. However, you need to prove you're right through action. You have to groom an artist more successful than Chen Fei. Now an opportunity is right in front of you. It's up to you how you choose, Director Jiang said. Cheng Tianming frowned upon hearing this. You're not talking about Yang Yu, are you? Seeing Cheng Tianming's expression, Director Jiang sighed inwardly. The nemesis was at work again. Yes, her, Director Jiang nodded. Forget it. She has even less ambition than Chen Fei. She's just a big slacker, Cheng Tianming said with a look of disdain. When I talked to her this morning, she said she'd be willing to cooperate with you and accept work arrangements if she's in the lead, Director Jiang said. Her in the lead? She's got some nerve, Cheng Tianming said even more disdainfully. You should give it a try. Trust me, this girl is much smarter than Chen Fei and has more potential, Director Jiang said, patting Cheng Tianming on the shoulder. After leaving the chairman's office, Cheng Tianming saw that the sky had already darkened. Director Jiang's words echoed in his mind repeatedly. Yes, he shouldn't wallow in self-pity. That would only please his rivals and amuse those who wanted to see him fall. His persistence would become a joke. He had to prove he was right. He hesitated for a moment, then opened WeChat on his phone, found Yang Yu's name, and removed her from his blacklist. Back when they signed the contract, this girl had been slacking off while sending him infuriating messages. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and simply blocked her. Are you free? Come to my office for a chat. Cheng Tianming hesitated for a long time before finally sending the message. Yes, I'll be right there, she replied instantly as if she had been waiting for him. He had a feeling he was being set up. She must have been playing on her phone and just happened to see it and replied. She definitely wasn't that clever. Yang Yu said she'd be there right away, but ended up making him wait for 2 hours. It was definitely revenge for the time he had deliberately made her wait. After a year and a half, this girl still remembered. What a grudge-bearing little thing. By the time Yang Yu finally arrived leisurely, Cheng Tianming was already drowsy. Sorry, I ran into an old lady crossing the street on the way and helped her home, Yang Yu said with a smile. Oh sure sis. You couldn't even be bothered to come up with a better excuse, could you? Cheng Tianming suppressed his anger with great effort. Ding. Host has provoked the Genius Agent Awakened version by not even bothering to make up an excuse. Hatred value 100000. Didn't I just make one up? The system is slandering me again. Yang Yu placed the wrapped barbecue she was holding on Cheng Tianming's desk. It was her midnight snack. Cheng Tianming silently watched the food land on his desk, his fists already clenched. Ding. Host has triggered the Genius Agent's Awakened version germophobia. Hatred value 100000. Delightful, another 100000 earned. Yang Yu hadn't expected her midnight snack to have such an effect. You're here to talk about cooperation, right? So you've agreed to my terms, Yang Yu said with a smile. Looking at her cocky grin, Cheng Tianming had already started regretting why he had listened to that old man Jiang's nonsense. Our contract still has a year and a half left. During this time, I'll try my best to let you take the lead and support you. But after a year and a half, whether you succeed or not, I won't renew the contract with you, Cheng Tianming said coldly. Haha, you little fool, you've finally submitted to me. In a year and a half, you'll still willingly follow me. Yang Yu suppressed her smile and extended her right hand. My. Cheng Tianming looked at her hand, fair and slender like white jade. It probably wasn't dirty. A handshake to seal our cooperation, Yang Yu said with a smile. Because of his germophobia, Cheng Tianming rarely shook hands with anyone, but this time for some inexplicable reason, he took her hand. He found her hand soft and boneless. Perhaps because she had just come in from outside, it was still slightly cool, giving a very pleasant sensation. And this handshake marked the formal establishment of their cooperative relationship a full year and a half after signing the contract. The girl's confident gaze and striking beauty suddenly made Cheng Tianming feel that perhaps things weren't so bad. Maybe she could indeed become a legend, and he might just create one. Achoo! The girl let out a loud sneeze, spraying saliva onto his hand. Cheng Tianming's expression shifted. He quickly withdrew his hand and furiously wiped it with a tissue as if trying to rub off the skin. After wiping, he looked at Yang Yu with disgust. No matter what, the first thing he needed to do was break her messy habits, or he would never be able to tolerate her. Ding. Host has triggered the Genius Agent's Awakened version germophobia. Hatred value 100000. Yang Yu swore by Loki that this time she definitely did it on purpose. Oh no, she definitely didn't do it on purpose. After returning to her dormitory, Yang Yu took out the previously stored profit card. As she activated it, a prompt appeared. Host, please select the aspect for your prediction. Choosing television dramas, a ranking of the 3 most popular TV series within the next year materialized before her. First, Love Me, Love My House, an idol drama, predicted popularity score 9, critical reception 6. Second, Family Rhapsody, a family drama, popularity 8, a reception 6. Third, The Strategist of a Small State, an alternate history drama, popularity 7, a reception 8. 5. Seeing this, Yang Yu helplessly shook her head. In this world, idol dramas still dominated, followed by melodramatic family shows. A relatively serious production like The Strategist of a Small State could only gain some traction if its critical reception was exceptionally high. Earlier, Yang Yu had tried selling scripts under the online pseudonym in Alibaba, but many masterpieces from her original world failed to attract capital. Despite their brilliance, investors deemed them unprofitable. Yet based on her experience from the original world, when idol drama formulas became cliched, audiences grew weary. Only serious dramas reflecting real life could endure. Through experiments, she found that besides idol dramas, only family ethical dramas like All Is Well garnered massive popularity in this world. Unfortunately, Yang Yu neither enjoyed acting in family dramas nor wanted to take on idol dramas for now. Thus, replicating the instant success she achieved through singing by leveraging original world works became impractical due to this world's unique tastes and her own low acting attributes. She refused to ruin those masterpieces with her mediocre skills. She had to first film some works from this world as a transition. From this perspective, achieving the domination task through a film star route would be a long war. Still, Yang Yu felt she was young enough to take her time. Even if she returned to her original world late, she would have lived 2 lives. One as a man, one as a woman. A truly unbeatable deal. Glancing at the clock, 11 p.m. Yang Yu mischievously messaged her agent Cheng Tianming, I want to be in The Strategist of a Small State. Help me arrange a meeting with the crew. The thrill of encroaching on someone else's rest time was exquisite. Yet Cheng Tianming replied almost instantly, alright, I'll go tomorrow. A notification chimed. Host, the Genius Agent Awakened version senses you are beginning to work hard. Affection value 100000. Yang Yu's mood soured instantly. True to his reputation as a genius agent, by the next day Yang Yu had in her hands the first few episodes script of The Strategist of a Small State along with key character summaries. She began reading the script in Cheng Tianming's office. This was an alternate history drama set in a fictional realm. 2 major powers, Liang and Zhao, coexisted with a small state Yu. You remained neutral while Liang and Zhao were locked in perennial conflicts. But when the first and second fight, it's often the third that suffers. The small state of Yu had a tiny territory and weak military constantly at risk of being annihilated by the wars between the two giants. The king of Yu fretted daily seeking a way to save his country, but no strategist could offer a solution. Until the protagonist Lin Feng, who had been living incognito, volunteered to go to Liang as a spy, preventing any infringement against Yu. Lin Feng, a master of intrigue, used divisive tactics and schemes to repeatedly avert Yu's doom. That was the story of the first few episodes. The crew planned only 20 episodes for the first season, aiming for a quick shoot and a broadcast on satellite TV the following summer. However, the male lead No. 2 suddenly backed out, halting production. Yang Yu put down the script and saw Cheng Tianming watching her. He spoke, "I don't know where you heard about this crew, but The Strategist of a Small State is indeed a promising show. However, it's a malicentric drama not suitable for you. If you really want to act in a TV series, I recommend Love Me, Love My House. It should suit you well, and its popularity next year will definitely be high." This guy truly lives up to his genius label. His prediction matched the systems exactly. Yang Yu would dub him the strongest humanoid system. But such predictions often proved unreliable when applied to her, as they only reflected outcomes without external interference. Yang Yu with her cheat could greatly influence results. For instance, last year, Who Knew the Yu star outshone what should have been the biggest hit, Who Is the Singer? Though she had already made up her mind, Yang Yu decided to tease Cheng Tianming, whose face remained impassive. Leaning back in her chair, she slowly propped her feet on the desk and smirked. "I recall online rumors that Love Me, Love My House has already cast Chen Fei, who's planning a comeback. Well, you want to help me snatch it from her?" A notification chimed. "Host the Genius Agent Awaken version experiences a bout of misophobia. Hatred value 100000." Seeing Yang Yes shoes touch the desk, Cheng Tianming felt a surge of discomfort. He averted his gaze and forced himself to change the subject. "Yang Yu, the entertainment world is harsh. Whoever can compete wins. I'm your agent now. If you want to play that role, I'll fight for you." Hearing this, Yang Yu grinned triumphantly. Cheng Tianming, unwilling to let her get too cocky, shifted his tone. "But fair warning, given your near-zero achievements in acting, you certainly can't beat her after my careful grooming. Though she's no longer suited for that drama. Having a family and then playing a romantic lead would diminish its effect." Yang Yu narrowed her eyes at his words, silently adding a note to her grudge ledger. That her own agent was still lamenting for a former client lowered her trust in him another notch. She suspected he might dump her the moment Chen Fei returned to his fold. She needed to rack up hatred points during this period. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in Love Me, Love My House. No need to fret about your beloved's comeback failing. Help me contact the Strategist of a Small State crew. I want to talk to them." Yang Yu commanded, pulling her legs back only to prop them on the desk again. But the repeated provocation failed to trigger hatred. Cheng Tianming, as if seeing nothing, spoke in his usual deadpan, "No need to contact them. I've already talked to them. They've agreed to give you a role, the female lead No. 2, the male lead's confidant. Significant screen time suitable for you. You just need to be a pretty vase, no acting required." Yang Yu knew Cheng Tianming was efficient, but not to this extent. Working with such a person was easy, but she had no interest in being the male lead's confidant. She withdrew her legs and enunciated each word. "The role I want is the young general." Cheng Tianming thought he misheard. "Are you insane? That's the male lead No. 2. Didn't the actor for male lead No. 2 run away? They'll replace him," Yang Yu replied with a smile. Cheng Tianming felt he couldn't communicate with a fool. "My point is that role is male and you're female. Cross-dressing. The crew would never accept it." Yang Yu tapped the desk. No, I'm not cross-dressing. But Cheng Tianming, who says a young general has to be male? The young general was far cooler than any confidant. As for success, that depended on how capable this agent could be. Cheng Tianming stood frozen, seeing the burning light in Yang Yes' eyes. Her expression was serious, unlike her usual flippant self. She wasn't joking. He instantly grasped her meaning. An involuntary smile crept onto his face. This negotiation would be tough, but equally challenging, and he loved challenges. Working with Yang Yu, he felt his blood boil with excitement. In a brilliantly lit restaurant in S City, Cheng Tianming led the main cast of The Strategist of a Small State into a private VIP room. Director Lu, Director Wang, Producer Zhang, please have a seat. Director Lu, whose original name was Lu Zi, was 32 years old, thin and dark-skinned, yet his eyes were piercing and lively. He was the chief director of The Strategist of a Small State. He also had another representative work, Dust of History, which, though lacking in popularity, had earned a stellar reputation within the industry and had garnered significant awards at the national level. The Strategist of a Small State was built around him as its core, and he held the greatest authority in the entire production. As for Director Wang, he was merely an assistant director assisting with filming. His original name was Wang Go, and he was about the same age as Director Lu with no notable works to his name. He was essentially Lu Zi's customary assistant. Producer Zhang, whose original name was Zhang Han, was originally the most powerful person in the crew, overseeing all actor recruitment and budget calculations. However, when it came to hiring actors, he placed great trust in Lu Zi and almost always followed his lead. Cheng Tianming quickly analyzed the situation and realized that the person he needed to win over today was clear director Lu Zi. Once everyone was seated at the table, he nodded to the waiter to signal that the dishes could be served. Agent Cheng, I recall you approached me last time to discuss a collaboration for your artist Yang Yu. I readily arranged the female lead's second role for her, requiring only that she come for a normal audition. So why are you inviting us to dinner again? Lu Zi asked, genuinely puzzled. Lu Zi and Cheng Tianming were already old acquaintances. His artist Chen Fei had previously acted in his work, and that collaboration had been very pleasant and satisfactory, so he took Cheng Tianming's proposal seriously. Moreover, Yang Yu was indeed exceptionally beautiful and had a significant online presence. Even after being dormant for over a year, her online fans remained devotedly loyal, eagerly awaiting her return. Although she had no acting experience, The Strategist of a Small State was a male-led drama where all other characters served merely to highlight him. Female roles, whether the lead or the second lead, only needed to be sufficiently beautiful. Thus, for director Lu, Yang Yu was a highly cost-effective actress. Without hesitation, he had agreed at the time and directly arranged the second female lead for her. However, if Cheng Tianming was now coming to him, could it be to request the female lead? That would be going too far. If it were during Yang Yu's peak year, or if she had some acting experience, there might be room for negotiation, but now it was absolutely out of the question. Let's discuss over the meal, Cheng Tianming said calmly, picking up his chopsticks with an expression that betrayed no emotion. Lu Zi, however, grew anxious. He didn't want to have a direct falling out today, nor did he want to upset Cheng Tianming, a major agent. He said, "We've already settled on the female lead and the contract is signed. There's definitely no changing the cast." Hearing this, Cheng Tianming stopped eating and asked in a seemingly indifferent tone, "Have you found a suitable candidate for the male lead's second role?" At this, the three members of the crew exchanged glances and joy crept onto their brows. They had been tearing their hair out over the male lead's second role. The originally cast actor Jiang Wu, a popular young star, had suddenly broken his contract, catching them off guard. Later they learned that he had been lured away by the crew of Love Me, Love My Dog, a drama featuring the popular leading actress Chen Fei and belonging to the currently trendy idol drama genre, which promised significant buzz. In contrast, The Strategist of a Small State seemed unlikely to offer him much boost, and he was only the second male lead. Why not take the lead role in another production? Thus, getting Jiang Wu back was nearly impossible. Jiang Wu had made his name in martial arts action scenes. He had a solid foundation in martial arts, could even ride a horse, and could perform many stunts without a stunt double. Additionally, his handsome looks made him a perfect fit for the role of a young general. Moreover, he had a large fan base online, which made him irreplaceable. Lu Zi's previous work, Dust of History, had flopped precisely because it lacked a popular actor, almost incurring losses. This time he had learned his lesson and hired a popular star like Jiang Wu. Yet just as filming was about to start, Jiang Wu was snatched away by another crew, Love Me, Love My Dog. Finding an actor with martial arts skills and some online fame in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Now the crew was tearing their hair out over casting. Those with popularity lacked martial arts skills, and those with martial arts skills had no popularity. It seemed they would eventually have to settle for one of the two. But Cheng Tianming's interest in the male lead's second role today suggested that with his discerning eye he could recommend a decent actor. This might just solve their pressing problem. Lu Zi happily patted Cheng Tianming on the shoulder and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You're interested in the male lead's second role. We're still looking. If you can recommend a good actor, he'll owe you a favor." The other two also laughed with relief. Only they knew how much pressure they had been under these days. Assistant Director Wang Go directly raised his glass with a smile and said, "Let me toast you first." He then downed it in one gulp. "I do have a suitable candidate," Cheng Tianming said, slowly observing their expressions. Their anxious demeanor revealed too many vulnerabilities, and he felt he could make a clean profit today. "Who is it?" asked Director Zhang. "Yang Yu." Wang Go spat out a mouthful of wine across the table, then wiped his mouth and stared at Cheng Tianming in disbelief. He suspected Cheng Tianming was here to amuse them today. Cheng Tianming looked at Wang Go with disdain. He wouldn't touch another bite of food today. Lu Zi also dropped his smile and looked at him with confusion. "We're looking for a male lead's second role." "You're looking for a young general," Cheng Tianming corrected him. "What's the difference?" Lu Zi asked, even more puzzled as the others nodded in agreement. Cheng Tianming looked at their bewildered expressions and thought to himself that when Yang Yu had first proposed this idea, he must have had the same look. He found it amusing. Imitating Yang Yu's mannerism, he tapped the table and said word by word, "Who says a young general has to be male?" After making this gesture, he felt a thrill of showing off. Yang Yu was quite good at this. He couldn't help but smile again. The crew members upon hearing this felt as if a thunderbolt had struck their minds. Who had given Cheng Tianming the audacity to think such a thing? Though it seemed that changing the gender of the young general role might not pose a major problem, there would still be some impact. And why would Yang Yu be suitable? As they pondered, producer Zhang Han suddenly seemed to understand something. He looked up sharply. He had watched Yang Ye's performance on Who is the Youth Star, and had been impressed by her, especially the stage piece, I'm Here to Beat You, which was considered the best performance of the year. That set of punches had been authenticated by professionals as genuine martial arts. At the time, he felt that if this young girl continued to develop, she would undoubtedly astonish an era. He never expected such a talented singer to come to acting. He had also heard that she was later blacklisted by Cheng Tianming for a year and a half, which was surely a misstep. He wondered why Cheng Tianming was now working so diligently to help her. There must be a story behind it. Wang Go still didn't understand and asked irritably, how is Yang Yu suitable? How is she suitable? Yang Yu hadn't told Cheng Tianming the answer, but he had his own insights. He took out a video and placed it on the dining table. It was a recording of Yang Yu performing her set of punches on stage. As you can see, she knows martial arts and not just what's shown on stage. I can tell you that her martial arts foundation is even better than your previous actor Jiang Wu. Lu Ziyi finished watching the video Cheng Tianming had shown, yet still shook his head, and said, even if she really knows martial arts, I still cannot accept this proposal. Wang Go nodded in agreement. The idea was indeed too bold. Only producer Zhang Han bowed his head, lost in thought. Cheng Tianming had long known that finalizing this collaboration would not be simple. Yang Ye's idea truly shattered the rules, and many people only knew how to follow them. Lu Ziyi was clearly one of those people. He continued with a stoic expression, Director Lu, I have actually seen your earlier work, Dust of History. It was a perfect piece. The awards it received speak for themselves. But at the same time, it was a box office flop. Director Lu felt a sting to his weak spot and took an unhappy sip of his wine. But Cheng Tianming did not stop. Still expressionless, he continued. That's why this time, in the strategist of a small kingdom, you made a change. You hired Jiang Wu, who has some popularity. Even though his acting is far from good, you still want him. You're trading some of your reputation for buzz. Director Lu took another sip of wine. Cheng Tianming had indeed seen through him. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's online popularity was once comparable to that of a top teen idol. Even if it has dropped a bit now compared with an actor like Jiang Wu, who is still far from being a teen idol, Yang Yu has much greater potential. As soon as she makes a comeback, she can regain her peak. Cheng Tianming said. Lu Ziyi did not drink this time. He felt that someone as sharp as Cheng Tianming must have a flaw in his argument. Smiling, he replied, if she plays the second female lead in the strategist of a small kingdom, her popularity can still work for me. And Cheng Tianming had been waiting for that exact line. Yang Yu is not actually interested in the male lead's confidant. What she wants is this young general. If she has no chance, she will give up on this project. Then you would be missing two roles. I imagine your investors are already pressing you hard. If you don't finish casting soon, it won't just be a delayed shoot. The project might get cancelled entirely. The three crew members were stunned. Cheng Tianming was playing the game of burning the bridges, an outright threat. But what he described was indeed true. The investors had been urging them to start filming in time for next summer's release. Cheng Tianming came well prepared. He had done his research on them. Lu Ziyi slammed the table in anger, then forced back his fury and said, Cheng Tianming, I admit you are an incredibly skilled negotiator. I'm convinced. But let me ask you one thing. The artist you used to fight so hard for was Chun Fei, wasn't it? Why did you switch? I guess she couldn't stand you and left. Word is that you were devastated for a whole year. That without Chun Fei you're nothing. Now you want to use Yang Yu to stage a comeback. Hearing Chun Fei's name again, Cheng Tianming thought he would feel pained. But instead, the carefree yet sly smiling face of Yang Yu instantly flashed in his mind. He seemed finally able to face the fact that Chun Fei had left him. He thought for a moment, then said with sincere tone, it's not about who leaves first being right. I still believe my original approach was what was truly best for her. Yang Yu is my new ace artist. Her success will prove I was right. So, I would never joke around with her. And I genuinely think she is perfect for the young general. Cheng Tianming raised a toast to Director Lu. After downing the drink, he added, so Director Lu, please forgive my rudeness today. I'm too eager to prove myself. I earnestly ask you to trust me and Yang Yu and give her the chance to play the young general. Director Lu looked at Cheng Tianming, the industry's notorious poker face, now showing such sincerity, and even apologizing. In the past, Cheng Tianming had always been high-handed, and though the results were good, he often left people displeased. Had his temperament changed now? And because of whom? Was it the heartache of Chun Fei's departure that changed him? Producer Zhang Han had been quietly observing all along. Knowing Lu Ziyi well, he sensed that this negotiation had likely succeeded for Cheng Tianming. Inwardly, he felt happy. To be honest, when he heard Cheng Tianming say that the young general didn't necessarily have to be a man, he started looking forward to seeing what level Yang Yu could bring to the role. That Yang Yu who sang I Came to Beat You. She was truly cool and dashing, a perfect fit for the character. He smiled and spoke. Cheng Tianming, I'm really looking forward to working with Yang Yu. But may I make an extra request? Go ahead. Chung Tianming thought producer Zhang Han was about to raise a difficult issue. Could we ask her to compose an original theme song for The Strategist of a Small Kingdom? Or even just an insert song? Chung Tianming hadn't expected this request. He didn't know if Yang Yu, who had been slacking off for a year and a half, could still create a theme song or insert. He had to reply, "I'll need to discuss this with her." Huh. Wang Go lifted his head. Chung Tianming, the guy who always had the final say, was now learning to consult. Director Lu Zi was also puzzled. "Director Lu, what about you? Do you agree to this collaboration?" Chung Tianming asked. This negotiation ultimately needed Director Lu's nod to be finalized. Lu Zi pursed his lips and asked, "Can she ride a horse? If not, it will be very troublesome." When he heard this, Chung Tianming knew the collaboration was 100% settled. Lu Zi was just giving everyone a graceful way out by raising that question. In other words, whether Yang Yu could ride or not, the outcome would be fine, just different approaches. Still, he called Yang Yu, putting the call on speaker to show his sincerity. Yang Yu was at that moment soaking in the bathtub. She stretched her long straight legs out of the rose petals on the water. Under the light, her legs glowed white and her feet, illuminated by the lamp, looked rosy and adorable. She scooped up some red rose petals and laid them on her arm, making her skin appear even whiter and softer. Just as she was having fun, her phone rang. She stood up to grab the phone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure, then sank back into the bathtub, disappearing among the rose petals. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her poker-faced agent, Chung Tianming. It was already past 9. What could he want? Don't men know that girls shouldn't be disturbed after 9? She picked up the phone and said, "Moshi Moshi, what's up? Tell me tomorrow or dismiss the court." The other end paused for a moment, then asked, "Yang Yu, can you ride a horse?" Yang Yu giggled and teased, "Hee, which kind of riding a horse do you mean?" Ding. Host has embarrassed the genius agent awakened version in front of everyone. Hatred points, 100000. Embarrassed in front of everyone. Out so late, and still hanging around. How nice it is to be a boy wandering outside, without worrying about anyone with ill intentions, Yang Yu thought enviously. Woo, she missed Yang Yu's colorful nightlife. Meanwhile, Chung Tianming quickly turned off the speakerphone. This Yang Yu was full of double entendres. When he looked up, he saw the crew of The Strategist of a Small Kingdom, watching him with amusement, making him extremely uncomfortable. So Yang Yu was such an adorable girl. Producer Zhang Han thought. And director Lu Zi suddenly felt he might have been wrong earlier. It wasn't Chun Fei's departure that changed Chung Tianming, it was this Yang Yu. For example, the poker face's expression was now quite vivid. Chung Tianming pressed the phone close to his ear and whispered, "I'm negotiating the role of the young general in The Strategist of a Small Kingdom for you. They asked if you can ride a horse." Yang Yu got angry. He was negotiating without her. Such a perfect chance to show off, and he had taken it all. What Yang Yu didn't know was that Chung Tianming had deliberately left her out. If he brought her bizarre antics would have disgusted everyone and ruined his performance. As for horseback riding, of course Yang Yu couldn't. She never had the chance to learn. But she had the system. She opened the equestrian skill option. The thought of playing a dashing young general excited her so much that she poured all her emotional points into the horseback riding enhancement, boosting it straight to S level. Instantly, all kinds of riding techniques flooded into her mind. Chung Tianming asked again, "Can you ride? If not, I'll tell them the truth." "I can now." "Huh. I said I can." Chung Tianming hung up and told director Lu Zi, "She says she can. She can ride too. This girl is quite something. Maybe she really is suited for the role." Lu Zi finally spoke, "All right then. Bring her for an audition the day after tomorrow." Chung Tianming smiled, feeling an unprecedented joy inside. Yang Yu only realized she had made a mistake after allocating all her emotional points to horsemanship, as her acting and lines remained untouched, both attributes displaying a grade, rendering her nothing more than a pretty face. This seemed troublesome now. Troublesome. Then forget it. Just kidding. Of course she had to handle it, but sleep was the priority now, though everything else could wait until tomorrow. The next day Yang Yu arrived at Chung Tianming's office, only to find him quietly working at his desk, as if he hadn't noticed her entrance. Yang Yu silently found a chair, leaned back, and propped her feet up on Chung Tianming's desk. Ding, host has triggered the genius agent's awakened version. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, hatred value increased by 100,000. Give more. She desperately needed emotional points now. Yang Yu watched as Chung Tianming continued working without changing his expression. He seemed more patient than before. She reached out and overturned his ashtray onto the lucky cat's head, scattering ashes across the desk. Ding, host has severely triggered the genius agent's awakened version. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, hatred value increased by 200,000. 300,000 now, but still insufficient. This amount of emotional points could only upgrade acting or lines to create. Chung Tianming continued working with an unchanged expression, though his hands were already trembling slightly. Yang Yu looked around, searching for something else to mess up. But Chung Tianming's office was simple to the point of bareness, with nothing to ruin. After a moment of thought, she spotted his chair and had a sudden inspiration. She stood up, picked up her own chair, and placed it on Chung Tianming's desk. What the hell do you think you're doing? Ching Tianming finally lost his composure, clutching his head. Ding host has made the genius agent awaken version feel like he's living in hell. Hatred value increased by 200,000. Oh, I just thought your office was too plain, so I'm tidying it up for you, Yang Yu said earnestly. Cheng Tianming didn't believe her nonsense for a second, considering whether to add a lock so she could never enter again. Do you have something to discuss with me? He asked irritably while straightening the mess she had made. Did you secure the role of the young general in the strategist of a small state? Yang Yu asked curiously. Cheng Tianming's lips curled slightly, but he didn't answer. Yang Yu, annoyed, reached out to push over his two monitors, but Cheng Tianming grabbed her hand, subduing her. She instinctively tried to kick him in the head with a high leg, but he released her just in time, or else Head have ended up in the hospital as a vegetable for the rest of his life. Unaware of the extreme danger Head just avoided, he said, I rarely fail in my efforts. From his tone, Head obviously succeeded in showing off last night, making Yang Yu envious. Still, she patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, saying, You're amazing. Cheng Tianming ignored her and continued. You need to come with me for an audition this afternoon. Dress up nicely to leave a good impression on the director. Damn, so soon. Yang Yu was shocked. The problem was her acting and lines were still at a low level. What if she failed? Cheng Tianming had done his best, so the failure would surely be her fault. No, she had to find a way to shift the blame. Soon it was afternoon. Yang Yu found her assistant Yuan, who applied light makeup. When she opened her eyes, she found herself looking even more stunning than before. Damn, now she couldn't even blame Yuan. Cheng Tianming drove his Mercedes to take Yang Yu and Yuan to the director's audition. Assistant Yuan sat in the back with Yang Yu clutching her arm tightly, asking, Are we really going to shoot a film? And with a famous director like Lu Zi, in a big production like the strategist of a small state. She felt nervous. They had been slacking off for a year and a half, and Yang Yu's sudden drive was unsettling. Yang Yu patted her hand and said, Don't worry, it's not certain yet. Maybe we'll both head back home soon. Cheng Tianming heard this and asked, puzzled, Why so pessimistic? Yang Yu replied, Because my acting and lines are pretty poor. Cheng Tianming said dismissively, From what I know, your character is an emotionless face. No acting or lines needed, just looking handsome enough. Yang Yu was delighted. Emotionless face. Just like you. At that, Cheng Tianming suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing Yang Yu and Yuan out of the car, their faces smashing into the back of the front seats. This reminded Yang Yu of an image from Billy, a car seat with a face print made of foundation. She curiously looked up, but found none on the front seat, meaning her makeup was too thin. Ding host has nearly given the genius agent awaken version a heart attack. Hatred value increased by 200,000, while earning 600,000 in a day. Jackpot. Cheng Tianming clutched his chest, checked to see if they were okay, and drove on. Meanwhile, at the audition site, the director and assistant director were anxiously waiting. Last night's talk with Cheng Tianming was just one-sided. They were still unsure. Do you think she's reliable? Lu Zi asked Wang Go. Wang Go shook his head, thought it impossible from the start. How could a girl portray a young general? If he had more say, he would have turned down Cheng Tianming last night. The sound of a car pulling up came from outside. They're here. The two directors stood up and called over 3 middle-aged men in vests. You 3 martial arts instructors use different weapons to test the girl's skills thoroughly. No cheating. Got it, director, the 3 instructors replied, thinking a girl couldn't be that strong, a bit of flashy moves would be enough. Yang Yu followed her agent Cheng Tianming up and saw 5 or 6 men staring at her in amazement. She was stunningly beautiful. Yang Yu wore women's jeans accentuating her lovely leg lines, and a sleeveless top exposing her smooth shoulders. Her light makeup made her look like a porcelain doll. Her thick, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her delicate palm-sized face appear even more refined. A small whale pendant hung around her neck. The video Lu Zi had seen was from a year ago. Now Yang Yu was even more beautiful, and he felt she was more striking in person than in Who is the Youth Star, flawless from every angle. Lu Zi saw the assistant director involuntarily leaning in and gave him a smack on the head, embarrassed for their gender. At the same time, the director worried beauty was good, but could someone so beautiful convincingly play a young general? Director Zhang, Director Lu, this is Yang Yu, Cheng Tianming said. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Director Lu. Yang Yu appeared gentle and obedient, nothing like a young general. Hello, Wang Go said with starry eyes, reaching out to shake her hand, but Lu Zi awkwardly pulled him back. Cheng Tianming noticed the 3 martial arts instructors behind Director Lu and asked, somewhat dissatisfied, Director Lu, what's this? Originally, I just wanted to test Yang Yu's martial arts today, as long as she meets the standard. Seeing how slender she is, just pick a weapon and perform a routine, Lu Zi said, feeling had been tricked by Cheng Tianming. Such a beautiful girl. How could she convincingly play a young general? Meanwhile, Yang Yu, overhearing that only martial arts would be tested and not acting, finally relaxed. She decided to stop pretending and unleash her true self. Yang Yu surveyed the surroundings. The audition venue was actually an indoor basketball court, likely rented temporarily by the production team. Many talent agencies were present, making it convenient for them to introduce actors whose popularity and martial arts foundation matched Yang Wu's. In order to urgently find an actor suitable for the young general role, the production team was willing to spend generously. They had presumably auditioned several batches of actors over the past few days, but the results were unsatisfactory, which gave Yang Yu the opportunity to audition. In the center of the basketball court, 2 prop racks were set up filled with various weapons, swords, knives, spears, axes, all available, creating an impressive display. Yang Yu cracked her knuckles, already itching with excitement. Chung Tianming, hearing director Liu asking Yang Yu to pick any weapon and perform a routine, thought it was too much like putting on a monkey show, so he said, "Director Liu, let's just have Yang Yu do a simple audition today. Her clothes aren't suitable for wielding weapons and performing acrobatics." Yang Yu had already been excitedly warming up, but Chung Tianming stabbed her in the back again. He knew perfectly well that her acting skills were poor, and she would probably make the director's face turn green with anger. He was trying to make her take the blame for the failure. No, she had to fight. She hadn't moved her limbs in a fight for a long time. Director Liu, hearing Chung Tianming's deflection, grew even more suspicious of his guilt. He felt that he had been foolish after drinking a little last night, actually allowing a girl with a gentle personality and a frail figure to audition for the role of a general. With that thought, he glanced at Yang Yu again. Her slender arms and legs probably had little strength. Even walking with a sword in hand would be a struggle, let alone wielding it in combat. If this show aired, he would be laughed to death by his peers in the industry. He would rather find a effeminate idol actor than this. He had to revoke the promise he made last night. Although it would be embarrassing now, it was better than future embarrassment and being scolded by the audience. Lu Zi hesitated as he approached Chung Tianming. "Agent Chung, there are some things I think we both need to reconsider. The young general role is actually not easy to play. There are many fight scenes, so it's easy to get injured. She's still young, and if she gets hurt..." Before he could finish, director Liu heard the sound of a weapon being swung behind him, followed by the whoosh of a spear cutting through the air. Director Liu turned around and saw Yang Yu already picking a red-tasseled spear from the prop rack and casually twirling it. She seemed quite adept, her movements graceful and convincing. He swallowed the words he was about to say. "What were you about to say?" Chung Tianming asked, having been watching Yang Yu select weapons. She had tried a few moves with each weapon, and her movements were very elegant. He wondered to himself if she had been practicing martial arts since childhood. He couldn't tell if she only knew some flashy tricks or could actually defend herself. So he hadn't heard Director Liu clearly. "I said you're a pretty good person, trustworthy." Director Liu gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Yang Yu walked over holding the red-tasseled spear, looking just like Neza. "Director, are those the martial arts directors? Let them spar with me a few rounds." Yang Yu leaned on the spear. Director Liu and Director Wang exchanged glances, feeling that this Yang Yu was very savvy. She didn't need prompting. It seemed she was really eager for the young general role. Seeing Yang Yu actually preparing to spar with others, while wearing an off-shoulder top, Chung Tianming sighed, realizing that a female artist under his management preferred martial arts over feminine attire. He took off his jacket and tossed it to Yang Yu, hoping she would put it on to look more dignified during the fight. But Yang Yu put down the spear, caught the jacket, and without any hesitation crossed the sleeves and tied it around her waist, instantly exuding a youthful, soldierly aura. Lu Zi's eyes lit up. The image of the young general in his mind gradually merged with Yang Yu. He quickly said to the 3 professional martial arts directors, "Who wants to spar with her? Feel free to try." All 3 stepped forward. They couldn't back down in front of a girl, and besides, Yang Yu's spear twirling was quite impressive. Martial arts directors usually aim for visual impact in fights regardless of actual power. They pursue either coolness or beauty, and many moves have been overused by film crews, making it hard to develop new ones. But Yang Yu's moves were unrecognizable and incredibly cool. If they could learn a few moves, they might secure a stable job. Seeing all 3 step forward, Chung Tianming would probably protect his artist if it turned into a continuous fight. So Lu Zi said, "Let Master Hu go first." Among the 3, Master Hu was the only one with real martial arts skills, and he was also the martial arts director for the Little State Strategist. He could judge whether Yang Yu was suitable for the young general role, and it would also be a good chance for them to get familiar before formal cooperation. "Well, I think if they all come together, it might be enough for me to use a few moves," Yang Yu said honestly. "So all of you come at once." Yang Yu kicked the spear off the ground and caught it in her hand. While the 3 martial arts directors were instantly impressed, silently shouting, "Coach, I want to learn that move." They immediately forgot that she was a girl and no longer feared the embarrassment of fighting her together. They picked up their respective weapons, ready to spar. Yang Yu suddenly turned around and asked Director Liu, "Is there any protective gear here?" Director Liu slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. Yang Yu's skin was delicate. If she got hurt, Chung Tianming, that master negotiator, would probably use it to extort a lot of money from the crew. He quickly brought protective gear for Yang Yu to wear. "Not for me, for them. I'm afraid I might kill them," Yang Yu said very seriously. Director Liu was stunned. Whether her words were true or not, this subtle flex was quite powerful. Master Hu quickly said, "These weapons are all unsharpened. We're thick-skinned and tough, we won't get hurt. Yang Yu shook her head. These people had never heard that even unsharpened weapons could kill. Even a spear without a tip could pierce someone to death. Especially her whose combat power had been enhanced by the system, a causality-based weapon. She was quite unreasonable. To avoid committing a crime, Yang Yu thought for a moment, then placed the spear diagonally, and stomped off the metal blunt tip, turning the spear into a wooden staff, which was much safer. This move impressed everyone again. Damn, she's damaging the props. Director Wang, who was temporarily managing the props, cried out in distress. Director Yang, who had been impressed by Yang Yes' move, glared at him and said, "Don't make a fuss. Others will think our crew can't afford it." Director Wang shut his mouth in grievance. Normally Lu Zi would have cursed and complained about any damaged prop. "All right, come on," Yang Yu said, assuming a stance and gesturing with her hand. The move was both cool and alluring. The three martial arts directors didn't want to be looked down upon by a girl. One of them used a large broadsword to slash and thrust repeatedly, creating an overwhelming pressure that would intimidate an ordinary person. But Yang Yu, aside from having some wariness of bricks, had the weaknesses of all other weapons etched into her mind by the system. She used the wooden staff as a spear, directly piercing through the gaps in the broadsword swings and pointing it at the opponent's throat. If there had been a spearhead, the opponent's throat would have been pierced. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. The first martial arts director wisely conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Master Hu, who possessed genuine kung fu, fell into contemplation. This young lady truly knew Chinese kung fu. After all these days, those who pursued traditional martial arts were as rare as giant pandas. The main reason was that practicing traditional martial arts was extremely exhausting, and many believed it had little practical use, assuming Chinese kung fu was merely for physical fitness. However, they did not realize that something passed down for thousands of years could not be without lethal techniques. It was just that few had inherited them, and even fewer knew of them. As for Yang Yu, a mere girl whose every move was lethal, she must have endured great hardship to master these skills. He recalled how back when he trained in the iron sand palm, he thrust his hands into scorching sand tens of thousands of times, wearing thick calluses on both palms. How could a girl endure all this? How many injuries had she suffered? How much pain had she borne? How much of her youth had she spent? Master Hu was moved to tears. At over 40, he had finally found a kindred spirit, and a girl at that, far better than those internet-famous young actors who screamed and ran to the hospital at the slightest scratch. While he was pondering, another martial arts director fell, clutching his leg and gritting his teeth in pain, tears streaming down his face. The wooden stick in Yang Ye's hand had somehow broken. Yang Yu looked apologetic. She seemed to have been a bit too heavy-handed. She thought, why not give him another painful lesson to earn some hatred anyway? She had already offended them. At this moment, Yang Yu watched as Master Hu directly put down his weapon, walked over to the director, and whispered, "She's perfect, choose her. That Jiang Wu isn't even half as good. You've hit the jackpot." Yang Yu hadn't enjoyed the fight enough before seeing Master Hu whispering to the director. She thought this old man was too cunning. He must have seen she was too strong and simply surrendered. Director Lu nodded with satisfaction, also very pleased. Meanwhile, Director Wang Go, seeing the broken wooden stick in Yang Ye's hand, and recalling the scene where she had beaten that martial arts director until he knelt in pain, swallowed hard. This girl was too fierce. Yang Yu threw away the broken stick and walked toward Cheng Tianming and her assistant Yuan Yuan. To her surprise, both of them involuntarily stepped back. Yang Yu was puzzled. It had only been a few minutes. Why had everyone become so distant? Weren't they supposed to be lifelong friends? How could feelings fade so quickly? Meanwhile, assistant Yuan Yuan silently pondered whether she had offended Yang Yu too often in the past, and whether she might be on the receiving end of a beating. Broker Cheng, take your artiste to rest first. He'll make some calls and discuss with the relevant parties, then inform you of the result. Director Lu said, good. Cheng Tianming, take your people to rest. Okay. Cheng Tianming led Yang Yu and Yuan Yuan to the side. What's the word? Director Wang asked, leaning in to Lu Zi after they had gone. Lu Zi lowered his voice and said, send them packing. No need to select anyone else. We start shooting next week. Damn, finally the cast is confirmed. Do you have any idea how annoyed I was by those investors? Director Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Me too. Director Lu wanted to shout for liberation. By the way, if Yang Yu isn't playing the second female lead, who will? Director Wang asked worriedly. I've had someone in mind for a while, Director Lu said mysteriously. Who? Remember Zhao Nanxing, that newcomer from the art school who auditioned earlier? She was always my first choice. I've already notified her to report to Hengdian in province directly. Director Lu said. At this moment, Yang Yu was lying on a bench, her head resting on assistant Yuan Yuan's lap, enjoying the woman's softness. Yuan Yuan, massage my head, Yang Yu said in a coquettish tone. Yuan Yuan gently scratched Yang Ye's exquisite upturned nose, then smiled and began massaging her head. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, Cheng Tianming said helplessly. Looks like you already know the result. Yang Yu laughed and said, their faces, anyone could tell. They pretended to discuss it, but they're probably celebrating right now. They're afraid he'll demand an exorbitant fee, Chung Tianming said expressionlessly. So how much are you planning to ask for? Yang Yu asked curiously, wanting to know her current worth. Chung Tianming seemed to see through her thoughts, and said, you're a newcomer in the entertainment industry. It's better to ask for less at the start. Yang Yu said angrily, nonsense. Are you trying to pocket my money? Chung Tianming looked at her expression and laughed. Your father is so rich and you're still so obsessed with money. I always thought you were just playing around in the entertainment industry. How could it be the same? This is earned with my good looks, Yang Yu said softly. Cough cough. Chung Tianming choked, then said helplessly, then he'll try to negotiate higher for you. Good. With that, Yang Yu closed her eyes, comfortably enjoying Yuan Yuan's massage. Chung Tianming looked down and saw that his jacket was still tied around Yang Yu's slender waist, but now he felt too embarrassed to ask for it. After a while, Director Lu Zi walked over and said to Chung Tianming, there were still some people in the crew who disagreed with Yang Yu playing the young general, but I overruled them and finally confirmed the role for her. Lu Zi finished speaking and looked at Chung Tianming only to find the man staring back expressionlessly, as if quietly waiting for his act. Lu Zi knew he couldn't outplay Chung Tianming, so he helplessly said, the crew's budget is tight. Could you ask for a little less? I can accept less now, but I want a share of the total profit from the Little Kingdom strategist in the future, Chung Tianming said expressionlessly. Lu Zi was shocked, and his mouth fell open. Chung Tianming, you've become even more merciless than when you managed Qin Fei. Chung Tianming glanced at Yang Yu, who was still enjoying herself, and said, it's not merciless, it's win-win. Who can guarantee you're the Little Kingdom strategist will definitely make money. Hearing this, Lu Zi felt that Chung Tianming's tongue was truly venomous. He said helplessly, I can't decide this on my own. They'll bring it up with producer Zhang Han and give you an answer tomorrow. After Lu Zi left, Yang Yu opened her eyes and smiled. Broker Chung, you know the Little Kingdom strategist will definitely make money, right? Why? Yang Yu asked curiously. Could it be that Chung Tianming also had a system and could foresee the future? Intuition, Chung Tianming said. Intuition? The intuition of a genius. Damn it. Yang Yu, before you join the team, there's one more thing you need to do, Chung Tianming suddenly said. What? Yang Yu asked, hoping it wouldn't be too tiring. Tell your fans that Yang Yu is back, Chung Tianming said with some passion. This passionate statement embarrassed Yang Yu a little. She said, what should I do? I've arranged a photographer for you. Take a few promotional photos and post them on Weibo. Take photos. I can do that myself, Yang Yu said, implying she didn't need the system for this. You only know how to take selfies from straight on. Your fans have been waiting for you for a year and a half, and you want to brush them off like that, Chung Tianming said. Yang Yu immediately sat up awkwardly and said, all right, I'll listen to you. This should also be your first time taking promotional photos, so you might be a little uncomfortable, Chung Tianming said, then laughed inexplicably. Yang Yu felt that Chung Tianming really underestimated her. She had even adapted to becoming a girl. How could she not adapt to taking photos? She untied the clothes from her waist, tossed them to Chung Tianming, then touched Yuan Yuan's waist, and said, come on Yuan, let's go take some beautiful photos. Chung Tianming held the still warm clothes in his hand, saw the dust from Yang Yu's earlier sparring, and wondered whether he should keep them. Inside the photography studio, the photographer pressed the shutter, emitting flashes one after another. Yang Yu, please, Archer, but a little higher. Yang Yu's cheeks flushed deeper at the photographer's blunt and straightforward instructions. She cast a resentful glance at Chung Tianming, who was barely suppressing his laughter not far away. Her first time shooting promotional photos had left her clumsy and flustered, much to his amusement. Chung Tianming was a classic schemer. He had probably known all along and deliberately set her up. Just watch. At this moment, Yang Yu wore a tight white mermaid dress that flawlessly accentuated her shaped curves. She hugged the 2-meter tall bear plush, pressed her cheek against it, and wore an expression of pure delight as she bent over, then subtly arched her bottom. The form-fitting dress left nothing to the imagination about her splendid figure. Chung Tianming, who had been watching with amusement, felt his smile freeze on his face. He had never expected that Yang Yu, usually so androgynous in style, could bewitch souls when she chose to seduce. The stark contrast left his mind utterly blank. In his heart, it was as if a long-sealed door had been kicked open. So this is what it means to be utterly captivated. He usually looked so ascetic, yet he was so easily tempted. Yang Yu never expected that the great Agent Chung would have such a taste. Trash. The photographer also froze for a moment before recovering, blushing as he pressed the shutter. Seeing this, Chung Tianming quickly walked over and said somewhat shamefacedly, Yang Yu, at your age, you should still maintain a pure image. Sometimes you need to keep your boundaries, or else you'll narrow your future acting range. How annoying. You were the one who told me to shoot, yet now it's my fault. Men, hypocritically pretending to be noble, but in the end they want to see just as much, Yang Yu silently complained. The set of photos Yang Yu took was posted on her Weibo account early on the third morning. After a few minutes of silence, it ignited a wildfire on the internet. Over the past year and a half, aside from Yang Yu's song attitude toward life, fans had received zero updates. Earlier there were rumors that Yang Yu had been blacklisted by her agent. Many fans had rallied on Weibo every day to curse Cheng Tianming, barely missing a day in that year and a half. But they still couldn't see any sign of Yang Yu. They despairingly wondered if she had quit the entertainment circle. Then this morning they were thrilled to see that her long-dormant Weibo account had finally posted an update, and it was a lavish spread of 9 beautiful photos. These fans would get excited for days over just a single selfie from their idol. Now Yang Yu had given them 9 at once. When they saw those pictures, truly a vision of beauty, they felt that all those days of waiting had been worth it. They decided that it must have been their relentless cursing that scared Cheng Tianming into releasing Yang Yu. They vowed to treat Cheng Tianming with even more fervor in the future, preferably to ambush and beat him up, so he knew that Yang Yu's fans were not to be trifled with. The 9 photos formed a 3x3 grid. The first 8 revealed a face of unparalleled beauty that instantly dimmed every female star in the entertainment industry. Yang Yu, dressed in a white mermaid dress, sat on a sofa, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes smiling. A vase of white lilies beside her accentuated her purity and sanctity. Countless netizens stunned by Yang Yu's looks suddenly felt that topics like top 10 beauties of the entertainment circle or who is the most beautiful star had become a joke. Eager to stir up more drama, some netizens even took Yang Yu's photos and invaded the comment sections of popular beautiful stars' marketing posts to challenge them. This move brought Yang Yu a massive surge in popularity, but also planted deep seeds of hatred and jealousy that would sprout rapidly with just one rainstorm. The last photo in the 9-piece set delivered an ideological shock to Yang Yu's fans. In it, Yang Yu bent over holding a giant teddy bear with a sweet smile on her face, while her hips arched slightly, revealing a perfect curve through the tight dress. Everyone had been tacitly admiring her beauty until some lustful fan posted "what a nice ass." The topic instantly derailed. The innocent little fans seemed to vanish, replaced by a pack of wolves howling excitedly. At that moment, Yang Yu's fandom gained a new faction, the body fans, joining the existing face fans and music fans. The bold comments from the body fans made even those who believed Yang Yu was a man in her past life feel ashamed of their own inadequacy. She had never imagined she would inadvertently turn to seducing fans in this manner, but the strange thrill within her was undeniable. The more she looked, the more her face burned, and the more she wanted to see. So she decided she would do it again. This promotional event conveyed one message to fans: Yang Yu was finally ready to come back to work. Industry insiders said she would be singing an insert song for a television drama, moving her music fans to tears of gratitude. They expressed how starved they were, crying out for new material. They had already worn out Big Fish and Drowning Sorrows, and the experience had elevated their musical taste. Now even new songs from Reigning Kings felt mediocre to them. Only Zhang Baiyu's songs were barely passable. Meanwhile, Yang Yu's fans spent that day brainstorming a fan group name. Someone suggested Taro, but most found it too rustic, so the idea was dropped. After arduous negotiations spanning all fronts, they finally settled on a unified title, Jade. Days later, in Cheng Tianming's office: Yang Yu, besides you I have other artists to manage. So I won't be accompanying you to the film set in Province A's Hengdian World Studios. Cheng Tianming said quietly to Yang Yu, who was busy tipping the ashtray onto a lucky cat ornament. Hearing this, Yang Yu's hand jerked, scattering ashes all over Cheng Tianming's desk. I'm a professional agent. I can't hold back the development of others because of you. Yang Yu looked up at him with a grievance. Why? I'm terrified of shooting alone. The director looks really fierce. What if he tries to take advantage of me? Stop. If you're not around, who will I rack up hatred points with? Last time at the audition, Yang Yu's genius radar didn't react at all. The drama that the system had predicted to be the third hottest didn't contain a single genius-level person. She felt the system had totally deceived her. Without Cheng Tianming going, she would lose her daily ATM of hatred points, costing her millions. Watching Yang Yu's pitiful expression, the thousand-year glacier that was Cheng Tianming felt a pang of sympathy. But after glancing at the ash-covered desk, he hardened his heart again. I'm a professional agent. I can't hold back the development of others because of you. He continued coldly, and Director Liu is an old acquaintance of mine. He isn't that kind of person. Others. Yang Yu mentally calculated the probability of eliminating the other artists without going to jail. Cheng Tianming had at least 4 or 5 people under him. She finally concluded that if she got rid of them, she would probably need to turn Luo Xiang into a girl and drag him over to defend her just to keep her own wretched life. The director of the Little Country Strategist said they'll give you the highest possible pay, so no profit sharing. Cheng Tianming continued. Oh, so they're not stupid. Such profit-sharing agreements were only reserved for A-list stars. Yang Yu had never expected one. After a moment of thought, Cheng Tianming said with some concern, the director mentioned that your role will involve a lot of fight scenes. Even though you know martial arts, you still need to protect yourself. Use a stunt double for dangerous moves. Yang Yu nodded insincerely. But in her mind, she thought, use a stunt double. Then where's all the fun? Don't I want to show off anymore? In the end, Cheng Tianming hardened his heart and decided not to go to Hengdian, so Yang Yu had to take her assistant Yuan Yuan to the filming location. After half a day's high-speed rail journey and another 2 hours by DD car, the two finally arrived at the Hengdian Film and Television City in D City, a province exhausted. They rented 2 rooms at a hotel nearby and informed the director of her arrival. Lu Zi enthusiastically said okay and reminded her to come for the official stills shoot the day after tomorrow for the online announcement. The thought of taking photos again instantly reminded Yang Yu of the previous buttock photo, and her face flushed red. She hoped the young general wouldn't need to seduce anyone. After arriving at the film city, Yang Yu took Yuan Yuan on a grand tour the next day. They visited various sets in Hengdian, which featured filming locations representing different eras of China with buildings from various dynasties. It felt like they had traveled through time. From the Song dynasty to the Ming, then the Qing, and the Republic of China. This was the benefit of a long cultural history. The main filming location for The Little Kingdom Strategist was inside a Ming-style palace and its surrounding pavilions. Since the drama had mostly literary scenes, they would be filmed nearby. As for the battle scenes, the director chose to shoot on the vast grasslands. It was said that the main budget of the drama was invested in the war scenes. Yang Yu was already looking forward to riding a horse and charging into battle to slay enemies. On the day of the stills shooting, due to time constraints, the director also held the opening ceremony. All the main cast members arrived at the filming location except for the female second lead, who had few scenes in the early stages. The male lead Fong Miao played the strategist Lin Feng. He was a seasoned actor nearly 40 years old and the winner of the Best Actor Award at the Golden Phoenix Award, a highly prestigious TV drama award in China. He was not particularly handsome, but his demeanor carried the charm of an ancient strategist, and his smiling eyes were very gentle. He wasn't very popular online, but due to his outstanding acting skills and dedication, many big directors liked to work with him. His salary demands were reasonable, and the final results were quite good. At that moment, Fong Miao was chatting with the director when he looked up and saw Yang Yu curiously looking around. He was surprised for a moment, never expecting the crew to cast such a beautiful girl to play the young general. After thinking about it, he deliberately went to greet Yang Yu. But when she saw him, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. As a Golden Phoenix Award winner, many people were eager to collaborate with him. Why would she show such obvious disappointment? At that moment, director Lu also came over and asked, "What do you think of her?" Fong Miao smiled and said, "I can only say she's very beautiful." Lu Zi shook his head and said, "She's not just beautiful. Wait and see. When this drama airs, she will definitely become popular." Huh? Fong Miao was puzzled. Where did the director get such confidence? This drama might not even be a hit, so why would Yang Yu definitely become popular? Moreover, the core of the drama was on him. If anyone was going to be popular, it should be him. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was extremely disappointed. After arriving at the crew, she wandered around, but her genius radar didn't go off at all. Even Fong Miao, a Golden Phoenix Award winner, was not a genius. Then what achievements would a true genius actor have? This reminded Yang Yu of her middle school beauty, Zhao Nanxing, who was a genius actor. She wondered how Zhao Nanxing was doing now, whether she had truly pursued acting or eventually compromised with reality and became an ordinary person. The female lead of the drama also arrived at the crew. Actress Yuan Xiaoxiao played the female lead Xiao Xian, the eldest daughter of King Liang. She was 25 years old and also one of the better actors of the younger generation. She had a gorgeous face and an elegant demeanor, and she also had another feature. Contrary to her name, she was really big with a bust at least cup. Yang Ye's eyes were fixed as she wondered what it would feel like to press her face against that chest. Because Yang Ye's appearance was of the pure and innocent type, the system, to make her look not out of place, gave her a level figure, just barely a cup. She guessed that even its level figure would still be a cup, so she would never reach cup in this life. Yang Yu felt very upset. After all, in the face of sexiness, cuteness was worthless. Yuan Xiaoxiao walked over with a smile. Seeing the surrounding boys staring at her with lustful eyes, she was already used to it. Weren't all men like that? But when she turned around, she noticed a very pretty girl in the crowd staring at her too, and even more outrageously than the boys. Eyes fixed, not hiding her lecherous expression, almost drooling. This direct stare made Yuan Xiaoxiao embarrassed. She covered herself a little and shook her head, thinking, what's the world coming to? Girls are even more perverted than boys. And then something else happened that made her even more certain that this girl was a pervert. Just as the director finished introducing everyone and the actors were shaking hands to get to know each other, Yang Yu suddenly gave her a hug. Yuan Xiaoxiao was surprised, thinking Yang Yu was just being warm. But then Yang Yu turned around and said in shock, "Holy shit, it's not fake. It's really big." These words made Yuan Xiaoxiao, who was usually very open-minded, blush deeply. The goodwill that Yang Ye's appearance had brought her plummeted to the bottom. How annoying. The male actors all cast envious glances at Yang Yu. This kid really dares to do what he dares. Wait a minute, aren't you a girl too? Why are you coveting someone else's body? During the opening ceremony, everyone held incense to worship, hoping the drama would become a huge hit. Then came the time for the stills shoot. With the help of the costume designer Yang, you put on a set of black female armor, her hair tied up with a silver hairband with some additional accessories. Holding a black greatsword, she instantly looked heroic and imposing. The makeup artist wanted to take a photo as a souvenir. See, the woman I made up is more handsome than a man. The two directors saw this, exchanged glances, and felt they had struck gold again. When the official still shoot began, Yang Yu directly chose to cheat. Immersion activate. As the skill unfolded, the surroundings were no longer a studio. Yang Yu seemed to have truly arrived on a battlefield with soldiers ready to die behind her and charging enemies ahead. She was the young general holding a sword looking down upon the enemy. This battle was a fight to the death, no retreat. The photographer saw Yang Yu transform instantly, her aura pressing down on him, making him tremble uncontrollably. After calming down, he quickly pressed the shutter again and again, wanting to capture Yang Yu's presence in the photos. 4 days later, a week before filming began, the crew officially announced all the cast members of the Little Kingdom Strategist online. At the same time, the official stills of each actor were released, including Yang Yu's young general image, a black-armored general swinging his sword to slay enemies. Her background was a sea of blood. Meanwhile, AI Wu Ji Wu had also officially begun filming. Jiang Wu had just walked down from the filming set when he saw Chun Fei flipping through a set of photos. The girl in the photos was very beautiful with a pure smile. Jiang Wu found her familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the girl named Yang Yu who had just been trending? He had heard that she debuted as a singer but was banned for a year and a half, and now she was officially making a comeback. Then, because of 9 beautiful photos, she was directly lifted to the altar by netizens. Jiang Wu, however, was dismissive, thinking it was just the strong photoshopping skills of the girl's marketing company. And why did Chun Fei suggest paying attention to her? Was there competitive pressure? No, she was a singer, not in the same lane as Chun Fei. What? The beautiful Chun Fei is jealous of someone else's beauty. Jiang Wu walked over and said with a smile, "Don't worry, a little brat like her poses no threat to you. Netizens are just curious for a while, who in a few months shall definitely fall from the altar." Anyone in the entertainment industry knows this. Chun Fei silently put away her phone. Jiang Wu was fine in other aspects, but he loved gossip. She said, "I'm not jealous of her beauty. I just wanted to see what Cheng Tianming's new artist looks like." Cheng Tianming, the agent you fell out with. Jiang Wu's gossip soul was ignited. That guy has been quiet for over a year. Your departure was a huge blow to his career. Do you think he regrets it? If he hadn't been so controlling over you back, then things wouldn't have become known to the whole internet. Jiang Wu said with a smile. Chun Fei gave a bitter smile and said, "I don't know if he regrets it, but I already regret it." Huh? Jiang Wu was stunned. Jiang Wu found Chun Fei's words rather peculiar. Everyone said Chun Fei was living a blissful life while Cheng Tianming was having a rough time, yet Chun Fei herself claimed to regret it. Whom should one believe? What do you regret? Leaving Cheng Tianming? Jiang Wu asked curiously. Cheng Tianming might be difficult to get along with, but he was undeniably powerful. A newly returned Yang Yu had instantly sparked a beauty trend online, and the buzz was sustained, swiftly restoring her to her former peak. But Chun Fei had no reason to regret either. Her comeback was equally grand, and even after marriage and childbirth had cost her some fans, she still landed a highly coveted project like Love Me Love My House that the industry favored. While Jiang Wu was still puzzled, Chun Fei explained, "I never regretted leaving Cheng Tianming. Few can tolerate his temperament. I suspect that young lady Yang Yu will soon break down and terminate her contract too. What I regret is not listening to him back then. I shouldn't have married and had children so early, at least not until I could do more than just idle dramas. You might think I still have top-tier resources like Love Me Love My House, but it's just others using my comeback buzz. If this drama flops, I'm finished. Even with makeup, you can probably tell him in much worse shape than before. Idle dramas won't suit me for much longer," Chun Fei said with some sorrow. "Then transition like Hisusu," Jiang Wu suggested. He could indeed see that Chun Fei looked more fatigued than before, though barely in her 20s her eyes held a weariness. Chun Fei shook her head. Not everyone can land a script like All Is Well, and the risk of transitioning is too high. As you've seen, newcomers like Yang Yu are already eager to rise. If I choose to transition, someone will take my current place. Then my acting career would be over. Jiang Wu didn't quite understand. As a male actor, he faced far less pressure in the entertainment industry. At just 20, he could play idle dramas until 40 and then transition. There would always be fans to support him. That was why he had ultimately backed out of The Little Strategist. He didn't want to use his fame to boost the lead actor Fong Miao, who played Lin Feng. His role, supposedly a young general, was merely a tool, almost a villain in the later stages designed to highlight the protagonist's intelligence. Nothing attracted fans faster than idle dramas. After he finished Love Me Love My House with a popular actress like Chun Fei, he might become the next breakout star. Unable to fully grasp Chun Fei's distress, Jiang Wu decided not to comment rashly and changed the subject. "Isn't Yang Yu a singer? She shouldn't threaten you unless you take up singing." Chun Fei looked at him with confusion. "Haven't you checked Weibo? Yang Yu officially announced this morning that she's joining the little strategist. If you hadn't dropped out, you might have worked with her. Jiang Wu showed surprise, but quickly turned to disdain and sarcasm. Everyone wants to be an actor to cash in, huh? Do they think it's that easy? But the female lead and supporting roles in that drama are basically eye candy. Not too hard to play. Just revolve around the male lead. As she's probably playing the second female lead. The lead must be Yuan Xiaoxiao. Jiang Wu smirked mischievously, though he regretted not working with Yuan Xiaoxiao. The actress known for her sexy image was steadily gaining fame. Chen Fei scrolled through her phone and looked at the official announcement. She's third billed, so probably the second female lead. But she's not just eye candy. She's playing a young general named Jiang Ling. What did you say? Who is she playing? Jiang Wu asked in shock, as if hearing something impossible. Startled by a shout, Chen Fei checked her phone again and confirmed, Jiang Ling. The character is a young general. What's wrong? Jiang Wu stood dumbfounded. This is too surreal, you know. That was supposed to be my role. Chen Fei was puzzled for a moment, then laughed gleefully. Well, it seems she's going to put pressure on you too. After all, if Yang Yu made the young general role a hit, it would be a direct slap to Jiang Wu's face. At the same time, Chen Fei wondered what kind of new species Cheng Taiming's new artist was even snatching male roles. And stubborn Cheng Tianming didn't even refuse her. Meanwhile, at the filming site of The Little Strategist, almost everyone was frantically rehearsing their lines with the script while Yang Yu was watching videos. Her next scene was with the male lead, yet she showed no urgency, using the thick script as a pillow. She lounged in her chair, swinging her little feet leisurely, occasionally letting out soft laughs, as if she had found something amusing on her phone. These laughs often interrupted actors who were struggling with their lines, earning her a wave of resentment. Ding! The host's laughter interrupted a famous actor's line memorization. Hatred points, 5000. Ding! The host's relaxation aroused envy from a famous actor. Envy points, 5000. There were no geniuses here, but plenty of famous people. Yang Yu was having a blast farming hatred. Her earlier laughter came from fans being baffled by the morning's official photos. Hadn't it been said that Yang Yu would only sing an insert song for The Little Strategist? How did she suddenly get a role? Those music fans woke up to news of their idol's career shift, like a nightmare that could only be cured by Yang Yu singing a nice song. But many fans were captivated by her promotional photos, the young general with murderous eyes, and switched from calling her wife to husband. They realized that Yang Yu becoming an actress wasn't so bad. They'd get to see her in motion, not just in photos perfect for admiring her beauty. So they started supporting her acting career. Yang Yu noticed someone staring at her, and looked up to find Yuan Xiaoxiao watching with disdain, clearly disapproving of her lazy posture. She smiled and winked at her. Ding! The host's rogue behavior disgusted a famous actor. Hatred points, 5000. Huh, where was the rogue behavior? Unfair. Yang Yu felt wronged and winked at Yuan Xiaoxiao again, drawing two big circles with her hands. If they called her a rogue, she might as well live up to it. Yuan Xiaoxiao's face flushed red with anger, and she stormed off to complain to the director. Director Lu, can't you control Yang Yu? She's seriously disrupting my line rehearsal. Yuan Xiaoxiao's chest heaved with fury. Director Lu felt his eyes blur and nearly had a nosebleed, quickly shifting his gaze to the monitor. He knew Yang Yu was a handful, had reprimanded her many times today, and even demanded she recite lines on the spot. But after just a few minutes with the script, she had them down perfectly. She was simply gifted. She could improvise and perform better than others who prepared meticulously, earning the hatred of those with poor memories. And Yang Yu showed no humility. While others were memorizing lines, she'd helpfully remind them, but occasionally gave wrong cues. Several actors wanted to kill her. Yuan Xiaoxiao, don't worry. She has heavy scenes for the next few days, so she won't bother you much, Director Lu said. Dealing with a troublemaker like Yang Yu meant getting her scenes done first. Thanks to her talent as an on-the-spot actor, Yang Yu could master her lines in an extremely short time. Often just a few seconds of glancing at the script before the director called for action was enough for her to memorize the lines, though she would quickly forget them after the scene was finished. Moreover, using the emotional value she had extracted from Cheng Tianming, Yang Yu had already strengthened her line delivery and acting skills to grade. She finally no longer had to worry about being just a pretty face, her acting prowess could now be somewhat showcased. Yet Yang Yu still felt it was insufficient. Only reaching grade would put her mind at ease. However, there were no geniuses here, and the efficiency of provoking hatred was painfully slow. The filming would likely finish before she could gather enough emotional value. Even worse, if the actors could no longer tolerate her, they might join forces to kick her out. Thus, she had to find another way to obtain emotional value. Yang Yu had initially thought that the young general she played, Jiang Ling, was a taciturn character requiring little acting skill. But she soon discovered that although Jiang Ling was a silent, expressionless person, her emotional world was actually quite delicate. Her relationship with the protagonist Lin Feng underwent dramatic changes. As the renowned young general of the Liang Kingdom, Jiang Ling, initially unaware that Lin Feng was a mole, cooperated with him seamlessly. One handling internal affairs, the other external matters, their collaboration impeccable on the battlefield. But later, as the wars between Liang and Zhao grew frequent and the enmity deepened, Jiang Ling began to suspect that Lin Feng was sowing discord. She started testing him repeatedly, yet due to the vast disparity in their intellect, she was always toyed with in the palm of his hand. Their relationship grew increasingly strained to the point where both wished to kill the other. To make the audience believe in this emotional shift, it had to be conveyed through the character's actions and expressions, demanding at least extraordinary acting skills. Thus, Jiang Ling was a role with a low entry barrier but an exceedingly high ceiling. How far the character could go depended entirely on Yang Ye's performance. On the set, Yang Yu had already started rehearsing with Feng Miao. "Brother Lin, I admire your strategies wholeheartedly. From now on, wherever you point, I will go without hesitation," Jiang Ling said respectfully to Lin Feng, the new strategist of Liang. The young general had always been aloof and disdainful of others, especially this newcomer Lin Feng. However, when the Zhao army besieged with overwhelming force, no other strategist could devise a good plan. Only Lin Feng, this new advisor, with a small trick, made the Zhao forces retreat, without Liang losing a single soldier. Now, from the king down to the minor officials of Liang, everyone had immense trust in Lin Feng. Among them was even the defiant young general Jiang Ling. Lin Feng looked at the spirited young general before him, the most talented youth in Liang who had earned renown on the battlefield at just 18. Most notably, she was a girl, a true heroine. Though Lin Feng was a mole for the Yu Kingdom, he couldn't help but feel admiration for Jiang Ling, a sense of mutual respect arising. He asked Jiang Ling, "General, if you command 1,000,000 troops and destroy Zhao, how would you handle the neutral Yu Kingdom?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Ling declared arrogantly, "Of course, I'll destroy them too. Those not of our kin are bound to have different hearts." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed Jiang Ling was a hawk. His mission as a mole was to eliminate all hawks, creating a relatively peaceful environment for you until it could defend itself. Yet he wanted to give Jiang Ling one last chance. He chided, "General, wouldn't such an action be an unnecessary initiation of war, destroying peace and bringing suffering to the people?" But Jiang Ling responded with a carefree smile, "No, I believe only unification can bring true peace. Allowing you to develop freely might turn it into another Zhao, and war would never cease, leaving the people unsettled." Jiang Ling then slapped Lin Feng's shoulder heartily and laughed. "With you on strategy, and me on warfare, Master Lin, the unification of the three kingdoms is just around the corner." With that, she turned and walked away gracefully. Lin Feng stood frozen, gazing at her heroic figure in the wind and pondering her resolute words. Their fates were sealed at that very moment. Cut. Director Lu Zi exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent performance. All actors take a lunch break and prepare for the next scene." Lu Zi and Wang Go exchanged a glance, once again convinced they had struck gold. Feng Miao, renowned for his acting skills, had performed flawlessly. The surprising element was that Yang Yu was not overshadowed at all. Considering that this girl couldn't even deliver her lines properly at the start, she could now shoot a one-take scene with Feng Miao. Such rapid progress. She was a true genius. The crew had indeed found a treasure. Yang Yu was led by her assistant Yuan Yuan for a touch-up. Seeing Yuan Xiaoxiao staring at her, she winked, and even pinched Yuan Yuan's slender waist in front of her. Yuan Xiaoxiao turned her head away, her face blushing crimson. In truth, Yang Yu had greatly improved in Yuan Xiaoxiao's eyes, or rather it was Jiang Ling portrayed by Yang Yu that captivated her. Bold and heroic, fighting on the battlefield, driven by a life ideal she tirelessly pursued. Compared to Lin Feng, who became a mole for the safety of his small country, Yuan Xiaoxia admired Jiang Ling, who devoted herself to unification. So just now she was watching Jiang Ling, not Yang Yu. It felt as if that ambitious heroine was sitting right beside her. Unfortunately, Yang Yu ruined the mood with her roguish behavior. Huh, what's going on? Yang Yu was puzzled that her teasing of Yuan Xiaoxiao didn't earn any hatred value from her. The system must be getting stingier. She missed Cheng Tianming again. So easy to extract tens of thousands from him. Just as she thought this, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was indeed Cheng Tianming. Yang Yu considered how to speak and then pressed the answer button. "Yang Yu, are you adapting to the set?" Cheng Tianming asked with concern. Not bad, except the director often calls me to his room," Yang Yu replied pitifully. "What did you say?" He shouted immediately. Host causing extreme anger in the genius agent awakened version anger value 200. Okay, 200 in the bag. The director often invites me and the other lead actors to his hotel room to discuss the script, Yang Yu added. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. His temper was getting worse and worse. Couldn't take a joke anymore. Cheng Tianming hung up the phone in fury. That menaced Yang Yu. He had barely managed to check on her, and she had to toy with him in return. Seated across from him was a female artist under his management, looking at him timidly. She couldn't understand how Cheng Tianming, usually as expressionless as a robot, could suddenly show such animated emotions. Could it be because of love? Yang Yu took a short break, and the stylist changed her into a pure white outfit with a high ponytail. Jiang Ling's everyday casual were distinctly masculine in style. Jiang Ling seldom wore feminine clothes as they hindered her martial arts practice. The male outfit's cinched waist accentuated Yang Yu's slender figure, highlighting her delicate waist. Next came Jiang Ling's first fight scene. Yang Yu felt she could finally show off her skills. She was warming up when a burly man over 2 meters tall, bare-chested, walked up to the camera and cast a haughty glance at Yang Yu. He was a specialized actor playing the guard gifted by the Liang King to Lin Feng, also acting as a secret surveillant. Lin Feng, using clever schemes, wanted to use Jiang Ling's hand to get rid of him or let him eliminate Jiang Ling. Yang Yu has to fight him. Director Wang Go was shocked. Compared to each other, Yang Yu looked like a little chick. That giant could crush Yang Yu's slender waist with one hand. Maybe we should use a stunt double. Lu Zi dislikes slow motion and action scenes as she insists on real solid fighting, which poses risks for the actors. Don't worry, they'll just spar according to the choreographer's design. Yang Yu won't be in danger. Prepare to shoot. Lu Zi said. Actors, get ready. Assistant Director Wang Go still sounded worried. Yang Yu and the burly man assumed their starting positions. Action. Director Lu shouted while staring at the monitor. The burly man showed a furious expression, crouched, opened his arms, and lunged at Yang Yu with ferocious momentum. Yang Yu raised her leg and kicked the burly man off the screen. Watching the burly man nearly fly out, Wang Go and Lu Zi's jaws dropped in unison. They exchanged a slow glance. What are you looking at me for? Go call an ambulance. Lu Zi barked. Wang Go snapped out of it and fumbled for his phone in a panic. No need, the burly man said, trembling as he struggled to his feet. Fortunately, the wall behind him was made of foam, which cushioned his impact, otherwise his life would have ended right there. Yang Yu smiled amiably, though the truth was that the man's sudden charge had startled her so much that she instinctively used 3/10 of her strength. Yang Yu, you need to follow the choreography designed by the martial director, not improvise your own moves, Director Lu said, patting his own chest in relief, thinking a fatality might have occurred today. Yang Yu nodded obediently and flashed an OK sign. Actors, take your positions. Wang Go shouted again. The cameras once more focused on the two. Yang Yu shook her leg, looking at the cowering, burly man, and felt utterly bored. Why couldn't a martial arts prodigy show up? Someone who could at least withstand 2 of her moves. She gestured to her fist at the burly man, indicating that she wouldn't use her feet this time. But the man thought she was about to strike fatally again. Just as Lu Zi was about to yell action, the burly man quickly raised his hand. Director, can I get a stunt double? I'm a bit scared. The burly man said, his voice choked with tears. All the stuntmen hurriedly stepped back several meters. They came to earn money, not to risk their lives. Lin Feng had been in Liang Kingdom for 3 years now. Here he employed his strategies to help Liang Kingdom counter the most powerful Zhao Kingdom. With Lin Feng managing internal affairs and Jiang Ling invincible on the battlefield, Liang Kingdom gradually surpassed Zhao Kingdom and became the most powerful state. This also meant that the previous balance was shattered. In the small building granted to Lin Feng by the Liang King, Lin Feng wrote the word check and balance on paper with a brush, then smiled bitterly as a sudden splitting headache struck him. The piercing pain in his skull made cold sweat break out on Lin Feng's forehead. Master, what's wrong? The maid hurried over. It's nothing. An old ailment I've had for a few years, Lin Feng said, his face pale. I'll give you a prescription, brew a few doses of medicine for me, and it'll be fine. After the maid prepared the medicine and was about to bring it over, she saw Princess Xiao Xian of Liang Kingdom, played by Yuan Xiaoxiao, enter the small building. She quickly set down the medicine and went to inform Lin Feng. Master, the princess is here again, the maid said. Lin Feng hastily folded the paper with his writing and placed it under a go board, then said, please invite her in. Xiao Xian strode boisterously into Lin Feng's study and shouted, Lin Feng, we agreed to go hunting today. Why did you stand me up again? Lin Feng smiled and poured her a cup of tea, chuckling, the Liang King already warned me yesterday. I dare not get too close to you anymore. It's father again. After all you've done for Liang Kingdom, how can he still treat you this way? Xiao Xian puffed out her chest indignantly. Anyway, I'm determined to marry you in this life. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed twice and fell silent. His mission was already complete, and he was about to return to Yu Kingdom. Xiao Xian could never leave with him a spy. To be honest, he rather liked this simple, naive princess with a big chest but little strategy. She was charmingly innocent, but alas, the two of them were never meant to walk the same path. Tell me, what can you do today to amuse this princess? Xiao Xian took a sip of tea and asked. Let me play a tune for you on the qin, Lin Feng said. The maid, listening to the music from the study, felt that her master and the princess were truly a perfect match. Yet today's melody was steeped in sorrow, as if imbued with the essence of parting. As she listened, she felt on the verge of tears. Wiping the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, she spotted a figure striding gracefully toward her, clad in a black leather armor. It was General Jiang Ling. What kind of day was this? Both the princess and the general visiting the master. When a man's charm runs deep, it only invites romantic entanglements. Master General Jiang Ling has come to see you, the maid announced outside the study. Princess Xiao Xian stood up in anger upon hearing this. If she comes in, I'm leaving. All she knows is fighting and killing all day, and being around her is nothing but bad luck. Lin Feng smiled, and said she might have urgent business. It's better if I see her. Then him off. Xiao Xian huffed, turned around and left. As Xiao Xian departed, she passed by Jiang Ling, who was entering. The two exchanged a glance. Cut. The director suddenly shouted. Yuan Xiao, your gaze is wrong. You're not in love with Jiang Ling. You love Lin Feng, got it. Keep your personal feelings in check. Right now Jiang Ling is your supposed rival, so don't look at her with that love-stricken expression. Yuan Xiao lowered her head in shame. Okay, director. But she couldn't help herself. She found the character Jiang Ling utterly captivating. A heroine among women, a young general. As for Lin Feng, a sickly strategist, he obviously seemed lacking in certain areas. Yang Yu beamed upon hearing this. Tisk tisk tisk, my charm is irresistible. I've bent another one. What the hell are you grinning at, Yang Yu? When you passed by her just now, why the fuck were you staring at her chest again? I asked for eye contact, damn it. Are you making eye contact with her chest? Lu Zi was furious. They'd shot this passing be scene several times and the two of them just couldn't break their bad habits. Yuan Xiao hung her head even lower in shame. How did a scoundrel like Yang Yu manage to portray the gallant and carefree Jiang Ling? The onlooking spectators exchanged knowing smiles expressing their complete understanding of Yang Yu. Host makes famous actors embarrassed on set, hatred value increased by 5000. At this point Fong Miao, the actor playing the male lead, sighed silently off to the side. Yang Yu had already snatched the second male lead role, and now she had warped the female lead's romantic feelings. Might as well rename the script The Great General. Everyone, let's try one more time. The director called out. This time Yang Yu and Yuan Xiao finally managed to control themselves and executed the scene properly. Lin Feng noticed that Jiang Ling had come bearing her sword. Seeing Lin Feng's wary gaze fixed on the blade, she explained apologetically, I was practicing martial arts at the training ground and suddenly wanted to see you, so I came. With that she unbuckled her sword and tossed it aside. Then Jiang Ling sat cross-legged in front of the Go board. Lin Feng found it odd that this battle-hardened woman would know how to play Go. Yet Jiang Ling pulled out a bottle of wine and a paper-wrapped package of dried meat from her robe and placed them on the board. Sit. Let me treat you to some wine, Jiang Ling said. Lin Feng had no choice but to sit down, still casting suspicious glances at the sword nearby. Before leaving Liang Kingdom, he had planned to use a scheme to eliminate Jiang Ling. As long as she lived, she would pose a constant threat to Yu Kingdom. When he saw the sword, he thought his plot had been exposed, and that Jiang Ling had come to kill him personally. Master, you look unwell. Are you ill? Jiang Ling asked, gesturing for the maid to bring her 2 bowls. She poured herself a bowl, and then filled one for Lin Feng. As she poured, she noticed Lin Feng's pallor, and also caught the scent of medicine in the room. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Xiao Xian, who vowed to marry none but him, hadn't noticed his poor health, but Jiang Ling, whom he was determined to kill, sensed his ailment. Were it not that Yu Kingdom needed to develop without any threats, he would have already hesitated to take Jiang Ling's life. Lin Feng raised his wine bowl and toasted Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling returned the toast. Master, did you know? Zhao Kingdom sent envoys to sign a peace treaty. They've been thoroughly defeated by us. The Liang King has signed it as well. Jiang Ling said with a bitter smile. We might not see battle for 10 odd years now. Lin Feng of course knew this. It was precisely why he had decided to return to Yu Kingdom. He didn't answer directly, but asked General Jiang, are you unhappy? Of course. Those pieces of paper can be torn up at will. Only the Liang King would believe them. Jiang Ling took a sip of wine and said if I were allowed to press the attack, I could trample Zhao Kingdom's main city by next spring. And after a bit more time annihilate Yu Kingdom. Then the 3 kingdoms would be unified. Lin Feng's head ached again upon hearing this. This woman Jiang Ling truly could not be allowed to live. He pondered for a moment and said the Liang King doesn't believe it. He fears that you and I might overshadow him. See that burly man at the door? The Liang King sent him to keep watch over me. Now the king knows every move I make. On one hand this was the truth, on the other he intended to sow discord between the Liang King and Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling looked back and said with murderous intent, Master, do you want me to kill that burly man for you? Lin Feng sighed, completely at a loss with this battle maniac. If the burly man were to die at Jiang Ling's hands, Lin Feng would certainly be suspected of colluding with Jiang Ling and plotting rebellion. After Lin Feng stopped Jiang Ling's dangerous idea, the two continued drinking. Jiang Ling was utterly drunk, swaying as if about to collapse, yet she kept urging Lin Feng to drink faster. Lin Feng thought she was someone who couldn't hold her liquor but loved to drink anyway, and her drunken state was far more endearing than usual. Jiang Ling, if there are no more battles in the future, what will you do? Lin Feng asked, thinking that if Jiang Ling chose to retire, he might spare her life. Then he'll wait until there are battles again, Jiang Ling mumbled groggily. Lin Feng frowned, not expecting Jiang Ling to be so stubborn. He thought for a moment and advised again. Jiangling, you're not young anymore. It's time to marry and have children. Once you're married with a husband and kids, you won't be so stubborn. Jiangling chuckled upon hearing this, laughing endlessly. Master, you don't know? My father always wanted a son to carry on his ideals, but in the end, he only had 3 daughters. So he raised me, the youngest, as a general, training me almost like a boy since childhood. I myself stopped seeing myself as an ordinary girl long ago. Now I only want to achieve great deeds and make my father understand that girls are no worse than boys. There was sorrow and determination in her words. Lin Feng realized that the bold and carefree Jiangling also had hidden burdens and inner demons. By the way, master, let me tell you something, Jiangling said drowsily. Lean your head closer. Lin Feng leaned in curiously. Jiangling, reeking of alcohol, whispered, the Zhao envoy came for another reason. Zhao plans to attack you. If Liang doesn't interfere, the territories after the war can be divided between the 2 states. Bang! Lin Feng's bowl slipped from his hand and shattered into pieces. What's wrong? Jiangling asked hazily, hearing the noise. Nothing, my head suddenly aches again. He'll go rest for a while, Lin Feng said, forcing down his shock, not wanting Jiangling to notice. Alright, I should leave too, Jiangling said. Don't go, General Jiang. You're too drunk to go out. Stay here tonight, and I'll have someone prepare a room for you. If Jiangling went out in this state, she would surely be killed by the people he had arranged. After speaking, Lin Feng returned to his room and opened a secret passage he had specially built. He entered the passage, arriving at a dim room, and began writing a letter to the king of Yu. The news Jiangling brought meant he couldn't return for now. He had to change his plans and notify the king of Yu and all Yu spies in Liang. The plan to assassinate Jiangling would be put on hold. She was still useful and had to be kept alive for now. Since peace couldn't protect Yue, he would continuously fuel war, making the 2 states irreconcilable. Jiangling wondered why Lin Feng suddenly insisted she stay. He never let anyone stay overnight, especially not the opposite sex. Perhaps master trusted her as she trusted him. With this thought, Jiangling stumbled triumphantly to her feet, but knocked over the chessboard. A piece of paper fell out. Jiangling bent down to pick it up, opened it curiously, and saw 2 characters she didn't recognize. She looked closer and realized she was holding it upside down. She chuckled foolishly and turned it around. The characters read balance. Jiangling jolted, instantly sobered by fright. Balance was the way of emperors. Was master plotting rebellion? Well, whose side should she take? She had long despised the king of Liang anyway, or it didn't matter who ruled as long as there were battles. Cut. Perfect. Director Liu exclaimed excitedly. Yang Yes acting was impeccable, as if she were truly drunk, perfectly capturing the adorable drunken state. She even portrayed the flush on her face after drinking. Even the best actors in the country couldn't have achieved such an effect. Upon hearing cut, Yang Yu slowly collapsed with a smile still on her face. Wang Go and Lu Zi were startled and rushed over to check on Yang Yu. She seems to have just fallen asleep, Wang Go said after a brief check. Lu Zi sniffed the air, then smelled the wine Yang Yu had been drinking. Props department. Who the hell replaced Yang Yes wine with real alcohol? Lu Zi shouted angrily. A timid member of the props team stepped forward. Yang Yu told me that drinking real alcohol would make her performance better, so I bought a bottle saying you arranged it. Damn it, she dared to forge orders. Lu Zi wanted to slap the drunk Yang Yu twice since she couldn't fight back now. The props team added, Director, it's just beer, nothing serious. Lu Zi looked at Yang Yu skeptically. Could beer really get her drunk? That was too weak. Yuan Xiaoxiao, take her to the RV to rest, the director said. Yuan Xiaoxiao helped Yang Yu up. In her drunken state, Yang Yu didn't put on her usual roguish expression. Clad in black leather armor, she looked strikingly heroic, and for a moment Yuan Xiaoxiao couldn't tell if this was Yang Yu or Jiangling. Ding! Host has made the renowned actress heart flutter. Affection points 5000. When Yang Yu woke up in the RV, she saw her assistant Yuan playing on her phone. She shook her head and asked, how long did I sleep? Not long, just 2 hours. Yuan put away her phone. 2 hours. She had passed out for 2 hours after just 2 bowls of beer. How embarrassing. In her past life, she could drink endlessly without getting drunk, but this body couldn't even handle 2 bowls of beer. No way. Yang Yu quickly opened the system to see if there was an option to boost alcohol tolerance. She had to salvage her dignity. But after searching, there was none. That meant Yang Yu was destined to be a lightweight for life. Wu had secretly sneaked a drink only to discover she had the incurable disease of poor alcohol tolerance. She wanted to time travel back right away. That evening, as the crew wrapped up, Director Lu Zi suddenly approached Yang Yu. Yang Yu eyed him warily. Was he really going to ask her to go to the hotel room and wait? Her long and used kick to seize the advantage move would have to make a comeback. Yang Yu, I need to tell you something, Lu Zi said. What is it? Yang Yu was already tensing up. The scriptwriter is coming tomorrow, Lu Zi said. What did that have to do with her? Yang Yu asked suspiciously. Does he like to play the casting couch game? Lu Zi rolled his eyes at Yang Yu, baffled by her train of thought. She's a woman. Oh, Yang Yu nodded. If it's a woman, then she'd be the one to use the casting couch. Damn it, what am I even talking to you about? The person in our crew who most opposed you playing the young general is her. She's particularly stubborn, even obsessive, believing this role can only be played by a man, Director Liu said. Stubborn. Obsessive. Yang Yes eyes lit up. Liu Zi noticed with surprise that instead of worrying, Yang Yu seemed excited by the news. On the second day, the scenes Yang Yu filmed continued the narrative progression. Typically, actors shoot scenes out of order, not necessarily following the chronological sequence of the plot. Some directors even film the ending first. Romantic or intimate scenes are often saved until the actors become familiar with each other, while ambiguous interactions are best shot when they are still strangers, as unfamiliarity helps immerse them in the atmosphere. However, since this was Yang Ye's first acting experience, Director Liu arranged her scenes in a linear order to help her grasp the story more easily. Lin Feng, a strategist of the Yu Kingdom, learned from General Zhang Ling that the Zhao Kingdom intended to invade Yu. Zhao, a major power that had been losing battles against the Liang Kingdom, signed a peace treaty with Liang only to turn its aggression toward the neutral small Yu Kingdom. Lin Feng realized that in this era peace could only exist between nations of comparable strength. A weak state faced the constant risk of annihilation. Since peace could not save Yue, the only option was to redirect the conflict. He would ensure Zhao and Liang remained eternal enemies while Yu played the role of the opportunistic snipe catcher, reaping all the benefits. Of course, this series of schemes would be far more dangerous than before, but that did not matter. Lin Feng was willing to sacrifice everything for Yue, including his own life. The Liang King ordered Zhang Ling to protect the Zhao envoy within Liang territory. If the envoy died in Liang, Zhang Ling would face severe punishment. This move by the Liang King was to prevent Zhang Ling from acting covertly. Everyone in the court knew that Zhang Ling harbored the deepest animosity toward Zhao. Many of her comrades-in-arms had fallen in battles against Zhao. Of course, Zhang Ling had killed even more Zhao soldiers and commanders. Almost every notable general of Zhao had fallen to her sword. Now in Zhao, the mere mention of Zhang Ling struck fear into people's hearts. Legends described her as a three-headed, six-armed female demon. The Zhao envoy was now insufferably smug. Zhang Ling, the merciless killer, dared not touch a single hair on his head. He would surely boast about this for years after returning home. Conversely, Zhang Ling was grinding her teeth in fury while having to protect this wretched man. She secretly calculated that once the envoy left Liang, she would stealthily follow and kill him. I've long heard of the iron-faced female general of Liang, a bloodthirsty fiend. But now I see you possess such beauty. Why not return with me to Zhao? I guarantee you a life of ease, free from the dangers of the battlefield, said the Zhao envoy, fanning himself teasingly. Emboldened by the Liang King's decree, he grew increasingly audacious. Zhang Ling drank a sip of wine, which was fake this time, without changing her expression, and replied coldly, I will go to Zhao, and I will see you beneath the iron hooves of my army. The Zhao envoy felt an intense killing intent radiating from Zhang Ling, making him tremble involuntarily. He clenched his teeth and mustered the courage to say, Zhao and Liang have signed an alliance. General, do you intend to defy the Liang King's command? That would be a capital offense. Zhang Ling did not reply. She simply crushed the wine goblet in her hand, its shards cutting her palm. Indifferent, she stood up, used her bloodied right hand to pat the envoy's cheek, and said, If you want to live a little longer, keep your mouth shut. Blood smeared across the envoy's face as he stared at Zhang Ling in terror. Cut! Director Liu shouted hastily. Yang you, rein it in. Zhang Ling isn't that ruthless. The director watched with a racing heart. If he hadn't called cut, Yang Yu might have actually killed the Zhao envoy. She was indeed a method actor. Yet this made sense. Actors without systematic training often adopt this style, immersing themselves deeply into their roles to achieve the desired performance. However, this method consumes the actor's psyche and can cause psychological harm. Sometimes excessive immersion even leads to physical injury, as seen now with Yang Yu. Fang Miao, who had been watching Yang Ye's performance from the sidelines, was a leading representative of the presentational acting style in this world. He could easily embody different characters through gestures and expressions, yet he believed that portraying a soulful character required a method actor's approach. Yang Ye's performance just now was the deepest immersion he had ever witnessed among method actors. Only actors with extraordinary talent could achieve this. He had changed his view of Yang Yu. She was not just beautiful. Ding. Host has earned the admiration of a renowned actor. Admiration points, 5000. Quick, someone help Yang Yu tend to her wounds. Then while everyone's emotions are still high, we'll continue shooting, said Liu Zi. Assistant Yuan rushed over to clean the wound with iodine. The sting of the iodine brought Yang Yu back from the immersive scene created by immersion, and she realized she had been injured. As the plot progressed, Zhang Ling's emotions grew increasingly complex, and Yang Yu felt her acting skills were becoming insufficient. Immersion was too easy to lose herself in and could not be used constantly. She had to improve her acting skills urgently to give Zhang Ling, a character she deeply adored, the most perfect portrayal. Directors Wang Go and Liu watched the playback of the previous shoot. Both felt as if Jiang Ling had truly appeared before them. Should Yang Yu reshoot this segment? She didn't follow the script exactly, asked Wang Go. No, improvisation is also part of acting, replied director Liu. I wouldn't cut a single second of this scene. After Yang Yes' wound was dressed, director Liu Zi continued filming. Night fell. Jiang Ling was sleeping in bed when she heard footsteps. She snapped awake, grabbed her sword, and sat up. Someone knocked at the door. General, an assassin has broken in, said the servant from the Jiang residence. Jiang Ling was bewildered. How dare anyone infiltrate the general's mansion? They must have a death wish. She grabbed her sword and was about to charge out, but stopped at the doorway. She asked who was the target. The Zhao envoy. He seems to be under attack right now. A delighted smile spread across Jiang Ling's face. Let me put on some clothes, they'll go immediately. The servant was puzzled. He remembered that the general had long formed the habit of sleeping fully dressed on the battlefield. Why had she taken off her clothes to sleep tonight? Jiang Ling leisurely sat in the chair for a while before rising and heading out, feigning urgency. Quick! Where's the assassin? Take me there. By the time she arrived, the Zhao envoy was already dead, his body bearing multiple stab wounds. Oh, you died on me already, Jiang Ling said with a grin, kicking the envoy's corpse and shaking her head regretfully. Daughter, the Zhao envoy died in our mansion. If we don't catch the killer, how can we answer to the Liang King? Her father, looking anxious, arrived as well. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, Jiang Ling asked her subordinate, any clues from the assassin? One of her men reported, I shot an arrow into the assassin. He has a wound on his right shoulder. Based on his martial arts style, he seems to be from you. He fled towards South Street. I've already sealed off the area. If he has no inside help, we should catch him soon. Jiang Ling sighed. No inside help. It was impossible to believe that. But who could the insider be? Someone from Yue, likely, trying to sabotage the Zhao-Yang alliance and attack you. Yet very few people knew about this, and she had only discussed it with Lin Feng. South Street happened to be where Lin Feng lived. But how could it be him? Lin Feng had always been dedicated to peaceful coexistence between the two kingdoms. Why would he kill the Zhao envoy and destroy the treaty? Despite her doubts, Jiang Ling turned and walked toward Lin Feng's residence, determined to find out the truth. Cut. Excellent. That's all for this morning. Actors rest now. We'll continue in the afternoon, Director Liu announced. Feng Miao, who had been observing Yang Yu, was puzzled again. How had she suddenly switched to presentational acting? How could an actor seamlessly alternate between two distinct styles? Yang Yu and Yuan found a restaurant around Hongdian, had lunch, and then took a nap before arriving at the set to prepare for the afternoon shoot. Upon arrival, she heard director Liu Zi arguing with someone, a woman. The assistant director standing on the attic winked at Yang Yu and said, the screenwriter Xiao Gua has arrived and is arguing with the director. Come back later. A new partner. Yang Yu quickly approached and found that her genius radar was reacting. She was so moved she wanted to cry. Finally, a genius had arrived. Did they know how she had endured these past days? Now the crew looked at her with disdain. She had offended people, but the hatred points she gained were pitifully few, a total loss. It was more profitable to bully geniuses. Ignoring the assistant director's dissuasion, Yang Yu walked straight to Lin Feng's small building. Originally, director Liu had planned to shoot Lin Feng's scenes in the afternoon, so the cameras were set up there. Suppressing her excitement, Yang Yu climbed the wooden stairs and headed toward the attic room. A sharp female voice came from inside. Presumably the screenwriter Xiao Gua. You didn't inform me beforehand, and you just decided to change the male lead's role to a female. Fine. But now you make me revise the script every day for her gender swap. Do you have any conscience? Liu Zi replied guiltily. Didn't we give you extra money? That little bit of money wants me to sell my principles. Oh no, is this about the money? Who exactly is Yang Yu that you help her so much? I recommended Jiang Wu, but you didn't use him insisting on a girl. Liu Zi continued. It's not that we didn't want Jiang Wu, he ran away himself. He looked down on your young general role, but Yang Yu treats it like a treasure. She even hurt her hand this morning for this role. He actually felt a bit wronged for Yang Yu. He used to disapprove of her, but now he believed she was the perfect choice for the young general. The screenwriter Xiao Guo was taken aback, then retorted defiantly, a little injury, and she's whining. Then stop acting. There are so many actors in the country, I don't believe we can't find a male actor to play my young general. Let's stop arguing. When you see Yang Yu later, you'll understand. I'm not just randomly casting actors, alright? Liu Zi said impatiently. The screenwriter Xiao Guo sneered. I want to see if this girl has 3 heads and 6 arms, making director Liu speak so highly of her. Yang Yu thought, isn't this the time for me to go in and perform? She pushed open the wooden door, stepped over the threshold with her right foot, and walked in. Liu Zi pointed at Yang Yu and said, she's here. This is Yang Yu. Yang Yu saw that opposite director Liu was a girl wearing pink glasses. Her skin was fair, her hair permed and fluffy, wearing ripped jeans and a women's t-shirt. She looked like a fresh college graduate. Her entire face could be described as small. Small face, small nose, small mouth, making her look easily bullied. Hello. Yang Yu waved in greeting. The screenwriter Xiaoguo glanced at Yang Yu and was somewhat surprised. She admitted that Yang Ye's appearance did astonish her. If Yang Yu were playing the female lead, she would be happy and supportive. But Yang Ye's current appearance was pure and innocent without makeup, looking very delicate. How could such a slender figure play a female general? Xiaoguo snorted disdainfully and pushed her glasses up. Ding! The host has incurred the hatred of the genius screenwriter unawakened version by stepping into the door with the right foot first. Hatred points, 100,000. Huh, so easy. Yang Yu felt she had never farmed hatred so effortlessly. She suddenly felt that the system was finally being reasonable. After thinking for a moment, she stepped out of the room, and then crossed the threshold with her left foot. Ding! The host has incurred the hatred of the genius screenwriter unawakened version by stepping into the door with the left foot first. Hatred points, 100,000. Holy crap, it can be farmed repeatedly. Lu Zi didn't know what Yang Yu was up to, repeatedly stepping back and forth over the threshold. He was somewhat used to her bizarre behavior, but worried that Xiaoguo couldn't accept it, so he forced an explanation. She usually practices her kung fu like this. Just get used to it. But Xiaoguo's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Oh no, this crew was going to be a chaotic mess. In the afternoon, Director Liu would first shoot other people's scenes. Jiang Ling's night raid on Lin Feng's attic would be filmed at night, so Yang Yu was quite leisurely looking everywhere for the genius screenwriter. Finally, she spotted Xiaoguo at a table, sitting on a long bench revising the script, muttering curses all the while. She was very reluctant, but she still had to earn money. It was said that she was a fresh graduate who had spent 3 years in college writing the script, the strategist of a small nation, yet no one had appreciated it. Finally, director Lu Zi discovered this script. Although it had many plot holes, he loved the core story and decided to produce it with the help of several screenwriters to polish it. Recently, because the male lead was replaced by Yang Yu, he asked Xiaoguo to revise the details. Yang Yu silently sat down next to Xiaoguo, pressing close to her. The bespectacled girl looked up at Yang Yu. Yang Yu shrugged and said, "I'm too tired. Resting here for a while." Xiaoguo looked around at the dozens of empty benches and instantly felt that Yang Yu must have some kind of social audacity syndrome. Ding! The host has incurred the hatred of the genius screenwriter unawakened version by sitting beside her. Hatred points, 100,000. Easy enough, but she was an unawakened genius. 100 was too little. She wondered if bullying her in bed would make her awaken early. Xiaoguo wrote a few words, pushed her glasses up, and found Yang Yu still there. She thought this girl was trying to curry favor. What a smooth operator. But the more she acted like this, the more Xiaoguo hated her, and the more she wanted to give Jiang Ling the worst possible ending. Since she was the one revising the script now, she would make sure Yang Ye's performance was miserable. "I think the young general role you wrote is really great," Yang Yu said with a smile beside her. Xiaoguo snorted coldly. Just as expected, Yang Yu had come to flatter her. But the other characters are written like crap. For example, the male lead is forced to be a Gary Stu. As soon as he appears, everyone else's IQ drops by half. Xiao Xin is a complete love-struck fool. Even worse, the female second lead is a courtesan who becomes the male lead's confidant. Even a dog would shake its head at this plot. Yang Yu unleashed a barrage, maxing out her sarcasm. Xiaoguo, who had been wearing a disdainful expression, thinking Yang Yu was going to flatter her, gradually turned red-faced with rage. The key was that Yang Ye's criticisms were well-founded, leaving Xiaoguo so angry she was humiliated and trembling. Yang Yu looked at her expectantly, hoping she would evolve like Jiang Baiyu from anger. Ding! The host has made the genius screenwriter unawakened version so angry she wants to kill. Hatred points, 300,000. Tisk tisk tisk, evolution failed. Xiaoguo stood up with a murderous look. Yang Yu quickly stood up and ran, shouting, "The screenwriter is so furious she wants to kill." Screenwriter Xiaoguo, originally named Guo Ruhan, was called Xiaoguo by the crew due to her pen name and her youth. She had just graduated from university. At this moment, driven by embarrassment and rage, she was chasing Yang Yu only to be stopped by the kind-hearted director Liu. "Just you wait. Sooner or later he'll teach you a lesson." Xiaoguo shouted angrily, clutching the script and pointing at Yang Yu, who was hiding behind director Liu. Yang Yu tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, and laughed. "Xiaoguo, you're so immature. Your script is terrible, yet you can't stand criticism." Hearing this, Xiaoguo immediately threw the script, which hit the ever-patient director Liu on the head. Lu Zi rubbed his head and couldn't help but shout, "Enough. If you keep this up, neither of you will work for me anymore. Go home, each to your own mother." Thus the war between the two young women was halted. That evening, director Lu Zi continued filming Yang Ye's scenes. Previously, Jiang Ling had discovered that the assassin who tried to kill the Zhao Kingdom envoy had fled towards South Street, and she had only told Mr. Lin Feng about Zhao's impending attack on Yu Kingdom. She pondered whether this incident was related to Lin Feng. Arriving at the door, she donned a black night robe and ordered her men to prepare a horse. She wanted to go and see for herself. Meanwhile, Xiaoguo, watching Yang Ye's performance alongside the director, cast a contemptuous glance and sneered, "Prepare a horse. Probably another fake horse from the set. She'll do a few moves, add some special effects, and that's her riding. If the crew used Jiang Wu, he could ride a real horse. How cool would that be? Director Liu heard this, turned to look at Xiao Guo, and smiled without saying a word. Then Zhang Ling's men actually led over a tall black horse. Xiao Guo was instantly proven wrong, but she still stubbornly said, "What's the use of a real horse? Someone will still lead it from below while she pretends to ride. To the audience it will look fake." No sooner had Xiao Guo spoken than Zhang Ling with a cold expression grabbed the reins and vaulted gracefully onto the horse. She let out a crisp "hiya" and squeezed her legs. The black horse shot forward. Her black night robe fluttered in the wind, hooves clattering, and she vanished into the darkness. "Cut. Yang Yu excellent. One take." Director Liu called out. In the darkness, Yang Yes' riding figure galloped back. She pulled hard on the reins, making the horse rear up, then came to a stable stop. The horse snorted, looking magnificent. Yang Yu, still on horseback, grinned at the stunned Xiao Guo. Xiao Guo's mouth hung open in shock, her glasses slipped down her nose, and she forgot to push them back. Yang Yu almost wanted to stuff an egg into her mouth. At that moment, Yuan Xiaoxiao approached and saw the expression on screenwriter Xiao Guo's face. She said, "Your face looks exactly like ours when we first saw Yang Yu ride." It stunned the whole crew. Xiao Guo closed her mouth and sank into silent contemplation. "Everyone, let's move to Lin Feng's small building for the next scene." Director Liu shouted cheerfully. He felt it was only a matter of time before Xiao Guo was won over by Yang Yu. Zhang Ling arrived at the small building where Lin Feng lived, finding it completely dark. Everyone inside seemed to sleep, with only a few guards at the door yawning continuously. Among them was the burly man given to Lin Feng by the Liang King. He stood over 2 meters tall, with the other guards reaching only up to his chest, exuding a formidable presence. Zhang Ling dismounted expressionlessly and said, "Go and tell your master that I have arrived." Seeing Zhang Ling, the burly man showed no concern. He had been sent personally by the Liang King to monitor Lin Feng and could refuse orders from anyone except the Liang King, even General Zhang's commands. "They'll say it again, go inform Mr. Lin that Zhang Ling wishes to see him on business." Zhang Ling repeated sternly. The other guards exchanged glances and were about to go inside, but the burly man stopped them. He looked at Zhang Ling and said, "General, my master has already retired. It's inconvenient to disturb him. If you have business, please come back tomorrow." Zhang Ling stared at him silently, then drew the sword at her waist. She remembered that Lin Feng desperately wanted to get rid of this man sent by the Liang King. Today she would help him. The burly man laughed at the sight. No matter how formidable Zhang Ling was rumored to be, he refused to believe that her frail body could pose any threat. He picked up an iron ball attached to a chain, swinging it in circles. "Everyone get out of the way." The guards scattered as the burly man approached the expressionless Zhang Ling step by step. Xiao Guo glanced around and whispered to Yuan Xiaoxiao, "Where is Yang Yes' stunt double? This fight looks extremely dangerous, yet I didn't see any stunt double dressed like Yang Yu nearby." Yuan Xiaoxiao was focused on the impressive Zhang Ling. Without looking away, she said, "Yang Yes' stunt double. Oh, there used to be one, but when they realized they couldn't make any money doubling for Yang Yu, they fled overnight." "What do you mean?" Xiao Guo was baffled, unable to understand why the stunt double couldn't earn money. "Just keep watching, and you'll see," Yuan Xiaoxiao said impatiently. Xiao Guo had no choice but to continue watching Yang Yu perform. As the burly man came closer, he swung the iron ball and said, "General, you can still leave now. Otherwise, he'll tell the Liang King that I accidentally killed you while you were trespassing at Lin Feng's residence." Zhang Ling remained unfazed. Charging forward with her sword, the burly man hurled the iron ball. Zhang Ling sidestepped, and the ball smashed a huge crater into the ground. Seeing her unharmed, he tried to retrieve his weapon, but Zhang Ling's blade slashed across his bare chest, leaving a bloody wound that gushed crimson. The burly man looked down at the deep wound on his chest, bellowed in fury, retrieved the iron ball, and hurled it again at Zhang Ling. Unable to dodge, Zhang Ling raised her sword to block, but the immense force sent her flying. She rose from the ground, steadied herself, and felt her internal organs churn. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. With no time to check her injuries, the burly man was charging wildly. Zhang Ling gritted her teeth and sidestepped again. Seizing the moment, she swung her sword and severed his right leg. The man howled in agony, and as he watched Zhang Ling approach step by step, like the grim reaper, the terror of death expanded within him. "General, spare my life. Spare me. I am the Liang King's man," the burly man begged repeatedly. But Zhang Ling, as if death, sliced her blade across his throat. Blood dripped from the edge of the sword. The other guards, terrified, dropped their weapons. "Summon Mr. Lin Feng for me," Zhang Ling commanded. However, Lin Feng, still in his nightclothes, opened the door and walked out sleepily. Seeing the dead, burly man, his expression changed. He rushed over and said, "General, how could you kill the Liang King's man?" At this moment, Xiao Guo watched Yang Yes' fight scene with the burly man, once again dumbfounded. If Yang Yu performed such high-risk stunts herself, no wonder the stunt double couldn't make money. and Yang Ye's fight moves were even cooler than the choreographer's designs. Jiang Ling looked at the astonished Lin Feng and asked slowly and expressionlessly word by word, "Master, have you been staying in the small building all evening?" Lin Feng puzzled replied, "Of course. With that man watching me, he would follow me wherever I went, so I rarely go out now." He coughed painfully a few times and added, "My health doesn't allow me to go out either." Jiang Ling immediately took his pulse. It was extremely weak. Besides, Master did not practice martial arts, so it was impossible for him to have infiltrated the general's mansion alone to assassinate the envoy. "Master, could you call everyone from the small building out? I want to have a look," Jiang Ling requested. Lin Feng immediately ordered everyone out. Jiang Ling checked each person's shoulder for wounds and also searched the small building. She found no suspicious individuals. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the man she trusted most was not the culprit. "The Zhao envoy is dead, isn't he?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. Jiang Ling nodded. "You suspected me. I thought I was the one you trusted most in Liang Kingdom," Lin Feng said with some sadness. Jiang Ling's cold expression softened, and she smiled happily. "Master, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come alone. I just don't want the slightest rift in our cooperation." Lin Feng smiled too and asked, "Then how will you explain this to the Liang King?" Jiang Ling grinned unconcerned. "What's there to fear? He wouldn't dare kill me. The Liangzhou treaty is broken, and he still needs me for war." Lin Feng sighed. "Alas, is there anything I can help with?" Before he could finish, he saw Jiang Ling slowly weakening and collapsing. He quickly caught her. "Fetch a physician quickly. Jiang Ling is gravely injured," Lin Feng shouted anxiously. He carried the unconscious Jiang Ling to a guest room only to find that his men hadn't gone for a doctor, but instead followed him inside and carefully closed the door. This man was his trusted confidant from Yu Kingdom, hidden among the guards. "Master, we should kill Jiang Ling now. She is too dangerous for us," his confidant said. Lin Feng looked at the weak, unconscious Jiang Ling. Her vulnerability displayed before him for the first time. Killing her now would be easy. He pondered for a moment and said, "Jiang Ling is now our weapon against Zhao Kingdom. She cannot die yet." The confidant wanted to persuade him further, but he noticed blood seeping through the fabric on Lin Feng's shoulder. Indeed, it was Lin Feng who had assassinated the Zhao envoy. He had sneaked there through a secret passage. Everyone thought he was feeble and unskilled in martial arts, but in truth, he was highly proficient and very strong. After wrapping up today's scenes, it was nearly 10 in the evening. Her stomach growled with hunger, and she rubbed her flat belly. Suddenly, she wanted to treat everyone to a meal, while using someone else's money. At that moment, Director Lu struck her as a perfect gullible target. She quietly walked over to him and said, "Man is iron, food is steel, skipping a meal leaves one unsteady." Director Lu was packing up his things, turned to look at her, and pulled out a bread roll from his pocket. Yang Yu took it speechlessly. Damn it, who wanted this? She wanted meat, she wanted wine. She then pointed at the sky and said, "Director Lu, look how round the moon is tonight." Lu Zi gazed upward. Nothing but a dark blur, there was no moon at all. Yang Yu added, "Doesn't it remind you of that meal you promised us last time?" Lu Zi's lips twitched. He had only mentioned it casually last time, but she reminded him of it every single evening. "Oh well, her recent performance had been very satisfactory, consider it a reward." He said, "Gather everyone else. He'll treat you to dinner at XX restaurant." Yang Yu immediately flashed a smirk of success, clapped her hands, and shouted loudly, "Hey everyone, tonight I'm treating you all to XX restaurant. Consider it my way of thanking you for your hard work these past days on behalf of the director." The crowd burst into applause. Fang Yao even yelled, "Yang Yu, you're awesome. Much more generous than that stingy director." "Hee, no big deal, no big deal," Yang Yu said, implying it was all small change. She turned around and saw Lu Zi glaring at her angrily. Yang Yu immediately wiped the smile off her face and said, "That Fang Miao is really out of line. Make sure he pays for his own meal later." Ding. Host forced a renowned director to treat everyone and stole his credit. Hatred value increased by 10000. Ding. Host sowed discord between the renowned director and a famous actor. Hatred value increased by 10000. Perfect. Today's small goal was accomplished. As Yang Yu was about to head to the RV, she noticed Xiao, with a screenwriter, staring blankly into space, still lost in thought. It seemed she had been deeply shaken by Yang Ye's earlier performance. Her worldview was probably collapsing and in the midst of reconstruction. Sigh such a sin. Yang Yu decided to save this fallen young woman. She walked over, put an arm around Xiaoguo's shoulders, and said, "Xiaoguo, some things you can't overthink. Change your perspective, and everything might become clear. For the character, what we need is fit, and only fit. Look at me. I was born for the young general role, way more suitable than that Jiang Wu, or whoever." Xiaoguo adjusted her glasses and stared at the smug young woman. She realized that Yang Yu had absolutely no idea what humility meant. So even if Yang Yu was the most suitable for the role, it didn't stop Xiaoguo from thoroughly disliking her. She said, "Yang Yu, do you know why everyone calls me Xiaoguo?" Yang Yu shook her head. "Because I'm younger than them." But here you're even younger than me. From now on you should call me Sister Gua. Don't try to get close to me, thought Xiao Gua. She expected Yang Yu to get angry. Instead, Yang Yu glanced at Xiao Gua's chest, then at her own. Then she puffed out her chest and said seriously, "You're kidding, right? Mine is clearly bigger." Xiao Gua looked down at Yang Yu's cup, then at her own A cup, and suddenly felt an arrow pierce her heart. She desperately wanted to ask heaven why it treated her so cruelly. Before meeting Yang Yu, she had been a proud child of fortune. But after just one day with Yang Yu, she had been crushed since noon. Ding. Host wounded the pride of a genius screenwriter unawakened version. Hatred value increased by 10000. That's all. Yang Yu thought the genius was worth too little. Disappointed, she turned and walked away. At that moment, Yuan Xiao, who was playing landlords on her phone, passed by Xiao Gua. The phone rang out, pair of aces. Can't beat that. That was the last straw. Xiao Gua clenched her fists, utterly furious. She hated Yang Yu to death and vowed to find proof that Yang Yu was unsuitable for the young general role. Ding. Host infuriated a genius screenwriter unawakened version. Hatred value increased by 3000. Huh, what just happened? Yang Yu was dumbfounded. During dinner that night, Yang Yu saw that everyone had a bottle of beer at their table, while she had only coconut milk. She complained to the director about the unfairness. A little brat like you shouldn't drink. Last time 2 bowls of beer, even light beer, got you drunk. If you get drunk again, no one here will carry you back. Director Lu scolded, feeling much better as he watched Yang Yu's eager expression, settling old and new scores together. Xiao Gua chimed in fiercely, let her drink. If she gets drunk, just dump her by the roadside. Suddenly Yang Yu felt that drinking coconut milk wasn't so bad after all. Yuan Xiao looked at the aggrieved Yang Yu and thought to herself that she would have been willing to carry her back. Back then, Lin Feng was still thinking about how to maintain peace between Zhao and Liang. In Liang, Lin Feng was extremely wise, almost like a demon, and grew increasingly valued by the Liang king, becoming his trusted advisor. Even the princess was deeply in love with Lin Feng. This stirred jealousy among many of Liang's veteran ministers. Because Lin Feng was close to the Liang king's second son, someone whispered to the first son that Lin Feng intended to help the second son seize the first son's inheritance. The first son, a dullard, was easily swayed and immediately sent assassins after Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was walking along the street with Jiang Ling, discussing the current situation between Zhao and Liang. Jiang Ling listened with admiration as Lin Feng spoke eloquently. His insights into the relations between the two kingdoms were remarkably sound. When it came to parts, Jiang Ling didn't understand Lin Feng with his vast knowledge and gentle, patient tone would explain until she grasped it. Master, I truly regret not meeting you sooner. I've wasted most of my life. Jiang Ling said with a hearty laugh. Lin Feng smiled gently. He found Jiang Ling a simple person. All her emotions showed on her face. She smiled warmly at those she liked and gave a cold face to those she hated, showing no mercy to anyone. And such people were the easiest to use. He knew the first son's men would attempt to assassinate him in the coming days, so he brought Jiang Ling along as a witness. Afterwards, he could frame the warhawk first son. The gentle second son was the one Lin Feng wanted to put on the throne. Only someone like him once in power would reduce wars. A sharp arrow shot down from the rooftop, aimed directly at Lin Feng. Hearing the sound, Jiang Ling shoved Lin Feng aside. She looked up and saw a masked assassin on the eaves of the roadside houses. Realizing the assassination had failed, the assassin immediately turned and fled. Furious, Jiang Ling turned to her subordinates and ordered, "Protect the master. They'll catch him." Lin Feng called out, "Don't chase a fleeing enemy, there might be an ambush." But Jiang Ling replied, "Anyone who dares to assassinate my master, they'll make sure they never return." She ignored the warning and used Qin Gong to leap onto the wall, chasing the assassin across the rooftops. The assassin was equally skilled, and the two engaged in a rooftop pursuit. When jumping between two houses, Yang Yu felt the wire harness pull her back. Her jump failed, and she plummeted. The tension from the wire slammed her entire body against the wall with a loud crash. Seeing Yang Yu's accident, Director Lu's face turned pale. Even if she didn't die, she would surely break bones. The entire crew rushed over in panic. Assistant Yuan Yuan burst into tears, running over while sobbing. Xiao Gua, who had been diligently searching for reasons why Yang Yu was unfit for Jiang Ling, was stunned by the crashing sound. In that moment, she inwardly prayed that Yang Yu would be all right. If something happened to her, who could play the young general as brilliantly as Yang Yu did? By the time the crowd rushed over, they saw Yang Yu dangling from the wire rig, silently spinning in midair, utterly comical, yet miraculously unharmed. "What are you staring at? Get me down this instant, young lady." Yang Yu shouted in embarrassment, feeling as if she had just died of social shame on the spot. Xiao Gua, who had rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yang Yu was fine. Then, eyeing her ridiculous posture, she grinned slyly, pulled out her phone, activated the camera, and snapped a few shots of Yang Yu on the wire. She decided that when the little strategist aired, she would post these photos online. Seeing Xiaogua taking pictures, many others recalled Yang Ye's usual habit of antagonizing everyone and gleefully followed suit snapping photos. Some even went as far as recording videos. Yang Yu, come on, smile for the camera, Xiaogua teased. Stuck in midair and unable to move, all Yang Yu could do was cover her face. What do you think you're doing? Lu Zi scolded coldly. This is a serious safety incident. Do you even realize that people could have died? Lu Zi's heart was still pounding from the shock, yet these young people were treating it like a joke. After Yang Yu was finally lowered, she heard Lu Zi unleashing a furious tirade. The usually gentle and mild-mannered man was now shouting so harshly that the prop masters couldn't even look him in the eye. Who adjusted the wire rig? Lu Zi demanded coldly. A young man stepped forward, head bowed, his voice trembling with tears. Director, I didn't mean it. He'll double-check next time. Lu Zi shook his head. There won't be a next time. You're dismissed. If I don't teach you this lesson, you'll end up getting someone killed someday. The young man felt silent tears streaming down his face as he turned and walked away. Yang Yu watched from the sidelines without uttering a word of comfort. What Lu Zi said made sense. If it hadn't been for the system protecting her, she would have been severely injured if not killed. For dangerous scenes like this from now on, use a stunt double. They're far more experienced than you and at least know how to protect themselves, Lu Zi said. Yang Yu could only nod. Just then Lu Zi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and his expression shifted again. It's your agent Cheng Tianming. He's probably going to chew me out, Lu Zi said. He answered the call and Cheng Tianming's voice came through like a storm, even more furious than Lu Zi's own scolding of the prop masters. Lu Zi didn't dare talk back. Compensation was the least of his worries. If Cheng Tianming pulled Yang Yu out of the production, it would be disastrous. Even without the speakerphone on, everyone could hear the barrage of curses. Yang Yu couldn't help but marvel at Cheng Tianming's talent for scolding. He was usually such a gentleman. But how had the agent learned about the accident so quickly? Yang Yu narrowed her eyes at her assistant Yuan Yuan, who immediately looked down guiltily. Damn it. That bastard Cheng Tianming actually had someone spying on me, and he even bribed my beloved Yuan Yuan. How despicable. Lu Zi, after being yelled at by Cheng Tianming for about 10 minutes, finally stopped and handed the phone to Yang Yu, signaling her to take it. Your agent wants to talk to you, Lu Zi said. Yang Yu hesitated for a moment, then thought to herself that she couldn't act like a coward in front of a genius. She picked up the phone. Hello, Yang Yu said with a smile. Yang Yu, do you remember how many times I told you before you left? Use a stunt double for dangerous scenes. Just because you know some martial arts doesn't mean you can treat everything like a joke. What do you think you're doing? Trying to build a reputation for being dedicated. Do you think reputation is more important than your life? If you want a dedicated image, I can market it for you in a minute. Just focus on your acting and don't care what others say. If you obsess over your image, you'll wear yourself out. As soon as Yang Yu answered, Cheng Tianming launched into a relentless tirade. If she let him dominate the conversation here, she'd have to listen to him forever. She quickly activated her skill immersion, immersing herself in the role of a pitiful little actress who had just suffered an accident and was being harshly scolded by her agent. The emotions came instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she began to sob. Even Lu Zi was startled, thinking that the usually fearless Yang Yu had been reduced to tears by Cheng Tianming. When Cheng Tianming heard her sobbing, he froze. This troublemaker, who usually stirs up chaos, suddenly acting so fragile. Was I too harsh? Feeling a pang of guilt, he tried to comfort her, but before he could finish, Yang Ye's voice came through, crying and cursing. Cheng Tianming, you have no conscience. Yes, you told me to use a stunt double, but that's all you did. Just talk. Anyone can say that. Even a stray dog on the street would bark at me if it saw me. Have you called me once in the past few months to ask how I'm doing? Cheng Tianming was about to say that he had Yuan Yuan report to him every day, but he knew that would only make Yang Yu angrier. She valued her freedom and hated being watched. Cheng Tianming considered ending the conversation. You what? Do you know I've been filming until dawn every day? Do you know I haven't used a single stunt double so far? Who do you think I'm working this hard for? It's all for you. To prove that choosing me was the right decision. To help you regain your pride in the industry. So you don't have to keep pining over your former artist Chen Fei. And now you're accusing me of building a reputation for dedication. Is your heart made of stone? Cheng Tianming was stunned. He had indeed mentioned Chen Fei to Yang Yu a few times, but he never realized she cared so much. He hadn't thought about Chen Fei in a long time. When he heard about Yang Ye's accident, his heart had raced, and he had nearly fallen down the stairs. Ding. Host has made the Genius Agent Awaken version feel deeply guilty. Guilt value 100000. Hearing this, Yang Yu almost broke character and laughed, but the immersion skill kept her emotions stable. She decided to squeeze every last bit of value out of Cheng Tianming. Cheng Tianming thought for a moment, and then explained, Yang Yu, you're my only top artist now. All my focus is on you. I don't have the energy to think about anyone else. Oh, you keep saying I'm your top artist, but when I, a first-time actor, asked you to come to the set, you refused. You said you had to train other artists. Fine, let's leave that aside. Just now I had an accident. Do you know how terrified I was? I almost died. And instead of a single word of comfort you called to yell at me. If you really cared you'd be here not talking to me on the phone. Chung Tianming listened feeling wronged as he looked at the plane ticket in his hand. He had actually been at the airport ready to fly over, but Yuan Yuan told him Yang Yu was fine, so he turned back to handle company matters before visiting her. Ding. Host has made the genius agent awaken version feel deeply wronged. Grievance value 100000. Wait, grievance. Not guilt. Whatever as long as she got emotional points. Yang Yu hung up before the agent could argue and deactivated her skill. As the emotions faded, she grinned happily having gained another 200 emotional points. Chung Tianming was indeed generous. But it still wasn't enough to upgrade her acting skills to this level. Jiang Ling's upcoming scenes demanded exceptional acting, so Yang Yu would have to find another way. She looked up still beaming, only to find her assistant Yuan Yuan and director Lu staring at her in utter. Watching Yang Yu perform her tea ceremony right before their eyes, director Lu couldn't help but admire her. Her acting was so impeccable that she had Chung Tianming completely wrapped around her finger, her emotions switching on and off with ease. She'd pick up her phone and cry, then put it down and laugh. She was bound to achieve great things in the future. Yang Yu scratched her head awkwardly, realizing she had gotten too carried away and forgotten that director Lu and Yuan Yuan were still watching. Embarrassed, she quickly pulled Yuan Yuan away and fled. Yuan Yuan, the person closest to her, had been reporting her every move to Chung Tianming. She was going to give her a good scolding. At that moment, Chung Tianming was also lost in thought. Yang Yes aggrieved words echoed repeatedly in his mind. She said everything she did was for him and sobbed, asking if he had any conscience. After pondering for a long time, he finally made a decision and called Chairman Jiang. Tianming, what's up? Chairman Jiang asked drowsily, probably still in his afternoon nap. Chairman Jiang, I need to talk to you about something. Go ahead. I want to temporarily manage only one artist, Yang Yu. Could you assign my other artists to other agents? Chung Tianming asked. What a... This statement instantly jolted Chairman Jiang wide awake. Even when he managed Chun Fei, Chung Tianming had always handled multiple artists simultaneously. What kind of love potion had Yang Yu fed Chung Tianming to make him monopolize all his resources like this? Why, Chairman Jiang asked. There was an accident on Yang Yes' set. She almost got hurt. This girl is too reckless. I'm afraid something will happen sooner or later. I'd better keep a close eye on her myself. Chung Tianming said. Besides, Yang Yu is truly the most talented artist I've ever managed. Not to mention her singing, even on her first acting gig, director Lu was full of praise for her. I think if I focus all my efforts on developing her, we might actually be able to cultivate a superstar in the domestic entertainment industry. Chairman Jiang hesitated for a long time, thinking that Chung Tianming must have his reasons for doing things. Finally he said, alright, I'll make the arrangements. Chung Tianming nodded in satisfaction. Then please find someone to take over from me as soon as possible. After the handover, I still need to go to the set to check on Yang Yu. Upon hearing this, Chairman Jiang sensed something was off. He hesitated for a moment and said, Tianming, you're an agent. There are some things you can't let yourself get too deeply involved in. Chung Tianming's heart suddenly trembled. He was a sensible man and naturally understood the implication of Chairman Jiang's words. He lowered his head and thought for a while, feeling that he had no such feelings for Yang Yu. He replied, Chairman Jiang, I'm a professional agent. The beautiful female artists I've managed. Well, if not 20, then at least over a dozen. I would never stray down that path. That's good to hear. Chairman Jiang felt relieved. He still trusted Chung Tianming deeply. Other agents might develop feelings for their artists, but Chung Tianming, that robot, probably wouldn't. When Yang Yu woke up the next morning, she saw a message from Chung Tianming sent the night before. Yang Yu, from now on I'll be managing only you. Once the handover is done here, I'll come visit your set and arrange your future work. A million curses raced through Yang Yes' mind. She had overdone it with her tea ceremony yesterday. Her guilt-ridden act had pushed Chung Tianming to decide to shepherd only her, meaning he'd be hounding her every step of the way from now on. She thought that if Chung Tianming only managed her, he'd be watching her every day. The pressure had suddenly multiplied tenfold. My freedom, my youth, my butt. Well, Chung Tianming had nothing to do with the last part. It was just that Yang Yu had a scene today where she had to get spanked, and it suddenly made her regret becoming an actress. Arriving at the set, Yang Yu saw the director pulling 3 stunt doubles, 2 men and 1 woman, and standing them in front of her. These are the stunt doubles arranged for you, Director Lu said. Yang Yu looked at them doubtfully. 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Director Lu was exasperated. Do you think this is a meal schedule? 1 for long shots, 1 for close-ups, and 1 for horse riding. Yang Yu pouted. Director, that's too much. You're depriving me of the joy of riding. Director Lu replied helplessly. Fine, you can do the less dangerous ones yourself. Yang Yu gave an okay sign, then asked hopefully, so can the spanking scene today be done by a stunt double too? Director Lu showed a benevolent smile and said, you wish. Zhang Ling sneaked into Lin Feng's cabin at night and killed the prince of Liang's men. Furthermore, due to her failure to adequately protect the Zhao envoy who died in the general's residence, the alliance between Liang and Zhao was rendered void. Zhao immediately declared war on Liang. In his fury, the king of Liang ordered Zhang Ling to be beheaded in public. The ministers hurriedly pleaded for her, not out of fondness for Zhang Ling, but because the treaty between Zhao and Liang was broken and war was inevitable. Without Zhang Ling, who would lead the army. The king of Liang of course understood this. In the end, he commuted Zhang Ling's death sentence, stripped her of her military command, sentenced her to 20 strokes of the bastinado, and ordered the punishment to be carried out directly in the court as a warning to others. Zhang Ling, however, carelessly lifted the hem of her robe and accepted the punishment stoically, not uttering a single cry throughout the ordeal. In the end, she couldn't stand up and was carried home by her family. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had been bedridden due to illness for a long time and was completely unaware of the court affairs. He was secretly orchestrating a massive plan. A plan that, if successful, would inflict severe damage on both Zhao and Liang, rendering them incapable of causing trouble for a long time. The Princess of Liang came to play Go with Lin Feng again. They played over a dozen games, all of which ended in Xiao Xin's miserable defeat. In this latest game, Xiao Xin was on the verge of losing everything again. She gritted her teeth in anger and swept the board clean. I'm not playing anymore. Lin Feng wasn't angry. He smiled and calmly gathered the pieces into the bowl. Lin Feng, why don't you ever go easy on me? Does my losing make you that happy? Xiao Xin asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Princess, playing Go is like waging war, a matter of life and death. If I let you win, it would be a sign of disrespect. Xiao Xin felt that Lin Feng was full of reasoning, and she couldn't argue with him, so she simply shut her mouth in anger. As Lin Feng spoke of war, he thought of someone else. A person who used to visit him every couple of days with wine and meat to drink with him, but whom he hadn't seen for over 10 days now. Princess, have you seen Zhang Ling recently? Lin Feng asked. Zhang Ling? Don't you know? She's in deep trouble. My father stripped her of her military command and had her flogged in the court. I heard her buttocks were beaten raw. Tisk tisk, if I were spanked in public, I'd probably hang myself once I got home, Xiao Xin said fearfully. Lin Feng's hand, which was collecting the Go pieces, paused. He thought that Zhang Ling was strong-willed and wouldn't do anything as foolish as taking her own life. Having her military command taken away might actually be a good thing. It could possibly save her life. Let's go visit General Jiang, Lin Feng suggested. Xiao Xin shook her head. What's there to see about her? Now that she's angered the king of Liang, everyone is trying to avoid her. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng dropped the subject. After Xiao Xin left, he ordered a carriage prepared and headed to the general's residence. Standing before Zhang Ling's door, Lin Feng hesitated. He felt a pang of guilt, an emotion he shouldn't have. Such feelings would only hinder his mission. Everyone was merely a pawn in his game, including Zhang Ling. Who's there? Zhang Ling's voice suddenly rang out from inside the room. Lin Feng had no choice but to answer. It's me. Oh, it's you, master. Come on in. Lin Feng pushed open the door and saw Zhang Ling lying face down on the bed, her bottom raised high, covered by a quilt. A small table stood by the bedside where she was drinking wine and eating meat with great relish. Lin Feng thought to himself that his worry for her was unnecessary. This female general had a heart far broader than he had imagined. Master, have you come to mock me? Zhang Ling asked with a smile. Lin Feng replied with a grin. General, you are so formidable. How would I dare to mock you? After saying this, they exchanged glances for a moment, then both burst into hearty laughter. Come, master, let's drink and eat together, Zhang Ling said, handing him her own wine bowl. Lin Feng took the bowl, unhesitatingly poured its contents into his mouth, and exclaimed, excellent wine. The general truly knows how to enjoy life. Then they chatted casually for a few more moments. Come, let me pour you another, Zhang Ling said, lifting the wine bottle to refill his cup. But her grip slipped, and the bottle tumbled toward the ground. Instinctively, Lin Feng used his martial arts to catch the bottle before it hit the floor. Then, realizing something, he immediately fixed his gaze on Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling looked at him with a triumphant expression and said, so the master knows martial arts. Now tell me, why did you assassinate the Zhao envoy? As she spoke, she sat up. It turned out that her buttock injury had long since healed, she had been feigning it all along, just to lull him into letting his guard down and test his martial prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Feng felt cold sweat trickling down. In terms of pure martial skill, he was no match for Zhang Ling, who she would surely capture him. Just as he was considering a way to extricate himself, Zhang Ling laughed again and said, Master, you assassinated the Zhao envoy using techniques imitating you martial arts. You wanted to make Liang hate both you and Zhao, didn't you? During her convalescence these past few days, Zhang Ling had grown increasingly suspicious. She finally realized the problem lay with the master and was just about to find an opportunity to test him when he came to her on his own. After hearing Zhang Ling's words, Lin Feng felt relieved. She had a brain, but it seemed not a very sharp one. The general is right. I simply couldn't stand the sight of King Liang signing a peace treaty while holding an overwhelming advantage. I used to think peace lay in the balance among the three kingdoms, but now I believe that only by unifying the three kingdoms under Liang can warfare truly be reduced. Assassinating the Zhao envoy was one of my plans. Lin Feng quickly added, but I never expected my plan would land you in such trouble. Jiang Ling beamed and patted his shoulder saying, Master, that's exactly what I thought. I've long wanted to cut down that Zhao envoy and tear up that so-called peace treaty. But you, Master, are more decisive. Lin Feng forced a smile and asked, and your injury? Jiang Ling shrugged nonchalantly. What's a little wound like this? If it means a war, it's worth it. At the mention of war, Lin Feng's expression changed. Didn't King Liang take away your military command? Jiang Ling replied with a mysterious smile, just wait. Soon the command will be back in my hands. Cut. That's a wrap, Director Liu called out. Today's intense acting duel between Yang Yu and Feng Miao was a delight to watch. That little girl's performance was getting better and better. She could even hold her own against a seasoned actor like Feng Miao. Though still a bit raw compared to him, she was already capable of outshining many in the entertainment industry. At the same time, comparing Yuan Xiaoxiao's scenes with Feng Miao, it was clear that Yuan Xiaoxiao was far outmatched. Off the set, Yuan Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiang Ling with starry-eyed admiration, while her agent stood beside her frowning. After the day's shooting wrapped up, everyone returned to their hotels. Yuan Xiaoxiao's agent came to her room to discuss something. Her agent Tian Feng was a well-known figure in the industry. His most classic move was marketing Yuan Xiaoxiao's bust, making her big chest her trademark, which boosted her popularity. Yuan Xiaoxiao, didn't you tell me earlier that the young general was being played by a man? Today, why is it Yang Yu, a girl, playing the role? Tian Feng asked. Yuan Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and said, it seems the original actor dropped out, and Yang Yu stepped in to fill the gap. Her performance turned out well, so they gave her the role of the young general. Tian Feng sighed. You should have told me earlier. This will seriously affect you. Yuan Xiaoxiao asked in surprise why. Tian Feng said, if the young general were played by a man, you could be sure of your status as the female lead. But now it's been changed to a woman. So who is the female lead? Yuan Xiaoxiao said, of course it's still me. It's written in the contract. They'll promote me as the female lead. Tian Feng shook his head. They'll promote you, but in the eyes of the audience the female lead will definitely be Jiang Ling. I suspected this script had potential for a male-male CP with the second male lead, and the male lead having an ambiguous relationship. At the time, since it was two men, it didn't affect you much. But now that the second male lead has been changed to a woman, it directly turns Yang Ye's character into the female lead. You were originally a vase in a malicentric drama, but now you've become a backdrop for the romance between the male and female leads. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale. Tian Feng's reasoning was sound. She liked Jiang Ling, and thus had some goodwill toward Yang Yu. But if Yang Yu was going to steal her female lead position, she wouldn't just take it lying down. After all, no one in the entertainment industry is a pushover. Then what should I do? Yuan Xiaoxiao asked. Don't worry. The show hasn't aired yet, so there's still room for reversal. They'll create some online topics about Yang Yu forcibly changing the character's gender, Tian Feng said. Yuan Xiaoxiao replied, isn't that too soon? We haven't finished filming. If it causes a fallout, the project might be ruined. Tian Feng laughed. Don't worry about that. I'm just laying some groundwork online. When the show airs, it'll dig up these seeds, and they'll be enough to give Yang Yu a tough time. Anyone who dares to climb up by stepping on my artist must pay the price, Tian Feng said with a sinister tone. Yang Yu was woken up by Yuan that day. Yang Yu, wake up, Yuan repeated like a human alarm clock. Yang Yu had to open her eyes and asked drowsily, what's going on? Yang Yu, someone is bad-mouthing you online, and it seems they have evidence, Yuan said fearfully. She was worried that Yang Yu would be trashed before the show even finished. Someone online was trashing her. Yang Yu instantly perked up and smiled. She was just in need of some hatred, and someone was handing it to her on a silver platter. She quickly took Yuan's phone and scrolled through it. She saw a forum post that said, rumor has it that the big-budget drama The Little Kingdom Strategist has someone buying their way and arbitrarily changing the character's gender. The post even included a production notice which originally listed Jiang Ling's role as male, but later changed it to female. Plausible and well-supported. This was a solid piece of gossip. And since the target was the highly popular Yang Yu, if marketing accounts hyped it up, it would definitely make it to the trending list and become a hot topic for netizens. But the post was on an obscure forum, and the Little Kingdom Strategist wasn't drawing much attention, so it sank like a stone, attracting no hatred at all. Yet it was like a ticking time bomb ready to be dug up and explode at any moment. Yang Yu looked at the post with disdain. This person's smear campaign was so amateur that it didn't even trigger the system's hatred meter. What use was it? Of course, a sunny girl like Yang Yu would never pass up a chance to accumulate hatred. She decided to light the fuse herself and set the topic ablaze. Immature stars are still fighting against smear campaigns, but mature stars already know how to smear themselves. Yang Yu decided to show her true colors. The next day, the entire crew was given a day off. After several consecutive days of exhausting filming, director Liu, who still had a shred of conscience, decided to grant everyone a holiday. At noon that day, a trending topic suddenly appeared on Weibo. The grand drama The Small State Strategist being filmed is suspected of having an investor's appointee who arbitrarily changed a character's gender. This topic was rather intriguing, attracting a crowd of curious onlookers. Netizens speculated wildly about who had bought their way into the cast and changed the character's gender, but their guesses were baseless. Some suspected Yuan Xiaoxiao, as she was the most popular and influential figure in the Small State Strategist crew, and her agent Tian Feng was known for shady maneuvers. Perhaps they had turned the original male lead into a female lead. This guess seemed plausible, so the netizens, regardless of right or wrong, began to vocalize their outrage. The more they ranted, the more excited they became. Just as the flames were about to escalate, someone came forward online claiming that the source of this rumor seemed to be from Tieba, and the main culprit was not Yuan Xiaoxiao. So netizens flocked to Tieba to take a look. There they saw a post containing a crew notice. The character Jiang Ling was originally registered as male, but during filming it was suddenly changed to female. Suddenly enlightened, the netizens realized they had been attacking the wrong person. The real culprit was Yang Yu. Without even an apology, these people swiftly redirected their attacks to Yang Yes super topic, clearing their throats to start another round of abuse. At this critical moment, the crew of the Small State Strategist immediately released a statement saying that the gender change of Jiang Ling was a collective decision of the entire crew, and the rumors of buying into the cast were completely false. Furthermore, the crew stated that Yang Yu was highly dedicated. Although Jiang Ling's role involved many action scenes, she had never used a stunt double. With this statement, the keyboard warriors had their keyboards snatched away, complaining, "We were ready for a fight, and you give us this." Yang Yes fans breathed a sigh of relief. They remembered that during the talent show, Who is the Youth Star?, Yang Yu had been viciously attacked. After being blackened, the 15-year-old girl had resolutely written the song, Dissipating Sorrows, which showed how deeply she had been hurt. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the same person who had directed everyone to Tieba stepped forward again, posting photos of Yang Yes' 3 stunt doubles, asking, "If Yang Yu doesn't use stunt doubles, then why are there stunt doubles?" Thus, the keyboard warriors perked up, fully revived, and accused the crew of covering up for Yang Yu. But the rumor monger then said, could it be that Yang Yu threatened the crew? After all, buying one's way into the cast gives a lot of power. The netizens had another epiphany and began to defend the rest of the crew. The one who bullied the crew must have forced out the original male lead to play the role herself, and to make herself fit the character, she even made the screenwriter change the character's gender. Moreover, her action scenes were poor, so she had to keep using stunt doubles, which would seriously compromise the filming quality. Most importantly, after being exposed by a righteous crew member, she supposedly threatened the crew to issue a whitewashing statement on her behalf. Such audacious behavior was rarely seen in a century. Compared to her previously blackened stars, paled in comparison. Even the fiercest wolves seemed like gentle rabbits. Shouldn't we troll her out of the entertainment industry? Keep her for the new year. Moreover, when Yang Yu first made her comeback, her fans boasted daily that she was the most beautiful star in the entertainment industry, even stepping on other stars and offending a large number of their fans. Those fans formed an alliance, deciding to take advantage of the chaos. Their strategy was primarily create rumors, secondarily invent memes. Thus, Weibo topics all turned into Yang Yu-related slanders, such as, Yang Yu has over 30 stunt doubles on set, and Yang Yu forces the screenwriter to change the script every day. Even the black materials from the Who is the Youth Star period were dug up and rehashed. The stage performance of Ill Beat You was also edited by talented netizens into a mashup titled Sing Dance Rap Basketball. That day, Yang Yes fans trembled witnessing the meaning of an overwhelming army. After the trolls, not a single blade of grass grows. All sorts of marketing accounts emerged for heat. After all, any attack on Yang Yu would generate buzz. Netizens embraced a path of justice. As long as you cursed Yang Yu, you were their friend. Vilifying her became politically correct. Have you eaten today? Turned into, have you cursed Yang Yu today? And has Yang Yu left the entertainment industry today? Thus, Yang Yes fans once again saw a familiar topic slowly rising on Weibo's trending list. Yang Yu get out of the entertainment industry. They seem to have seen this scene before. 2 years ago, there was also someone constantly leading the rhythm, and suddenly various evidences popped up. They felt how familiar all this was, like a déjà vu, as if the events of 2 years ago were replaying. According to the rhythm of 2 years ago, Yang Yu would probably soon stand up and slap the haters' faces, perhaps releasing another song like Big Fish or Dissipating Sorrows. So Yang Yes fans, the Baoyus, happily and expectantly said, "You can curse Yang Yu, curse her fiercely, but don't curse us Baoyus. We are innocent." The crew, evidently not experienced with such a big scene, stopped their day off and prepared to hold an emergency meeting. Yang Yes' massive online attack seemed to have no effect on the crew. In fact, netizens expressed sympathy for the crew having such a bully like Yang Yu. The online popularity of the small state strategist skyrocketed due to the incident of Yang Yu bullying the crew, as if sacrificing one Yang Yu benefited everyone. It didn't seem all that bad. However, Director Liu was furious. These half-truth, half-lies black materials were clearly leaked by someone within the crew. Such vicious competition actually occurred in his production. He must find the real culprit and clear Yang Ye's name. In the temporary meeting room of the crew, Lu Zi was waiting for others to enter. Who do you think is behind the smear campaign against Yang Yu? Lu Zi asked Wang Go. Wang Go shook his head. Although Yang Yu could indeed be annoying at times, strangely, everyone ended up liking her. I can't think of anyone who would strike so hard as if wanting to destroy Yang Yu forever. This person must absolutely hate Yang Yu, grinding their teeth in hatred, Wang Go said. Director Liu gave him a scornful look, thinking he was stating the obvious. If they didn't hate her, would they smear her? Your statement is like saying, who is smearing Yang Yu? First exclude Yang Yu herself. Just then screenwriter Xiao Guo burst into the meeting room, looking gleefully at the director and assistant director. She said triumphantly, Director, I've figured out why Yang Yu is unsuitable for Zhongling. Yang Yu and Feng Miao have no chemistry. When I wrote this script, I actually intended to ride the wave of male-male CP popularity, but by turning Zhongling into a female role, you completely ruined that intention, making this drama lose another selling point. Since Yang Yu had mocked her for having small breasts, she had harbored a grudge. She was determined to find evidence that Yang Yu was unfit for Zhongling, to humble Yang Ye's arrogant attitude. After spending the whole morning, she finally figured it out. She rushed over delightedly to tell the director, hoping to make him regret choosing Yang Yu. Upon hearing this, Director Liu and Director Wang exchanged a glance. They seemed to have found the person who hated Yang Yu the most. Xiao Guo hadn't been online all day and didn't know what had happened. Now as Director Liu and Director Wang squinted at her, she asked nervously, "Oh, what's this sudden meeting about? Protesting too much." "That's right, the culprit is you, Xiao Guo." Director Liu and Director Wang announced the case solved. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoxiao's agent Tian Feng was scrolling through his phone in shock. He remembered he had just planted the landmine, so why had it detonated on its own? Host netizens across the internet now believe you abused your stunt double hatred points, 100. Host netizens across the internet now believe you bullied the crew hatred points, 100. Host netizens across the internet now believe you bought your way into the cast hatred points, 100. Host, you have unlocked the achievement, get out of entertainment circle for the second time, reward 1 lucky draw. Yang Yu looked at the instantly increased hatred points of 300 and almost beamed with joy. 300 hatred points were exactly enough to upgrade her acting skills to a level which was more than enough for the role of Zhongling. Although the self-disparagement process was somewhat arduous, the goal was finally achieved. She thought this self-disparagement would be as simple as last time, but this time, she almost capsized. Yang Yu spent the whole morning guiding in various ways, yet the not-so-bright netizens almost went to attack Yuan Xiaoxiao instead. She nearly enjoyed all the benefits of that good fortune. Close call, close call. Fortunately, being clever and virtuous, she managed to steer the momentum back. But Yang Yu didn't get to be happy for long, when a few Qingye agents suddenly appeared midway. Some crew members actually stood up and spoke well of her, nearly causing Yang Ye's entire plan to fall through. She thought that her behavior of frantically accumulating hatred on the set had already made others detest her to the bone, yet unexpectedly, there were people who stepped forward to speak for her, and quite a few at that. How had the world suddenly changed? She even suspected that everyone knew she had a system and were deliberately messing with her. She should write a book. Everyone knows the protagonist has a system and secretly laughs at her. Just when she thought the self-disparagement plan was about to fail, Yang Yu happened to remember the 3 stunt doubles the director had arranged for her. With a quick turn of mind, she posted about the stunt doubles online. Although using stunt doubles is normal in acting nowadays, netizens wouldn't understand. Using stunt doubles is unprofessional. Moreover, Yang Yu actually used 3. Thus, this wave of the plan succeeded completely. Yang Yu didn't do anything afterward, and the netizens were very supportive automatically, pushing Yang Yu get out of entertainment circle to the trending topics, directly granting Yang Yu a system lucky draw. Content and satisfied, she summoned the system and chose to draw. The system roulette began to spin with a whir. How long had it been since she last saw this wheel? Ding host has obtained the talent skill Absolute CP Chemistry System. Absolute CP Chemistry System. The host is naturally able to create a strong CP chemistry with her collaborator, making onlookers feel as if you are both radiating pink bubbles. It makes those who love shipping CP feel as if they are in paradise. Yang Yu was greatly disappointed. It was another skill that couldn't let her show off, utterly useless. At that moment, Yang Yu received a notice from Director Liu about an emergency meeting, apparently regarding the online backlash against her. Yang Yu instantly felt a pang of guilt. Why feel guilty? She was working hard to improve her acting skills, also for the sake of the Little Kingdom strategist. Yang Yu encouraged herself. In the afternoon, Yang Yu arrived at the makeshift boardroom on set, which served as the meeting room, and happened to run into Fong Miao approaching. "Hi, Brother Fong." Yang Yu greeted cheerfully. Fong Miao looked at her with confusion, unable to understand how this young girl could still smile. When he first debuted, his acting was poor, so he was criticized online, but at that time, he wasn't very famous, and there weren't many people attacking him. Yet, even so, he had been depressed for a long time, not wanting to open his phone for days, and thus he worked hard to improve his acting. But Yang Yu in just half a day had stirred up a nationwide wave of online backlash. How could this girl just about to come of age bear it all, while still beaming with smiles? Fong Miao thought again. No, Yang Yu's acting was excellent. She must be faking it, while deep down she was already overwhelmed with sadness. The happier she smiled, the more sorrowful she was inside. What a pitiful child. She had worked so hard to portray the role of Jiang Ling, yet in an instant netizens were bashing her like this. 30 stunt doubles messing with the script, bullying the crew. Except for the last one, which had some relation to Yang Yu, the rest were all nonsense. Fong Miao patted Yang Yu's head and said, "You are still a child. Some things don't need to be hidden in your heart." Yang Yu was startled upon hearing this, thinking that Fong Miao had discovered her secret. Seeing Yang Yu's cute, shocked expression, Fong Miao became even more convinced of his thoughts. Sighing, he then took Yang Yu's small hand and led her into the office. Yang Yu entered the office and found that there were already 3 people inside: Xiaoguo, assistant director Wang Go, and director Lu Zi, all already there. And Xiaoguo, seeing Yang Yu enter, excitedly grabbed Lu Zi's arm and said, "See, director, they have no CP chemistry at all." Xiaoguo, who had been smiling, suddenly froze mid-sentence because in her eyes Yang Yu and Fong Miao actually seemed very compatible, like a perfect match. The stark contrast of a young girl and an older man formed a pairing that strongly impacted her mind. Moreover, Fong Miao was now holding Yang Yu's hand, which almost made Xiaoguo, who loved shipping CP, let out a scream like a kettle boiling over. Lu Zi looked at Xiaoguo suspiciously and asked, "You call this no CP chemistry?" If this were an idol drama, the two wouldn't need to say anything. You just standing there cluelessly would make many people become their CP fans. "So admit it, you are the culprit, Xiaoguo." Xiaoguo rubbed her eyes. Yesterday Yang Yu was the type of beautiful alone, but today she gave Xiaoguo the feeling that Yang Yu matched with everyone. That's unscientific. Ding host caused the genius screenwriter unawakened version to doubt life shock value 300. Huh. Yang Yu was puzzled. She hadn't done anything yet Xiaoguo was doubting life again. This made her previous frantic efforts to accumulate hatred seem foolish. Half an hour later, all the main cast and crew arrived at the meeting room. Yang Yu noticed Yuan Xiaoxiao casting a guilty look at her. Lu Zi cleared his throat and said, "I called everyone here today, not about acting matters. I assume you've all seen the trending topics. Yang Yu has been acting right in front of you all. Her hard work and excellence are obvious to everyone. Yet someone like her has been bashed like this. Are you willing to accept that?" The other crew members sincerely shook their heads. No matter how tired or bitter Yang Yu was, she never complained. This hard-working and smiling girl had infected many people on the set. Everyone's atmosphere became lively because of her. Although she sometimes deliberately provoked anger, in hindsight, she was truly adorable. The boring set life became interesting because of her. Moreover, this time when she was being bashed, she didn't utter a single word of explanation to netizens, both strong and pitiful. Therefore, when crew members saw online attacks against her, they all wanted to step forward and say a few words for her. From what I've learned, the person who blackened her is someone from our own crew. Ask yourselves, do you have a conscience? Are you not ashamed? Yang Yu and Yuan Xiaoxiao both lowered their heads in shame upon hearing this. Yang Yu turned to look at her and instantly understood everything. Yuan Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yu with confusion, wondering why Yang Yu also showed a shameful expression. Yang Yu thought to herself, well, so it was you who posted that initial Tiaba post. As expected, girls with big chests are all kind. They know what she lacks and immediately deliver it. Director Lu on stage saw Yang Yu lower her head and thought she was secretly grieving, so he hurried over and said to her, "You're a victim here. Why are you attending this meeting? Go back and rest." Yang Yu was pushed out of the door by Director Lu, and then she heard Director Lu inside loudly reprimanding the various main creators. Thus Yang Yu felt even more ashamed. She, the culprit, was directly excluded. Luku had just finished lunch that day when she saw a new song released by Jiang Baiyu a few days ago, which had once again topped all major music platforms. The former defeated rival of Yang Yu had developed far better than Yang Yu. Luku immediately felt disappointed again. She opened her phone to check how Yang Yu was doing, but she didn't want to ask her directly, so she searched for Yang Yu on Weibo. As it turned out, not searching would have been better. As soon as she searched, she saw the trending topic, Yang Yu get out of entertainment circle. Luku rubbed her eyes, thinking she had traveled back in time 2 years. She thought she had accessed Weibo the wrong way, so she re-entered the platform, but the topic was still at the top, accompanied by other topics like Yang Yu's more than 30 stunt doubles. Yang Yu forced the crew to change the script, and even more outrageous, Yanjai foresaid critiquing Jethagender fat character. After 2 years, Yang Yu was once again being dragged through the mud by netizens. Luku remembered a sentence she had said to Yang Yu before they parted. "With your personality, if you ever get attacked online in the future, don't say, 'I was your mentor.'" She never expected it to come true so soon. Yang Yu had been back for less than 4 months and was already being told to get out of the entertainment circle. She felt she was like Patriarch Bodhi and Yang Yu was like Sun Wukong. Now that Sun Wukong had failed in his rebellion against heaven, her best course of action was to pretend not to know her. But when she thought of how Yang Yu used to smile slyly in front of her every day and how she often dreamed of Yang Yu hovering around her, the time when Yang Yu won the championship was the most fulfilling period of her life, she ultimately couldn't bear to abandon her. In the end, Lu Ku sighed and posted a Weibo post with the theme "Yang Yu is absolutely not that kind of person. I once had the honor of working with Yang Yu for nearly 2 months. During those 2 months, although Yang Yu often teased me and made me angry. But I want to give a fair evaluation here. She is a good child, an extremely good child. In Who is the Star of the Youth, she possessed unparalleled talent, yet she worked 10 times harder than others, ultimately stunning the audience and winning the championship. But unfortunately, she has an unlikable personality, and shortly after her debut, her own agent blacklisted her for 1.5 years. If she were someone with enough power to force the crew to change the script, how could she have been blacklisted? Faced with such adversity, she did not sit idly by. Even after 1.5 years of silence, with her popularity far less than before, she ultimately stood up and chose to enter the acting world she had never touched before starting anew. How could such a hardworking person possibly have more than 30 stunt doubles? Believe me, she is definitely not the kind of person the haters claim. So those who love her continue to love her. Those who are just bystanders, please use your brain to distinguish right from wrong. Those who deliberately smear her, keep your opinion, because she will slap your face hard with her strength. Lu Ku excitedly posted this Weibo, and then looked at Yang Yu's page silently, saying, "Yang Yu, I've blown my trumpet, don't embarrass me." After Lu Ku posted this Weibo, it stirred up a huge wave in the online circle. The trolls not only didn't shut up, but became even more aggressive, accusing the celebrities of shielding each other, and started cursing Lu Ku as well. But suddenly the situation took a huge turn because many big names from different industries reposted this Weibo, choosing to speak up for Yang Yu. First, the newly crowned king of songs Jiang Baiyu reposted it with the caption, "Keep it up Yang Yu, you are the best." There was also a photo of him and Yang Yu together. The young man, neat and proper in a white t-shirt, looked a bit shy, while the girl next to him was smiling happily, wearing a whale pendant around her neck. This genius-level singer, now at the peak of his popularity, was writing lyrics while looking at Yang Yu's photo, a photo he had kept in his phone. Half a year ago, he had spent his spare time treating Yang Yu to 3 meals just to get this chance for a photo together. Now that Yang Yu was being attacked, he impulsively posted that photo. The impulse made him both shy and excited inside, as if this move was telling the entire internet that this woman was under his protection. The haters were dumbfounded. Why would the once defeated rival, now the most popular singer, speak up for Yang Yu? Thus the haters split into 2 factions. One group, who really liked Jiang Baiyu, decided to listen to him and back off. The other group believed all celebrities are equally corrupt and wanted to curse Jiang Baiyu too. But before the haters could decide whether to drag Jiang Baiyu into the mud, another bombshell dropped into the online world. A top university in B City had exposed half a year ago a finance student who, at just 19 years old and a freshman, was already the boss of a company with annual revenues of several hundred million yuan. This company now had huge potential and was growing rapidly, rumored to go public within 2 years. This genius businessman had now also invested in the entertainment industry, becoming a shareholder of many entertainment companies. Because he was young, handsome, and wealthy, he became an internet celebrity, with many stars taking photos with him. His name was Gu Xiqing, a name that sounded like the domineering CEO from a romance novel, and his personality matched. His actions often exuded an air of kingly dominance. Many female celebrities' marketing tactics were like, Gu Xiqing once declared that he would only marry XX, or Gu Xiqing said XXX is the cleanest person in the entertainment circle. Of course, these were all fabricated marketing. Although Gu Xiqing was interested in the entertainment industry, he rarely expressed his favor toward anyone. But now he reposted Lu Ku's Weibo with the caption, "The only person who ever defeated me." Below there was a video. A girl in a white skirt and a men's suit jacket was sitting at a piano playing gracefully. If everyone looked closely, they would find that this girl was a younger version of Yang Yu, already stunningly beautiful. She was playing an original piano piece that could outshine all existing piano compositions, a piece that would surely stir a storm in the music world. Gu Xiqing was sitting in front of his computer, a smirk on his lips as he laughed. "Yang Yu and I grew up together. Jiang Baiyu, how can you compete with me?" By now the haters were completely baffled. Just that one piano piece attracted a wave of music lovers who stood up for Yang Yu. They claimed that someone who could play such beautiful music must have a soul as pure as an angel. Just as the haters were about to shut up and slink away, the esports circle also joined the fray. 1.5 years ago, a rookie esports player had joined. This person had a shifty gaze, a timid personality, and a very low presence, the kind that would disappear into a crowd. But when such a person touched the keyboard, his entire gaze changed. He created legendary moments of 1 versus 5 in tournaments. With his godly hands, he slayed gods and Buddhas alike, dragging a second-tier team to win the national championship. Now in the World Championships, he was teaching foreign players a lesson, making them doubt their existence. His status in the esports circle had risen from being called bro to dad. Formerly nicknamed Wei Gu, he was now called Wei Dai by players, and his real name was Yang Buwei. This rising esports star also reposted Lu Kes Weibo speaking out for Yang Yu. He captioned it, "If I am your dad, then she is my dad. She is invincible." Besides him, many celebrities of varying sizes such as Dai Yanzhong Kaifan, and even Hisusu, who had just successfully transitioned, reposted Lu Kes Weibo to speak for Yang Yu. Yang Yu's fans seized the opportunity to fight back, shutting the haters up so thoroughly they couldn't find their parents. For a moment, the haters were so disoriented that they suddenly felt they were the ones being cyberbullied. As a genius agent, Cheng Tianming took only 2 days to find the original poster who started the post on the forum. Yuan Xiaoxiao's agent Tian Feng had hired someone to plant a landmine on the forum and bought off many marketing accounts planning to detonate it after the filming of Little Kingdom Strategist was completed. Tian Feng thought it was foolproof, but he didn't know that some of the marketing accounts he hired were pawns personally cultivated by Cheng Tianming. Cheng Tianming told all this to director Lu Zi, hoping he would give a satisfactory answer to Yang Yu and himself. Lu Zi quickly agreed. After doing this, Cheng Tianming prepared to counter the smear campaign against Yang Yu, but found that he didn't need to do much. Lu Ku and the Big Shots Weibo post had already extinguished the haters' anger, making them dare not speak out. This forceful method of countering black PR, though effective, would cause many people to secretly dislike Yang Yu. The haters would not be convinced and would continue to smear her in the shadows. If Yang Yu were to be exposed to more scandals, they would come back in force unless Yang Yu had the ability to turn haters into fans. But since things had come to this, the future could be dealt with later. Cheng Tianming thought for a moment and also reposted Lu Kes Weibo. Although he hadn't read the content since so many celebrities had reposted it, it must be good. However, as soon as he reposted, his Weibo kept getting notifications. He opened one and saw that Yang Yu's fans were swarming him, venting their pent-up frustration from the past 2 days. "How dare you repost this Weibo? If it weren't for your blacklisting of Yang Yu, she would have become a music master just by playing the piano. You are the culprit." Cheng Tianming looked at Lu Kes Weibo content in confusion, and his usually expressionless face became interesting again. He gritted his teeth, audibly deciding to hold a grudge against Yang Yu. Ding, the host has slandered the Genius Agent Awakened version, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. Hatred value increased by 2,000. 3 days after the blackening of Yang Yu, Lu Zi finally learned from Cheng Tianming who the culprit was. He never expected it to be Yuan Xiaoxiao. He had almost wrongly accused the young screenwriter and was about to pressure him, only to discover that the perpetrator was Yuan Xiaoxiao, who actually harbored some fondness for Yang Yu. Man proposes, God disposes. The truth often astounds. Lu Zi immediately called a meeting. All the key crew members witnessed the usually mild-mannered man losing his temper. Now they all bowed their heads in silence, especially Yang Yu and Yuan Xiaoxiao, whose heads were nearly buried in their hands. "Just this morning I found out who among our crew has been blackening Yang Yu," Lu Zi declared sternly. Both Yang Yu and Yuan Xiaoxiao trembled. "No way. I even used my stepmother's ID for my alt account. How could he possibly trace it back to me?" Yang Yu's heart raced with guilt. "I hope you'll step forward on your own. If I have to name you, it'll be embarrassing for everyone," Lu Zi continued. He's bluffing, isn't he?" Yang Yu thought silently. "But if he really exposes me, he'll be labeled a lunatic. Wouldn't that mean social death again? Fine, I'll confess. He'll say I was conducting a novel social experiment. Anyway, it's not illegal to troll yourself." Just as Yang Yu was about to step forward, he saw Yuan Xiaoxiao walk ahead with her head down. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Lu Zi nodded with grudging satisfaction. Only Yang Yu stood dumbfounded. "What? She posted one thread and becomes the culprit. I wrote dozens of leading comments and am still innocent. This is so unfair." Lu Zi took Yuan Xiaoxiao into the meeting room for a private talk. Half an hour later, she emerged with tearful eyes, her gaze full of grievance. "Oh no, my big-chested girl got bullied." Yang Yu thought with envy. "Yang Yu, come in alone. We need to talk," said Lu Zi. "Director, you've got stamina. 2 in a row." Yang Yu narrowed his eyes and walked in, ready to avenge the girl. "Yang Yu, you've been through a lot these days," Lu Zi said apologetically. "Wait, he really doesn't know," and the other. Yang Yu immediately put on a pitiful expression. It's okay. It's just that netizens told me to get out of showbiz again. I was told that 2 years ago. I never thought it would happen again in your production. I'm used to it now." Lu Zi sighed. He hadn't expected Yang Yu to be so mature. Despite being viciously smeared, even with fabricated scandals that made him himself disgusted, Yang Yu was still forcing a smile to comfort him. But the more Yang Yu talked like that, the guiltier Lu Zi felt. Ding. Host has made the acclaimed director feel guilty to death. Guilt points 2,000. This gives even more points than the genius screenwriter Xiaogua. Yang Yu thought delightfully. Lu Zi let out another long sigh, patted Yang Yu on the head, and said, Yuan Xiaoxiao has made some concessions because of this. She agreed to have 2 female leads in the Little Country Strategist. That means your character Jiang Ling now becomes a female lead too. You'll get the promotional treatment of a lead, but you'll still be 3rd build. Yang Yes brows perked up. So I've been evolving, haven't I? From 2nd female lead to 2nd male lead, and now to female lead. What do you think, Yang Yu? If it's alright, I'll talk to your agent, Lu Zi asked kindly. Yang Yu scratched his head and grinned. Can I get a pay raise? After all, a female lead deserves a lead salary. He had always been bothered by the fact that he was the lowest paid among the 3 main cast members despite being so beautiful and talented. Lu Zi was taken aback. The production couldn't possibly afford more. In his eyes, Yang Yu instantly became less adorable. Why is such a young girl so obsessed with money? Must be Chung Taiming's bad influence. Ding. Host has given the acclaimed director a headache. Hatred points, 10000. In the end, the salary didn't go up. Yang Yu walked out of the director's meeting room with a pitiful look only to find Xiao Guo waiting at the door. Seeing Yang Yes' sorrowful expression, Xiao was eyes filled with deep sympathy. A few days earlier, on suspicion that Xiao Guo had blackened Yang Yu, Lu Zi had a long talk with her. Xiao Guo learned that after Jiang Wu had reneged on playing Jiang Ling, the production had scoured for a suitable actress for a long time, but none of the younger generation fit. Had Yang Yu not stepped in, the whole project might have fallen apart, let alone bringing Jiang Ling to life. And yet from the moment Xiao Guo arrived, she had been antagonizing Yang Yu, making things difficult for her. Yang Yu must have felt terribly wronged. But instead of walking away, she chose to conquer with her talent. Far better than those vapid handsome faces who could only talk. Moreover, because of her role as Jiang Ling, Yang Yu had been bombarded by netizens, earning the ultimate smear, trending with the hashtag #GetOutOfShowbiz. Yet the girl never uttered a single complaint, continued acting as if nothing had happened, and earned everyone's respect. The bespectacled girl pushed her glasses up. Yang Yu, I want to say I'm sorry. Let's call our feud even from now on. Feud? Yang Yu thought. I've already gotten back at everyone I needed to. What feud? Xiao Guo extended her hand. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Guo Ruhan. You can call me Xiao Guo. She may be a few years younger than me, Xiao Guo thought, but she often carries more presence. We'll just act like equals. Yang Yu looked at Xiao Guo's small chubby hand and shook it with a smile. Okay, Xiao Guo. I'm Yang Yu. You can call me Sister Yu. Sure, Sister Yu, Xiao Guo replied with a grin. Suddenly sensing something off, Xiao Guo wiped the smile off her face, but Yang Yu had already skipped away. Ding. Host has taken advantage of the genius screenwriter unawakened version. Hatred points, 10000. Yang Yu, I swear to the mountain of Shudao. Stop right there. Xiao Guo chased after her furiously. With the cyberbullying incident resolved, the production returned to normal shooting. The scenes that followed were relatively light for Yang Yu. Once again, the 2 kingdoms of Liang and Zhao were provoked into hatred by certain incidents. Even though they knew someone was sowing discord, hatred often blinds reason. They clashed fiercely once more, conscripting large armies for the battlefield. War inflicted endless pain on the common people. Countless families were shattered, children became orphans, widows wept all day only to wipe away their tears and shoulder the burden of their households. Having lost her military authority, Jiang Ling no longer went to the front. She spent her days either in the training grounds or drinking with Master Lin Feng. Their bond grew closer, and occasionally Jiang Ling noticed suspicious clues about Lin Feng, but each time he barely managed to deflect them. Lin Feng's trusted followers sensed the mounting danger and repeatedly urged him to act. After long deliberation, Lin Feng finally nodded. On set A inside the Liang Kingdom Palace, a group of seasoned actors were delivering a powerhouse performance. Their portrayal was the soul of the strategist of a small state. Though they played supporting roles, their acting brought every character to life. Without Jiang Ling, have you all become worthless? Suffering defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat. Do you want the Zhao Kingdom to march all the way here and cut off my head before you feel at ease? King Liang was furious in the palace, trembling with rage. Several military generals knelt on the ground, but one of them looked up and said, "Those generals only obey General Jiang's orders. We simply cannot command them." Hearing this, King Liang directly threw the inkstone from the table and roared, "Excuses! Excuses!" Guards drag him away and behead him. In the great hall, several burly soldiers came and dragged that general away. The general's cries as he was dragged away made the officials even more terrified. Then, as the sound of the guillotine fell outside the palace, the general's voice abruptly ceased. No one dared utter a word, waiting only for King Liang's anger to subside. After calming down, King Liang said to the strategist beside him, "At first it was you who suggested relieving Jiang Ling of her military command, letting her reflect and realize that without her Liang could still defeat Zhao and thus temper her temperament. Now Liang has suffered several defeats. What do you suggest we do?" The strategist hastily and obsequiously knelt down. His original scheme was merely to suppress the faction led by Lin Feng, but he hadn't expected the Liang generals to be so incompetent. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Your Majesty, I too did not foresee that Jiang Ling had kept a card up her sleeve within the army. This further validates my suspicion. Jiang Ling absolutely harbors rebellious intentions. King Liang squinted his eyes upon hearing this, and said, "She dares." The strategist thought for a moment, then approached King Liang and whispered, "The expedient measure now is to let Jiang Ling continue commanding the troops, but send someone to jointly manage the soldiers with her. Once Zhao is repelled, we can gradually strip Jiang Ling of her power and deal with her later." King Liang, exhausted, sat back on the throne and said, "Go arrange it." Cut. Good. The director clapped in encouragement, praising the veteran actor's brilliant performance. Now the story of the strategist of a small state had entered its middle phase with climaxes one after another. The veteran actor's flawless performance put the pressure on Yang Yu and Feng Miao. Seppi Feng Miao was rehearsing with Yang Yu. Yang Yu was dressed in an ancient male casual outfit, exquisite and elegant. In it, her figure stood straight and slender like a sharp blade. Holding a sword in her right hand, she resembled a handsome young man. This scene was Yang Yu's first major highlight in The Strategist of a Small State. Oh, and she had to nail it. Director Lu Zi, however, was very worried. Nowadays, many actors seemed decent in ordinary scenes, but when it came to highlight moments, they often fell apart severely. This was a common problem for non-professional actors. Without a solid foundation, it was hard to deliver standout performances. He was worried that Yang Yu, who had turned to acting halfway, might also have this problem and ruin today's scene. Only if this scene stood firm could the character Jiang Ling be established. Although Yang Yu had performed well so far, the requirements for this highlight scene were even higher. If she failed, it would appear jarring, and her opponent was Feng Miao, known for his acting skills. In comparison, the audience would think Yang Yu's acting was terrible. The director couldn't ask Feng Miao to hold back. He could only hope Yang Yu would be lucky. "Actors' places," called the assistant director Wang Go. Feng Miao looked at Yang Yu. He knew that today's scene was very important for her, but he would not go easy on her. The way actors engage the audience's emotions is through acting skills. He had to dominate every scene, stealing the effective shots to live up to his reputation as a skilled actor. Yang Yu closed her eyes. Jiang Ling regains military command. First scene cut. Someone clapped the slate. Showing off before others activate. Immersive experience activate. Ding host has activated showing off before others. Acting talent temporarily upgraded to S-level. Line delivery temporarily upgraded to S-level. Yang Yu opened her eyes. At that moment, she was Jiang Ling and Jiang Ling was her. Lu Zi saw the change in Yang Yu's expression and his eyes lit up. It seemed promising. Jiang Ling suddenly came to find Lin Feng again. With a melancholy expression, Lin Feng invited Jiang Ling into the small building, which was already ambushed with dozens of assassins from the Yu Kingdom. Jiang Ling had gradually become suspicious of Lin Feng's identity. Although Lin Feng had deflected her suspicions each time, he dared not gamble anymore, knowing that if he didn't act now, it would hinder future plans. But Jiang Ling did not enter the small building as usual. She smiled and said, "Master, I didn't come to drink with you today. Can you accompany me to the East City?" Lin Feng frowned, unsure if Jiang Ling had seen through his scheme, but after a moment's thought, he surprisingly nodded in agreement. The two rode to the East City, a residential area far from the capital. It used to be bustling, but now it was very desolate, with only women, children, the elderly, and the infirm. They dismounted, found a stable, and temporarily left their horses there. "Master, do you know why it is so desolate here now?" Jiang Ling asked. Lin Feng shook his head. "A few months ago, Liang continuously conscripted soldiers here, and now there are few able-bodied men left." Jiang Ling said with a bitter smile. "Under continuous warfare, we nobles and aristocrats indulge in feasting and revelry every day, while these commoners receive news one after another that their husbands, fathers, or sons have died on the battlefield, spending their days in tears. Those without news from the front are even more anxious, unable to sleep, hoping every day for their families to return, yet often facing parting forever." Jiang Ling asked quietly, "Master, is this what you wish to see?" Lin Feng was suddenly alarmed. The root cause of all this might not be him. Without him, Zhao and Liang would still wage war every year, but he was now playing a role in fueling the conflict. But he had his Yu Kingdom to protect. Wasn't everyone selfish? There were his people, the place where he grew up. He would not allow it to be ravaged. Some said that small states were doomed to perish in this chaotic era, but he insisted on fighting against fate, using himself as a chess piece to win half a move against heaven. Both Zhao and Liang had suffered greatly and were unable to look after themselves, so he was safe. Lin Feng shook his head guiltily and said, "This is not what I wish to see." Jiang Ling turned back and smiled at him, saying, "This is also not what I, Jiang Ling, wish to see. So though I am a woman, I will stop all this, even at the cost of my life." When she was young, her father raised her as a boy, hoping she would be as towering and upright as a man wielding a sword on the battlefield. She trained every day and often complained about her father making her work so hard. She also felt that her father looked down on her for being a girl, forcing her to be raised as a boy, yet never being satisfied with her. No matter how outstanding Jiang Ling was, her father would only say repeatedly, "Jiang Ling, if only you were a boy." So later she came to hate her father, hating that he had raised her to become someone who only knew how to fight and kill, unlike ordinary girls who could fall in love, marry, and raise children. But now, seeing the people destitute and war never ceasing, she realized the meaning of her existence. She was not a man, never the person her father wanted. But she was Jiang Ling, General Jiang. She was the one who could lead an army to slaughter through the enemy, who could raise enemy capitals, the one most capable of stopping this endless war. Jiang Ling smiled, but her expression was resolute and her gaze sharp. Lin Feng was stunned. Perhaps they were the same kind of people, both fighting against heaven, but with different goals. Lin Feng was about to ask Jiang Ling how to stop all this when he saw her draw her sword and walk toward him. Lin Feng panicked, thinking Jiang Ling was about to kill him, but Jiang Ling spoke coldly, "Master, please step aside. A few rats have followed us." Lin Feng turned around, seeing the assassins he had arranged in the small building all following. Clearly, they had no intention of letting Jiang Ling go. His confidant was also among them. "Kill Jiang Ling and Lin Feng, and you shall be heavily rewarded," the confidant shouted. Over a dozen men brandishing sharp swords charged towards Jiang Ling and Lin Feng. Jiang Ling shielded Lin Feng behind her, saying, "Master, you have no weapon, please take cover well." Jiang Ling, wielding a sharp sword, moved like a phantom through the crowd, each strike drawing blood and sealing throats. As a general of the Liang Kingdom, how could she fear these scoundrels? Lin Feng's confidant hadn't expected Jiang Ling's combat prowess to be so astonishing. She was now casually reaping the lives of the assassins. This assassination seemed destined to fail. Lin Feng and the confidant exchanged a glance, then the confidant slashed Lin Feng's arm, and the latter let out a muffled groan. Jiang Ling quickly turned around, hurling her sword, and pierced the confidant's throat with a single stroke. Thus all the assassins were wiped out. Jiang Ling was drenched in blood, but not a single drop was her own. She swiftly walked towards Lin Feng, her plain men's attire mostly stained red, yet a trace of panic flickered in her eyes. "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Ling asked. But Lin Feng was stunned and didn't answer. "Cut," the director immediately called out. Feng Miao then realized that he had been so shocked by Yang Ye's aura that he had forgotten his lines. But the director Lu Zi was even more shocked. He had thought that in this intense acting duel Feng Miao would overpower Yang Yu, but instead Yang Yu had been suppressing Feng Miao throughout, not giving him the slightest chance to breathe, causing his performance to be far inferior to before. The charm of the character Lin Feng was instantly overshadowed by Jiang Ling. With that just performed scene, any audience member would surely think it's a female-centric drama, not a male-led one. Good heavens, this Yang Yu, from the start she stole the male lead's thunder, then turned it into a dual female lead story, and now with her acting, she's even snatching the protagonist role. Meanwhile, Feng Miao, despite his extraordinary acting skills, could only feel anger, but dared not speak, for he had encountered a godlike opponent. Yang Yu was the only person who had completely dominated him in acting from start to finish, leaving him utterly powerless, as if being dragged along by Yang Yu. The screenwriter Xiao Guo also fell into deep thought. When she wrote this script, her favorite character was actually Lin Feng. Brilliant to the point of being uncanny, using his frail body to change the course of the three kingdoms, doing his utmost to preserve the Yu Kingdom. But under Yang Ye's interpretation, another character she had created began to shine brilliantly, its radiance even eclipsing the protagonist Lin Feng. A war star who relished warfare, yet amidst war saw through the mortal world, willing to bear the heavens on her female shoulders, unify the three kingdoms, and save the myriad people. After a simple psychological adjustment, Feng Miao continued acting. He saw that Yang Ye's expression remained unchanged, as if still immersed in the previous emotion. "Cut, second take," someone called. "Master, are you alright?" Jiang Ling asked. Lin Feng clutched his bleeding wound and said, "It's nothing. I just failed to dodge that slash." Jiang Ling swiftly tore a piece of her clothing to staunch the bleeding. "Master, if you hadn't been wounded, I would have thought these assassins were arranged by you." Jiang Ling stared into Lin Feng's eyes as if trying to see through his heart. But Lin Feng was shocked, and again forgot his lines. "Cut. Feng Miao, what's wrong with you?" the director barked. "Yang Yu is performing so well, why are you dropping the ball everywhere? Where's your usual ability to dominate others?" Feng Miao was startled, slapping his forehead. What was wrong with him? He had fallen into Yang Ye's rhythm again. Ever since he was hailed as a master actor, this had never happened. Damn it. Once this drama aired, his lifetime reputation would probably be ruined. "Yang Yu, why are you so serious?" Ding, the host has made a renowned actor doubt his life. Hatred value increased by 10,000. The system announced, but Yang Yu seemed not to hear it, still immersed in the environment created by immersion without emerging. Feng Miao glanced at Yang Ye's expression and, trembling with fear, went to the director and said, "Director, can you ask Yang Yu to tone it down? Look at her expression, it looks like she's about to chop me up in the next second." Lu Zi glanced at Yang Yu, then sympathetically patted Feng Miao and said, "Don't worry, the crew bought insurance for every actor." Damn, Feng Miao gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. At worst, he'd be a good man again in 20 years. Cut, third take. "Master, if you hadn't been wounded, I would have thought these assassins were arranged by you." Jiang Ling stared into Lin Feng's eyes as if trying to see through his heart. Lin Feng avoided Yang Ye's eyes and smiled bitterly. Jiang Ling, since when have you become so distrustful of me? At this moment the surrounding commoners saw the corpses strewn across the ground and looked over in fear. Some were already preparing to report to the authorities. That looks like General Jiang, someone shouted. Upon hearing this the commoners immediately gathered around. Even though Jiang Ling now seemed like a wrathful deity, they were no longer afraid because they knew General Jiang was the best general of the Liang Kingdom. Whenever she went to battle, there was no war she couldn't win. Whenever she went to battle, she could bring back their husbands, their sons, their fathers. General Jiang, please go to war and defeat the Zhao Kingdom. An old man with white hair knelt before Jiang Ling. All his sons had died in battle, but he hoped the people of Liang would never again lose their loved ones to war. General Jiang, please go to war and defeat the Zhao Kingdom. The commoners all knelt down one after another. General Jiang, please go to war and defeat the Zhao Kingdom. In a short while a vast sea of people had knelt, and this was the will of the people. Jiang Ling looked at those around her with a tender expression, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. If the military power were to return to her hands, she would not let these people's expectations down. Just then an official of the Liang Kingdom rode a black horse galloping over. Seeing Jiang Ling in the midst of the crowd, he exclaimed excitedly, General Jiang, the king of Liang, orders you to rush to the front lines, regain command of the army, and must defeat the Zhao Kingdom. With that he tossed out the military seal that the king of Liang had bestowed upon Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling reached out and caught it, clutching it tightly in her hand. This time she would not put down the military seal until she had destroyed the Zhao Kingdom. Lin Feng looked at her with melancholy and said, Are you really going? The king of Liang already suspects you. Whether you win or lose, once you go it will be difficult for you when you return. Jiang Ling looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Master, in fact you are still the person I trust most in the Liang Kingdom. The assassins just now were all from the Yu Kingdom, and they have been secretly sowing discord. This time if I do not destroy both the Zhao and Yu Kingdoms on this expedition, I will not return. Lin Feng's mind exploded. It seemed that Jiang Ling's goal was not just the Zhao Kingdom, she was truly aiming to unify the three kingdoms. I do not know if I will return triumphant. Perhaps this is our last meeting. I hope you take care, master. Jiang Ling said with an air of facing death, as if going home. Then she walked past the kneeling commoners towards the stable. She mounted her horse and galloped away. Lin Feng silently watched her retreating figure. He feared she might actually succeed, and he also feared she would die on the battlefield, never to be seen again. Cut. Perfect. Lu Zi stood up excitedly and shouted. Yang, you had flawlessly nailed this scene. At the outset of the production, strategist of a small state officially announced its main cast with the sole exception of the second female lead, as the actress was occupied with her studies and had not arrived. Now with filming half completed and the second lead still absent, the crew was growing anxious. When asked when she would arrive, for the director had secretly recruited her and assured the crew with a confident pat on his chest, Lu Zi replied sullenly, Don't worry. But he was already more anxious than anyone. Any further delay would jeopardize the schedule. Yet she was still a student at an art school, and her studies naturally took precedence. Finally Lu Zi received word that the second lead would join the crew that very morning. Excitedly he announced to everyone that a new beauty would be gracing the set. A beauty? Yang Ye's interest was piqued. Her scenes at Hengdian were done, the upcoming war sequences would be shot on the Great Plains, but the crew had decided to head there next week. For now she was bored to death at Hengdian. She had grown tired of everyone in the crew. Now when she bullied them, they actually enjoyed it, and even teased her back. These old hands had long exhausted her supply of grievances. At the news of another beauty arriving, she felt her weary heart begin to race again. Newcomers were always easier to pick on. She asked the director curiously how pretty this girl was, whether her chest was full, her skin fair, her legs straight, her waist slender. Lu Zi gave her a look of disdain. If I told you now, there'd be no surprise. They'll only say that her looks are just slightly below yours, and her acting talent is impressive. Talent? Surely not another prodigy. No luck wouldn't be so generous. Yang Yu propped her chin on her handboard. Just then her assistants Yuan and Xiao Gua snuck over with bags of snacks and fruit, planning to surprise the glutton. Zhao Nanqing stepped off the bus alone, dragging her suitcase. Gazing at the magnificent Hengdian before her, she felt a surge of excitement. It seemed she was one step closer to her dream of becoming an actress. She took a deep breath, suppressing the thrill. Yet an involuntary sweet smile broke across her face, for today she was going to meet someone, an old friend from 2 years ago. That girl had been her motivation over these past 2 years. With a face of unparalleled beauty, yet a demeanor and attire as boyish, rebellious, and arrogant as ever, she wondered what she was like now, whether she had become more feminine. The girl was Yang Yu. When Zhao Nanqing learned that she too would be part of strategist of a small state, she couldn't help but sigh at the wonderful twist of fate. It seemed as if some deity had orchestrated their reunion. Would Yang Yu know that she was about to join the cast? And would she be as delighted? She dialed Director Lu Zi's number, and he answered warmly saying he would send Assistant Director Wang Go to pick her up. After waiting about 10 minutes, Wang Go arrived. His eyes lit up at the sight of Zhao Nanqing. The girl had clearly dressed up as if meeting an online crush. Her jet black hair cascaded to her waist, her face was lightly made up, and she wore a loose white tracksuit, like a freshly emerged White Lotus, beautiful, yet unassuming. Standing beside Yang Yu, they would make an eye-catching duo on set. Of course the latter must never be allowed to speak. Zhao Nanqing blushed and pursed her lips. Wang Go snapped out of his daze, restraining his captivated gaze. They walked along the main road with Zhao Nanqing gazing about like Granny Lu entering a grand garden, her curiosity piqued. Surrounded by majestic ancient palaces, she suddenly asked, "Director Wang, do you know Yang Yu?" "I do." Are you her fan?" Wang Go inquired curiously. Zhao Nanqing smiled. Sort of. Could she be a hater? Wang Go worried. Yang Yu was a hot topic online, but unlike other popular stars, she had more haters than fans, and much of her online buzz came from them. "You're quite interested in her?" Wang Go probed. He didn't fear Zhao Nanqing targeting Yang Yu, but rather that Yang Yu, true to her nature, might drive the girl away. Zhao Nanqing nodded. "Well, you've come at a good time. She'll be heading to the plains next week for filming." Wang Go continued. Zhao Nanqing smiled sweetly again. With such an expression, she had to be a fan, Wang Go thought. A fan might be even worse. Yang Yu's bad habits could turn fans into haters in no time, never to switch back. "You might need some time to get used to her," Wang Go advised. Zhao Nanqing, thinking Yang Yu was as unsociable as she'd been in middle school, asked worriedly, "Is she hard to get along with? Is she isolated?" Wang Go laughed. "No, everyone likes her now. She's the crew's darling. But her personality might take some getting used to for new acquaintances." Relieved that she wasn't being isolated, Zhao Nanqing breathed easy. If Yang Yu were isolated again, her personality might grow even more eccentric. That girl could only be softened with love. After walking for a while, they finally reached the set. "Go on ahead. Yang Yu is probably around there. Just don't be stunned by her looks," Wang Go said, pointing to the resting area with a smile. After all, her beauty was just a facade. Behind it lurked the tail of a demon. Wondering how long it would take Yang Yu to break through this girl's defenses, Wang Go planned to sneak over and watch the show. "Thanks, Director Wang." Zhao Nanqing walked nervously toward the spot, a makeshift blue canopy offering basic shade. She had imagined their reunion countless times, and now it was happening much sooner than expected. What should she say? "Long time no see, Yang Yu." Too cliché. "How have you been these years, Yang Yu?" Damn, even more cliché. Maybe she should offer some comfort, Zhao Nanqing thought. A week ago, netizens had leveled 3 major accusations against Yang Yu, calling for her to be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Worried, Zhao Nanqing wondered if Yang Yu could bear the stigma if she was grieving alone. And had Yang Yu missed her as much as she had? Would she be excited when they met? "Yuan, open wide, let me feed you another one." The familiar voice rang out again. "Yang Yu, I can't eat anymore. They'll get fat." A girl's voice. "Then Xiao Gui, you have this. Get that away. I have hands. And stop touching my waist. I'm warning you, let go." Another girl, quite fierce. Zhao Nanqing stepped closer and saw a stunningly beautiful girl wearing a lecherous grin sitting between 2 girls' arms around them, eating fruit and snacks. The word homewrecker rose slowly in Zhao Nanqing's mind. That girl, she hadn't missed her at all. She was having the time of her life. Yang Yu's genius radar was going off frantically like a death knell. She looked at Xiao Gui in confusion. The guy was sitting right beside her, so the radar shouldn't be reacting. Ding. Host has provoked the genius actress unawakened version into jealous madness. Jealousy points, 3000. Yang Yu spun around, her smile freezing. She met Zhao Nanqing's dagger-like glare and felt the guilt of a caught cheater. Heaven was her witness. She didn't have the equipment. Wang Go sneaked over, utterly confused. Normally Zhao Nanqing should have been drawn by Yang Yu's beauty first, then hated her for her personality. But Zhao Nanqing had skipped straight to hatred. So definitely a hater. Seeing the murderous look in Zhao Nanqing's eyes, and to avoid any danger to her own life, Yang Yu knew her moment to perform had come again. She pushed aside Xiao Gui and Yuan Yu and stood up and activated her skill immersion, immersing herself into a scene. She and Zhao Nanqing had been deskmates for 3 years, their relationship teetering on the edge of romance. More than friends, yet less than lovers, shrouded in unspoken ambiguity. After junior high school, they went their separate ways, often thinking of each other amid the burdens of life, wondering how the other was faring. Now they unexpectedly reunited in such a scene. She gazed at Zhao Nanqing with deep emotion and astonishment, as if the background music, deskmate, began to play in her ears. "Will you still remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still think of tomorrow, the one who used to cry the most? Teachers have all forgotten you, who couldn't answer questions. I also happened to flip through photos and remembered you, my deskmate. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary?" Yang Yu stepped closer to Zhao Nanqing, her face full of disbelief, tears already glistening in her eyes. She whispered, "Is it you, Nanqing?" Zhao Nanqing was stunned. Just a moment ago Yang Yu had been flitting about enjoying herself, but now she appeared so deeply affectionate. Could it be that she had been missing her all along? Had she misunderstood? Is it really you? Nanqing? Yang Yu cried out with deep-feeling tears streaming down her face. That stunningly beautiful visage was now a canvas of pure emotion. Zhao Nanqing hurriedly nodded flattered, and overwhelmed tears also welling up. They had been apart for nearly 2 years, and Yang Yu had never contacted her even once. She could only keep comforting herself that Yang Yu was too busy. But upon their first meeting, seeing Yang Yu so carefree had stirred an indescribable sense of grievance. Yet now with Yang Yu's cry of Nanqing, all that resentment instantly dissipated. All the bitterness turned into the emotion of reunion. Yang Yu couldn't stop crying, the BGM still playing in her mind. You used to be very cautious borrowing half an eraser from me. You also once casually mentioned that you liked being with me. The sky was always so blue back then, days always passed too slowly. You always said graduation was far away, but in a blink we went our separate ways. Yang Yu staggered and threw herself into Zhao Nanqing's arms, burying her face against her chest sobbing. Nanqing, you. 2 years. Never. Contacted me. I thought. You. Didn't. Want me anymore. Woo. Hearing this, Zhao Nanqing could no longer hold back and began to cry softly. So her feelings had not been in vain. Yang Yu had been waiting for her all along. The two hearts finally converged, meeting at last, and their story found a new beginning at this moment. The BGM in Yang Yu's mind reached its climax. Who met the sentimental you? Who comforted the crying you? Who read the letters I wrote you? Who threw them into the wind? The days of old are all gone. I will have my own wife. I will show her photos and tell her about my deskmate. Wang Go was completely bewildered. The plot had changed too quickly. His mind couldn't keep up. Did Yang Yu and Zhao Nanqing know each other before? Were they close friends? He looked questioningly at Xiao Guo and Yuan Yuan, hoping they could offer some explanation. But Xiao Guo and Yuan Yuan were both in tears. Although they didn't know the story between Yang Yu and Zhao Nanqing, it was touching enough. Hey, what are you two crying about? Wang Go covered his head. It seemed he could no longer fit into the world of youth. Ding. Host has made the genius actress unawakened version wildly infatuated. Affection value 30000. Ding. Host has deceived the genius actress unawakened version as feelings. Affection value 30000. Yang Yu slightly raised her head, glanced at Zhao Nanqing, who was still crying, and finally felt relieved. She had managed to escape a bloody disaster. So she happily buried her head in Zhao Nanqing's embrace again, but immediately became disappointed. Little sister, you're a bit disappointing. 2 years, and you still haven't learned to grow up. Another pair of A-cups. On set inside the rest tent. Yang Yu and Zhao Nanqing were now holding hands like plastic sisters who had just sworn never to part, laughing and talking about the past. Yuan Yuan and Xiao Guo listened quietly nearby. Yuan Xiao also appeared from somewhere and squeezed in, practically barging in with her chest. The 5 girls from the crew chatted and laughed, forming a beautiful sight. Especially Yang Yu and Zhao Nanqing, whose pleasing looks were simply a heavenly view. Moreover, their beauty didn't clash, but complemented each other, brimming with chemistry. This attracted everyone from the crew to steal glances from afar. Several actors on set shifted their attention, angering the director, who wanted to drive the girls away, but feared leaving a bad impression on the newcomers. He gritted his teeth and endured. Haha, so Yang Yu used to be a neither male nor female monster. And a brawling hooligan. Xiao Guo burst out laughing after hearing Zhao Nanqing's story. Seeing Yang Yu's extremely awkward expression, she finally felt she had successfully taken revenge. Yang Yu looked at Zhao Nanqing with reproach, hoping she would stop, but the latter became more excited and showed no sign of stopping. Zhao Nanqing suddenly remembered something and looked Yang Yu up and down. Yang Yu silently crossed her arms to protect her chest, afraid of being taken advantage of. Yang Yu, you've changed so much in these 2 years. Your appearance and movements have completely become those of a girl, Zhao Nanqing said delightedly. Yang Yu was now wearing loose casual women's clothes, but it couldn't hide her perfect figure. Unlike Yuan Xiao, whose physique was somewhat abrupt, Yang Yu's whole body was harmoniously proportioned. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life for every part of her to be perfectly proportioned. And Yang Yu's movements were no longer as brusque as before, they had gradually become gentle. Zhao Nanqing thought to herself that if Yang Yu had dressed like this before, the title of school beauty would certainly not have been hers. Yang Yu felt like spitting blood upon hearing this. She had only deceived Zhao Nanqing's feelings, but Zhao Nanqing's words struck like knives. Now she had almost forgotten her past life. If she traveled back, would she feel awkward again? Damn, it was all that hateful system. She must never continue this feminine degradation. Director Lu Zi walked over at this moment. Seeing Yang Yu and Zhao Nanqing, 2 little beauties, cuddled together, he also felt a momentary daze. Nanqing, welcome, Lu Zi said. The girls quickly stood up when they saw the director, except for Yang Yu, who conspicuously remained seated without any intention of getting up, smiling at the director, as if to say, "Hey you, why are you disturbing us? Go film your movie." Lu Zi coughed twice and said, "You can continue sitting. I just came to welcome the newcomer." "Thank you, director," Zhao Nanxing said happily. "Nanxing, since your scenes have been delayed quite a bit, we'll be doing catch-up shoots for you next. So your workload will be heavy." Zhao Nanxing looked troubled and said, "Director, this is my first time acting. I don't know if I can handle it." Lu Zi pointed at Yang Yu and said, "Yang Yu is also a first-time actor, and she performed very well. I saw your talent during the audition and I'm sure you can do it too. So Yang Yu could master acting on her first try. Then I won't lose to her," Zhao Nanxing thought. "Okay, director, I will do my best and achieve the same level as Yang Yu," Zhao Nanxing said with determination. Lu Zi nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, Yang Yu looked at Zhao Nanxing guiltily. She seemed to have set a bad example, making the director mistakenly believe that anyone with talent could perform like her. Now she could only hope that Zhao Nanxing's reputation as a genius was not exaggerated, or else she would be crushed. Zhao Nanxing arrived at the crew and after only one day of rest began shooting her first scene. However, this seemingly simple scene took the entire morning to film. She heard the director's cut almost all morning. From being extremely confident at the start, she was now visibly nervous, occasionally glancing at Yang Yu sitting nearby, watching, as if seeking her help. Yang Yu was at a loss, pretending to look up at the sky. On the set in the brothel, the courtesan Ying Lan was playing chess with Lin Feng. Scene 36. Action. Assistant director Wang Go shouted with some reluctance, but helplessness. Lin Feng placed a black stone on the chessboard, and then smiled as he looked up at Ying Lan. Ying Lan covered her mouth and chuckled, then placed a white stone and said, "Sir, you lose." "Cut," the director called out angrily. "Zhao Nanxing, your expression is wrong. How many times have I told you? Ying Lan is a courtesan. Her expression and gaze shouldn't be so innocent. You need to be more seductive." Zhao Nanxing listened, feeling hurt, and said, "Director, I've done my best. It's not a matter of doing your best. You're completely unable to let go. I can only say that you're not suited to be an actor like this," Lu Zi said without any pity. "If you keep being this reserved, you'll delay the entire production." Zhao Nanxing listened, lowered her head, bit her lip in shame, and tears welled up in her eyes. Fang Miao sighed and shook his head beside her, feeling some sympathy for the young girl who was still in school. But he also became more confident. Indeed, not everyone was as freakish as Yang Yu. No, it was definitely that Yang Yu had taken advantage of the character setting, otherwise she would only be suppressed by him. Fang Miao. Ding, the host, has made the director raise his awareness, causing him to be unable to recognize the performance of the Genius Actor Unawakened version, making that Genius Actor Unawakened version doubt life. Hatred value increased by 30,000. Yang Yu continued to look up at the sky and muttered in her heart, "Not my business, not my business." The assistant director, seeing Zhao Nanxing about to cry, couldn't help it and ran over to Lu Zi, whispering, "Old Lu, you've really gone too far. You say she's delaying the schedule, but actually it's you delaying it. She's already performed very well." Lu Zi also whispered in reply, "But it's not good enough compared to Yang Yu." The assistant director sighed and said, "Yang Yu acted as the young general, Zhao Nanxing plays the courtesan. You're asking a just barely adult girl who is still inexperienced in the ways of the world to play a courtesan. What were you thinking?" Lu Zi replied, "She was originally just a background maid, and Yang Yu was to play the second female lead as the courtesan. But since Yang Yu didn't act that role, I thought I'd let her try. Unexpectedly, I was very disappointed." Assistant director Wang Go retorted, "It's you who have set the bar too high. No, not every actor is like Yang Yu, who was seasoned from the very first time. I mean who performed perfectly in her first acting. You have to give others a chance to adapt. You have to give them room to improve." Lu Zi stubbornly said, "You don't understand. I can clearly see that Zhao Nanxing is very talented. Each retake shows improvement. But she can never let go. With this personality, she'll never become a good actor. She needs a greater stimulus." Director Wang Go helplessly said, "How do you plan to stimulate her? If you pressure her anymore, I think the little girl is ready to run away." Lu Zi lowered his head in thought, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "You said earlier that Yang Yu and Zhao Nanxing know each other, right?" Wang Go nodded and said, "And they are very close." They hugged and cried when they reunited. Lu Zi smirked slyly and said, "Then I have an idea." He looked at Yang Yu and noticed that the usually lively Yang Yu was instead looking up at the sky. So he also looked up and found nothing interesting above. He looked at Wang Go puzzledly and asked, "What is she doing?" Wang Go also looked up. Inside the brothel, looking up only revealed the ceiling. Not understanding what there was to see, he shook his head. "Forget it, call her over," Lu Zi said with a smile. So Wang Go ran over to Yang Yu, who was still looking up, said a word, and then the two walked toward Director Lu. Yang Yu looked at Director Lu puzzledly. "Is there something?" Lu Zi said, "Your friend, Zhao Nanxing, can't act it well. You go demonstrate it for her." Yang Yu frowned. Although she enjoyed farming hatred points, she didn't want to be someone else's enforcer. She said, "Zhao Nanxing is an adult. I'm only 17 and a half. You want me to play a courtesan? You might as well drag in a sow that has given birth to demonstrate for her. Besides, I think Zhao Nanxing has done well enough. Just make do with it." Lu Ziyi previously could have made do, but Yang Ye's earlier performance could elevate this drama to a new level, and he wouldn't allow any more flaws in it. He whispered, "Don't think I don't know you. Zhao Nanking's mind is pure, your mind is full of yellow filth. You can definitely act it well." Yang Yu was so angry her face turned red. Slander, pure slander. This damn director is defaming me, just trying to ruin my reputation. Thankfully no one around heard. "I'm not acting," Yang Yu said angrily, crossing her arms. "Unless they paid her extra." Lu Ziyi heard this and smirked slyly. "Yang Yu, you wouldn't want your good friend to be kicked out of the crew for not acting well, would you?" Yang Yu was startled. Not only did the director refuse to pay extra, but he also wanted to use such words to freeload off her. Still, since they were like-minded, she might as well help him once. "Give me the script for this scene." Yang Yu reached out. Wang Go was astonished beside her. This damn, it actually worked. The usually unruly Yang Yu actually willingly succumbed to such a threat. Lu Ziyi smiled and quickly handed over the script. He knew all along that Yang Ye's mind was full of yellow filth. Yang Yu quickly flipped through the script, and her talent improvisational actor activated again. 20 seconds later. "Alright, let's start," Yang Yu said confidently. Lu Ziyi was surprised. "That's it? Not going to prepare?" Yang Yu nodded. "Quick, my time is precious. I still have to go eat lunch later." Lu Ziyi skeptically looked at Yang Yu, then said to Zhao Nanqing, "Nanqing, I'll have Yang Yu demonstrate for you." Zhao Nanqing looked at Yang Yu in shock, as if hearing something astonishing. Could this Yang Yu who used to be like a boy now play a courtesan? This also made Feng Miao look at Yang Yu doubtfully. He thought the director was probably grasping at straws, letting a girl even younger than Zhao Nanqing play a courtesan. Well, it's also an opportunity for me to get my revenge. Let me prove once again that my acting skills are better than Yang Ye's. Her good performance earlier was just a benefit of the character setting. Zhao Nanqing silently stepped aside, curiously watching Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Yang Yu walked onto the set and winked at Zhao Nanqing with a smile. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's all because the director threatened me with you that I came up. It's not that I betrayed you." Yang Yu stepped onto the set, sitting cross-legged before the chessboard. Feng Miao smiled at her warmly. "Action," called Assistant Director Wang Go, clapping the slate. Director Lu Ziyi immediately stared at the monitor, though he himself was uncertain whether Yang Yu could deliver the performance. Zhao Nanking's eyes widened as well. Despite her doubt that Yang Yu could portray the courtesan queen, she figured the director must have his reasons for trusting her. At the sound of the slate, both seasoned actors Yang Yu and Feng Miao instantly slipped into character. Lin Feng placed a black stone on the board, then raised his head to smile at Ying Lan. Ying Lan's eyes sparkled with mirth as she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Her jade-like hand reached into the stone pot, pinched a piece, and set it down slowly on the board, a dull thud that seemed to echo through the heart. Lin Feng gazed at Ying Lan's charming smile, but she gestured with a seductive gaze for him to look at the board. He lowered his eyes and displayed a look of surprise. Ying Lan covered her mouth, letting out a silvery laugh. "Hee, sir, you've lost again." Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "I thought myself quite skilled at chess, yet I never imagined someone in a humble brothel would surpass me." Ying Lan rose and slowly circled behind Lin Feng. Her slender fingers traced lightly past his shoulder, gliding down his back, until they pressed gently at his spine. Lin Feng's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Ying Lan's fingers continued sliding downward along his back. Her voice came like a warbler's song. "I find you peculiar, sir. Every time you visit the brothel you only play chess, so different from other men." She slowly settled sideways behind him, languid in posture. Her left hand slid around his waist from behind, moving upward to downward. Lin Feng panted heavily, unable to control himself. "There's a bed right beside us. Why don't we go have some fun now?" Her lips drew close, whispering seductively into his ear. Lin Feng was utterly stunned. "Brother Miao, say your line." Yang Yu whispered behind him in warning. Any lower, and her hand would reach that place. Feng Miao snapped back to reality, realizing he had been bested by Yang Yu once again. Lin Feng scrambled to his feet and dealt Ying Lan a slap across the face. Ying Lan softly cradled her cheek, then let out a light, seductive laugh while seated on the floor. "So sir prefers this kind of play? As long as you're not too rough, I can endure it." Feng Miao felt captivated. Yang Ye's bewitching face seemed to flicker in his mind. Now the bold and carefree Jiang Ling, now the coquettish and ambiguous Ying Lan, now that sly girl. Which one was the real her? He quickly turned away. "I've had a hidden ailment since childhood and cannot engage in that sort of activity. Please maintain your dignity." Ying Lan sounded disappointed. "It's not that you have an ailment, sir. You simply look down on me, Ying Lan, and find my body unclean, isn't that so?" Lin Feng remained silent. Seeing no response, Ying Lan smiled. "So you didn't come here to play chess. You came to deceive Liang Wang." Lin Feng was startled, but quickly composed himself. "Miss Ying Lan, you do know how to joke. Liang Wang believes you are allied with General Jiang. General Jiang defeated Zhao State on the battlefield, and her prestige among the people has already surpassed Liang Wang's. Now that she has defied the imperial edict and refused to return, you fear Liang Wang will vent his wrath on you. So you pretend to lose yourself in the brothel." Ying Lan continued. Lin Feng turned to look at her. Miss, where did you get this information? Lan covered her mouth with a flirtatious giggle. I am the courtesan queen. Many high officials and nobles fancy me. I always manage to coax a few secrets out of them in bed. Believe me, I could pry whatever I want from your mouth as well. Lin Feng shot her a look of disdain, ignoring her teasing, and asked sternly, Is that what they say about me? So his disguise had long been seen through. How laughable he was. Lan shook her head. You've hidden it well, sir. They say you're now as worthless as a stray dog of no use to Liang Wang anymore. Lin Feng grew even more puzzled. Then how did you guess? Lan gently rubbed her cheek, lowering her voice seductively. Sir, after you hear my next words, please don't act rashly. She raised her head, her eyes pitifully fixed on him. Sir, you are from State, aren't you? Murderous intent instantly flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he glanced at her delicate neck, but he restrained himself, waiting for her to finish. And I am also from State. 5 years ago I was abducted and sold to this brothel. She spoke in an extremely low, gentle voice. All these years in Liang, I have heard tales of you, and kept watch on you. I suspect you've been acting as a spy for you in Liang. Lin Feng nodded, never imagining this woman was his fellow countryman. It felt like meeting an old friend in a distant land, an inexplicable warmth. Seeing his acknowledgement, Lan immediately knelt and kowtowed before him, whispering, Sir, your righteousness is great. Though I am unworthy, I wish to steal information from this brothel and help you accomplish your grand mission. Lin Feng was astonished, his eyes shifting. Suddenly, he no longer felt repulsed by her. Instead, he looked at her with profound admiration. So you still had such a patriotic soul, even reduced to a brothel girl, still yearning to serve the country. He felt he had truly found a kindred spirit. Very well. His hands trembling, he helped Lan to her feet. As she rose, her expression changed before him, turning into the sly grin of Yang Yu. Sir, we still have time. Let's go have some fun on the bed. Fang Miao was instantly stunned, then forcibly snapped out of character, as if a flower had suddenly wilted. At the same time, he realized the vast gap between their acting skills. Yang Yu entered and exited a role as effortlessly as drinking water. Director Lu Zi immediately barked, Yang Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you following the script? Yang Yu spread her hands. That's about enough. Lu Zi then realized Yang Yu was the actress for Jiang Ling, nodding Lan. But her performance just now seemed born for that coquettish courtesan who harbored righteousness in a brothel. Wang Go, standing aside, also gaped in astonishment. Yang Yu had said she wouldn't play the courtesan, but she had already choreographed the entire sequence. That whole routine. Could any man resist it? Yang Yu's mouth said no, but her body said yes. Zhao Nanqing dazed watched Yang Yu. After that performance, she finally understood where her own acting fell short. She had always thought the director disliked her and was just picking on her. But even knowing that, what could she do? She couldn't achieve it. System notification: host severely damaged the confidence of a talented actor. Unawakened version. Deflation value 50000. System notification: host damaged the confidence of an established actor. Hatred value 10000. System notification: host astonished an established director. Astonishment value 10000. Well, Yang Yu suddenly felt exhilarated. If she'd known it was this satisfying, she wouldn't have bothered threatening the director. She'd have volunteered from the start. Wang Go sneaked over to Lu Zi and pointed at the disheartened Zhao Nanqing. What do we do now? Originally, they only wanted Yang Yu to give a demonstration, but her performance was so brilliant that Zhao Nanqing probably dared not act now. Could they have Yang Yu play both roles? Maybe if they paid her extra. No, Yang Yu was definitely not the type to sell out a friend for money. Lu Zi fell into thought watching Yang Yu as she tried to comfort Zhao Nanqing. But Yang Yu's smug expression only made the other girl more miserable. After a moment, an idea struck him. He called out, All right, everyone, take a break. Well, shooting land scenes tomorrow. Yang Yu, come here a moment. Yang Yu patted Zhao Nanqing's shoulder, then bounced smugly over to Lu Zi. Well, that demonstration was perfect, right? Yang Yu thrust out her chest proudly. Lu Zi nodded. Very good. But I have another task for you. Yang Yu immediately grew wary. No matter what, she would refuse this time. Help Zhao Nanqing learn how to play Lan, Lu Zi said. Yang Yu was taken aback. She could act because of her cheat, but teaching someone else was beyond her ability. I don't care how you do it, but make sure she gets it right, Lu Zi said with narrowed eyes. Wang Go suddenly felt the two were conspiring against Zhao Nanqing. Surely Yang Yu wouldn't betray her best friend. Yang Yu's face showed reluctance. Even if I'm willing, I can't make it happen. A sly grin spread across Lu Zi's face. You wouldn't want me to. Cut. Yang Yu immediately interrupted his spellcasting. That kind of threat only works once. Lu Zi dropped his expression and whispered, He'll treat you to 10 feasts afterward. Deal. Yang Yu reached out and high-fived Lu Zi. Wang Go felt his jaw had been hanging open all day. He had overestimated Yang Yu. She sold out her friend for just 10 meals. Yang Yu pondered a moment, a mischievous plan forming, and approached Zhao Nanqing. Nanqing, come to my room tonight, Yang Yu said with an ambiguous tone. They'll teach you how to play Lan. Zhao Nanqing looked at her doubtfully. Guaranteed results, Yang Yu said. Zhao Nanking's face lit up. Really? I can be as good as you. Yang Yu nodded, her expression sly. They'll teach you everything I know. Zhao Nanqing grabbed her hand excitedly. Yang Yu, you're so good to me. I love you. She even planted a kiss on Yang Ye's cheek. System notification: host deceived the feelings of a talented actor. Unawakened version. Affection value 10000. Slander. System insincere. Okay. Watching Yang Yu walk away, Wang Go turned to Lu Zi. Should we delete the footage of Yang Ye's performance? Lu Zi hastily shook his head. The once honest man now wore a sinister grin. Delete it? No way. We'll release it as behind-the-scenes footage for her fans later. It's over. Lu Zi has been assimilated by that Yang Yu, Wang Go thought, staring at the director's expression. Night fell dark and windy. Zhao Nanqing nervously arrived at Yang Ye's door. She glanced around, then knocked. The door flew open instantly. Yang Yu poked her head out, checked the surroundings, and asked, "No one followed you, right? This kind of thing must not be known to a third person." Zhao Nanqing nodded in confusion, then was pulled inside. Yang Yu sized her up. Zhao Nanqing wore a white nightgown, her hair still damp with her neck and collarbone exposed. An innocent picture. Yang Yu, who had no habit of wearing sleepwear, was still in jeans and a t-shirt. "You've cleaned up?" Yang Yu asked instinctively. "Huh? You've taken a shower?" Yang Yu rephrased. Zhao Nanqing nodded simply. "I've showered too. Get on the bed." Yang Yu said. "Huh?" Zhao Nanqing thought she had misheard. "I mean, let's both get on the bed," Yang Yu clarified. "Oh." Zhao Nanqing climbed onto the bed on all fours, and Yang Yu followed suit. And then, "Oi," Zhao Nanqing asked. "How could you learn acting on a bed?" "Hold on. First let me declare this can only be known by heaven, earth, you, and me. You must not tell anyone else. If anyone else finds out, they shall be cursed to turn into a girl," Yang Yu said cautiously. "Okay." Zhao Nanqing had no idea why Yang Yu would use such a harmless curse. Once everything was settled, Yang Yu looked at her and reached for her own pants. "Nanqing, let me show you my big treasure." Zhao Nanqing was startled, immediately jumping to a conclusion. "Yang Yu, how could you have that dirty thing?" No wonder Yang Yu had always been boyish. She must have gone to Thailand. Yang Yu narrowed her eyes at Zhao Nanqing, realizing the girl wasn't as innocent as she seemed. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Yu teased, pulling a phone from her pocket. Zhao Nanking's face flushed crimson as she realized her mind had wandered to the wrong place. Embarrassed, she pinched Yang Ye's arm and said, "You deliberately misled me." Then, catching the faint scent of fragrance on Yang Yu, she leaned in for a sniff. Yang Yu, seeing Zhao Nanqing so close, quickly opened her phone to divert attention, scrolling through it intently, before suddenly leaning back to ask, "Have you ever comforted yourself?" Zhao Nanking's face turned bright red at Yang Ye's bold words. This time she chose silence, convinced Yang Yu was deliberately leading her astray again. Yang Yu nodded at her expression and confirmed, "Seems like you have." "No, I haven't," Zhao Nanqing protested pitifully. Ding, host has wronged the genius actress. Unawakened version. Hatred value increased by 10,000. Yang Yu stifled a laugh and continued scrolling through her phone, opening hidden folders one by one. "I haven't looked at this in ages, can't find it." Zhao Nanqing, curious, asked with ill intent, "Yang Yu, have you ever done that?" "Depends on the timeline." Yang Yu replied without a hint of shame. "What? It can be divided by timeline. How?" Zhao Nanqing asked, suspicious that Yang Yu was dodging the question. "Well, my past life and this one," Yang Yu said, knowing she wasn't lying and that Zhao Nanqing would likely be baffled. Zhao Nanqing couldn't grasp the concept of 2 lifetimes. After a moment she asked, "So in this life have you?" Yang Yu finally found what she was looking for in the layered folders and said to the curious Zhao Nanqing, "Let me show you something good, my 20-gig treasure." Zhao Nanqing glanced at the phone and saw it was all in Japanese. Her breath quickened. "This isn't," Yang Yu exclaimed in surprise. "You've seen it." Zhao Nanqing quickly shook her head. "I tried downloading it before, but it turned out to be gigabytes of news broadcasts." Yang Yu burst out laughing, seeing she wasn't faking it. "Poor thing never had the real deal, not even a glimpse, and when you tried you got duped." Zhao Nanqing, angered by her merciless teasing, turned away in a huff. Yang Yu handed her the phone. "Have a look yourself. I'm stepping out to buy something." She feared her presence might hinder Zhao Nanking's epiphany, or tempt her into mischief. "I don't want to see that," Zhao Nanqing said, turning her head aside. Yang Yu recognized this as a final act of modesty. "Suit yourself. They'll probably be back in an hour." She pushed open the door and left, glancing back at the hotel's electronic lock, wishing it were a deadbolt she could secure from outside. All for the sake of her friend. Yang Yu braved the cold wind outside. Ding, host has opened a new world for the genius actress. Unawakened version. Shame value increased by 30,000. She had barely left the hotel before Zhao Nanking's resistance crumbled in under 5 minutes. Another one who talks tough, but caves in. Yang Yu wandered for a long while, and when she felt enough time had passed, she returned. Swiping the keycard, she found Zhao Nanqing looking at her with misty eyes like a dissatisfied young bride. Oh no, her Zhao Nanking's thoughts were no longer pure. What a grave sin. She had corrupted an innocent girl. Zhao Nanqing silently handed back the phone and stood up, enlightened. Yang Yu, I think I know how to play Lawn now. Ding host has prematurely awakened the genius actress awakened version affection value increased by 100,000. Seriously, that worked. Yang Yu marveled at how absurdly genius worked, awakening from watching a video. She wondered if the same trick could work on Xiaoguo, but then dismissed it. That guy was definitely a veteran. If he could awaken, he'd have done so long ago. The next day on set. Cut. Perfect. Lu Zi exclaimed excitedly. She never expected Yang Yu to have a way to teach Zhao Nanxing how to play Lawn. What had the domineering Yang Yu done to her? Had she devoured her with her jaws wide open? Lu Zi's mind conjured inappropriate images. At the sound of cut, Zhao Nanxing rushed to Yang Yu, hugging her tightly and sobbing. Yang Yu, I did it. I finally did it. The frustration of yesterday's repeated failures and today's triumph melted into tears pouring out. Yang Yu patted her back, gently saying with sympathy, Zhao Nanxing, you're truly amazing. Wang Go, witnessing the scene, quietly wiped his tears, thinking how beautiful female friendship could be. Lu Zi shook her head at Wang Go. A grown man like you wiping tears. How embarrassing. Wang Go retorted, aren't directors supposed to be emotionally sensitive? Lu Zi didn't argue, instead looking at Yang Yu, comforting Zhao Nanxing with an amused smile. She's the youngest, yet sometimes acts like an older sister taking care of others. Quite endearing, Lu Zi remarked. Wang Go, now smiling through tears, added, don't you think Yang Yu is amazing? She's both lovable and infuriating in real life and online. If born in ancient times, she'd be a Daja-like temptress. Lu Zi nodded. Who knows if such a force will be good or bad for the entertainment industry? They fell silent for a moment. Lu Zi then remembered something and said to Wang Go, now that Zhao Nanxing's issue is resolved, you handle her remaining scenes. I need to take Yang Yu to the film base in Z province for the war scenes. Got it, Wang Go said confidently. They'll make sure Yinglin's role is perfectly shot. Meanwhile, Yang Yu bid a reluctant farewell to Zhao Nanxing, each taking a few steps and turning back repeatedly. Lu Zi was amused by their antics. It's only 2 weeks, Yang Yu will be back. You're acting like it's a permanent. She quickly stopped herself, wary of jinxing things. Once in the car, Yang Yu sighed in relief and immediately hugged her assistant Yuan Yuan's soft body. Finally, she had dealt with Zhao Nanxing's clinginess. She hadn't even had a chance to rest her head on Yuan Yuan's lap. Yuan Yuan scratched her head, feeling like a mistress kept by Yang Yu. After Yang Yu left, a man in a suit with a crew cut and a stoic expression arrived at the set, carrying a black suitcase, like an Agent 007. He approached coldly, and the extras felt a chilling aura, quickly stepping aside. Cut. Perfect. Zhao Nanxing, you're improving rapidly. You and Yang Yu are both genius actors. Director Wang Go praised. 2 prodigies in 1 crew. Something had never dared to dream of. Their futures in acting were boundless. If they both became famous, the Little Kingdom strategist would still attract fans for nostalgia a decade later, perhaps becoming a classic, and he'd be one of its directors. Satisfied, Wang Go prepared for the next scene, but looked up to see a familiar figure standing before him. Manager Cheng, what brings you here? Wang Go asked nervously. Cheng Tianming seemed to realize something. Where's Yang Yu? She told me to come see her today. Yang Yu? She left for the Z province film base this morning. Didn't she tell you? Wang Go asked curiously. Cheng Tianming's poker face twisted in fury. That lying scoundrel. If I ever trust her again, it'll be a pig. Ding host has infuriated the genius agent awakened version into making a solemn oath. Hatred value increased by 100,000. Yuan Yuan noticed Yang Yu, who had been dozing on her lap, suddenly break into a sly smile. Cheng Tianming, you want to keep an eye on me? Not a chance. On the grassland of Z province's filming base, dozens of fine horses thundered past, splashing mud. Several fixed cameras and 2 drones followed in aerial pursuit. Jiang Ling, clad in female armor with a fierce killing intent, cracked her horsewhip and shouted, giddy up. The cavalry behind her followed with solemn momentum. Cut. That's a wrap, said Director Liu. Actors, take a rest. Today's reshoot captured Jiang Ling leading her troops to the front lines. The actors reined in their horses and dismounted by stepping on the stirrups. They were professional riders hired to perform in the war scenes. Though these stunt performers earned less than the leads, they always commanded admiration from the delicate featured actors and the crew. Horseback riding was exceedingly cool, but learning it required far more courage than driving a car. Thus few actors bothered to invest time in learning, let alone achieving any skill. Yet this crew had one person who made them all sit up and take notice, a young girl whose equestrian skills far surpassed theirs. Handsome and dashing, she utterly captivated the young women on set. Thank you for your hard work, masters. Have some water. 2 logistics girls handed out bottled water in front of the rest tent. They scanned the area and, not finding the handsome figure of Yang Yu, looked disappointed. Where's Yang Yu? Asked Lu Zi. He too noticed that the girl with a strong presence had not returned to rest. One of the stunt riders said, Yang Yu said she wants to ride a bit longer, no need to worry about her. Lu Zi immediately grew angry. This reckless girl. What if something happens? Fuming, he strode to the grassland shooting location and saw a horse galloping freely across the prairie. Two young girls sat on its back. The slightly chubby girl at the rear screamed in panic, her arms tightly clutching the front girl's waist, while the front girls sang a melody the director had never heard. The song suited the vast prairie perfectly. The lasso-wielding man, you are mighty and grand, the galloping steed rushes like the wind. The endless wilderness wanders with you, your heart as broad as the earth. Yang Yu sang joyfully. Riding a horse was far more exhilarating than driving a car. Yang Yu, slow down. Slow down. Yuan clung tightly to Yang Ye's slender waist and shouted, haha whoopee, take off. Yang Yu laughed heartily, and Yuan's panic cries only made her ride faster. Director Lu Zi's anger dissipated, and he shook his head with a smile. On the training ground, another young girl watched the pair ride, adjusted her glasses, and wore an expression of envy. Ding host has made the genius screenwriter unawakened version feel envious. Envy points increased by 10000. Envy. I asked you to mount earlier, but you refused. Now you're jealous. Humph. Yuan had somewhat adapted by now, resting her head on Yang Ye's shoulder, and asked in a sugary voice. Yang Yu, if Xiao Nanxing finds out you are taking me riding like this, she won't be angry at me, will she? Yang Yu was speechless. She thought Yuan was innocent, but the girl turned out to be a little green tea. Yang Yu squeezed the horse's belly with both legs, and the steed instantly sped up. Yuan's cries once again drifted across the grassland. Lu Zi walked up to Xiaogua, whose face was full of jealousy. Yang Yu has the kind of personality that should live on the prairie, free riding a fiery horse like a bird. How beautiful. Lu Zi sighed. Xiaogua pouted and said angrily, that wild girl. Why don't we sneak away and leave her here to feed the wolves? Lu Zi chuckled. Can you bear to? She's now the perfect performer for the Jiangling in your script. Xiaogua didn't retort, just snorted coldly. By now Xiaogua had been conquered by Jiangling's charm, but she stubbornly believed it was the charm of the Jiangling she had written, not Yang Yes. Lu Zi gazed at the carefree Yang Yu and suddenly said, Xiaogua, let's not film that Jiangling scene. Just have her smoothly conquer Zhao Kingdom. Xiaogua instantly knew which scene he meant. She protested anxiously, why? That's my proudest plot twist, and you agreed to shoot it before. Lu Zi said, Jiangling's current persona is the most perfect and strategist of a small kingdom. There's no need to taint her and make the audience see contradictions. I agreed before because Jiangling was originally male and the audience could understand. But now with Yang Yu playing her, the haters will tear the character apart. Xiaogua looked at the director with grievance. The Jiangling in my writing has never been a saint. She is a general who achieves fame at the cost of thousands of lives with countless souls beneath her sword. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she must become virtuous. At the same time, she's not selfless. Her wish to unify the world is built on annihilating other states. I can't accept making her a saint just to preserve the persona. As Xiaogua spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lu Zi saw her earnest expression and felt a pang of guilt, but he had to think about the character and the storyline. He couldn't let Xiaogua have her way. Let Yang Yu decide then, Lu Zi said. Xiaogua grew even angrier. Director Lu, you're too biased. Yang Yu is just an actress. What gives her the right to decide the character's fate? She's so selfish, she'll only think of herself. After saying that, she hung her head and silently burst into tears. Lu Zi felt awkward, not knowing what to do. Just then Yang Yu rode up on her horse and flaunted it before Xiaogua and Director Lu. Hey Xiaogua, wanna ride? She said smugly. Xiaogua lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, all her grievances erupting at that moment. Pointing at Yang Yu, she cried, get lost. It's all because of you that Jiangling has been ruined like this. Get out of the crew. Get out of the entertainment industry. Having said that, she ran away sobbing before Yang Yu could respond, leaving Yang Yu and Yuan utterly stunned. Ding host has made the genius screenwriter unawakened version harbor deep-seated hatred toward you. Hatred points increased by 50000. Deep-seated hatred already. Yang Yu felt deeply wronged. She hadn't even done anything yet. She might as well make it real. What's her problem? If she doesn't want to ride, fine, but why curse people? Yang Yu dismounted with a graceful flip and then helped Yuan down. Lu Zi shook his head. Don't mind her. She's just like that. Obsessive. Yang Yu shrugged and then grinned at the director. So did you think we looked cool riding just now? Want to give it a try? Lu Zi waved his hand quickly. No, my old bones can't handle the jolts. Yang Yu immediately gave him a thumbs down. Lu Zi chuckled and said, go have lunch first. After that, we'll discuss something about Jiangling's persona. Xiaogua paced back and forth in turmoil. The momentary impulse had brought a fleeting satisfaction, but now she vividly recalled telling Yang Yu to get out of the crew, get out of the entertainment industry. The memory filled her with overwhelming guilt, knowing her words must have deeply wounded Yang Yu. Not long ago, Yang Yu had endured online bullying. Xiaogua suspected she was still recovering, yet she had dealt her another cruel blow, in reality echoing the same words as those trolls. She had once ranted to Yang Yu about those vicious critics, only to become the very person she despised. This guilt robbed her of any appetite for lunch, and even her anger dissipated. After all, she held no sway in this crew. The only protest she could muster was silence. But as an adult she knew silent protests were utterly futile. Honestly, Xiaogua felt the crew looked down on her, treating her as a novice screenwriter with too many demands. They rarely spoke to her. It was only that shameless Yang Yu who constantly sought her out just to annoy her, otherwise she would have been bored to death. And regarding the director's decision to cut scenes, Yang Yu might not have even been involved, yet she had suffered Xiaogua's outburst. That made Xiaogua feel somewhat sorry for her. Now she wrestled with whether to apologize, but she was a creature who never apologized, finding the act unbearably awkward. She agonized over it until Yang Yu finished her box lunch, but still couldn't bring herself to take that step. Then she saw Lu Ziyi come over to talk to Yang Yu. Xiaogua decided to wait until director Lu left before making up her mind about apologizing. The two seemed to be chatting happily about something. Xiaogua felt jealousy and anger stirring within her again. Those two scheming together must be plotting how to alter her script and reshape her character Jiangling. That character was her painstaking creation, now about to be distorted beyond recognition, like someone snatching away her child while she stood helpless. She regretted her own weakness and lack of voice. Pushing up her glasses, she crept closer and hid behind the rest tent to eavesdrop. At least she had to know how they planned to change it. Yang Yu done eating? Director Lu approached Yang Yu and asked. Yang Yu glanced at the empty lunchbox in her hand, highly doubting the director's eyesight. Ahem. Lu Ziyi felt a bit embarrassed by Yang Yu's dumbfounded stare. About what Xiaogua said, don't take it to heart. I admit her temper is rough, but her anger is usually for her work. She's a dedicated editor who cares about her creation. Lu Ziyi continued. She didn't even have to come for this war scene. I told her it would be tough and exhausting, but she insisted on following for the sake of her script. Yang Yu nodded and said, I've gotten used to it. Her chest may be flat, but her temper sure isn't. Getting used to it and forgetting the grudge were two different matters. Hidden nearby, Xiaogua heard this, glanced down at her own chest and ground her teeth. Apologize. Apologize my ass. That beast Yang Yu. Once they finished talking, Xiaogua planned to storm in and curse her until she couldn't recognize her own parents or tell north from south. Host, you've made the genius screenwriter pre-awakening version gnash her teeth with rage. Hatred value increased by 10,000. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Yu immediately looked around nervously, but saw no one. Oh ho, so Xiaogua was eavesdropping. Truly there's a road to heaven you refuse to take and no door to hell you don't barge into. Yang Yu smiled slyly, deciding to make the eavesdropping Xiaogua pay a price. What are you smiling about? Lu Ziyi asked suddenly, sensing Yang Yu was plotting something, though he felt the target wasn't him. Just thought of something amusing. Yang Yu immediately wiped off her smile and replied. Her expressions were that obvious. She'd have to learn how to keep a stone face from Cheng Tianming. Do you know why Xiaogua lost her temper at you? Lu Ziyi asked. Yang Yu fell silent, thinking it would be weirder if someone didn't lose their temper at her. Compared to those who enjoyed being bullied by her, Xiaogua's reaction was actually normal. Without waiting for her answer, Lu Ziyi continued, the script I gave you a few days ago was incomplete. After discussing with the producer and assistant director, we decided to cut some of Jiangling's scenes, because those scenes might have altered her character design. Yang Yu looked up puzzled. What scenes? She had previously felt that the current Jiangling character was too perfect, even better than the male lead, and would probably attract more fans. She had thought Jiang Wu was foolish to turn down the role, but now she realized the script had been revised. In the original script, Jiangling's campaign against the Zhao state didn't go smoothly. Every city she conquered faced resistance from remnants. With scarce provisions, she ultimately chose to massacre the city. Lu Ziyi said, if a ruthless male general had chosen to massacre, it might have earned him fans, but a female general who supposedly cares for the people doing the same would completely break her character. Massacre. Female general. Male general. Yang Yu suddenly understood why Xiaogua was so angry at her. Because she was playing Jiangling, the director Lu had to, for her sake, or rather for the sake of the female, General Jiangling's popularity, whitewash Jiangling's character. This deviated from the original intention of Xiaogua's creation. She wanted a cold-blooded general who would stop at nothing for unification on the battlefield, but the director had beautified her into an invincible, graceful warrior with her own faith and concern for the people. The latter was too perfect and thus too fake. No matter how many fans it attracted, she would remain a hollow idol with an impeccable persona. Now that she understood the reason for Xiaogua's anger, Yang Yu felt it was time for her performance. Showtime. So Yang Yu, what do you think? Lu Ziyi asked. Your opinion matters too. Yang Yu paused for a moment, then spoke slowly and seriously. If you cut those scenes for me for the female general, then everything Xiaogua said to me before fits perfectly. Maybe I really should get out of the crew, get out of the entertainment industry. Bent over to eavesdrop at the door, Xiaogua was struck as if by a hammer frozen in place. The Yang Yu she had always seen as selfish now seemed impossibly blurry. Lu Ziyi was clearly dumbfounded too. Even a newcomer to the entertainment industry knew what a good persona meant. Tons of fans saving years of struggle and many riding such a persona to stardom. I know you and Xiaogua have an okay relationship, but you can't destroy yourself for a momentary sense of loyalty. You'd ruin Jiangling. Lu Zi said anxiously. Yang Yu was delighted. She hadn't even mentioned Xiaoguo, but the director brought her up first. With the director offering such a perfect assist, she decided to seize the opportunity. Yang Yu spoke with deep feeling. Director, since you even consider my opinion, why not sit down and seriously discuss things with Xiaoguo? Jiang Ling is the character she poured her heart and soul into. Among all of us, she loves her the most. She would never deliberately ruin her own creation. All her plot arrangements must have their reasons. Lu Zi retorted, but she's still a novice screenwriter. Her ideas might be good, but the effect may not be, and the audience might not buy it. Yang Yu gently guided, Director Lu, she is indeed a newcomer, but that doesn't mean we should ignore her thoughts, right? From the casting of Jiang Ling to the current scene cuts, you always seem to inform her after decisions are made, never consulting her. You make her silently endure everything, and when she finally gets angry you complain about her bad temper. Lu Zi suddenly felt Yang Yu was standing on the highest moral ground, pointing fingers at him, and he had no retort. Seeing the effect Yang Yu delivered the final blow, Director, you treat her like that yet come to discuss with me an actor privately, and ultimately decide Jiang Ling's character, while she can only watch her script being forcibly modified. Yang Yu let out a long sigh. She must be feeling very wronged right now. So Director, what you should do is not come to comfort me, but go comfort her, and listen to her ideas first. Lu Zi stood as if struck by lightning, staring at Yang Yu. Her words made him realize that this time he had indeed been wrong. On the surface he claimed to respect everyone's opinions, but he had never truly considered Xiaoguo's thoughts, dismissing her as a fresh graduate who didn't know what the audience liked to see. Yet the strategist of a small state was her creation. The entire crew had been ignoring her all along. Outside the tent, a bespectacled girl bit her arm to stifle her sobs, tears streaming down her face. When she heard Yang Yu say, she must be feeling very wronged right now, she completely broke down. Yes, who else could understand her grievance? Only Yang Yu. And she had told her to get out of the crew. Ding. The host made the genius screenwriter unawakened version madly infatuated. Favorability 50000. Hee bending another one. Yang Yu revealed a slight smile, while Director Lu was lost in thought, then immediately put on a serious expression when he looked up. Alright, I'll listen to you. He'll go find Xiaoguo, and the three of us can discuss it together. Lu Zi made a decision after pondering for a moment. Then Yang Yu followed the director out of the rest shed, and saw Xiaoguo already standing ahead, her face streaked with tears, looking at Yang Yu with eyes full of emotion. Lu Zi was clearly startled, realizing that Xiaoguo had overheard their conversation. Yang Yu's acting skills took over again as she stepped forward and asked with concern, Xiaoguo, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Who? He'll teach them a lesson. Having just calmed down, Xiaoguo broke down again upon hearing this. She rushed forward and hugged Yang Yu tightly, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Yang Yu. I'm sorry. Woo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you. Xiaoguo sobbed uncontrollably. Ding. The host deceived the genius screenwriter unawakened version's feelings. Favorability 50000. Seeing Xiaoguo crying and apologizing, Yang Yu felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't expected that the stubborn Xiaoguo turned out to be such a crybaby. It seemed she was right. This girl had been holding it in for a long time. She patted Xiaoguo on the shoulder. Lu Zi scratched his head, guiltily resolving to treat Xiaoguo better in the future. Ding. The host made the renowned director feel deeply guilty. Guilt points 10000. After Xiaoguo finally calmed down, the three of them returned to the lounge. They began to discuss whether to beautify Jiang Ling's character or make it more realistic. Director Lu and Xiaoguo still held their own opinions, unable to convince each other. Finally, they both looked at Yang Yu as if leaving the decision to her. Yang Yu thought to herself that it was a good thing she didn't suffer from decision paralysis, otherwise her CPU would explode. Of course, any actor knows the benefits of a likable character, so they would typically choose Director Lu's plan. However, Yang Yu preferred the original script's authentic Jiang Ling, and she was someone who enjoyed farming hatred points. Having too many fans would slow down her sword-drawing speed. But she couldn't say that directly, so after pretending to think deeply, she said, I choose Xiaoguo's original script. Xiaoguo looked at Yang Yu with gratitude again. Yang Yu was really on her side. But Yang Yu Jiang Ling is now a female general. If she shows no sympathy and commits an act of slaughtering the city, how would that be any different from those cruel and bloodthirsty male generals? Lu Zi tried to persuade again. Yang Yu shook her head and said, as I said before, if a young general can be a woman, then why can't the act of slaughtering a city be committed by a female general? Director Lu wanted to speak further. Yang Yu immediately interrupted him. War is inherently brutal, it's not something beautiful. Women on the battlefield cannot soften war either. Deleting those scenes like you did is clearly unprofessional. If you film it that way, you'll definitely be criticized to death by the audience. Huh. Lu Zi was stunned. If I beautify a character with a perfect image, they'll be criticized by the audience. Seeing Lu Zi's self-doubt, Yang Yu continued. If this were a romantic idol drama, beautifying the character would be fine. But this is an alternate history drama. Do you even believe in what you're filming? Can Jiangling really destroy Zhao Kingdom so easily? In the audience's eyes, she would just be an invincible cardboard cutout. They won't remember her deeply. Yang Yu wasn't making this up. In her original world, many dramas with perfect male protagonists were forgotten by the audience, while ruthless villains were remembered. Because they are more real and impactful, like Gao Qiqiang in The Knockout. Lu Zi was shocked by these words and thought seriously for a moment. He found that there was some truth to it. In domestic productions, many imperfect characters actually attract more fans as long as the performance is reasonable. And when it came to acting skills, he could fully trust Yang Yu. Yang Yu and Xiao Guo both looked nervously at director Lu. Then, let's go with your suggestion, use the original script. Lu Zi was finally convinced. Xiao Guo stood up excitedly, crying tears of joy, and immediately hugged Yang Yu, emotionally choked up, saying, "Thank you, Yang Yu. Thank you for restoring Jiangling. Do you know Jiangling is now my favorite character? It's all because of your perfect portrayal. Woo, it's so good that you're the one playing Jiangling." Seeing Xiao Guo about to break down crying again, Yang Yu decided to strike first. She let out a sobbing sound, interrupting Xiao Guo's crying. Xiao Guo looked at her in confusion. Yang Yu looked at her pitifully, tears already overflowing and streaming down her fair cheeks. "Xiao Guo, do you know how long I've been waiting for your approval? I've waited months. Do you know how much I longed for your recognition?" Xiao Guo felt as if thunder struck her mind. She forgot to cry in an instant. So was the usually carefree Yang Yu really always caring about the feelings of her obscure screenwriter? That's why she kept provoking her to get her attention. And although she had already acknowledged Yang Yu's performance, in her heart, her mouth kept saying hurtful things to Yang Yu. How could she be so harsh to an actor who craved her recognition? She was truly damned. Ding. The host made the genius screenwriter unawakened version feel guilty to death. Guilt points 50000. Xiao Guo panicked and wiped Yang Yu's tears, but Yang Yu cried, even harder, as if a riverbank had burst uncontrollable. Tears fell like pearls, big and heavy. Xiao Guo had no choice but to hold Yang Yu and cry with her. The two girls cried as if their fathers had just died. Only Lu Zi stood there bewildered, feeling out of place, wondering if he should wait for them to finish crying. He couldn't leave, nor could he stay. 2 weeks after arriving at the Z Province film base, the director began filming Yang Yu's last scene here. Yang Yu put on her armor and makeup ready. This was the scene she and Xiao Guo had fought for, so she had to perform well. In the previous scenes, after Jiangling gained military control, the Liang Kingdom troops reversed their decline. The soldiers instantly perked up. Because Jiangling had always been the backbone of this army, only with her could the true strength of this force be unleashed. This female general lived up to expectations and decisively defeated Zhao Kingdom. But she clearly didn't want to stop there, as she immediately led her troops and sounded the horn of counterattack. Facing this situation, the most anxious person turned out not to be the Zhao King, but the Liang King, who repeatedly ordered Jiangling to withdraw her troops and return to court, even threatening her family. It seemed that the court was now full of treacherous ministers who feared Jiangling gaining too much merit. Jiangling grew increasingly disheartened. Her subordinates advised her to retreat, saying that as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. But Jiangling knew that once she returned, she would probably never regain military power. This was her last chance. With a determined face, she repeated again and again, "Attack." The Liang Kingdom troops, like a sharp sword, pierced toward the Zhao capital, getting closer and closer. But when they were only 4 cities away, Jiangling's troops encountered unprecedented resistance. They barely managed to capture 1 city, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Liang had cut off support and provisions, and the Yu Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom had formed an alliance. The tiny Yu Kingdom constantly sent cavalry to harass Jiangling's supply lines. Now Jiangling's provisions could only last a few more days, and it seemed all their efforts would be in vain. As winter approached, Jiangling stood on the city wall. The howling cold wind whipped her cloak. Her iron armor was icy cold, but she seemed not to feel it, gazing at the defiant Zhao citizens below the wall. The Zhao citizens glared at her with hatred, as if wanting to devour her flesh. "General Zhang, the Yu cavalry destroyed another of our supply depots," reported the deputy general, who climbed up the city wall. "Any other news?" Jiangling asked expressionlessly. "We failed to requisition grain from the Zhao citizens. They'd rather burn it than give it to us." "Anything else?" Jiangling continued, as if enough bad news could set her free. "The Liang King sent another envoy, ordering you to withdraw. Also in this captured city, remnants of the Zhao troops are still active, constantly assassinating our soldiers. Many are now afraid to sleep at night." The deputy general finished in one breath, unable to bear looking at Jiangling. This female general, once of stunning beauty, was now covered in wounds, her eyes weary. She carried too much in her heart, and he hated his own helplessness for not being able to share her burden. But Jiangling didn't notice her subordinate's gaze. She stared into the distance at the Zhao capital, so close yet so hard to reach. To play this scene, Yang Yu deliberately stayed up for 2 nights to look extremely tired. In the director's lens, the female general appeared like a woman who had exhausted her heart, less resolute, but more tragic and tender. Jiang Ling understood that if the remaining cities resisted like this campaign was doomed. She suddenly thought of Lin Feng. If like before the master had been in court assisting the Liang king persuading him to support her and devising strategies, perhaps Zhao would have been destroyed long ago. From where did she become so alone? She was truly exhausted now. The deputy general thought for a moment and said, "We captured a Zhao citizen who tried to assassinate us. He seems to be the son of the former prefect of this city, now the leader of the resistance." Jiang Ling asked, "Where is his father?" The deputy general hesitated. "The prefect refused to surrender after we took the city and died by your sword." Jiang Ling was silent for a moment, then said, "Bring him up." The deputy general stood up and waved his hand. Soon soldiers brought in a young man bound tightly with a rag stuffed in his mouth. Though kneeling, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Ling with intense hatred. Jiang Ling walked over slowly and removed the rag from his mouth. "Jiang Ling, you butcher. You'll die a miserable death. Just you wait, the people of Zhao will cut you into 1,000 pieces, each take a bite, then hang your corpse on the city wall and feed it to the dogs. Ha! You want to destroy Zhao? You'll never achieve it, even in 100 lifetimes." These curses made Jiang Ling, who had been wavering, gradually harden her eyes again, as if she had made a decision. The deputy general immediately drew his sword, but Jiang Ling stopped him. She said coldly, "Don't kill him. I want him to watch a good show." The deputy general and the Zhao man were both stunned, not knowing what the good show was, but it certainly wasn't something good. Jiang Ling looked at the citizens below the wall and said with a cruel smile, "Order all soldiers to prepare for a city-wide massacre. Only fear can reduce resistance. Only slaughter and plunder can provide enough provisions for the army to continue fighting." She had transformed into a god of slaughter and would bear the infamy. At a film studio in Hengdian province, a Wang Go was intently watching the monitor while Zhao Nanxing and Feng Miao performed their scene opposite each other. The crew had come to realize that Zhao Nanxing was a true lover of acting, often seeking advice from Feng Miao. Feng Miao treated her like a younger sister, sharing everything he knew without holding back, as if he were a generous mentor. In truth, whenever Zhao Nanxing came to him for guidance, his confidence grew a little more, and the shadow of being overwhelmed by Yang Yu finally began to fade. So the younger generation wasn't that extraordinary after all. Actually, Zhao Nanxing's talent was also remarkable. Had he not joined this crew, encountering such a novice actor would have left him astounded. But compared to a prodigy like Yang Yu, Zhao Nanxing's talent became more acceptable. At least her acting didn't soar to the heavens overnight like Yang Yu's. Zhao Nanxing and Feng Miao looked over the script, preparing to shoot this scene. The story's backdrop was the fall of the Zhao kingdom. At the film base in Z province, Jiang Ling had turned into a god of slaughter, ravaging a city of Zhao. Flames licked the sky, blood flowed like rivers. Her infamy spread across the 3 kingdoms within 2 days, and now everyone knew her as a demon. Even in the tales told by Liang's storytellers, she had transformed from a renowned general into a butcher willing to massacre tens of thousands for victory, a narrative subtly fueled by various factions within Liang. They were determined to turn Jiang Ling from a war goddess in the people's hearts into a despised executioner. On the battlefield, the people of Zhao were terrified into submission, no longer daring to resist. Jiang Ling's army swept through like a breaking bamboo, capturing 4 cities in succession and arriving at Zhao's capital. Even the defending general personally opened the city gates for the demon Jiang Ling, terrified that her displeasure might trigger another massacre. Riding a black horse, Jiang Ling's armor was stained crimson, her hair matted with blood, as if she had bathed in a pool of gore. Officials within the city knelt trembling by the roadside. She led her heavily armed troops into Zhao's palace, where the king of Zhao stood alone, cursing Jiang Ling, wishing her a gruesome death. In the end, she pinned him to his symbolic throne with her spear. From that moment, it was officially declared the Zhao kingdom had fallen. "Action!" yelled Wang Go. Zhao Nanxing and Feng Miao slipped into their characters. Seated at a chessboard, they whispered about their schemes. "Master General Jiang has vanquished Zhao. Do you think she will next attack you?" the courtesan Inglan asked in a soft, gentle voice. Lin Feng smiled and placed a white chess piece. "She will naturally. She never speaks idly, and she always follows through." "Then why are you so at ease, master?" Inglan asked, puzzled. "Compared to Zhao, Yu is a pushover. If Jiang Ling leads her troops, I suspect they'll vanish within 10 days. Lin Feng turned to gaze at the yellow leaves outside. "Right now, the ones most worried about Jiang Ling continuing her campaign against you are not us, but the king of Liang and those treacherous ministers. Oh, and the eldest prince. Jiang Ling acts too arrogantly, making enemies on all sides in Liang. Now she even defies the king's decrees. To prevent her from truly rebelling with her army, these people are probably already setting their plans in motion. You might be able to extract some intelligence here." Inglan smiled coquettishly and nodded. "Master is wise. I've heard that among the envoys sent by the king of Liang there are quite a few assassins. This time General Jiang's fate may be grim. Alas, it's a pity that a female general of her caliber did not fall at the hands of enemies. She is likely to be brought down by her own people." Inglan sighed. Lin Feng did not respond. The yellow leaves outside the window resembled Jiang Ling destined to wither. Yinglan cast a seductive glance at Lin Feng and smiled. Master, you've spent years with General Jiang. Do you harbor any other feelings for her? Lin Feng took a sip of wine from the table and replied in a slightly hoarse voice, only admiration. And you? I notice you always call her General Jiang. Yinglan dropped her seductive smile and sighed once more. Master, every girl in this brothel admires General Jiang, myself included. Which woman wants to earn money with her body? We've all dreamed of riding into battle like men wielding swords and achieving glory. For centuries, General Jiang is the only one who has done it, and done it even more spectacularly than any man. When Liang was defeated by Zhao, she turned the tide and saved the kingdom from ruin. Then under the alliance of Zhao and Yue, she bloodily massacred Zhao, forcing its officials to open the gates and surrender and executing the king of Zhao. How could any woman not adore such a figure? Yinglan said with a bitter smile. I hate everyone in Liang except her. The courtesan's eyes, usually brimming with allure, now held a glint of admiration and affection. Lin Feng heard this and turned back to the yellow leaves. If she weren't the greatest threat to Yue, he would exhaust every last stratagem to preserve that gallant figure. Cut. Good, Wango said. Zhao Nanqing, the admiration in your eyes was excellently portrayed. Fang Miao glanced at Zhao Nanqing and felt that she wasn't acting, it was genuine emotion. Full of jealousy, he approached the director. This script is definitely problematic. I'm supposed to be the male lead, but all the women in the drama seem to be in love with Jiang Ling. Who is the protagonist? Wango burst out laughing. You're too petty. A general being adored is normal. You have the Princess of Liang liking you. Be grateful. Fang Miao glanced at Yuan Xiaoxiao, who was memorizing lines, and whispered, but Yuan Xiaoxiao's character also loves Jiang Ling. She looks at Jiang Ling with full affection, but at me it's all disdain. Wango held back his laughter. Then it's your own problem. You're not as charming as Yang Yu. Fang Miao gritted his teeth. I thought I only needed to compete with men for women, but now I have to compete with women too. What a sin. Wango couldn't help but roar with laughter. Yet a man in neatly pressed clothes with a stern expression appeared before him, making Wango stop abruptly. Agent Cheng here for Yang Yu again. She hasn't returned yet. Wango said ingratiatingly. When will she be back? Cheng Tianming asked coldly. Though the man's face was expressionless, Wango always felt a deep sense of grievance within him. I don't know. I heard she's delayed shooting some scene. By the way, you could ask Yang Yu yourself. Cheng Tianming shook his head. These days 9 out of 10 words she says to me are lies. Wango had no idea what rift existed between them, so he patted Cheng Tianming's shoulder. Then go back and manage your other artists. They'll notify you when Yang Yu returns. Hearing this, Cheng Tianming gave Wango an incredibly sorrowful look. I have no other artists left. Only her. With that he walked away silently, his back lonely and desolate. Wango scratched his head. Why did Cheng Tianming's expression and words feel so familiar? While packing up, Wango suddenly remembered and slapped his forehead. All right. During the Chinese New Year visit home, his cousin Wang Erden was cheated of his money by his girlfriend, then dumped by that heartless woman. Back then his cousin wore the exact same pathetic expression and said, Cousin, I have no money left now. Only her. So I absolutely can't lose her again. Cheng Tianming had definitely fallen too. Holy crap. So Yang Yu messes with both men and women. What a heartbreaker. At that moment Yang Yu was holding Xiaoguo with her left arm and Yuan with her right, utterly delighted. Suddenly she let out a huge sneeze. She rubbed her smooth chin, wondering who was cursing her.